นาทีนอกจากนี้จะได้รับพลังโจมตีเพิ่มขึ้นและความเร็วในการเคลื่อนที่เพิ่มขึ้นอีกหากทำการโจมตีถ้าเน้นข้างหลังบอกเลยว่าคริแตกสกิลติดตัวของท่าไม้ตายเมื่อคิวเลนสังหารหรือแค่ช่วยเหลือจะรีเซ็ตคูลดาวน์ทุกสกิลทันทีหากฮีโร่นั้นตายสามารถใช้สกิลนี้อ้อมไปด้านหลังศัตรูเพื่อที่จะสังหารเป้าหมายได้แบบไม่ทันตั้งตัวสำหรับคิวเรนเขาเป็นนักฆ่าที่มีสูตรสำเร็จในการเล่นชัดเจนมากนั่นคือการแทงข้างหลังทะลุถึงหัวใจการเล่นฮีโร่ตัวนี้ต้องใช้สมาธิและจังหวะในการเล่นค่อนข้างมากหากต้องการสร้างความเสียหายอย่างสูงสุดก็ต้องเป็นสกิลมูทิเลตที่สามารถสร้างความเสียหายแบบคริติคอลได้ 100% หากใช้จากด้านหลังและหลังจากใช้สกิลนี้จะสามารถโจมตีได้ทันที1 ครั้งนั่นหมายความว่าคิวเรนจะสามารถโจมตีติดคริติคอลได้ถึง3 ครั้งในจังหวะเดียวเมื่อพูดถึงการสร้างความเสียหายแล้วคิวเรนจะสามารถสร้างความเสียหายได้สูงมากหากผู้ใช้เข้าใจวิธีการสร้างคอมโบของเขาโดยการใช้แอสซินเนตย่องเข้าด้านหลังของศัตรูหลังจากนั้นใช้มูติเลตเปิดความเสียหายตามด้วยการโจมตีปกติ1 ครั้งและในจังหวะที่เป้าหมายหันมาโจมตีส่วนนั้นให้ใช้เดซิเมตเพื่อข้ามไปด้านหลังและโจมตีซ้ำอีก1 ครั้งจะสามารถเก็บศัตรูได้ฟรี1 ตัวเลยทีเดียวโดยสกิลทุกอย่างจะสามารถใช้ได้อีกครั้งด้วยความสามารถแฝงของแอสซินเนตในการเข้าทีมไฟท์หน้าที่ของคิวเรนคือการเล็งสังหารศัตรูที่มีค่าเกราะและ HP น้อยเพื่อที่จะทำให้เขาสามารถจัดการเป้าหมายต่อไปได้อย่างง่ายเพราะพาสซีฟรีคูลดาวน์ดังนั้นไอเทมสำหรับคิวเรนควรจะมีโอมิอัพและเคิร์ฟตันติเพื่อรีสร้างความเสียหายในการทำคอมโบของเขาออกมาให้ได้มากที่สุดนั่นเองจบที่การเริ่มต้นใหม่แต่มันจะไม่ใช่จบสุดท้ายอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพื่อชมวิดีโอใหม่และไลฟ์สดก่อนใคร
In the end, I always get them.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English language broadcast of the Arena of Valor International Championship. My name is Inverum, joined here once again by TJ. We're back, and we're in a time zone that actually works for conducive Western viewing. Woohoo! It feels so good to be back, casting more amazing Arena of Valor. We're now here with the finals, man. This is what it's all come down to.
This is exactly what I wanted to be awake for. Everything up to this point leads down to the final 4 teams playing off in a double elimination bracket in the stadium in Thailand for the title of AIC champion.
There's been a lot of games leading up to this moment. We had all of the regions fighting in the respective leagues, working their way up to get there. Many have already fallen by the wayside. The eliminations have been fast and furious. But as you said, we are left with the final 4.
And the second of those matches, actually, today will be Alpha Red versus J-Team. We were talking this through, and we, of course, have our own predictions, but Alpha Red J-Team is possibly one of the spiciest matches we've had to date, because we are at the point where there is no clean call. We were talking about this. Obviously, AHQ are maybe the favorites, but none of these matches are easy to predict because they are the top 4 AOV teams in the world.
Oh yeah, and we've seen that every single one of these teams has shown moments of brilliance, but also moments of weakness. There have been times where we thought, oh, they should probably win this draft, or they should probably take it here. And no, they just get stomped. Things don't go their way. Every single one of these teams has had to come back, had to recover, had to rally, had to show that perseverance. We know they have it in them. The question's going to be, who's able to bring it on any given Sunday?
And AHQ versus J-Team, an Alpha Red J-Team fascinates me because it is that so much for both these teams. Neither of these teams show inconsistency. They're both some of the most consistent rosters in either region. And I think Alpha Red coming out of the RPL, coming out of beating the best team in the RPL in Bizarre Gaming, proved that consistency kind of outweighed the inconsistent greatness of Bizarre Gaming because they show up at a 9 every day, and Bizarre Gaming occasionally is better at a 10, and they weren't able to bring that. And because of the consistency of Alpha Red, they won out. That's a very similar look that J-Team provides.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's who can make less mistakes. That's what it's going to come down to here.
And neither of them do.
It's so tough. And we talk about the play styles, the idea of choking your opponents out, of grinding them down, just simply not making mistakes, of just simply continuing to play a near perfect game. Well, if both teams are looking towards that level, it's going to take individual players stepping up in a big way to just put themselves over their opponents. If generally the teams play at a high level, it's going to come down to the individual mechanics of these players.
And if you want to talk about individual mechanics, I'd like to talk about AHQ, because our first match of the evening is going to be AHQ versus Team Flash, and both those teams have excellent individual players on them. AHQ in particular has some of the best individual players in the world, which is why they're the current world champions and the current GCS champions. But Team Flash are coming from the same region as Overclockers, who were the first team to make them bleed. They were the first team to actually play to AHQ's level, and they did that off of early game aggression and very careful research. And if Team Flash can maybe learn some things from what their fellow Vietnamese roster did against AHQ, I think there's actually room for that to be much closer than people were thinking coming in.
I mean, they took AHQ to 5 games.
Yes.
That is, and beating them in back-to-back games as well in that series. They done the research, as you said. They figured out what made AHQ tick. But in the end, AHQ was able to adapt. Let's talk about that adaptability, because we've seen some variance in the drafts. And obviously, each of these regions bring some of their own unique flares to the draft. But what heroes particularly are you looking towards some of these teams to control?
The most important thing for me looking at AHQ's roster is what they're running inside the jungle. Because both these teams put a lot of emphasis. We've seen Rush in particular kind of be a little bit weaker in his character pool, but that's not because Rush has a small character pool. It's because he plays kind of the sustained marksman mostly better than almost anyone else in the world. So if you can take that away, some of the major threat from AHQ is gone. I'd also look towards mid lane. We've seen Raz be a very contested pick. I expect that to be true in both series today.
Yeah, there's a couple of these picks that are sort of flex in and out. I would look maybe towards the Elsu, look maybe towards the Richter. We'll see how these players adapt and evolve, how these picks go. But you know what, TJ? Enough talk from us from now. Let's actually take it over to the studio in Thailand. Let's get things started.
หนาวนี้ให้สายหมอกนำทางคุณไปทักทายความสุขออกไปสุขอิ่มใจในไอหมอกออกไปหยอกล้อลมหนาวไปโอบกอดขุนเขาไปหนาวแต่อุ่นไอรักชวนกันออกไปทำความรู้จักความหนาวเย็นสุดประทับใจกันดีกว่าเมืองไทยสวยทุกที่เท่ทุกเวลา
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
โอ้ต้อนรับทุกท่านเลยนะครับที่อยู่ในไฟเทคแห่งนี้นะครับพ.100นะครับและแน่นอนนะครับกราบเรียนท่านผู้ว่าการท่องเที่ยวแห่งประเทศไทยท่านผู้บริหารนะครับรวมถึงสวัสดีแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดนะครับกับงานในวันนี้ขอเสียงดังๆให้กับ AIC 2018 หน่อยได้ไหมครับ
We are here now with the Arena of Valor International Championship.
That stage is sick.
That stage is absolutely wild. I'm hopefully conveying the sentiments of our Thai equivalents over there, you know, and how excited we are to be here to help broadcast this amazing event. Though I think we're not quite nearly as stylish, TJ. I think you could rock that dress.
I was keeping an eye on his blue coat more interestingly, because that is a spicy blue. And I think it is more important than ever that we talk about the format, because we kind of brushed over it. We have 2 games that we know today, and then after that we'll have 2 more games. We don't know which teams will be in which yet, but we are going to eliminate one of the 4 teams here at this stage, because it's a double elimination bracket. So the winner of both these initial games, AHQ versus Team Flash and J-Team versus Alpha Red, will go on to an upper bracket match. The loser of both these games will go to a lower bracket match. The loser of that lower bracket match will go home from the AIC. The winner of that lower bracket match will play the loser of the upper bracket match in a second place match tomorrow. Is that a third place match?
I guess
it's a
so.
third place match.
Third place match.
And tomorrow, the winner of that third place match goes to the grand finals to play for the prize.
Yes, it's somewhat complicated, but just know that it is a standard double elimination format, which means that all teams get 2 lives. They have 2 opportunities to make it on through. They have deserved, they earned that spot, I should say, having played through all of the grueling group stages, quarterfinals, everything leading up to this point. This first matchup here, TJ, this is going to be so interesting because you actually mentioned, depending on how our second side of the bracket goes, this could actually be a setup for a potential rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, it is very exciting because Team Flash have been so dynamic. We don't quite have a measure on them. And you were saying that you didn't really believe in them. You aren't on the Team Flash train. By contrast, I think Team Flash are one of the most exciting teams still in this tournament because we don't quite have a metric on them, but they've looked so good in almost every game they've played so far.
They have, but a team that's also looked fantastic, even in the games that they lost. It was AHQ, because we mentioned that AHQ lost a couple games, but we didn't tell, if you haven't watched those games, maybe the audience doesn't exactly know how they lost those games.
You should, first of all, go back and watch them.
I mean, not right now.
Not right now. But second of all, off of aggression and counter-strata. And it was something that it vindicated me, because I spent the entire time watching those tournaments and saying, you know, it really does look like AHQ have a kind of weak early game. And nobody ever quite punished it because going hyper-aggressive against AHQ is insane. But finally a team did it. Overclockers did the same research I did and came away with the same conclusion, and were able to early on press their towers, early on gain what felt like a massive advantage over AHQ, so that when AHQ were playing for mid-game, late-game activation, by the time they got there, they'd already run into trouble.
Yeah, it's a big deal here. I mean, another big deal. I'm actually going to kind of curious to hear what the travel minister for Thailand, the tourism minister for Thailand. AOV is a big deal in Thailand, man.
ผมมีความยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่ได้มาเป็นประธานในพิธีเปิดงาน Arena of Valor International Championship 2018 หรือ AIC 2018 การแข่งขัน e-sport เกม Arena of Valor ROV การแข่งขัน e-sport บนมือถือระดับนานาชาติที่ใหญ่ที่สุดครั้งแรกของโลกซึ่งมีผู้เข้าแข่งขันระดับแนวหน้าของแต่ละภูมิภาคทั้งหมด 16 ทีมจากทั่วโลกเพื่อชิงถ้วยรางวัลเกียรติยศที่ยิ่งใหญ่ในฐานะทีมที่ดีที่สุดของโลกปัจจุบันภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ได้กลายเป็นศูนย์กลางที่สำคัญและใหญ่ที่สุดของวงการอีสปอร์ตระดับโลกจากผลสำรวจล่าสุดพบว่าจำนวนที่ผู้ที่ชื่นชอบกีฬาอีสปอร์ตในภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้จะเพิ่มขึ้นถึง 36.1% ในแต่ละปีซึ่งจะส่งผลทำให้จำนวนผู้ที่ชื่นชอบกีฬาอีสปอร์ตในภูมิภาคนี้มีมากถึง 19.8 ล้านคนภายในปีพ.ศ. 2562 นับเป็นอัตราการเติบโตที่รวดเร็วที่สุดในโลกบริษัทเทนเซ็นต์และกาลิน่ามีส่วนอย่างสำคัญยิ่งในการยกระดับวงการกีฬาอีสปอร์ตในประเทศไทยให้เป็นที่รู้จักในวงกว้างขวางมากขึ้นโดยการสนับสนุนนักกีฬาให้ไปแข่งขันรายการระดับโลกในต่างประเทศและสามารถคว้ารางวัลชนะเลิศหลายรายการซึ่งสร้างชื่อเสียงให้กับประเทศไทยและยังเป็นโอกาสที่ได้เผยแพร่ถึงความสามารถและความเป็นไทยให้ชาวต่างชาติได้เห็นยิ่งไปกว่านั้นเชื่อว่าความทุ่มเทในการจัดงานครั้งนี้จะแสดงให้เห็นถึงศักยภาพของประเทศไทยในฐานะศูนย์รวมของอุตสาหกรรมเกมและกีฬาอีสปอร์ตให้นานาชาติได้รับรู้ และยังเป็นการส่งเสริมการท่องเที่ยวของประเทศโดยการดึงดูดกลุ่มคนที่สนใจในกีฬา e-sport ให้เดินทางเข้ามาท่องเที่ยวในประเทศไทยอีกด้วยผมในนามของการท่องเที่ยวแห่งประเทศไทยขอขอบคุณผู้จัดงานที่มีส่วนร่วมในการผลักดันและกระตุ้นเศรษฐกิจไทยผ่านการพัฒนาอุตสาหกรรมเกมและ e-sport และยังช่วยประชาสัมพันธ์ประเทศไทยแหล่งท่องเที่ยวและวัฒนธรรมของคนไทยสู่สายตาชาวโลกสุดท้ายนี้ผมขออวยพรให้การจัดงานในครั้งนี้ประสบความสำเร็จและเป็นการต่อยอดการพัฒนาธุรกิจและวงการ e-sport ในประเทศไทยให้เติบโตอย่างยั่งยืนต่อไปบัดนี้ถึงเวลาอันสมควรแล้วผมขอเปิดงาน Arena of Valor International Championship 2018 ณ บัดนี้
Well, you heard it there. Hoping to promote sustainable growth of esports in Thailand. I think they're off to a great start. Definitely, when I think of mobile esports in particular, I think of Southeast Asia, I think of Thailand, Vietnam, I think China. And, you know, it's good that one of our top teams here in the Final Four, they're going to have that home field advantage going into this.
Yeah, Bizarre Gaming upsetting the reigning champions from the Thai League. The RPL spat out Bizarre Gaming. And Alpha Red said, wait, that's a mistake. We're able to crush them to make it to this stage, which now, of course, does mean that there is one Thai hub remaining. Alpha Red will presumably have a major home crowd advantage.
So we'll see how the fans react to that. Obviously, this stadium is going to be packed by the time we get into these games here. I'm very excited to see. I have no idea who these fine young gentlemen are, but I'm assuming that they're director of SEA. Oh wow, and head of Grena. All right. So this is the kind of stuff that doesn't happen a lot of Western esports that I absolutely love. They care so much about the people behind the scenes making stuff work, and there's so many amazing people who do the work on the North American side who never get recognized. I love the fact they're actually taking the time to recognize the people who work behind the scenes to help make all this possible.
And they do absolutely deserve it when you're putting on an event of this caliber. Everyone behind the scenes is working overtime to make it happen. And I'm happy that not just Thailand as a nation, but also Garena and also Tencent are recognizing and appreciating all the people that make it happen.
Absolutely. So we're going to be getting into our games shortly, I am quite sure. But in the meantime, it's great to see. I love the pomp and circumstance that's going into this. Something often.
I mean, it's a $600,000
That's
prize
true.
pool.
That's true.
The biggest prize pool in the history of mobile esports, I believe, and it's still one of the biggest events I've seen in Thailand yet. I believe there have been a few Counter-Strike events that are similarly sized, but this is a major event for Thailand and for Arena of Valor.
It is indeed. So. Obviously, we had the AWC at the Chinese Theater in Los Angeles, and that in itself is a feat here. But this is going to be, I imagine, a sold-out, packed house in Thailand. And we are so excited to see as this continues here. So, I mean, I wish I spoke some Thai, because I would love to know if we're like introducing the players here. So this is a surprise for us too, TJ.
I'm still discovering new things about the stadium as it plays.
วันนี้สังคมเกมของพวกเราเติบโตขึ้น
I love the passion. I love the drive that's going to this. Like, look at these crowds. Every single one of those people is just loving being there.
And that was the crowd in Vietnam.
Yeah.
We have one team remaining, of course, Team Flash, one of the first teams we'll see here today from that initial stage that did happen in Vietnam. Because this tournament spanned two countries, we got to see two home crowds, and the Vietnamese rosters definitely benefited. We could see overclockers far overshot our expectations for the team. They looked very good all tournament long. Then we get here, Team Flash are still outperforming our expectations, and now I've changed my definition. I don't think they're outperforming, I think they're performing at the level that I simply didn't realize they could perform at. The Arena of Glory, that Vietnamese league, has spat out some amazing teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have a perception going in, sort of a hierarchy of where the regions were sort of stacking up based on, you know, competitive numbers coming out of the scene, but also sort of historical context.
AWC.
It was exactly. So we had some history going into it. but they've upset those preconceived notions. They have a different expectation going into this of where they think they should be playing.
Well, several of the members of this Vietnamese roster did finish very well at the AIC 2017 last year, which did have somewhat more limited competition because the game wasn't out in the West at the time, and in many regions, but they did place very well. I believe they came in second, so they still have a legacy to live up to at the AIC, even though it's pretty stiff competition this time round.
Oh, I mean, you have to look towards the Koreans. You have to look towards AHQ. I mean, again, the total is $600,000, but the first place prize, $250,000. Right now, AHQ is coming into this. They're saying, look, that should be ours. That should be, we deserve that. I mean, per player, the MVP alone, and every single one of these players fighting for this, they get $10,000 just themselves.
The MVP gets $10,000. That's kind of insane. And we've already, I believe, 5th through 8 gets 20k split between them. So there's a lot of money given out for this event, and not just to the top teams, which excites me because, sure, maybe you're not the best Arena of Valor team in the world, but any team that came to this event, any team that made top 8 is one of the top 8 Arena of Valor teams in the world, and that means a lot, not just to the teams that made it here, but also the teams that didn't quite get there. To the Western regions, I know there were many Western fans, myself a little bit included, who were a little bit upset in the results this year, and though they were disappointing, we saw a higher caliber of play from all of the regions combined than we have seen any year previously.
I mean, the West obviously didn't make it as far as they did the AWC. It wasn't quite the same performance we were hoping for. But NA and EU and LATAM still looked better. As all three regions, the West dramatically improved. It's just that everybody else also got better, which made it tougher. But if these teams had showed up this caliber now at the AWC, I think we'd be seeing something very different.
Absolutely. And the ability of the teams to, I think, grow as an overall region and as an overall esport is better than ever. When I watched the games this year, not just on an individual team level, I casted the AWC. The level of play shown by the top teams from the RPL, from the GCS, at the AWC is maybe half that of what they're playing at now.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see where teams have come from and where they're going now. And I think one of the biggest things is the fact that not only have the metas shifted and evolved, they've physically gotten better at the game. It's not just like, oh, the metas are shifted and it benefits some regions more than others. It's just that they quite literally have gotten better at the video game, which is amazing to see because we're learning more about it as a community. The way we practice gets better. The way we look and analyze replays using our coaching, using our analysts. The fact that all the infrastructure is increasing, and yes, specifically more in these Asian regions, but even in the West as well, we are starting to see more of that infrastructure develop, and that is contributing to this overall and I think a pretty dramatic uptick in skill of the game.
Yeah, and you can tell because the metas haven't just evolved, they've gotten broader. It's not just that we now know what we're playing. It's that we are playing more things than ever. If you look at the character pools that are played in competitive, we keep seeing surprises, and sometimes they're logical, and sometimes they're Toro. But the fact that people are willing to try new things and willing to expand those metas, Superman's a very good example. Lu Bu is a very good example. Both those characters are characters that you wouldn't especially put in the overpowered category, but because they are powerful enough, it doesn't matter because you have these specialist players. Yuzon is a player I'd highlight. He's actually good at both those characters. He makes both those characters better than they are on paper, because he is such a star player. And we'll get more of that. We'll get more individuals changing the meta and broadening the meta by themselves as this game continues to evolve competitively.
I'm so glad you mentioned Yuzon, and I'm so excited to highlight these players. We're actually going to get back into the action right now. Things are getting underway back in Thailand. All right.
Getting the operative word.
Getting underway here in Thailand. All right, the stage is set. And it looks like we're about ready to go here in Bangkok, breaking the boundaries once again for the AIC. Man, these intros just get cooler every single time I see them.
AHQ versus Team Flash. The best team out of the Arena of Glory, Vietnam, and the best team out of the GCS in Chinese Taipei. I have offered a prediction, and there's an obvious favorite. AHQ, the current world champions. They won the AWC, and they looked good while doing it. They won the GCS, and they did so quite dominantly. Now they need to prove once again they are better than not just their regional teams, not just one world competition, but multiple world competitions back to back.
What is happening here, TJ? We are literally in space. This is amazing. You're making a great succinct point about how amazing these teams are. And I'm just going to cut you off real quick because we have a lady in space.
ทีมไหนค่ะที่จะได้เป็นแชมป์โลกในวันนี้นะคะและต้องบอกเลยค่ะว่าการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ค่ะไม่มีโอกาสให้กับความผิดพลาดอย่างแน่นอนค่ะเพราะว่านี่คือ Arena of Valor International Championship 2018 การแข่งขันเกมมือถือที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในประวัติศาสตร์ค่ะ
All right, we're going to be getting into our first game here momentarily. As you mentioned, TJ, this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think, going into AHQ, because they have to be the favorites going into this. They looked near untouchable up until the point where they played overclockers, and even then, overclockers came through with clutch backdoor strategies to win the game. And really, those were AHQ's games potentially at the end there to win. It took creative strategy to make it work.
I think the number one thing we need to see out of the Vietnamese roster here is their aggression. We talked about their early game potential. It needs to be their early game aggression here, because AHQ have looked repeatedly weak in it. One of the things they keep doing, which is a little bit weird, is they put Rush onto the Batman. They put Rush in a melee role, which is a little bit odd, and in a melee role he feels it looks distinctly uncomfortable in, but it must be a personal favorite character of his.
It has to be. I mean, just like traditionally what he's playing and what he's putting up the numbers on. The fact that he's willing, I mean, clearly showing that he wants to flex into this additional role, putting him on the melee. I mean, it's good for the squad. Diversity is good. More options are good. Options are what puts you in these positions where you can flex on your opponents and you can pull out strategies they're not expecting, waste their bans. And I think having that in their back pocket is going to be super useful for them.
But it does feel a little bit weird to see him consistently pick up the Batman when they need a melee, when there are options like Kreknak still on the board, like Mirab, like Nakroth, who sure are not tier 1 characters, but if you're building your roster around having an early game melee, I'd like it to be something other than Batman, to be blunt.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep your, to quote the video, you got to keep your eyes on the prize here, and Batman is definitely a hero that can help you do that. He's good at isolating and taking down specific targets, but in the late game, in these team fights, unless he goes in, he individually gets that kill, he's not super useful. That's why you say looking towards heroes like this Murad, who can do more sustained damage in the late game, big AoE off his ult. That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for if they want to flex into the melee. The double marksman, something we've been seeing a little bit more of in the side lane. I like that there as well. The jungle marksman is definitely something I am a fan of.
Yeah, that's something that's going to be under contest here, because both these players play pretty much the same hero pool in the jungle. Team Flash's ADC, that's his name, plays Violet, Lindis, and Slims as his core 3, and that's almost 1-to-1 what you'd expect Rush to play, although Rush has pulled out some exciting Rorks and Nakroths, so he's definitely very versatile, but his core tends to be Violet, Lindis, just like everyone else, and that should be under tight contest here in this stage.
Yes, the battle for the Lindis I think will be very real, as it looks like now the players are going to be entering into the arena here in Thailand. Let's get things going. Let's get things underway. Alpha Red going up against all the teams are actually going to say They actually starting things off right now, or the things are looking interesting, TJ?
I believe we're bringing all the players onto the stage. That would be my assumption.
Oh, we are. This is sick.
From Thailand,
Introducing the Taiwanese team, or the Thailand team first, of course.
AHQ are the world champions, but the home team gets preference.
Look, man, every single one of these teams made it to the semifinals. They all equally deserving to be there. But yes, it does seem like the home field advantage certainly playing in here for Red.
Hell of a rough match today. J-Team playing from the GCS, kind of the rival league it feels to the RPL. Very, very strong.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing their opponent here coming in as well. Interesting order that they're introducing these teams.
Yeah, Team Flash will be playing in our first set of the day against AHQ. The Vietnamese roster won the Arena of Glory comfortably, which is saying something once we've seen the strength of the other teams from that league. Overclockers played very, very well, as we've talked about already today. And I don't think anyone is quite predicting exactly how good this team will be.
Yeah, Team Flash, again, they play so consistently on point. They're going to have to step up, elevate even further if they want to take down their opponents in AHQ. So we're seeing all the teams now entering out here. Now they're on the stage. Things are lighting up, I should say, here in the main hall.
Nice. Did you work on that?
I wish I'd worked on that.
J-Team has... They're an interesting team. We talked about it. We said they're not easy to be fans of because they don't really look spectacular, flashy. They simply show up and consistently win. And that's why I like them. Even though they're a little bit less dynamic and exciting and risky than the other teams, I love them for that consistency because they will always show up and always just strangle out their opponents. They don't make mistakes.
They don't make mistakes. But another team that doesn't make mistakes is AHQ. I mean, AHQ have to be the kings of that chokehold strategy. They just grind you down. Like, it seems to be a common strategy for a lot of these teams that just play solid, controlling gameplay. They force you back into your base. They make you have to turtle.
Yeah, and AHQ, that is why we aren't talking about the GCS champions J-Team. Because AHQ are playing in that league as well.
Yeah.
And sure, J-Team don't make mistakes. AHQ don't make mistakes, and they are able to play that consistent perfection across 2 or 3 different play styles, which makes them easily the most terrifying team at this finals.
Long and short of it is, all 4 of these teams standing up here on this stage absolutely deserve this spot, and every single one of them could conceivably walk away with that prize, that $250,000 championship under their belts. That could be it. Every single one of these teams could secure that #1 spot.
4 teams, 4 different nations.
Yeah.
And 4 different claims, and valid ones, to the throne.
As we can see now, the games are about to get underway. It's early, I think it's still early on in the day at this point in Thailand, but the crowd is certainly going to get a little bit more exciting as all the team captains walking out here and staking their claim, quite literally.
They're building the trophy, Paul.
That was absolutely wild. I have never seen that before.
AIC 2018. Let the games begin!
Let the games begin! You heard it here as the Arena of Valor International Championship is officially getting underway. Look at these players. I need cool esports tracksuits. I'm going to be honest.
To wear on broadcast?
That would be amazing.
I mean, you couldn't get worse, so...
Wow!
I a couple times during the regular season. I'm just saying.
Look, TJ. Look, I don't appreciate your sass. We're right into this broadcast, TJ. I don't appreciate your sass, all right? I'm going to start that off. But either way, they make it look good up there, up that stage. And they're about to get underway now very, very shortly. So we're obviously have to let these teams set up. We're going to let them get situated here as well. So we're going to hop onto a quick break as the players get themselves settled and ready. We'll be right back. stage is set. The players have literally built the trophy, and now they're about to build their stairway to the grand finals, and it all starts right here.
We've had 4 matches that we can talk about, and of course it will be 4 matches today, 2 of which we already know. They'll be decided by the first 2, the winners and losers, as we go forward through the double elimination bracket. We have the 3rd place match and the grand final tomorrow, and $600,000 to spread between them all.
There's a lot of money up for grabs, but I think for these teams, for these players, there's personal pride and there's national pride. The stage, they dropped down from the ceiling, TJ! Well, that's actually epic. How does that even work?
Science.
They blinded me with science, TJ. And this is exactly how you do it. While the stage is quite literally set now, the pyrotechnics are in full display as we're about to get going into our first match here very shortly. Our counterparts over there in Thailand, big smiles, and for good reason. They're here for the International Championship.
And I cannot imagine what it must feel like to be on that stage representing your home region, because this is possibly, I think this is the esport that Thailand are the most successful in. And it is the first time they've gotten to host it at home, because we had, I believe, Korea for the AIC last year. So this is a confluence of both an event that they genuinely have, I think, a 50-50 shot of winning with Alpha Red here, and an event that they get to host. The home crowd will be insane, particularly if Alpha Red go deep.
Oh, I am so excited. For that reason alone, I mean, I personally am a fan of Alpha Red's play to start with. I think it's dynamic and exciting. But if they can continue on with that, that would be absolutely fantastic here. So, but again, you're watching the English language broadcast here. And once again, I'm Inverum, joined here by TJ. If you've been watching any of the Western Arena Valor coverage for the last 6 months or so, you've probably seen our faces casting things like the Valor Series, where we helped crown the Western representatives here at the AIC.
Bye. They didn't do so well. But it's okay, because they're not everything that matters. And though it sometimes hurts my pride to admit it, the American team wasn't expected to do too well.
No.
Because it is a newer game here in the West, and as a result, the Asian rosters have just had longer to practice on the game and better coordination across the board. Though I think we are catching up.
We are. And I definitely think the gap has closed between the AWC and the AIC. I think the fact that the patches weren't too different going into this helped for sure. I also feel like the ability to take a look at what the regions are doing with more accessibility to play is a big factor. If you take a look at the schedule now, actually, we'll take another look at what we are seeing here over the course of the day. Now, of course, we had, actually, this is the full-on schedule of how we've gotten to this point. Obviously, we started in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, then going on now to Bangkok, Thailand. We had our group stages, our multiple stages of group stages,
in
our quarterfinals.
Garena offices.
Yes, yeah. So Garena, of course, doing all this, the amazing broadcasts over there. And then now we're here for our semifinals, our grand finals, best of 5s and best of 7, respectively. I mean, you know the value of a good best of 7 series there, TJ.
The AWC BO7 went to the 7th game. I don't think we'll disappoint this time. I think the competition, like I said, is closer than ever, and this might be why.
There's a lot of money up for grabs, and these are US dollars, to keep that in mind. So this goes quite a long ways, if I've got my conversion rates correctly, especially if you're living in some place like Thailand. $250,000, that could change someone's life.
Could change my life, thank you very much. The MVP award is what drew my eye, though, because that isn't split between your team, of course. That is direct to an individual player. And what we saw during the AWC was a lot of the MVP awards, a lot of the we had a whole bunch of them. We were giving away awards to teams that played unique compositions, stuff like that. And I really like their presence, because teams that do not have what it takes to win the event still get to say, okay, but our side lane is nuts.
Yeah.
And he individually can be recognized despite their overall performance.
Yeah, and you see here you can win additional in-game prizing as well. So not only are the players walking away with some amazing stuff, the fans are as well. Of course,
Here's the bracket.
There's a bracket.
I was a little bit bad at explaining it, so
To be fair,
here
this
you
is
go.
somewhat complicated.
Yeah. So the losers go to the loser's side. That's the left side. The winners go to the winner's side. That's the right side. And the winners will go through eventually to the champion. If you win 2 games from here, whichever team wins just their next 2 games is in the finals guaranteed. The loser's bracket will have 1 team that comes out of it to join them then.
Yes, so again, it is somewhat complicated here, but again, every team has 2 lives. It's the easiest way of looking at it. They have to lose twice to be out. AHQ Esports Club up against Team Flash. It's going to be a team game number 1, and then J-Team versus Alpha Red is game number 2.
We were talking about it earlier. We were kind of going through the permutations. Well, what are these winners and losers match going to be? And I think we decided no matter what, we're going to have an insanely close set of series today. If I had to make my predictions, they go AHQ versus J-Team in match 3, and then Team Flash versus Alpha Red in match 4. That's my prediction. But I've been wrong before, and I wouldn't expect to be right on a stage like this.
This one is so tough because, again, at this point, all of these teams have a decent amount of time and experience playing on these big stages. And also the fact that they're looking out into the crowd. They're not staring each other down, I believe. They're actually just looking out into the audience, getting hyped up by that crowd there in Bangkok.
AHQ versus Team Flash did, of course, have an insanely tough time to get here, particularly out of the group stage. There was some close competition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the competition at all levels of this has been pretty wild. And yeah, we've seen a couple 2-0s and 3-0s over the course of the group stages, but once we got into this top 8 situation, it was an all-out brawl.
Team Flash, of course, came out of Group A. In that group was Nova Esports from Europe, who, poor them, were stacked with Toyota Diamond Cobra, who looked insane out of Thailand.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, Team Flash themselves, who haven't looked bad at all.
Oh, no, I mean, TDC. Oh, rip TDC. They were such a stellar team. Today's matchup, of course, Team Flash versus AHQ are game number 1, and this AR is absolutely cool to see.
AHQ came out of Group C, which was Flash Wolves and Swing Phantom. Both those teams incredibly strong on their own right. We legitimately thought Flash Wolves might be able to come all the way, and they were taken out in a close set versus Team Flash.
Yeah, it was a 3-1 set at the end. Flash Wolves looked like they might be able to upset, but just didn't have quite enough.
승패패 생존이 너무 많이 힘들었어요. 예전에 그 AIC의 기억도 되살아나면서 애들이 멘탈적으로 많이 깨졌기 때문에 너무나도 힘든 상황이었던 것 같아요.
Mà các cậu khi gặp top CS đã căng thẳng đến như vậy thì có lẽ gặp bọn mình thì sự căng thẳng này nó còn nhân lên gấp 10. Và hồi AIC năm ngoái thì dù Game TV hay Bromi thì cả hai đều đã chiến thắng trước Hàn Quốc.
정확하게 모든 국제대회 전적 중에 팀 플래시한테만 졌어요, 저희가. 그래서 좀 복수의 시간을 계속 기다리고 있었어요.
꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
Tôi nghĩ đội tuyển hockey không có cờ đối Việt Nam đâu.
그래도 XB? XB가 제일 잘한 것 같아요.
이거는 이제 베트남에서지 전 세계적으로서는 연봉 차이가 너무 심해서 잘 모르겠어요.
Về lý do mà bọn họ sợ em thì có lẽ phải chăng em là người đi đường giữa số 1 thế giới.
근데 하기한테는 조금 안 되는 것 같아요.
다코이에 대해서는 어떻게 생각해요?
타코이 괜찮은데 잘하는 건지 잘 모르겠어요.
다코이요? 누구예요?
JC và DZ, hãy yên tâm tôi nhé vì tôi sẽ làm những điều bất ngờ sắp tới đây.
Về cảm xúc khi gặp AIC ở vòng bán kết này thì bởi vì họ là nhà vô địch thế giới, cho nên là nếu bọn em đã giành được chiến thắng trước họ thì
4강까지 오면서 베트남 팀을 두 팀을 만났는데 이제 마지막 남은 게 FL이고 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같아요.
Dưới giác à, áo cậu có hình ngôi sao kìa. Chắc cậu cổ vũ cho Việt Nam à?
아니야, 그거 아니야. 이건 AWC 우승별이야. 꼭 2개 만들고 갈 거야.
Well, as you can hear, fighting words from both teams going into this match. A little bit of disrespect there from AHQ.
AHQ, though interestingly, framed Team Flash as the only thing that could stop them from winning this tournament. And I kind of agree, because we were talking about it, and during the group stage, I was talking up TDC a lot, because we didn't yet know how good the Vietnamese rosters were. But it is only an X factor, I feel, out of left field, like Team Flash, that could potentially upset AHQ.
In a straight-up match, I agree. AHQ, they have to be the favorites, but when it comes to getting creative, pulling out some different strategies, that's an area where they could look to excel.
And historically, like they pointed out, Vietnam has done very well against Korea. So if there's going to be a region that could pull out that early game aggression we've been looking for, well, historically, the Vietnamese rosters are very, very aggressive. They are very good at researching this Korean side and punishing their perhaps more set passive play like we've seen Overclockers do already.
I mean, you talk about set paths of play. They literally have set strategies in fights, in rotations. They plan them, they practice them. And you can see there, J-Jack, Chaser, Hawk, Rush, and Sun. Every single one of these players is a star in their own right. I have to look towards J-Jack on that support role, the guy calling the shots for his team.
They've set the meta.
Yes.
J-Jack is a big reason why. He said that if they don't get top 2 here, he's retiring. That's a very similar threat to what he made at the AWC, where they said if they didn't win, they were retiring.
Egos slightly checked.
They won. The number one thing about this roster is they're a little bit older as far as esports goes. They're definitely waiting for an excuse to give up, if that makes sense. They need somebody to beat them so that they can say, we gave it our best shot and we can go home now. The problem is, they're too darn good.
Look at the KDA there from Hawk. 13.43. Araz the Liliana coming in here from him. Absolute destruction being rained from that mid lane position. Giving them that mid control of the map in the early game allows, I think what partially allows AHQ to have such clean rotations.
And he's in a really interesting battle there versus XB, who finished out of its regional league with an 8.93 KDA in the Arena of Glory, which against any other player, I would say, well, he's obviously one of the best mid laners in the world, that's going to be it. The problem is, as seen here by that group stage KDA, Hawk is as good.
At least on paper. So, I mean, XB claims he's the best. You saw that interview. He says he's the best mid in the world. Those are fighting words. But that's something we can look to prove, because if there's any stage in which to prove you are the best in the world, it is right here at the AIC.
They talked about historical results. XB was one of those players who was on the Vietnamese roster AIC 2017. He's one of those players that took the Korean teams down. He's one of the players that got the Vietnamese region so far that first time round. Now, if they're looking to repeat that experience, I think they'll rest a lot on him as that star mid laner.
That's a matchup we're absolutely going to have to follow, as the teams are getting set up in their booths right now. Again, XB, there's a lot of talk going in here as well, but I mean, if you look towards these side lanes, there's some other side lanes as well. We have to talk about these matchups.
Yes. Chaser and Sun are two of my favorite side lane players in the world. Sun, especially because of what he's able to do with the tankier characters. He plays incredibly aggressively on very tanky characters and gains so much extra knowledge. Here he's facing off against Dad Koi. Him and Chaser were saying, who's Dad Koi? Well, he's very good.
He's surrounded by a team of stars as well, with Pro E there on the support, XB, ADC, and Gao going to be rounding it out on the Slayer side. But again, you talk about Dakoy. I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. That boy over there needs to step up a little bit.
Yeah, he's been one of the better parts of this roster, though, and because they've been able to rely on their side lanes, Team Flash have been able to do very, very good overall macro play, which is what you need to play against AHQ.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm talking about these matches. I talk about ADC, I talk about XB, and I talk about Pro E. I feel like Gao and Dakoy are a little bit quieter sometimes. They need to be loud in this series if they want to take down AHQ. I know they have it in them. I'm not saying they necessarily need to step up, but on a team of pros, a team of stars, you need to be shining just a little bit brighter.
You mentioned Pro E. I think that's a very good matchup to highlight as well. Support Pro E and J-Jack. Not just are they both incredible players, but they have overlapping character pools similar to the jungle and mid matchup. There's going to be a lot of interesting things coming through in the draft because they're both going to want an Annette, for instance. They're both going to want very similar support characters to enable their team. And in a match like this, what support you draft will, as much as what jungle you draft, determine how your team is going to be playing.
I think it's interesting because we've seen overall the way the meta has sort of developed going into these, the quarterfinals, now the semis. There has absolutely been some set heroes that the winning teams are drafting. So I think the contested hero picks, you can see it here, Raz, Liliana, once again for XB. But look at the difference in KDA between going from 13 to 4.4.
And I would say this is just based off the groups and early bracket play here at the AIC. I will say that I do think Team Flash had a somewhat tougher route to get here. So the difference in KDA can be explained by a couple of those matches where the AHQ roster was just able to blow out an opponent. Team Flash didn't have so many of those. So there absolutely is a case to say, let's not compare the KDAs on paper. As a reminder, during the regular season, XB walked away with an 8.93 KDA, which is much more of the star play we were highlighting earlier, and 4.4 is no small matter.
Oh, absolutely. Against the level of competition they're playing against, it just goes 13.4. That's
the fact that I'm mitigating a 4.4 KDA it's not as bad as it looks. Is astounding.
It absolutely is.
4.4 is already an astounding KDA.
Absolutely, but as you can see here, like we mentioned, the Raz, the Liliana, there are some very set heroes that all these teams independently have been sort of coming together and sort of establishing the meta, and it's looking very set, which means the battle for these top-tier heroes in every single role is going to be, they're going to be hotly contested. Let's put it that way. There is going to be a few, and it's going to be curious how they prioritize them because there are so many who I think could deserve that 1-2 ban.
Yeah, I really am looking towards mid and jungle as the primary points for conflict here. Obviously, the Raz is going to be the most... conflicted of the two, because I just think both people want him. Assuming the Ignis gets banned out, that is the best mage.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Raz's ability to I call it the ping pong strat, where you're just knocking people all over the place. Between him and Superman, put them on the same team, and it's absolutely wild.
And we've seen AHQ run that.
We have. So it's definitely something we're going to have to watch for here, where the Raz fits in, where the Superman fits in. So we're about to get into our first draft here of the semifinals very shortly. AHQ, Team Flash, TJ, I'm ready.
Are you going to make me predict anything?
Sure.
All right.
Do you want to predict something?
I wanted to predict something.
Do it.
I wanted to say AHQ are going to win. But I think it's going to be closer than we expect. Or closer than people at home who are only familiar with AHQ's dominance might expect.
I would agree. I think it will be AHQ, but it'll be at least a 3-1, in my opinion. I definitely think that Team Flash has what it takes to take a game off of them. I feel like because AHQ is so good, so consistent, that consistency might actually be what works against them here if they get too predictable.
Well, AHQ are a difficult team to predict because they have that flexibility. They can run kind of one of three styles. They have a default style, which is this disengaged playstyle. They don't want to take team fights, they just want to level to mid lane and then destroy you once they've gotten there. Whereas if you look at the other options they pull out, once that gets red, they can also just put early game tower pressure as their priority or shift to force team fights. The latter is what they did versus Overclockers to shut down Overclockers' early game victory. But it was their early game victory that was kind of the shining light for them. They were consistently able to win out so dominantly in the early game that when AHQ got to their mid game, when they had their activation and normally would go for team fights and start pushing towers, they didn't have a level lead to do that with.
Yeah, they made them play back a little bit, made them pace themselves a little bit more, which is not something that they're used to doing. But as we can see here, some overall game strats, 100% win rates for Red and 71% respectively on both sides. Interesting Red side buff there. But AHQ and Team Flash comes towards taking that dragon. On average, an extra dragon taken every single match for AHQ, that might have to do with how much longer their games tend to go.
Like I said, AHQ tend to play to a mid game. So their games on average are probably longer because they like to get to that mid game before they execute, whereas Team Flash had 1 or 2 games during the group stage that they just powered through. I would also say, though, AHQ are a very, very farm-focused team in a kind of terrifying way. AHQ always prioritize getting their gold lead ahead because, again, they don't want to take early team fights by default.
They don't, and, I mean, they can, but yes, they prefer not to. They prefer just to out-macro you, out-farm you, out-everything you on the map. We look towards the Dark Slayer as well. Speaking of major objectives, looks like 1 kill apiece here for both of these teams' average. That Dark Slayer animation was absolutely amazing. I have to say, a little bit. You talk about how scary they were, and that Dark Slayer's pulling himself out of the ground, and I'm like, oh my!
In exactly that tone of voice. He actually said it quietly. You didn't hear it the first time around.
Yeah.
You only need 1 Dark Slayer kill in order to win the game. That's why that stat is solidly at 1. Because once you've got the Drake down the lane, you've probably done enough damage, you won't need it again. And it balances out the games where you do need 2 to finish, balance out with the games where nobody needs it to finish, and as a result, they end up at a fair 1.
A fair 1 indeed. Now that we've seen the stats on these teams, we've seen the players to watch, we've talked about the potential strategies, the histories, the routes they've gotten to get here, we now get into our very first draft. On the blue side, we have AHQ Esports Club going up against Team Flash on the red. If the statistics are anything to tell us, on paper, red side should have an opening advantage.
That's probably because of these kind of mandatory bans. You'll see that they get a double pick, which means AHQ are at a slight disadvantage, I feel. They get first pick, but by the time you get through the ban phase, there's typically only one thing that is the obvious first pick, and then 2 strong characters come through in second, and that outweighs. That's why the red side, I think, is a slight picking advantage. However, we do see a kind of shift here. If they ban out this Valheim, presumably on Chaser, who plays a very, very good Valheim, I'd agree with it, but it does mean that the Richter would be an obvious pickup for AHQ. If they do that, then Team Flash get the Raz, then Team Flash get Lindis or Violet. I'd lean towards them stealing a Violet away.
Yeah, Lindis is going to find herself banned to start this off. Again, both teams identifying that she's someone you need to deal with here. But yes, I would absolutely look towards that Raz starting things off here. We could potentially look more towards a side laner or support. We sometimes see those prioritized teams. AHQ in particular likes to hold back their jungle picks, as teams tend to leave that more towards the end in order to not be counterpicked, or, you know, if you're going to marksman, that sort of thing. But I think in this situation, teams might look to prioritize it a little bit earlier here, simply because of these highly contested hero pools for both teams.
The Richter has been such an interesting addition to the character pool because he is really, really powerful, but we're starting to see him countered. I don't think he is as powerful as people have been treating him, because if you play the right characters in side lane, if you play some sustained damage characters, they do tend to win out.
They do indeed, but as we're looking on the other side, the Superman, another hero that I talked about prioritization, and there's the support. The Raz is left off the board, though. That is a very interesting position here. The Superman Raz, 1-2, I mean, you know what you're getting, you know what you're getting into, but it's also not really directly counterable too much. It's interesting that they're prioritizing Alice so highly.
So this is interesting now for AHQ because they've bowled their way to the ban phase. I'd still put a lot of emphasis on this Raz and expect it to be picked during this draft. But if they lock in a jungle right now, which as you say is a little bit contrary to AHQ's typical style, then they can ban out the rest of the threatening jungles during this second ban phase, if they can get there without jungle being picked for Team Flash.
It's going to put the onus on Team Flash in this last third pick here, now that the Raz, of course, has been taken off the board.
This should be
a jungle. Yeah, this should be the Violet. The Violet should come through right here. You should have your response, and there it is. I think this is the correct decision here from Team Flash.
So now that the Violet is out, you have a beginning idea of how both teams are going to play. Normally you don't get this till after the second pick phase, but we can, because these drafts were forced so early, begin to pick out the pieces. And I would like to say, as I touched on earlier, because they forced out the Violet pick here, AHQ I think have won the initial exchange because they can double ban mid lane right now and force XB to play something he's a little bit more uncomfortable on, which, as we've seen, is a win condition because XB is so darn good.
Oh, he is. I mean, again, his stats, the 4.4 KDA being only a small part of it all, he is truly a dominant, not only in the actual lane element itself, in the early game 1v1 dynamic battle, but also in these team fights. As you can see here, it looks like absolutely the mid bans will be what AHQ is looking towards. We haven't really touched on the Rourke a ton here, but it's definitely a response to the heavy CC draft that Team Flash was potentially looking to run there with that Alice and with that Superman.
And I was going to touch on it. Like I was saying, the jungles kind of indicate how they're going to play. The Rourke is interesting because it plays a middle ground between a melee jungle and a ranged jungle. You do have some range, you do have some mobility, you have survivability if you can time your cooldowns well. His determination gives him equivalent to lifesteal. Every time he does damage, he gets shield HP, which means that he can survive in the middle of the brawl so long as he can keep sustained damage. Rourke is very, very good both at bursting down squishy characters that linger too close and slowly winning out trades versus higher HP tanks. The downsides, he falls off quite badly late game. That's alright because AHQ want to win mid-game where Rourke is at its strongest, and because they can draft a few late-game characters and make up the difference. The Violet, though, I think does give Team Flash an advantage should we get post 15 minutes.
I would agree. The Superman there as well, he becomes so tanky, so hard to shut down, and even the Alice, her ability to leverage that utility into the late game, and then she also can offer a decent amount of damage herself.
But should the Superman run into the Rourke, it doesn't work as a dive nearly as well as most other backline characters would be vulnerable to the Superman. Because if you get close, there's not just the charge from the Rourke as a stun, but also significant slow depending on how he builds. That could mean the Superman is just chained down and unable to be as effective as they'd like in the backlines. It does mean, though, that AHQ are significantly changing their draft to directly address the fact that a Superman was locked in, which I assume was one of the reasons Team Flash did it.
This is the AHQ that I love. AHQ up against Overclockers, those two games that they lost, they drafted the same, their meat and potatoes, their bread and butter, they pulled it out standard. They are already adapting in this draft, and that's the AHQ that is absolutely terrifying. There is not a moment they are hesitating here. They're happy to grab this Annette as well. Saw the Kresh and the Mina denied, as well as the Leona and the Alistair. No surprises there, trying to deny J-Jack off one of his key supports from Team Flash, who are then going to lock in the Malik themselves. They have their side laners in place. Good amount of tankiness on that squad, good amount of damage. Fortress-esque seems to be kind of the name of the game for them.
Yeah, the Alice in particular will give them a good front line. If they can use the Alice hissy fit appropriately, they'll both have somewhere for the Violet to play behind and something for the Superman to reset behind.
We are seeing a way to look to counter that coming out now with the Zenio. I love this.
I assume that'll be on Sun because he likes to play the tankier characters, and Chaser is really darn good at the Richter, but it could go either way. And I really do like the Zenial for AHQ because they play such a map control focused style. If they can use the Zenial to gain extra intelligence, extra information on their opponent's movements, and then have the Angelic Splendor so he's constantly still in the team fight, they're going to be at a tremendous advantage. And he's pretty darn good into the Superman as well. But potential downsides, the Superman can cancel out the animation, as can the other side laner with his ult, the Malik. So anything that does knock up, anything that does stun will interfere with the Angelic Splendor. So there is the potential, however slim, for Sun, who will be, as predicted on the Zenial, to get interrupted out of his Angelic Splendor and not be able to join the team fights.
Be interesting to see where they opt to lane that Zenial. We've actually seen some Zenials being flexed into the Dragon side, going into some of these games. So we'll see if they make that adaptation, putting the Richter up there towards Slayer, not uncommon there at all, which would mean that Angelic Splendor cancel is a little bit less effective. Also keep in mind the Malik does have to burn his own shock in order to disrupt it. So that is a good alt trade in a lot of situations, should that be the case.
The Malik should be with the team in any case.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So
the Zenial is net advantage.
Yes, I would agree. I'm really liking the draft that AHQ put together. I feel like it has enough of its own identity, while still definitely looking to counter what Team Flash brought to the table.
And I think AHQ walk away with a victory from the draft dependent on mid-game. If they are able to have one of their typical AHQ games which scales so well into the mid-game, things are going to be great. If they start struggling, if we go post 15 minutes, it's anyone's game.
Well, we'll see what happens here. We'll see if Team Flash can get out ahead early, or if we're just going to see more traditional AHQ dominance as we get into our first game here of the semifinals at the AIC. TJ, let's get this started.
Already poke down mid. You can see both teams running their support mid duo pretty aggressively. And we didn't even touch on it, but XP is playing Tulin.
He is indeed. I mean, Tulin's going to have an interesting time in this lane matchup there, potentially getting poked down by Raz if all things go well. So we'll see how he plays this out here. I'm looking towards the supports as well. Pro E and J-Jack, they're the first pairing that we highlighted here, and for good reason.
Yeah, Pro E is just so good at gaining map control. I really like it. But J-Jack oftentimes finds really, really stellar responses to any aggression onto his own team. He's one of the best positioning supports.
Yeah, both supports doing a good job of keeping the team alive for now as Chaser will actually fall. The follow-up's done there onto J-Jack, meaning First Blood is going towards Team Flash.
A very strong opening already. And that is a major pick as well, because Chaser is so often a key lead for their team in the split lane.
It is indeed. It all started with Gao rotating in towards the mid. I don't think they were quite expecting that level of aggression already in the start of things. Zenial nowhere to be found, meaning they had a body advantage of the floor.
And it's Team Flash pressing the early game, which we set out as a win condition, because if the whole emphasis for HQ is the mid game where their power spikes most, winning early game where they're not really contesting in terms of farm scales well. So AHQ need to counter contest and win early game.
Well, we're seeing the counter contestation right now is one kill, counter kill in response going their way. The Violet in the mid is already doing so much damage. They seem to be catching her every single time she's finding that mid sort of river rotation as it is now. Team Flash looking towards an early Abyssal Dragon.
Like I said, if you can shut down the early gold gain of AHQ, the mid game becomes a lot less scary. And that early abyssal pressure, it is obvious that Team Flash have learned from what Overclockers were able to do.
Because normally AHQ, the second the Spirit's Edge responds, they get it, and then they rotate to drag. They have such a clear order of operations of which they normally follow, but they were able to get neither of those things to start this off.
That builds a 1k gold lead. Despite AHQ's normally stellar farming, they'll try and make up for some of that now, stealing away jungle.
They are looking towards that, but I'm not even sure they're going to be able to pull it out here. Rush will look to secure that. Nice little gamble. Burn the shock here as well from Team Flash, but neither side wanting to really over-contest, really over-push that one.
Team Flash trying to counter-invade. They sent ADC kind of probingly into the jungle. Decided that wasn't for them when they saw the full rotate coming back their way, particularly with Sun already having knowledge.
And now it is Hawk who's under threat. J-Jack with a hurricane wall! And he has the wind cuffs as well to follow up. That positioning was absolutely perfect. There's a reason he is one of the best support players on Earth.
Hurricane wall in to intercept, then a short little jaunt in front of the Thunderbird that comes through. Beautiful positioning, like I said, intercepting very good engages, and because of that, Rush still lives.
That man is a monster. He needs to go buy him some cookies after the game or something, because he absolutely owes him on that one. As now both sides look to reset a little bit here, but the gold lead starting to close a little bit here for AHQ, as their ability to sit back and farm is rivaled by no one.
The combo there from Team Flash and mid was really fun. They used Pro-E's Hissy Fit for two reasons. One, it amplifies magic damage. So The Tulin, obviously, his burst is doubly effective, and XP would have gotten that kill had the Thunderbird connected. But also the slow, especially in the early game, means that anyone inside of the Hissy Fit is easy pickings for ADC.
It's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on, especially if the Alice looks to build towards the Frosties, which is something we do see in this mid-game quite frequently. That is a monstrous slow to contend with, particularly around these major objectives like an Abyssal Dragon.
And their ability to control those major objectives with the Hissy Fit is very important, because once again it's all about stopping AHQ from out-farming. If you leave it to a farm game, AHQ just win. You can see, despite the fact they lost every major objective, they brought the gold to within 1,000 and now closer. So if Team Flash aren't able to consistently pick up the major objectives, they will just lose the farm game.
I literally don't know how AHQ does this. Every single time I look at the gold board, they are just getting closer and closer and closer to catching up right now, bringing it within 600. But then, yeah, 600 there for a second, already advancing as they're looking towards this next Abyssal Dragon. Nice zoning here from J-Jack as Rush is able to take this down with ease. That is the power of that Rourke.
Yeah, and Chaser down bottom as well, scaling. Like you said, it's the power of the Rourke because he's able to solo the dragon. So you can spend the rest of your members just zoning, making sure nobody can get close to the dragon. That's what Chaser's doing down bottom. That's what J-Jack and Huck were doing in mid during that time. There was no way for a Flash to get close enough to determine how low the dragon was. Maybe they can steal it. That never came into the question.
Yeah, they just built a wall around it. They just put up some metal sheeting and we're like, no, don't look in here. We're doing something exciting, and then the show was
underway.
Construction underway, that's exactly it. And then the show was already over, so looking good there from them, as they've now managed to basically eliminate whatever early game gold lead that they'd already established.
You asked earlier, how are they consistently able to do that? Well, a couple of things. Number one, AHQ constantly do this. They constantly steal away small camps, major camps, anything they can get away with. And number two, they have just simply some of the most efficient farming in the world.
Yeah, look at what Rush is doing right now. Not only is he getting in, being annoying in terms of farm, but he's forcing back the lane.
This is behind the tier 1.
This is behind the T1 tower. And that was something I was going to start to touch on soon, is the fact that they're starting this tower push, something that has been very slow to start this game, and something that Team Flash needs to prioritize, because you have to get that early infrastructure lead against AHQ.
They get the first tower, and now AHQ have a full rotate to defend their own top lane, which was trying to be the counter push. There's no way!
None at all, as XB falls in the mid. Team Flash, a little bit late, looked to rotate in towards that Slayer side of the map, not feeling comfortable, able to do so. And then it was AHQ with their collapse coming on in and executing.
And that's what AHQ did. They rotate up to the top lane, they make sure there's no way for that to fall. The number one reason why they were able to hold for so long was Sun. They play him in top lane, and because he's a Xennial, he builds already full and pure HP. You see that Leviathan jungle item come through. Leviathan's a tricky item because it's a major investment without much farm until you've killed a lot of jungle camps. It doesn't actually give the HP that other early game defensive items give, but because it's Sun, who's so aggressive, he's probably already got that Leviathan pretty stacked.
Yeah, he's just farming up those seagulls here up top, and now it is Sun in a potentially bad position, but it is J-Jack coming in on the flank. The shield is going to drop. The Windcuffs once again are almost able to keep him alive. That was a really nice play, but on the other side, it is going to be Datkoi falling, so a trade from AHQ making the best of a bad situation. Gao, fantastic 1v1 play, putting the Xennial in a bad position, but AHQ coming to his rescue, almost securing the save.
J-Jack's nuts!
He's so good!
He takes a 1v3, turns it into a winnable one, and finds so much pressure that during that time, AHQ get 2 kills and 2 towers across the map.
That was absolutely wild. The ability to convert small advantages into massive ones. That is the trademark of AHQ's play, and they are now ahead in the mid-game, TJ, exactly as you predicted.
And all that separates J-Jack from so many other Nets right now is that he's landing literally 100% of his win cups.
Yes. Okay, maybe
99% of his win cups.
Caster Curse, we might have jinxed him on that one, and that's our bad. That is our bad, as they are now looking to invade, going on in Rush, realizing there's too many foes to contend with at this point. And it is Pro E with that shield able to get his team out. But still, again, AHQ, they're getting tower pressure, they're getting objectives, they're getting that Spirit Sentinel on their back in farming. This is where they're feeling confident.
And I was kind of taking a look at their character composition, trying to work out what was different about it. I think the number one thing that's interesting me about this current AHQ look is every single one of their members is self-sufficient. So that means that instead of playing as a unit across the map, they're playing as individuals and grouping as they find opportunities. So J-Jack and Sun are nearby, but more importantly, every single member, including their jungle, is a little bit on his own. And that gives them so much extra map coverage that when they spot an opening, just like this, two members come through and form a deadly duo.
A deadly duo indeed. Another interesting thing I want to point out here is how, as you mentioned self-sufficiently, how AHQ is sort of running in these solos or in these pairs. The fact that none of the team is actually running a heal right now. So sustainability you'd think would be an issue, but they're actually utilizing Annette's passive so perfectly to go through and keep them robust in lane. 2 heals actually being run for Team Flash to try and out-sustain them here. And so far it hasn't really worked in these fights because AHQ is still looking so good because when they look to execute, all of their damage is on the same page. There is no chance to save that person.
Chaser will be clearing for top wave. Flasher kind of struggling with something that a lot of teams do against AHQ. They're ending up getting very grouped up in order to win the fights versus the twos, and they're just losing the macro overall because AHQ, the second AHQ sees you grouping up, they'll find split lane pressure. They'll send 2 people to take the fight versus your 3-4-man core, and during that time, they're finding tower pressure, objective pressure elsewhere.
Well, objective pressure and objective pressure here, TJ.
Objectively good pressure.
You got it, sir. As the Dark Slayer is under contention, the kills coming out once again as Tuvan falls. XB, the man who needed to step up for his team, getting shut down a little bit here. He's only level 10. He is the same level as the support.
And that is dismal, particularly when AHQ power farmed so hard. You can see that it was in the jungle role. We already have a level 15 for AHQ. Already Rush is sitting at level 15.
That's, again, the mid and the support are level 10 on the side of Team Flash. We are looking at a 4K gold lead right now. But more than that, it's the ability to just be part of every single one of these kills, and now they're pushing it towards the mid.
And again, Team Flash staying grouped, 5 members together. AHQ have no such qualms. They're not at all worried about getting ganked. They're playing pretty spread out across the map. Now they'll concentrate, but only because they have a Dark Slayer to use.
Again, they have so much self-sustainability, they have so much ability to get themselves out of tough situations, and they have the Zenial to come to their aid if they need it. Drake is being summoned in mid, but all 3 lanes are under pressure. This is as much a double blind as anything else.
Yeah, the additional Drake kind of just gives them extra free lane pressure. They'll probably have Rush nearby, but Rush can just hang out with the rest of the team, and AHQ can take whatever advantages present themselves because they have Zenial in top lane ready to rotate. They're playing in between mid and bot, and they've got the Drake just whittling away the mid tower, picking it up for free.
The global pressure is here. The pressure on these lanes is very real. I'm going to need to look towards a Hissy Fit shot combo from Team Flash in order to make this defense real, because right now AHQ is knocking on the door.
This will be the high ground towers under threat in 2 lanes, and 3 possibly soon as Sun continues to find pressure up top.
This is Ennio being played to perfection right now, coming in and pressuring when he's needed, but then going back and utilizing the power of that angelic splendor to give his team the buff they need when the crucial fight does arrive, which may be very soon as Rush is under threat here on the bottom lane. They're looking to push in onto the high ground tower. The angelic splendor is there. Chaser in the mid as well. Gao going to be him under threat, but neither side goes down.
A rare misplay from AHQ there. The Hissy Fit comes out from Pro E, perfectly zoning back the push, and AHQ respond by concentrating a team fight over it. They can't take that team fight, much less win it, and they lose wave pressure in both bottom and mid lane. Very well played by Pro E.
Well, the hold is real from Team Flash, forcing back AHQ. They're going to look to reset right now, refarm the jungle, look towards the objectives. The current pressure is over.
You say the hold is real, they held on. That is all. They've lost all but their high ground towers in the mid and bottom lane, and in that Slayer lane they're down to just 2. AHQ did what they always do. They find the most pressure they can and they don't over push. Now they've reset. They'll play back and they'll play around this dragon, and they're somewhat waiting for Team Flash because they expected Team Flash to challenge the Abyssal Dragon. That's why Rush kited it and let it reset. He figured they would go for a quick challenge. They didn't. Tsunaki said, all right, well done. I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take that free buff. We'll take that free gold. No problem for us. Team Flash playing surprisingly passive here. Chaser sitting in the bush. He's waiting and ready to go in for the help.
And that's not just a cool little sneak attack, that's a cool little use of the Richter. Because he's playing in the bush, his Jungle Strike has a knock-up attached to it, meaning he can do a devastating burst of damage on anyone who tries to contest that dragon.
Now, speaking of contesting the dragon, why do you think Team Flash opted not to do that? I feel like at this point, we talked about the chokehold, we talked about AHQ just being able to grind down your opponent. Why would you let them continue to leverage this at this point? Because they're only going to...
They could not have won a contested dragon fight, because the second they're trying to engage on the objective, it would be very, very easy for AHQ to play that. That's why AHQ were actually trying to bait them into taking the Abyssal Dragon fight, because they would have controlled that. They had all 5 members up. The only way Team Flash got any map control back during that time was by taking a kill and turning that into an Abyssal.
Now, they weren't unfortunately able to find either. They just sort of sit back as a group and turtled, and now it is Datkoi caught out with around his team, instantly getting picked up right there. J-Jack, another Hurricane Wall, isolating that key target, and all the while the Xennial Superman battle is raging now on the opposite side of the map. This Xennial doing such a fantastic job on the split push.
We have, however, hit 15 minutes. And like I said, I do favor Team Flash if we go hyper late game. We're not there yet. Their gold is significantly behind, and that still affects things for the next few minutes. But if they can hold on to these high grounds, things will get dangerous as ADC starts to chunk,
yes,
and Rush starts to do significantly less.
Definitely not hitting as hard as he wants to at this point, and the Violet certainly is, as Hawk almost falls in an instant there. Now J-Jack is being forced back. You talk about the late game critical mass of that Violet, and we are starting to see that. So the all-in turtle play of Team Flash certainly starting to make sense, putting all of their eggs in this Violet basket.
And that may have just been their call. You were saying they weren't challenging for any picks during that time. That might have been to plan.
I think so too.
Because
I think so too.
Why take a 50-50 that maybe goes your way when you can take, let's say, a 60-40 of lasting till late game?
I mean, I think in this case, you said get it past the 15-minute mark. I think once we get past the 20-minute mark, things are going to be looking very much so in their favor. As Sun going in, forcing Chaser to retreat. He's trying to keep himself in good position. He's just so
He's immortal. And this is something we haven't seen from Sun in a while, because we haven't gone late game with AHQ in a while. But he's going to keep upgrading. I expect those boots to go, maybe an amulet of longevity to come. He'll just become unkillable in a way that no other player quite does. And I don't know why it's only Sun who manages to build this way, but he just becomes immortal.
This is built-in buff naturally.
Oh, that shock.
Armor. Ooh, hang on, the Thunderbird going in there. Chaser able to walk away. Nicely done using that retaliation to get himself out of that rough situation.
The retaliation giving him the immortality necessary to survive. Sun now utilizing that high HP to challenge, all the while Rush is just casually working away on this Darkslayer. All these fights Team Flash think they're winning, HQ are fine with them kind of winning them, because it means across the map they're gaining the objective they're actually fighting for. And the Darkslayer is what they need in a battle where maybe Flash had the team fight advantage. They're now looking for a guaranteed high ground to crack. That's what the Darkslayer will give them.
The last time they secured a major map objective, AHQ secured the buff, but we're not able to convert a team fight off of it. Now they have the Drake, now they have the additional pushing power here. We'll see if once again the high ground prowess of Team Flash will be able to keep them alive with all of those towers intact.
Different Drake placement this time, putting it up in the top lane where they do have a little bit of tower damage.
I like this.
And emphasizing Sun down bottom. They'll have the mid lane crash as well.
They're going to be timing this out perfectly in all 3 lanes and utilizing the global pressure of the Xennial here. So no matter what happens on the map right now, they are going to get an advantage, but it is Hawk in the mid who is under threat from that Violet. Forced back right now. Sun going in, trying to keep the pressure up, but ADC is doing work, living up to his namesake.
And Pro E zones back the mid lane. There's no way for them to challenge, and they'd already abandoned the Drake. Again, Team Flash with perfect defense, only lose a little bit of chip HP on the mid and the high tower, and now they're in trouble.
Now they are. J-Jack's forced to use the Hurricane Wall and the Flicker to get himself out, keeping Hawk alive. But it is Chaser on the flank, maybe looking to go in here, TJ, maybe looking to set something up.
The only fights AHQ are going to win now are isolated picks. If they can engineer a team fight where they get ADC before the fight begins, they'll win. But because of their individual style, because of this sustainability-focused team comp, they're going to lose flat-out team fights because Team Flash went role-based. They have a team fight comp. AHQ have an individual zone comp. There is no zone left to take. Flash were just able to turtle behind their towers for so long. Now they'll press forward for a team fight.
Chaser is going to be in the back line, but already the Raz was forced out by ADC. Sun was trying to trade this as Chaser is going in. Sun forced to use the Agile Spinner to try and keep him alive, but ADC is going to roll away uncontested. That was not the team fight there for AHQ. That was an uncharacteristic misplay, and now Team Flash is back in the driver's seat.
The theory was Chaser and Sun, with their powers combined, can dive ADC, then maybe something works out. It goes badly awry, though. And now AHQ is not going to be able to get this Abyssal Dragon. The Flash are challenging for it. Now, Team Flash might actually have just managed to turn this round. The game favors them.
It does. I mean, I know you look at this map and you think, what? Team Flash, they're behind in gold, they're behind in everything, but no.
Not for long.
They are going to start to roll on this right now. There's the first tower being taken by Gao, and it is only going to continue here. We've seen AHQ lose to some crazy backdoor strats. They might need to pull it out in this game themselves.
One thing to watch is that because Team Flash now have a little bit more map control, because they now need to start pressing forward, this opens the door for AHQ to start thinking about getting past their team. Force Team Flash to spread out, defend and attack at the same time, and you might be able to win one of those fights and turn that into an overall victory when you're more individual focused. Team comp won't enable you to win any 5v5s.
5v5 game, when as long as ADC is 6 stacked as a Violet, it is going to be very difficult, and he has now reached that 6 stack potential. Watch the way they're cradling him in this nest of love that is the Team Flash positioning here. He is always at the back, he is always safe, and the Alice is such a great pairing with that hero.
Yeah, Proe in particular on this Alice has done such a good job enabling the team fights with their Hissy Fit. We're talking up ADC a lot. Watch how the rest of the team synergizes with him. Datkoi playing this front line has been impeccable because he's constantly able to find extra zone with the very, very tanky Malak, who is on par with the Zenial in terms of late game immortality. It will be twice as challenging for AHQ to be able to catch a surprise pick. That's what Hark's doing now. If they can only, for a moment, catch ADC isolated, they might be able to win, but that's very difficult.
Hawk's just not winning those trades. He's just not going to do so. Violet turns, tactical fires, and that is a pick right there. Sun is now caught out in a terrible position. The rest of the team is collapsing, but on the other side, AHQ is using this opportunity to try and push it onto the high ground themselves. Sun is the distraction, but he's getting instantly annihilated here. The Blade of Eternity, will believe, bring him back into this, but now the rest of the pressure is coming in. What will Team Flash do about it?
Look at this split from Team Flash, though. That was so intelligent. They send all their damage dealers up top. Datkoi and Proe, the two less damage dealing players, but the two best zoning players, go down bottom. The players necessary to kill a low damage but high HP character go to deal with Sun, and Datkoi and Proe just shift down, anticipating AHQ will try and press during that time and stall out for so long that now Team Flash have a 5v4.
This is a great situation for them to be in here as they're pushing in onto the Slayer side of the map, opening up this objective, which is spawning now in 10 seconds. I love their choice of prioritization here. They don't need to take every tower, they just need to take the win.
This is bait. Rush presses mid, drawing in the focus from Team Flash. Chaser tries to lurk through the side.
Now it is Rush under threat. Not a lot of mana to work with either. He's in a tough spot as ADC is the target for Chaser, who instantly gets the kill. That's massive. Blade of Eternity will be there to bring him back on in as ADC is trying to survive. No, going down for a second time. On the other side, the pick is made as Rush is now in full retreat, still surviving through all of this somehow, as in the mid, the team is able to secure this now as both sides trading a 2-for-1.
That was incredibly smart from AHQ as an ideal strat. They used Rush as bait. Towards the late game, he's more useful for his sustainability than his damage. Rourke isn't high damage at this point. So they let the Rourke be the bait, and then Chaser waits in the bush for the rotate, tracking, trying to find those key backline damage characters, particularly ADC. The problem is, before they grab ADC, they already lose J-Jack, who is burned down in the initial fight, and as a result, despite the clever strategy, they're still at a player deficit.
AHQ trying to make the fancy plays, utilizing the mind games, but just not quite able to execute them. Team Flash just being too good, getting the read on exactly what's going on, losing a key member, but still not out of this yet, and now they are in full control. The gold lead is now in their favor as they look towards the Dark Slayer.
It's so difficult. You can catch out ADC in a 1v3. and he can still one-shot one of your players before they can do anything about it.
It's I'm going down, but I'm taking you with me kind of situation.
And because he's done that, now AHQ are still at a player deficit as they try and press forward for this Darkslayer contest.
Yes, Hawk with that stagger death puts his team in a very rough situation as J-Jack might look to go in here with the Hurricane while IDC knows this, though. They're able to pick this up with ease. Chaser not wanting to commit onto this. Patient play from HQ.
Patient play, but the time limit may have run out, especially with that Darkslayer in hand. Team Flash are well favored to win the late game.
Yes, you called this from the start of the draft onwards. When they get that Violet, they're going to be in great shape towards the late game, and now, well, they're proving the prophecy, let's put it that way. This is their game to lose.
So here's how AHQ are going to try and stall. You can see Chaser doing this now. He'll try and cut the wave behind the teams, then come through for an individual pick on the ADC. If Flash are playing this well, they'll play defense. Make sure ADC can't go down, and simultaneously manage to push with the Drake. They've actually abandoned that secondary priority because the only way they lose is if ADC gets assassinated.
Yes, and we are seeing Hawk able to land some key skills there, looking to go in and chip away the damage, the health on ADC. Keep an eye on that here. The battle of the poke, the Raz versus the Violet, is going to be massive as we look to start off these fights. But so far, it feels like Hawk has been a little bit more quiet in this game. We haven't seen the massive Raz plays we've kind of come to expect from him.
No, because he's a burst damage character, and the only players he can burst right here are Proe and ADC.
He's just missing spells, and now it is Dakoi potentially looking to get caught out here as Chaser is going in. But he's so tanky, he has the shock as well to get himself out. There was never a moment where he was going to die right there.
Sun will press forward in the top lane. That'll draw some focus in from Team Flash, but I don't see Sun accomplishing much either apart from zone push. HQ are just stalling out. The only way they win this game is if they're able to assassinate ADC before the fights begin, so that's what they're building for. That's why they'll now rush this Abyssal, because maybe the extra damage boost evens the team fight enough that that's possible.
This Hawk now, speaking of the team fight, going up in the mid. Chaser sacrificing himself, and Gao on the flank doing absolute work. Now it's going to be ADC the target for Team Flash. Staying alive through all this. Sun not able to close the gap, and neither is Rush. The perfect body block potential there from Team Flash, keeping him alive with ease. And the last man standing at the back of this team fight, it is going to be J-Jack. Keeping him alive just a little bit longer is Gao. They want to stagger out this death as much as possible, and that's going to be it as they push in towards the high ground. TJ, this could be GG.
That should be GG. Brilliant strategy from Team Flash, and they're going to take a game, from the looks of things, off of the current world champion.
That is going to be it. Game number 1 goes to Team Flash. Somewhat of an upset here as AHQ go down.
Absolutely astounding, and it didn't look like, oh, they got a cheeky backdoor, oh, they tried a strat one-off that worked. They had two win conditions. Either they dominantly win early game, or they dominantly win late. And neither really came through. Team Flash instead did a little of both, and it worked out because they had that double priority. They did dominantly press early game, and those abyssals that they took, those small objectives that they took, while ultimately weren't enough to stop AHQ from hitting their mid-game power spike, were enough to make sure that they were able to hold their high grounds. Because they hold their high grounds, AHQ are never able to crack into the base, and as a result, when we get to late game and their comp peters off as predicted, then you have a victory for Team Flash.
I have never seen AHQ struggle to break a base like we saw in that game.
That was the Alice.
Yeah, it was so impactful. Every single time you try to push on through, just no way you could deal with that. The wave clear they had, combining that with the Violet. The decision when they didn't go and trying to contest that dragon, I was like, okay, that's an interesting call, but they played it perfectly. That was 100% the correct decision. Team Flash showing a maturity, a patience, a decision in their shot calling. I think that's on another level. Even from last week to now, this team has improved.
Yeah, this was one of the best performances I've seen from any team into AHQ. And, well, it gave them a well-earned victory. AHQ, now, what do? They had a really good set strategy in their individual style. They wanted to be able to win that mid-game dominantly, and they did, but they found that it wasn't enough.
They got so close, TJ. They got so close to executing on that win condition, but we'll see if they can change things up for the next time around. Let's take a look at these stats here as we deep dive into this a little more.
The stats for me that I want to highlight are Rush. Rush for so long is a key player for this team. Rush is the star you expect to carry. He sits 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 is... It's just not enough, TJ. On the other side, ADC 5, 1, and 4. The MVP at 10.7 KDA. Going absolutely off Gao, not even dropping a death in this game as well. Those two really did a lot of work. I mean, XP, we talked about him a little bit in the early. It didn't seem like he was doing a whole lot. He was getting shut down. He was behind 5 levels to Rush. But he was able to come back, go 2, 3, and 7. He did work in the late game. Still 30% of his team's damage.
The mid lane, XP versus Hawk.
I think XP took at the end. I think XP took it.
Absolutely. XP does actually, if you look at the damage stats, he does less of his team's percentage damage. Although that's partially because ADC was so stacked late game.
But 140k versus 112.
But, yes. And it all came from the early game, it felt. During that early game, XP was why Team Flash were so dominantly able to win. Yes, Tulin falls off mid-late game. Tulin is not a great late-game mage, but they didn't need that. They had ADC, they had Gao, they had Datkoi. That was going to be fine. They were worried about being able to burn through the early game so that AHQ didn't just win mid like they always do. And because they go for the Tulin, go for the early game burst, they find several key picks. They trade even with AHQ and even manage to steal away a few major objectives. That means when, predictably, AHQ win the mid game, it's not enough.
I mean, in AHQ too, again, they looked good early. And I think what's cool is they knew exactly what they needed to do to win the game late as well. They're like, hey, we need to get this pick. We need to make something creative. They tried baiting them out. They tried making these plays similar to these amazing plays that they made in the early game. But it's different when you're ahead in golden XP. It's different when you're ahead 3 levels over your opponents. You can pull this stuff off. Once Team Flash caught up, they just could not execute these anymore.
And this is kind of interesting because normally we talk about AHQ going for those strats and that strat being subversive. If anyone wins, it's because AHQ had a plan and they weren't able to execute on it. AHQ did their plan. Everything lined up. They got to their mid-game power spike, their individual characters shown during the battle to get there, and dominated the towers during the mid-game. Then we hit that 15-minute mark. The late-game characters came online, and the age of AHQ was over. Team Flash had the late game in the bag, and despite everything going right for AHQ and to plan, these team fights were never close late game.
Every single time that ADC rolled on into that tactical fire, somebody fell. It's like the hammer, the hammer blow of the gods raining down on their opponents here. But the biggest thing now will be, can AHQ adapt? Can they overcome? I think they have to play towards the late game. I think they have to draft a composition that cannot be outscaled, because not only is that oftentimes where AHQ looks the best, I feel like it's a bit of a safer option going into what we clearly see Team Flash can pull off.
The other option is they stick the early. That is the counter option. AHQ build specifically so that they can win early in addition to mid-game. Then they just try and blow Team Flash out of the water before they can get to these dangerous team fights. Because I look at that last game, and I want to take Team Flash team fights.
I mean, you know HQ has got his confidence. They went into this game asking, who are my opponents? I don't even know. I don't even care. We're so much better than these guys. HQ has the confidence that they can take team fights at any point, given the comp. And I'm personally, we've talked about this before, I am less a fan of timer comps. I don't like drafts that have an expiration date. I don't like a composition that says we have to win by 15 minutes or we lose. Never been a fan of them. We'll see if AHQ takes that mindset more. Look towards what you're saying. Looking to blow somebody up. It's definitely a little bit more risky, but it does maybe play a little bit in more with their playstyle. But you've already actually harked on AHQ's weaker early game. So are you sure that's where you want them to stake their claim?
I think AHQ, if they are going to change it up, I actually do really prefer that they focus early game, because the late game team fights just look that good from Team Flash. The player specific that they were saying, oh, I don't know who he is, that was Datkoi, and that man played perfect defense for ADC.
He got caught out once, but every single team fight, his positioning was perfect.
And Datkoi was a major reason why they weren't able to take the towers. Datkoi was a major reason why they were never able to get through to ADC during the late game team fights. They need to shut him down before he gets that tanky, because that level of coordination will almost always win your late game team fights.
Well, speaking of late game team fights and tankiness, TJ, who are we seeing there on that ban list?
AHQ get rid of Superman. Played brilliantly by Gao in that last game. We didn't have much time to talk about it, but he was consistently flanking and pressuring backlines in very disruptive ways. But the bluff is kind of cool, because now there's going to be something terrifying let through the red draft. AHQ get to choose. Is it Elsu or is it Ignis? I'd say Ignis gets the ban. Then does Elsu get the draft?
That's going to be the big question here. We'll see which one of these heroes is going to be taken off the board. Elsu, I would let him through, personally. You know I'm not the biggest Elsu fan in the world. I haven't seen that Elsu game. I'm still holding on for it. The Elsu game that's going to make me a believer. But I've seen the Ignis play. I've seen the crazy old man with the singed beard, and I know he's not somebody I want to mess with.
A counter ban. Get rid of the Alice and instead prioritize maybe being able to get out ahead. Because they get rid of the Alice, now the Ignis will go through. They'll get the Elsu. I don't really like that.
Elsu, Valheim? No, Valheim's banned. Elsu and Lindis should be the pick. There it is.
There it is. The Elsu coming through alongside Lindis. It'll be Elsu side lane, presumably. Lindis will be inside the jungle. This should mean Violet comes through for Team Flash. I'd also expect a Raz.
Yeah, I think Raz would be potentially solid pick here from them. We saw it not executed with the most precision in the last game. Hawk looked a little bit shaky on him there. Not able to execute some of these big team-winning combos going on in, totally disrupting their opponents. But wouldn't be surprised to see this picked up now for Team Flash. The Marja, another potential hover here for them. Marja,
if they don't get Violet here, it's criminal.
Yes, they need to secure. I think Violet Raz is the one.
Well, okay. Let me rephrase. If they're playing with the Ignis, they may just feel that they need early game.
That's true.
Because Ignis is a mid-game character, so it may just be that they feel, okay, let's prioritize our mid-early game to enable the Ignis, and then rely on the fact that we won't get to the late game. And that actually into an Elsu makes sense, because when Elsu is the most terrifying is the hyper late game when he's one-shotting people.
Quite literally in some situations. Yeah, I think that Ignis, obviously something comes online in mid-late game, as you mentioned. He does have relative mobility built in with his passive, so dodging out those snipes is going to be a little bit more useful, but it's actually the Omen and the Annette that's locked in here, so the Violet will definitely not be making it through this ban set here. AHQ, I would expect to potentially look towards a support of their own right now, or take the mid and then look to ban that through into the next phase.
Did you see the triple Fenrir's tooth build that gets 100% armor pierce on Elsu?
I did, actually. I saw that on Reddit, yeah.
I don't think we'll see that here. But case in point, building tankier characters is kind of a weakness against Elsu. You don't want anyone that moves slow and steady. You want to take advantage of higher mobility to threaten the Elsu's lack of. We haven't seen any Elsus really, I think, take advantage of his sentries, which give you extra map vision, or coordinate well enough with the rest of the team to consistently land snipes. If there was a team that would figure out Elsu, though, it would be AHQ.
It would be. But they've gone and done something which a lot of teams I found have sort of baited themselves into the last little while, which is you see the Omen and you ban the Roxy to counter him. Well, Roxy does absolutely counter him in lane. Unless you are landing all of these Agni's Grasp, sometimes she just feels a little bit less impactful in a lot of these mid to late game fights. She can't get quite tanky, but she doesn't really do a whole lot outside of that ultimate. Her damage, mostly based around the wildfire, is not super high. So I think maybe AHQ might have baited themselves in a little bit with that, or we're going to see the best Agni's Grasp we have ever seen on Earth.
Well, that's guaranteed, because it's going to be presumably on Sun, who is amazing. It's also plays to Sun's playstyle. He likes those tankier characters. Roxy definitely can be built that way. And Wildfire, well, no, it's not the biggest damage. It is some of the most big AoE sustained damage. So if the team's clustering up like they were last game to defend their carries, last game it was ADC, this time it will be XB on the Ignis, there is a built-in punish to that group to play. Big AoE damage from the Wildfire.
That's a great point there, as we are seeing the bans coming on down the pipe. Cricknack and Violet denying those jungles, as I said. And then on the other side, we did actually have those bans coming on through there. Bit of an issue with the stream as we're coming back to us, middle of this graph. So let's get back into the draft, I believe here. Yes, there it is. Perfect. The Kali and the Liliana coming back on through, so the mids then being denied on the other side. Interesting decision there from Team Flash, because they're hurting themselves also with these bans by limiting this mage pool.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested, but they haven't seen anything, I think, that they're really interested in banning out against Hawk. So Hawk can play a pretty wide selection of characters. I'd say the Tulin. Team Flash don't really have to battle them for it.
Look, we did see also a L'Oreal make an appearance. That made me real happy, so...
L'Oreal's most good against tanky characters because of her sustained damage. We don't have that. Interesting. Okay, double sideline will be drafted. This is a mid lane Elsu. Or a support crashed.
I would lean more towards a support crash.
Could be a mid lane Elsu. We've seen that in the past. Nobody knows where to play Elsu yet, and it's exciting.
Oof, what else is exciting? The Talanis and the Zill coming out now from Team Flash. Drafting a little bit more lightweight this time around, not having the tankiness that brought them success in game number 1, but they are going to have a metric ton of damage.
So, late game, it is all on Telenas Omen to carry them. Zill does scale better into mid-late, but he is going to peak mid-game. This is kind of an interesting inversion. It will be Team Flash most likely to win the mid-game, and if they can do enough damage during that time, AHQ can't come back late game. Should we get late game, AHQ do have the advantage, and I'd say early game they have an advantage because of the Crushed and Lindis, both of whom I love in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I am liking the draft that Team Flash has put together for themselves, though. They have a decent amount of utility between the Omen, between that and Net. They also then have the ability to just go in and burst somebody, blow them up. But a lot of backline for not a whole lot of front lines. We'll see if that comes back to bite them here. AHQ really giving this last pick a lot of thought here, as I do expect that will be their additional...
It should be a Tulin.
Yeah, it should be.
However, they also kind of like Alistair in a way I'm not entirely comfortable with, and they like L'Oreal in a way I don't entirely agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I asked for it a little bit just because of how good Hawk played it last time around, but I don't think this is the draft to play it into. You're absolutely correct. We oftentimes see that more into the tankier compositions, the tanks that you can kite. There is no member on Team Flash that you can kite. Literally none.
Maybe just build for full damage dive. Play aggressive, shut down the Ignis. Use the Smite very aggressively. If they're going to play is focused around the Ignis, there is opportunity for basically assassinations to come through from this AHQ roster.
I will see if they can make it happen here. I mean, they're going to need to assassinate at least one member of that backline. Because you've got the Talanis.
Hey, Paul, do you have a coin?
I
don't know who I favor in this draft.
I'm not sure either. I like the amount of damage the Team Flash has built for themselves, but it's so squishy.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of my presumption of them punishing it falls on the Elsu. Because the Elsu should be able to one-shot many of these characters, if not late game, definitely in the mid-game. And I'd expect if there was a team that can play this Elsu well, it would be AHQ. But we've yet to really see that.
This game will come down to whether Elsu hits his snipes. And that's a terrible way to put it.
Chaser. He can do it.
He can do it. I believe in our boy Chaser. He can make it happen there for AHQ, tie up the series. But on the other side, you have a very determined, jet-set team in Team Flash. Looking to bring it out not only for personal pride, national pride. It's all on the line for them right now. They do not want to drop into our losers bracket. TJ, as we get into game number 2.
The last Vietnamese hope playing against the Korean World Champions. And it will be Hawk on the L'Oreal, sideline Chaser on Elsu, as predicted.
We are now seeing both teams varying up their strategy quite a bit here in game number 2. I was expecting things to look a little bit different, but this was certainly a flex for both teams.
Yeah, Team Flash, like I said, get the Ignis immediately on in the draft, and in a very AHQ style. They did this quite a bit at AWC. They let you get favorable picks because they define how you have to play. That Ignis then means that there isn't so much late game focus for Team Flash, and they're going to struggle to defend the Ignis throughout the entire game if there's an assassination potential presented by AHQ.
The amazing thing about AHQ's draft is they can assassinate you from halfway across the board. And that's the tricky part. How do you protect an Ignis if
the Elsu is able to build up ahead, and we don't even know what the correct build on Elsu is yet. We just have not built that collective knowledge as a community because Elsu hasn't been played enough competitively.
The pros are still figuring out how they want to make the sniper work. And we are, of course, going to be seeing J-Jack on that support as well. Another key member to watch here, the Crest. We didn't talk about it a whole lot in the draft, but it's something we have to keep an eye on here because the Metamorphosis, that ult in itself can be a game changer or a game winner.
It's a weird ult because, unlike most support ults, is useful for both initiation and disengage. You can use it as the tool you need to start a fight, or if somebody starts diving you and you don't like it very much, you can spend the Metamorphosis and push them out of it.
You can indeed, as J-Jack is going to be the initial target starting things off. Datboy there, ripping them to shreds. The follow-up damage from the Ignis is there as well, and it is Hawk now in full retreat. The wipe going on through, and Sun is going to be the last man standing and the last one to fall.
Hello, Ignis! And that is why Ignis has a 100% pick ban rate this tournament. That is why Ignis is so terrifying. Watch these AoE spells come through in the tight confines of this Dragon Pen. They are brutal.
Talanis was literally not touched in that entire fight, able to sit back and just deal that consistent damage, as all the while XB is ripping them with holy fire.
A 2k gold lead over the Team Flash, and this should be another dominant early game. AHQ are going to have to play from behind. That's particularly devastating when you look at Chaser, who we've theorized needs to be out ahead. It should be noted he didn't join in that team fight. The Elsu was playing split from the team at that time, so he hasn't taken a personal loss because of it.
He has not, but that was just an interesting decision all around because J-Jack not level 4 going into that, so not having that key ultimate as we discussed. Combining that with the fact that Hawk as well, not really as far as he needs to be in terms of this play. I'm really surprised they looked to contest that because yes, Rush, playing the Lindis. Lindis is a hero that has a great, she's the first jungle to really come online that much, her and Quicknack. But in terms of the ranged marksman in the jungle, Lindis comes online the best early. But they absolutely had no chance of winning that fight, especially grouped up how they were in the pen.
It felt like they took it on faith that Team Flash wouldn't be efficient in their rotations. And
yes,
they should know by now that Team Flash are not going to be waiting around. They were waiting for the dragon to spawn so they could burn it down before the other team got there. That works versus many teams. Team Flash is not one of them. They picked up the Spirit Sentinel and were there instantly.
I wonder who AHQ have been scrimming in this last week because it seems like they're playing against, it's almost like they're playing against a team that they're expecting to make mistakes. And this level of play, you know, asserting your win condition in a way that your opponents are making mistakes is a great way to lose games.
Whew. Metamorphosis needs to be spent there by J-Jack to survive the holy embers coming through. He does. Sun, however, does not survive the pressure down bottom. That's 2 towers already to Team Flash.
Well, we might be seeing the return of the king here as Team Flash is looking to push in, extending their lead here in this series potentially because already they are knocking on the gates of Mordor right now, and it is AHQ in full retreat.
My goodness. This is what should have happened game number 1 for AHQ. We talked about winning the early game dominantly enough that late game compositions aren't able to scale in. Hey, that's what's happening. It's just Team Flash doing it.
Oh, they are absolutely doing it right now, and AHQ are looking flustered. Hawk is literally just pulling 360s in the mid. He is not sure what has hit them upside the head right now.
Getting bonus points. AHQ around the 6-minute mark. Sun.
Oh, Sun.
It's just a strange overextension. To be honest, they look tilted.
Are we seeing HQ tilt? I was literally about to ask you that, TJ. I cannot believe I'm saying it, but I think that's what we're seeing right now is looking to pull up the fight in the mid. A great Hurricane Wall from Pro E splitting the fight, but it is J-Jack pushing in, getting kited left, right, and center, though, as XB is able to pick up the kill on the flank, and that is the Zill going in as well. Hawk will end up falling, so it is a trade, but 1v1, still not the best, though.
Rush isn't going to get out either. Well, maybe. Good bush kiting. The problem is... Rush's problem is that he's trapped in the enemy jungle. The big problem is AHQ shouldn't be going for team fights. That's just a silly engage, even if they're right. He'll try and die to the tower and can't. Even if they win that fight dominantly, it's 1 in a million. They take a 3v4, inside the enemy jungle, off of an engage from the Metamorphosis, which means they don't have disengage, and of course they lose the trade.
just, again, it seems like AHQ is getting a little desperate because they're realizing that, yes, while they have a great late game with the Elsu, they kind of need to get there, and they cannot get there down so far. That lead is insurmountable. Seeing a level 11 to level 8. The entire side of AHQ is level 8 right now. Once again, J-Jack forced to flub the ult right now as he gets ripped to shreds. The big boy going down, tumbling like fire.
Sun will be in trouble as well. You can see the damage from Pro E. It's a bloodbath as he cleans up the lane.
And I love that, you know, that whimsical snipe from Elsu all the way to the back. Like, maybe this will hit something. And no. Here's hoping. Here's looking at you, kid.
Chaser, definitely in a lot of trouble. And we talked up the late game comp from AHQ. We're not going to get there at this pace. We've hit 6 minutes, typically the mid game, where we should see this AHQ comp start to come online, but also where the Team Flash comp will spike.
It will indeed, as Gao now looking to solo out this Abyssal Dragon right here. They don't need a jungler to do that because they have this Omen as well. Not only a great split pusher, but great at taking these objectives, as every single low ground tower except one has fallen for AHQ.
Full map control for Team Flash. Now, we could be about to see a reverse of what we saw last game. AHQ, psych, they've got their late game comp set, and it's just about lasting to that point. And maybe that makes the team line they took in jungle look brilliant, because it was all about stalling. But they just seem so far behind, and the Talon scales so much better into this mid-late game than anything that AHQ had last game. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, the difference being, of course, on this side is the fact that Team Flash, they do scale as well. They're ahead early, and they have arguably the better hyper late game here as well. So TJ, your call to ask for AHQ to focus on that early game looks like it might have been the right one here, because their choice not to do so has left them irreparably harmed.
I talked about the Elsu. He's currently the top farm over on AHQ. Still no deaths or kills over the Chasers. He's played relatively disengaged from the entire fight. They're resting their hopes on the fact that Chaser gets fed and farmed enough that as we hit 15 minutes, if we hit 10-15 minutes, then we can go ahead and win out the game for AHQ off of the strength of that disengaged damage character. The problem is, Team Flash are aware of that win condition as well. We talk about timer comms, Team Flash may be on a bit of one. If we get 15 minutes, it certainly becomes more dangerous. That's why they're going to try and win pre-10.
That's the goal for them right now as they pick up that Dark Slayer. That's a great avenue for them to secure themselves the victory right here, as they're going to look to farm out another series of jungles and look to make this push. Also, the Abyssal Dragon is spawning here as well. Could look to be something that they are interested in as well, potentially here. But I'm really just looking towards a solid, concerted, concentrated push here.
Split pressure. Bot lane will be the Drake. The rest of the team was pushing through with it, with a little bit in mid lane as well. That will now be the split focus coming out as the bot lane tower take will come through.
And in an instant, Team Flash able to do what AHQ could not in an entire game, as they break the base. The high ground tower has fallen, and now they're looking towards the mid game. Talanis, played by Datkoi, is doing work. The tower is getting chunked, but Pro E forced out an early hurricane walls on the flank. ADC is going in there, able to secure the kill on the Hawk. That was absolutely massive. Using the cover of the Drake, and now it is the mid tower under pressure once more, pushing in here onto the core as ADC is going in way too deep though, trying to find the kill, and he is not able to do so. He falls for his hubris, but the mid tower falls.
It's all in trade. It takes 4 members of AHQ to defend against 1 Zill, and now they've lost 2 of their high grounds. Only 1 remains.
The last one standing as J-Jack is trying to secure it in the back. Chaser getting chunked by the damage from the Annette as Gao goes in deep. The Death's Embrace putting the Elsu into the ground, and now it is on the last man standing, as that is going to be 2 more quick kills for Team Flash. They have AHQ absolutely routed.
Datkoi just hovering at the back of these fights, hammering in damage. This should be game.
This should be it, as this is Team Flash looking absolutely impeccable. Their ability to take this game was fantastic, and that is them up 2-0 in this series.
The world champions at match point.
They're 1 game away, TJ!
Team Flash, if they could upset AHQ here, it would fundamentally change the paradigm of how we were expecting this tournament to go.
We came into this and we were sitting at breakfast this morning, eating our scrambled eggs, and you looked at me and you talked about AHQ. You described them as the lumbering giant. making their way towards the grand finals. Well, I think they've just ran into a canyon they might not be able to cross.
None of our models for this tournament featured AHQ not going to the final. None of them.
It's a big old loose sign next to their logo right there, TJ.
It is. A very big loose sign and not something AHQ are typically used to. Okay, how do they change this? Well, maybe early game is the focus, certainly not late game.
Nope, I was wrong.
Because
I made a mistake.
As we stated several times, AHQ's early game is their definite weakness. They want to play disengage, scale to mid. The presence of a little bit more early game pressure definitely will add to their potential to scale out the game because they lost so much in the first 3 minutes of that match.
It all started off of a committal to a dragon fight they just should not have taken.
J-Jack got the only kills on AHQ that game.
That's not good.
J-Jack, their support player, got the only 2 kills that AHQ got that game.
Ouch. You hate to see it, TJ.
I don't. This is amazing.
I mean, don't forget here, even if AHQ does lose this series, they are down, but they are not out. They fall to the loser's side of this. This is still a chance for them to recover, to come back through. But you can't count them out yet. There is still at least one more game to be played here. And I don't think anybody expected AHQ to go down 3-0 here. I expect them to rally.
I'd like to highlight how spread out the damage split is. The vast majority of the Team Flash roster is around 25% of damage dealt, with notable spikes for Dakoi and deficit for Gao, who's playing split lane most of the time. He didn't really participate in many of the fights. He did get a couple of kills. He dove in and isolated players with Desperate.
Pretty sure that's like the only damage he did in the entire game was literally those last 2 picks. He was
But I want to highlight something else. Pro-E takes 33% of the team's damage. He was both the deaths that AHQ were able to convert, but he's who's supposed to die. The fact that he dies twice is good, and the fact that he does so while taking 33% of the team's damage is insane. For Pro-E, especially if you compare that to J-Jack's play on exactly the same character last game, that's very, very good.
It is indeed. I mean, Pro-E is someone who I personally highlighted coming into this. Somebody who I expected to, show up in a big way, and we saw it here very much so in this set. You talked about it, he was 2 deaths, but he was the sacrificial lamb, allowing his team to do everything they needed to do.
That is the support role. That is what you should see from any support player, and it's difficult on a character like Annette to even measure their impact on the game, because you can't just rely on the damage taken stat, because the Annette doesn't actually have a high HP pool. So in addition to that damage taken, he was also doing a very, very good job of finding initiations and positioning. And because he was zoning so well, I think he did far more than just take 33% of the team's damage.
The Gust Force as the hard counter to the Elsu. Elsu was trying to set up on the high ground for that final push, and the Annette half HP'd him with 2 Gust Forces. And Elsu's just like, well, that was the support?
And every time he tried to set up, it wasn't just the Annette, it was also the Telenas, because that Gust Force is a pretty devastating slow, particularly if you're standing in the middle of it, and that means that the Telenas with their long-range piercing shot can be finding extra damage. The piercing shot isn't the longest ranged ability in the game, but it's pretty long-range, and functionally, it's enough to scare back an Elsu, particularly if the Elsu has to be within range to defend a tower or something.
Well, we did see AHQ put up, I would say, one of their weakest performances yet in the AIC. Definitely something to keep an eye on. I mean, we have some replays here as well. I think we can show as we're getting in, taking a look at some of those interesting moments from that last game. But I think one of the big things that we have to note overall is the fact that AHQ, the team that has looked so dominant, so consistent throughout this, actually looked like they tilted halfway through that game.
The crazy over-aggression we saw on top lane multiple times, they just decided now is the time to take a 1v3. Then seconds after that, they push into the enemy jungle and set up for a 3v4 as though that's the right decision to make. AHQ, we talk about them as the perfect team, the team that never makes mistakes. That team was making a lot of mistakes.
Overextensions, questionable engages, wonky fights. I mean, it all started with that first dragon fight where they went, wow, that went bad.
Yeah.
And the little stuff like staggering the death of the Lindis, thinking he could go to Stape, and then just like, well, I can't now. So then he's just, wasted 10 seconds of his life, which is up putting his team in a further deficit.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
And I don't think AHQ quite understood exactly how close this game was going to be, which is fair because we didn't expect it to be this close either, as in AHQ were losing. But I think it's absolutely fair to say that AHQ thought this was going to be their game to lose. Right now, they need to work hard to win.
They do indeed. I mean, again, you said it perfectly. They need to try hard to win this game right now. And we've seen AHQ turn on the try-hard mode. We saw them down 1-2 up against overclockers. We've seen them with their backs against the walls only once before, but they never lost a game like that.
They have been 2 games down in a set versus a Vietnamese team before in this tournament.
Getting flashbacks!
Yes, they won that game.
Flashbacks, TJ!
You're awful. Team Flash will have the potential to shut that down. If they win this set, they have 3-0'd the reigning world champions.
And that in itself is an accomplishment, especially because we potentially predicted that this could be a potential setup for the grand finals. But we didn't expect it to be AHQ walking away the losers.
No. Remember when I was like, I think Team Flash are pretty good.
Yeah, I remember when you said that. Now we'll see if my Alpha Red prediction stays on through. We're going to see. This thing's going to get a little wild. So excuse me, as we get into our draft for game number 3.
The Superman will be initial focus here for AHQ. They want to go ahead and remove the split lane pressure that Gao offered so strong.
I love how Team Flash is like, yeah, you gave us Ignis. That was a mistake. We're not going to do the same because we're not...
No.
We're not silly. We know how good that hero is.
Teams that don't respect the Ignis ban right now, I feel just insta-lose.
Yeah. And it's so wild because Ignis was literally not picked forever.
It is stark contrast to, say, Season 1 of Valor Series.
Yeah, and even then halfway through Season 2, and I remember you coming in, you were so excited after the patch notes had dropped.
I was like, Ignis, Ignis.
We're sitting in makeup, and he's like, we're going to see Ignis. And we're like, okay, TJ, like, yeah, there's a chance. And then he was like, one team played Ignis so well, we all just went, oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Elsu comes through as the second ban. Oh, but a Batman reverse ban. This is counter strats. They've got 8,000 IQ, Paul. They know. AHQ want the Batman because it's their early game pressure. That is what AHQ pull out when they want to win early game. And Team Flash deny them that privilege.
Every conversation that we're having right now, every thought process, every iteration of these drafts that we're discussing, they're doing right there in that booth.
They're so much smarter than me.
They're so much better than us, TJ. Every single thing we're discussing, they realize. AHQ went through the exact same process that I did. They said, okay, all right, we didn't win the mid game. All right, now let's look towards the late. Oh, wow, we really didn't win the late game. Now let's look towards the beginning. But Team Flash is like, yeah, we see you. We see exactly what you're doing.
And look at this. Look at this early game build.
Oh.
They get Valheim for the side lane. That's going to be devastating mid game.
Yep.
And they have the Lindis, which is widely considered one of the best early game characters. Now, this does give Rush his favorite jungle. This is not a bad team comp on paper, and I actually think Team Flash might have just outpicked themselves. They were thinking, okay, well, let's counter-strat AHQ. Let's build ourselves a theoretical world in which they're going early game. AHQ respond, they say, no, no, no. We're calm, we're chill. We're just going to draft our perfect draft and not worry about this matchup. Play our style and see if that works. And it very well might, because Valheim, pretty hard countered by the Richter. The backline Lindis can be hard countered by the burst damage of the Violet. And if you are worried about keeping the Violet safe, who better than an Alice? This is a very good draft for AHQ.
This is very similar to the composition that Team Flash themselves drafted in game number 1 with this Violet Alice combo. See if they can pull it out themselves now on the side of AHQ, who I agree put themselves together a very solid 1-2-3. Team Flash as well, but already my gut instinct is leaning towards this AHQ draft. You said they want to play their own style. AHQ style is they're good everywhere. They're good early, they're good mid, they're good late. Yes, sometimes they do stumble, but their ideal draft can perform at all 3 phases of the game.
Their ideal draft rarely sees late game, though. You tend to see them.
They choke out mid late
sometimes. You tend to see them skip out the early, just play defense, farm, then mid-game when the power spike comes out, they dominate. We did see a taste of that domination game 1, game 2. They never got a chance. Game 3, they need to hold on to the early game better.
They need to make this happen for them right now, because if not, they're dropping down to that loser's bracket egg. We do have the Annette coming out, though, and we have to talk about how well the Annettes have been played so far on this series.
Very, very good as an early game support. Now look at the bans. This is really smart by both teams, actually. They get rid of the Roxy in the split lane, and they also get rid of the Xennial in the split lane. Very focused on denying that roam pressure from, I assume it will be Sun, who's still up to draft for AHQ. But AHQ have the counter. They actually get rid of Malik when they're offered the choice, because late game, the Malik was what protected the backline. As of right now, with the way this draft is going, Team Flash don't actually have great defensive characters for mid-lane. They have the Annette, who kind of falls off in her zoning potential, and they don't have much else. If we get late game, Sun is going to, Rush is going to two-shot the Annette, and there aren't any tanky characters left on the board.
Side lane Crest was the only thing I was thinking that was really left if you want to tank.
Yeah.
But instead, they're going towards the Lubu, who can be tanked, but he's still a little bit more aggressive. This is a very aggressive draft now coming up for Team Flash.
I would actually really favor AHQ out of this, because if they get mid-late game, they have so much burst damage, and there isn't anyone tanky to eat it up over on Team Flash.
I feel like Team Flash might be coming to regret this Batman ban at this point, because that's something that so many good picks that AHQ has been able to secure for themselves. This could be, oh man, look towards the Liliana and something somewhat tanky here for this last pick.
Liliana Raz are both still on the board.
Oh my,
What on earth happened?
I don't know.
How did that come through?
One bad Raz game and suddenly we're all like, meh, now we're good. What is his last pick though, TJ? It is the Crest. All right, that's what he's the last tanky pick on the board.
So they take away the final tank option for Team Flash should they want to work that into that composition, although I'm not really sure how they would. Then mid lane, this should be a Raz. Ooh. Mid lane, this should be a Raz. Like I said, I'm not sure how they would use the Crash, so they don't really need to worry about it. But instead they go Kali. Okay. I can respect that, because the Raz doesn't actually play super well into the comp they have. But the Kali will struggle again against the burst damage coming through. So this Team Flash roster is on a pretty stiff timer. They need to win early game, and then they'll get 50-50 team fights mid-game that they also need to dominate in. Should we get late, the Violet is going to one-shot anyone. Watch the Richter in particular. This is going to be a darn good Richter game for Chaser if he doesn't lose lane versus the Lubu.
Definitely favoring AHQ in this draft overall. I feel like they came out on top, securing those key early picks, but we will see. Team Flash will be able to secure it 3-0. This is going to be one interesting draft. It's actually not a Crest. So that's a Marja. That's okay. Graphics guy, I got you. They debated us too.
I would argue the Crest is infinitely cuter, so.
Yeah, it's adorable. A little sharky skin. He's like small. He's like, oh, you know. He's got his spear.
I don't think he makes any of those sounds, but sure.
Pretty sure that's exactly what Crest sounds like, TJ.
The advantage of the Marja over the Crest is the Ghost Walk. We saw the Crash last game kind of struggle because you use your ult and then you're done. The advantage of the Ghost Walk on the Marja is it gives you extra engage tools if you want to dive backline, and if there's big burst damage coming your way, which there will be with this Team Flash roster, the Marja has the potential to ignore it with the Ghost Walk.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to utilize both that ability to engage and also get themselves out of rough situations. Following this Marja play in the side lane, rapt attention. As we get into game number 3, backs against the wall. It is now time for AHQ to step up or step out.
The defending world champions, one game away from being dropped to the lower bracket by the Arena of Glory champions out of Vietnam, Team Flash.
Team Flash been looking so good so far in this series, and I think it's really going to come down to their consistency. Can they consistently maintain the level of play we've seen so far from them in this series? If they have any hope of really securing this, because I feel like if they start to lose this, if it starts to slip, this is where AHQ reverse sweeps.
Absolutely. This is where AHQ always seem to get... It's magical. Whenever they're up against the wall, whenever AHQ feel behind, they get a perfect draft and a perfect game. Here they've got a perfect draft, I feel, and they'll be looking for an early start to ensure what happened last game can't happen this time. You find some poke in mid, Pro E forced back.
They definitely have the draft for it. Once they hit level 4, AHQ will be able to take any fight up against Team Flash at this stage. I have to look towards this Lubu. Lubu, a hero we don't see as often in the West, but something these Eastern teams have absolutely mastered.
We talked about it during the intro. It's a skill matchup.
Well, a skill matchup as well for AHQ himself against the world right now as he's getting chased down by J-Jack. Interesting decision there, stopping and auto-attacking a minion. His first blood goes on through, and it might be one more if Datkoi could fall. Yes!
Hawk finds the shining light. Now Broe just needs to back out. That was the early game start AHQ were looking for.
I mean, if we're looking at a game of tug of war, if we're looking at the back and forth, the momentum.
Arena of Valor.
Thanks, TJ. No problem. I have great metaphors, the best metaphors, TJ. As the war of attrition is now potentially going to look to start to side over with AHQ. They had to reset their mental game after this last one, but the momentum, as I was saying, looks starting to be rolling back in their favor.
Now I'll look for the pressure onto that Abyssal, this time enforced by Sun, knowing there's two players challenging him up top. Again, he can die, that's alright, because during that time they're using the advantage, theoretically. But Gao, he intercepted, he actually reset the Dragon. That's so smart.
That was massive. I mean, it's not going to allow them to steal it back or take it themselves, but it does give them enough time to claim the Spirit Sentry. So they're getting something on the back of this trade right now, as Datkoi is going to be able to pick that up, utilizing the pressure that they've asserted up in that top lane, forcing the Marja out of it.
Spirit Sentinel going his way will enable Valheim to grow. Kind of interesting. You've got two favorable matchups against the Valheim. The Richter, of course, I really like into it. And you also have the Lubu. In the bot lane, Lubu wins against Richter, Marja wins against Valheim and Lubu. So, in an ideal world, AHQ get the Richter into lane against Valheim, and they get the Lubu into lane against the Marja. They have not managed to engineer that. They're trying their hardest, but you see Team Flash just lane swapped again for the second time in the first few minutes to ensure that that wasn't what happened. Still, Valheim against Marja, Lubu against Richter.
That's what they want. They want the Lubu up here in this melee skill matchup. And I love this decision-making from Team Flash, opting to back out, put their heroes in these favorable positions. That's the kind of heads-up play that we don't often see. Nice win comes going there onto J-Jack. That is the quick execution. The kill probably might have gone in too far, as the retaliation is there from AHQ.
Good burst damage from Team Flash, but the difference is there can be a counter kill. Should be noted, just both supports to full, so no major ground gained off of that fight, but AHQ are still utilizing the fact that there was ground to gain by continuing to find pressure into the enemy jungle.
This is exactly what they needed to do, as Datkoi is forced out in a rough position underneath the tower, and no problem the execution. I'm kind of surprised he didn't back up right there. He's like, I have to save my tower, but not able to do so. But the top lane, Chaser just soloed out Gao.
That was the matchup we were saying was hard for the Richter. But if you can find the burst, you can outlast, you can beat the outlast potential, right? Normally the Conqueror buff, the lifesteal, just means you can win a sustained trade versus a Richter. However, if this Richter gets going, as I said in the pregame, this will be a very good game for the Richter. He's got a lot of tightly packed, squishy targets, and that's what Richter thrives against. He wants to find lightweight characters, jump in, and burn them down with stuns and burst.
Well, we are seeing that coming out now as AHQ returning to form in game number 3. They needed to win the early game, and they're looking to do just that. A questionable ban coming in from Team Flash might have put them in an irreparable position here when it comes to trying to secure this game number 3. They are very much on the back step. The first of many towers is about to fall.
The first of many towers will fall in the bot lane. Given minion wave, AHQ don't feel the need to enforce it. They know minions will do it. And the many efficiencies of this team, in the meantime, picking up this Abyssal.
Getting value across the board right now. We're almost seeing a mirror matchup of this last game, but it is AHQ in the driver's seat. They did not like getting pushed around.
By 3 minutes game 2, AHQ had lost 3 towers. That doesn't happen here. You do see game 3, Team Flash holding on much more securely. They've only lost 1 tower in the bot lane, and they've already got equivalent kills to what AHQ got in the last game.
Yeah, the entirety of the last game. Ooh, this is going to be another potential kill going the way of AHQ. The stun's not quite landing. The Reiki shot will not as well. If that Sunshine had struck, that would have been a GG there, the Lubu.
And the pure coordination Hawk calls for a Rinky shot. The rest of the team follows through, gets stuns to make sure that they can land this slow-moving, big damage projectile.
They look to do that there. Not quite able to execute, though, as they're pushing into the jungle of Team Flash. I like the pressure that AHQ is constantly asserting.
Look at the gold farm. 2k ahead already for AHQ. This is what they need in order to get to their late game potential. We talked up a whole bunch of the late game of AHQ. The dangerous spot is mid game. If Team Flash are able to get this isolated, survivability-focused comp, burst damage-focused comp out ahead, they will be able to instantly win any team fight where they get their combos set up. The dangerous spot is if AHQ can blast past that point in the game by simply dominating this early game so much that Team Flash never get that spike. Sounds very familiar to a setup for the last game.
It does indeed. It's again, it's like a reversal of what we just saw, but now AHQ 17.7 to 15.1k gold respectively. 2 Abyssal Dragons already in their pocket. Just 30 seconds before the next one will spawn. We'll look to see who can control that as we push towards this 10-minute mark. As you said, though, Team Flash sitting in a much better position than their counterparts in this last game, and they do have that late-game scaling potential. We haven't talked too much about the Kali here, but we're already seeing how effective that Ethereal Pulse is of clearing out a wave.
Yeah, especially into the range of AHQ. We use the Ethereal Pulse as a zoning tool. It kind of breaks up the set team fights AHQ are looking to go for with this team fight focus comp.
It is indeed, and speaking of team fights, AHQ doesn't even want one of this situation. They just want to pick up their dragon in peace. It looks like Team Flash will allow them to do just that, appreciating that they cannot contest currently this stage of the game. It looks like they're looking to play a little bit more towards the late game, which means it'll be that Liliana, that Violet, up against the late game prowess of this Kali and this Lubu.
Look at how they're using Rush along with J-Jack here. They're really enforcing the CFIT as a zoning tool. Because they're constantly zoning people back, they're getting free tower damage from Rush.
Yeah, it's really impressive to watch how they're executing this, pushing up in lane. We're seeing what Sun's doing right now. He's able to go toe-to-toe with the entire enemy team, having that Ghost Walk in his back pocket, allowing him to escape with ease as these rotations from AHQ are looking crisp and clean. Look to pick up another tower mid.
AHQ on form again, as you said. Another tower will fall. This is what you expect from an AHQ mid-game. They managed to scale well. Now it's just about executing, using their good rotations to enforce that. And so far they have. I love the minion wave pressure. I love the constant jungle invade, making sure they stay in that lead.
We talk about the scaling here of AHQ. Well, they're tipping the scales of this series right now, bringing things back into their favor. When it looked like all was lost, they are doing it so perfectly right now. Another tower falling in that Slayer lane. Wow, really nice play from them.
Yeah, and off the back of Chaser, who dominated that early game, as I kind of predicted he would. Chaser on the Richter has so many free targets here. The number one thing they've got to do is make sure that Team Flash aren't able to get any burst team fights, 1v2s, 1v3s against them. I do think Team Flash do still win those, despite their deficit because of their burst damage. Several of the squishier characters over on AHQ will suffer.
It will indeed, as we're already starting to see that burst damage go through onto Datkoi. Needs to be very careful here, is already in full control of the opposing team's jungle, but is now Chaser pushing in while the high ground tower as well is under threat as ADC does fall. Chaser secures that kill there. In a 1v2 situation, AHQ are firing on all cylinders.
Chaser plays from the bush so that he has the jungle strike to interrupt the play. Leaps out, assassinates ADC, and all the while, Team Flash are losing a high ground.
This is absolutely perfect play coming out from AHQ. This is what we look to expect from the reigning international champions, I should say. Securing that win at the World Cup, and now they don't want to go out into the losers bracket in the first round here of these semifinals.
No, Team Flash have definitely upset somebody.
Yes.
I think his name's J-Jack.
I think so too. I feel like that team captain does not want to be on the losing end of this any longer than he has to be, as this is another tower falling like dominoes now. AHQ is rolling on through. Oh no! Hawk, what are you doing?
Again, J-Jack using those spicy hissy fits, constantly slowing down the rotate back, constantly finding extra zone. That time, because he puts the hissy fit out in between the two towers they're taking, he enforces the two split sides of Team Flash can't group together. He has a two-player defense underneath the tower and 3 players looking to get close. If they stand on the hissy fit, the magic damage from the Liliana of Hawk hovering nearby will instantly annihilate them.
Oh yeah, that is not a risk you can afford to take. That zoning potential that J-Jack has been executing, absolutely massive. And now we're seeing Chaser once again in the jungle. We'll have that passive online should he choose to use it. Now he's going to be running away.
It's about knowledge.
It's about knowledge.
Because Chaser's playing aggressive and zoning inside the enemy jungle, they now know where Team Flash are.
They do indeed, and they've got full control throughout all of this right now. There's never been a moment of this game where AHQ has not had that knowledge of exactly what they need to do. They're pushing it on both sides right now. The split push with the Drake is very real for AHQ here.
But look at how delayed it is.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
He's late to work.
Yeah, he is. He didn't get the memo. He missed his slept through his alarm. Just a little bit late.
I guess it works out because they were a little bit late on the minion waves across the board, but that was kind of an awkward period of stalling AHQ had to do.
Yeah, AHQ was like, it's like, you know, waiting to pull back the curtain. Like, give us a second. He's coming any minute. As they now take down a second high ground tower. It's still working out for them so well, TJ. The Hurricane Wall is trying to go in, but in the back, the Marja splitting up that minion wave, finding the kill, finding the stun, or not the kill quite yet, but the takedown on the tower, as Gao was the frontliner here, the only one, and on the back, ADC is in a rough position. Chaser going on through, able to get himself out. Actually, he does fall, but it's already too late. That's going to be GG. Game number 3 going to AHQ.
That's what we expected.
That's about it.
Welcome back, world champion AHQ. They managed to pull back that playoff form, and it does look terrifying. That's what we were missing, but I also don't think they can win the draft that dominantly every time. They got their ideal draft into Team Flash playing kind of weak draft because Team Flash went out of their way to counter AHQ. That won't happen again.
They outthought themselves a little bit here, and I think that was a bit of the problem. And I don't know, that Batman ban, I called the second I called it, I was like, this is going to be interesting. So you saw it.
It was. I think they outthought themselves.
I think so too.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
You played yourself.
They went a little bit too far into specifically trying to counter AHQ. Then they got into the late phase of the draft. They realized, oh wait, AHQ saw us ban out their early game comp and said, okay, fine.
We'll just draft a different one.
We'll just use this Richter and punish your lightweight characters.
Imagine if the ban had been a Richter, how much different that game would have been.
Well, it would have been the same game we saw the first 2 times. Maybe AHQ finally have enough to scrape out a win. Maybe AHQ have changed things in their strategy. But I can't rule out that they win that game solely off of draft.
Gotcha. So I think the thing is here, looking at this, I mean, let's take a look at these stats, TJ. It's 8-3 in terms of kills. Rush, 101. He looks solid, but really it was Chaser, the star player here for AHQ. I have to give him all the props in the world, not only finding kills in 1v2 situations, but just creating so much space for his team.
I think the #1 stat I'm watching here is when we go to the damage dealt, I want to see how much is Rush. 17%. That's astonishingly low. That means it's Hawk who's actually leading the team for damage on that Liliana, and that is a good sign.
To be fair, his burst, his poke to start things off were massive. That was constantly forcing Team Flash back, which meant that AHQ was able to take more, take more, take more. J-Jack as well, 30% of his team's damage tank. That is an impressive number for an Alice.
Also responsible for so many of those hissy fits, opening the fight and enabling Hawk to hit that high damage number.
Man, this is HQ like we expected to see, TJ. I'm excited because we got ourselves a series now. 2-1 Team Flash. We'll see if they can counter out this momentum, to see if they can rebalance the scales, because they're in a rough position, because we know what happens to AHQ once they start to find their vibe.
Yeah, it is scary for Team Flash right now. I think if AHQ manage to repeatedly find this, if AHQ manage to repeatedly get this good of a draft, obviously, but also get this good of an early game, then we've changed how this match is playing out, because that was the difference, the early game.
Oh, yes. I mean, and the early game is something you identified as a potential weak point for AHQ.
Not that last game.
Not that last game. They looked as dominant as any team we have seen. They took towers in tandem. I mean, this is going to be really interesting here for them.
It is going to be a fascinating series going forward, and it is dependent on Team Flash managing to find their game 1 and 2 early games again. We talked about the Abyssals very often during those first 2 games because AHQ were so forced off of them. AHQ never got close to an Abyssal. Well, they did one time, but it was a bloodbath. Now, this second game, they were constantly able to outscale and just defeat any challenge to the Abyss.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Abyssal Dragon, you talked about the early game, control that it gives you in terms of that gold that helps to leverage you ahead, but like, I don't know, TJ, Team Flash had such a game plan in game number 2. They had such a key strategy. In game number 3, again, you talk about them playing, they weren't playing their strategy, they were putting themselves out of their own way to try and deny AHQ, and it just didn't pay off for them.
Well, I think it's twofold, because their game 1 and 2, they absolutely did have a set counter strat to AHQ anyway. That still was happening. It just came in the form of early game pressure and not so much the drafting phase. Then game number 3, I think they had themselves such a strong plan based around AHQ drafting a specific way. They thought, oh, AHQ are going to be playing kind of defense now. Now that we've shocked them in the early game 2-3 times, they're going to be interested in playing defense in the early game. And that is what AHQ did versus Overclockers. So I understand where the logic came from, but it was over-relying on AHQ playing passive, which is not what they do.
It is not what they do. And I mean, hopefully we can take a look at some replays from that game, because I would love to break that down a little bit more here. We saw in the early game, which this game was mostly early game, we saw AHQ. Yeah, I mean, it got there. But AHQ's collapses, the rotations off the back of this Alice, having that additional speed boost, made such a difference in these games, in this game rather, because they were just able to move so much quicker around the map. But that's not something you think about too often, because at this level of play, ooh, those picks as well, at this level of play, fractions of seconds can make such a huge difference. I mean, it's absolutely wild. I mean, look at this pickup here. Yeah, they get the counter kill going in there as well. Anything that Team Flash was going to be able to do like this, what was Dat Koi thinking?
I think so much of this for AHQ revolves around their engage tools. And those come primarily from their 2 sidelines. The Marge are constantly playing right up against the enemy, taking advantage of their temporary invulnerability to dodge any burst that comes their way. And indeed, the Marge is such trouble to deal with because you can't ignore them. They do a lot of damage. I think it was like over 30% of the team's damage dealt by the sideline Marja there from Chaser, but you also can't directly acknowledge them, because if you spend a big burst of damage in, then they just ghost walk,
yeah.
And you've now wasted a lot of your burst, and a team fight could be right around the corner. So they're very difficult to deal with, and they have that paradigm in both lanes, because the Richter, very, very similar.
Yeah, I mean, you have to outwear down a Marja, and she's literally the sustained damage queen. So that is not an easy thing to do by any means here. I don't know. I think we're just going to keep going into this next game. I don't think the players are ready for a break here at all. I think the game is just going to keep on rolling, which is just fine for me, I have to say, because I'm excited to see how this series goes. We have 4 best-of-5 series today, TJ.
Wow.
That's a lot of games.
A lot of games.
20 games.
And you know what? I don't have 4 BO5s that I can play right now, but I have the 4th game in our first BO5 that I can play right now.
We got getting right into that game. Thank you so much, TJ. This is all you, right?
Yeah, I made this.
Perfect.
Thanks. Semi-final number 1 continues with AHQ now looking for another good draft. This time they've gone kind of back to basics. Superman to stop Gao from punishing their backline, Elsu to force ADC and the rest of Team Flash to choose. Richter, do they let him through?
I don't think you do. I think you ban out the Richter here. I feel like you...
I don't think so. Well, maybe.
I think you ban the Richter.
I think the Richter would be an overreaction, because the one time that the Richter really did find value against them, it was when they played squishy, lightweight, and allowed Chaser to scale on him.
What do you replace him with? I mean, the Violet's an option. Valheim? Okay.
I would have much rather seen the Valheim banned down than the Richter, because they play a composition that has successfully punished the mid-game focus of AHQ multiple times. Valheim actually works well no matter the point in the game, because early game he has a lot of damage, is pretty scary, mid-game he spikes with infinite stun and damage, and then late game he's just a stun machine, and that's still a pretty major asset to the team.
It is indeed. One hero that has been surprisingly quiet in these sets is Lindis. I haven't seen a Lindis yet really just take over a game like we know she can. I don't think she's won a game yet so far in this series. I believe she's 0 for 2 games that we've seen her played. So that's a very interesting here, the fact that the Lindis, something we've traditionally, seen picked up quite a bit by these teams, is not performing, I think, as well as we're expecting. And now Alice and Raz, the hovers here for Team Flash. Not a bad response to the Valheim, but I would love to see that instant pickup onto the Violet as well. And maybe something a little bit tankier, maybe grabbing. Or that too.
They need the Liliana. I do think you're right that the Violet has been a major reason why they're winning against the Lindis, but they can let that go to the second draft because there's no jungle pickup yet for Team Flash, so they can play the game. I would prefer that they get Rush's Violet right now because it has been so dominant for the team, but they're going to go the other way. They say, okay, Team Flash are back to prioritizing early mid-game. What do we have that has historically worked well in that early game? The Batman, and they'll run it.
I actually think this is hilarious because this is now like confirming in Team Flash's mind that the Batman is a threat. So if AHQ does win this game and bring him to game number 5, now Team Flash has another consideratory ban in that Batman. Oh no, we were right. We should ban that again. And that might actually be an additional mind game. I think it's another mind game that AHQ is running.
Look, I love AHQ. I love Rush. I don't like his Batman.
I'm not a big fan of Batman anyway.
And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too.
Yeah.
And I just feel that the reason Team Flash felt they had to ban the Batman that game 3 was specifically because the Batman is what AHQ do when they want to win early. So maybe the theory crafting was just to throw them off. This is what they do. We'll mess with them. That's not worth it when the Batman doesn't ever feel achieve anything. I have yet to see Rush take over the game on the Batman. And I predict, TJ prediction time, I don't think the Batman's going to be great here either.
Yeah, I mean, this could be AHQ on the precipice right now. They're down 1 game to 2.
Still only 1 game away from losing the set.
Yeah, I mean, they have not changed their precarious situation. Yeah, they've taken another step up the wall. You know, they've
What? Step up the wall?
I was thinking like a wall of a cliff. I was thinking like another handhold.
Right.
I was trying to think of what they've inserted a carabiner. They've tied the rope. I've lost my climbing analogy here. Thank you.
It's okay. I'm here for you. Dat Koi isn't here for you though. He's in Thailand. He'll continue drafting. He's focusing on picking up the crashed. The crashed van is kind of interesting. That's a double focus on J-Jack now. Both the characters he likes to play remove the Annette. Of course, very good in the early game, as is the Crashed. They're definitely detecting that AHQ are emphasizing the early game, but there is a pretty deep character pool for AHQ. They can do a lot of things here, especially on J-Jack. I'd like to see Amina come through, something along those lines.
I absolutely agree here. I was going to say, I want some more meat on the bones.
Crack.
I want some meat on the bone. I want some meat on the bone. I mean, Grak would have some meat on the bones for the draft of AHQ, both literally and figuratively. But I feel like Zennial actually might have been an interesting pick here for them, but I feel like Team Flash needs the HP just a little bit more.
Yeah. Team Flash don't have to worry about nearly as much strong punish for the high HP because they do have a Liliana they're playing into, but they have an Alice, so they can draft. Malik still on the board. Would like to see that from both sides. Hey, there's Malik. I'd like to see them look for a more high damage in their second sideline, though, because they do not have a strong punish to them running pretty lightweight. So
if you see a Lubu,
Lubu, something kind of in the mid tier, a little bit more HP, the possibility to run frontline, but they need engage tools more than anything, and they need enough sustain to win out the fights, drag them long enough that the Lindis is an important factor.
Yeah, I think I want to see a strong melee assassin type, maybe a little more beefy. Again, I think Lubu would be a great final pickup here for Team Flash. Get him a little more CC as well to add to the table, as well as the sustainability off of that Conqueror ult. On the other side, I would like to see, again, a little bit more HP to work with here. Not exactly sure what I want that to look like, but they have a lot of damage. They've got the jungle, they've got their mid, they've got one side laner. So I'd love to see Amina support, as you mentioned there from them, would be probably pretty decent. Or I could even see the argument for a Chognar into this Alice and Malik. I think that you could definitely make an argument for that
actually
as well.
Very viable. But no, how did we forget Eubanith?
Because
like a day.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the other supports have prioritized Eubanith a lot more.
Yeah, J-Jack has looked terrifying on him a few times, but it's not been one of his staples.
Yeah, that's why I was... actually, Bennett was my first thought. And I was like, nah, he hasn't been playing a ton of Bennett, so maybe not so much there. But it is the Lubu final lock in there for Team Flash. I feel like that's a great draft for them. Other than this Batman,
these are good.
These are good drafts.
These are two ideal drafts for both teams.
Let's flip some coins here, TJ.
I don't agree with the Batman again, but I know that AHQ like him. And they play him weird. They play the Batman into the late game as kind of an extra roam support. They use him in the way that they like to use their side laners to gain extra knowledge. That actually works very well, because whenever they run the Batman, they typically have a side lane marksman. So Chaser can't be nearly as self-sustaining and aggressive as he normally is, so that role is exchanged. They simply hand it off to their jungle.
I love that decision there from them, showing their versatility here in game number 4. If Team Flash win this, they will move on to the next round and force down AHQ Esports Club, the Korean All-Stars, into the losers bracket.
Headsets are going on. And this could be an outstanding victory for the Vietnamese side, or it could be AHQ kind of stabilizing. And it should be noted, they have had to do that a lot over the last few weeks.
The overall level, the caliber of these other teams, TJ, has so much improved.
AHQ are no longer the reigning Titans. Now they've got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, either the Titan has gotten shorter or everyone else has had a growth spurt.
More likely the latter. The Vietnamese side previously did accomplish tremendous challenge into the Korean teams in the AIC Season 1. We've seen XP notably. He was on that first team that did so well, came in second place. Don't underestimate Team Flash.
Oh no.
But also, they're definitely playing up to these opponents.
For sure. They're punching up a little bit in this matchup. But I think one of the biggest things here is talking about consistency. I talked about it at the start of the last game, talking about it here again, because both teams have looked somewhat inconsistent.
Team Flash, I wouldn't go so far as to say inconsistent in-game. That draft last game just screwed them.
Yeah.
So, if AHQ are going to turn around, well, this is now kind of the reset. Did the momentum they gain matter? I don't know. I think Team Flash are an experienced enough team it ought not to. That doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't, though, as we've seen many times over.
Momentum's a big factor in these sets. Momentum is something you cannot undervalue, despite, you know, you can have the most lane experience in the world. This could be literally something you do every single day, but that doesn't mean that nerves don't play a factor, that the mind game doesn't play a factor. You're up here playing for your share of $600,000, which means there's a lot on the line. As I said, that is life-changing levels of money.
AHQ already looking to play spread out defense across the map, kind of resetting to their standard style. Previously, Team Flash punished this with very aggressive early games. We see the beginnings of that up top, but not to the degree we saw previously.
No, a little bit more conservative here in game number 4. Dead even in terms of gold, no kills yet, but we're 10 seconds-ish away from this next Abyssal Dragon.
Spirit Sentinel will come through now. This kind of decides the pace of the game. We talked about it. I always hate to discuss momentum, but it may matter in things like this, because you see Team Flash not going for the aggressive, crazy challenges they did previously. Instead, staggering in, feeling their way into that fight. It does go their way. They pick up the Spirit Sentinel. Now they'll rotate down to this Abyssal. They shouldn't feel comfortable taking it, but they might.
Sometimes people forget that this is truly a game of inches and not miles. Getting the little bit of additional HP chunk onto that trade was a big deal, as now the rest of HQ is potentially looking to rotate in and try and collapse onto this. Lilian on the flank, the Marja is there as well, going to go with the Ghost Walk, but it is ADC securing this first Abyssal Dragon.
XP. That was a flicker. He tried to get ahead of the Marja so he could push him back.
Ooh, that could have been a crucial misstep, but a fantastic stun from Pro E goes in. The Sunshine is there, the Ray of Light, to get his mid out of harm's way.
Nicely done. Now they'll rotate through. HQ want more pressure during this time. If they can find a pick, a lot of the damage is undone, but Rush is already a little bit behind in scaling. That hurts him when he goes for those burst damage picks.
That's what the Batman is all about. He wants to get ahead in terms of levels and then continue to leverage that lead more and more, get more kills, more controls, more golden items, and carry that team on through to the mid.
More doesn't sound like a real word anymore.
I'm sorry. It's my bad.
Leviathan will be built on the Batman. That's kind of on par with how AHQ like to play him, a little bit more defensive. And And because they're playing him on that more defensive side, they get the benefits of his late game zoning potential being kind of a scout like we talked about. But early game, not the terrifying assassin he is in some people's hands.
No, that's for sure. I mean, he's building a little more sustainable. He talked about kind of having that pseudo-secondary support. The idea that he has the utility from his ult as well, getting vision and that ward for his team. That's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as we get into the late game because knowledge is power. And in the mid, Pro E is under big threat right now. The Nature's Realm not able to secure the kill.
That was slick!
Those jukes were smooth.
Pro E stays alive, tanking the Batman damage, throws the Hissy Fit on ground below him so there isn't time to flank him. Then he drops the heal as soon as the Nature's Realm starts, knowing that there isn't going to be big burst damage for the next few moments, and that heal will simply take him high enough to get out of range.
Really nice play from Pro E, the support master there on the Alice. Alice, a hero who's been somewhat quiet in the last few weeks, but in recent days has been stepping up in a big way. I love seeing the return of this hero. There's so much high skill ceiling and playmaking potential.
J-Jack, Hawk will be looking for zone towards mid, but again, they're losing the Abyssal during that time. Team Flash want to pick it up.
Looks like Team Flash is going in there. The Malik on the flank, going in with the shock right now, but in the back, we do have that Ibeneth. The Nature's Realm is there. The execution, the follow-up. Dacoy going in, maybe a bit of a misplay as he falls back underneath the tower. The stun from the Valheim, the follow-up from Rush, and that is going to be it. Stepping in too far out of line. The Abyssal Dragon does go the way of Team Flash, but that's all they get.
They get the Abyssal though, and that enforces the gold. But, as we always talk about, AHQ have the gold lead.
They just farm so well, TJ.
And it comes off of things like this, individual engages. The second they find kills, now 3 of them, they turn it into extra pressure.
They have this jungle now under control. They look towards this tower. J-Jack's Ibeneth has been absolutely phenomenal. If we take a look at this fight again, it's all about stepping a little bit too far forward and then bringing them right back in with that Redwood Rush. Absolutely executing that Lindis to start the fight. What a solid pickup. And then once again, the stun machine, as you call him, the Valheim, looking great.
And that's such a strong duo as well. We see it just there actually defending the top lane during that replay. You use J-Jack as that Nature's Realm, as that kind of block, and then behind it, or within it, you can run a Valheim, finding extra stuns, damage, and follow-up combined. There's no way to get out.
It synergizes so well with the seeds coming out. The stun is there, the kill is there. So we saw the Lindis just instantly executed.
They just stole that golem as well. J-Jack used the Redwood Rush to push the golem out from underneath the shock, leaving it with just barely enough HP and just barely enough time for Rush to melee it and walk away with the extra gold.
I think you're excited about that play there, TJ.
That's insane!
That's a really solid heads-up play. We're seeing more of it. Oh!
Dacoy with the Impale, with the Conqueror, that barely gives him enough lifesteal to survive the detonation of the Batarang.
Wow, solid play there once again from both of these teams, but AHQ is leveraging it just a little bit more as the high ground tower, or the tower does fall in that top lane. J-Jack not able to land the branching out as Lindis is forced now to play Sentry, play Ward as the jungle is respawning. Needs to keep on farming, but it's 4 kills to 0 and a 2k gold lead for AHQ as they're looking to get more kills here in the mid.
Hawk, J-Jack, Rush, play aggressive. This is the same bush Rush has lived in for a while now, and it works so well.
The flank through the mid there from Rush. Dacoy once more, though the stun will land. But we do have the shield coming in, the beautiful support play in the Nature's Realm with the follow-up, but Dacoy might have gone a little bit too far. The Conqueror's not going to be available as Pro E's now in full retreat, able to get his teammate out, but no kills secured for Team Flash.
No, Team Flash forced to play defense. AHQ now in control of the game, building that gold lead further in their favor and consistently being able to bully ADC, whose HP, whose continued leveling, matters so much to their late game damage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you talk about the late game of both of these teams. Both have so much potential when they get there, but they both have to get there, and that's the big question mark now that I have.
Watch XB. He's Team Flash's best home. He's actually been scaling quite well during this time. He's just finished Boomstick. Watch for the Raz to start to play decently aggressive and see if they can't find out any individual picks.
No. He's able to get the dodge off from the stun from Hawk. Really, oh, I may have spoke too soon. This bush of death. We need to rename this the AHQ bush because it is terrifying.
Goodness. He's on the flank again, finding extra damage from the Marja.
Absolutely wild. Not feeling safe at all on their own side of the map is Team Flash, forced to burn that Essence of the Wind so early. They are playing so scared, and now it is Gao, the next target. He's so lucky that he has this much HP to work with, because otherwise he would be gone.
Is it really their side of the map, Paul?
No.
Okay, glad we could clear that up.
It was on lease, it expired.
Yeah.
The rent was past due, and now...
AHQ are here to collect!
Yes, they are. The landlords here on the Tarsus battlefield. Why?
Another mid-tower renovated. As AHQ will look for the Abyssal during this time. That should be a guaranteed team fight win. Watch J-Jack actually pressing very aggressive there. He used that time to Nature's Realm and zone back the retreating forces. Because they were playing aggressive with J-Jack, there's no way AHQ could have been picking up the Abyssal during that time, right?
Right?
Well, they were, and now they've got an extra free Abyssal buff with which to boost their bank account.
We're 20 seconds away from that enraged Abyssal as well. So they have the boost to the bank. They're going to have that critical team fight bonus as well going into this next push. But there are still low ground towers remaining from Team Flash. They are not out of this yet.
No.
Between XB, between ADC, they do have some potential for some late game madness.
And XB, as I said, I think is their primary hope. If XB can find big burst damage onto isolated players, then maybe. But him being able to get 1v1s against a team this good is going to be very difficult.
It is. I mean, the Batman from Rush will have to step way out of line in order for him to get picked off here, but he's been toting that line beautifully. It is Gao who might have stepped a little bit too far forward. The Redwood rushes at the fall of the Nature's Realm to try and isolate that. The Shock forced to be used to retreat, so trading on ults are both sides.
That's an alright exchange. Nature's Realm is one of the primary engage tools for AHQ, so they don't really miss much. AHQ, though, do take advantage of the zone pressure they found down bottom to pick up an easy mid-tower.
We haven't really seen too much in the world of aggressive shocks from Malix we've seen so far in this series. I don't think we've seen a single aggressive shock yet in this game. They're pretty much exclusively used to get the Malik out of a bad position after he's tanked a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, Gao can't get aggressive right now because he is so far behind.
Oh yeah, he does. He just doesn't have the HP to work with. Yeah, he's taking enough to survive a little bit longer, but as you can see, he takes a little bit of damage, then he just gets himself right back out. He's just lucky. That shock has a fairly short cooldown.
But it's alright, because during that time, when they can't get super aggressive, they did pick up a challenge onto the Darkslayer that meant HQ don't have it yet.
Crowy scouting a little bit too far forward, giving his life to slow down this push. On the other side of the map, Lubu will be securing a tower, but I think this is now the opening that AHQ needs.
You can see XB is doing enough damage. When he's landing these power surges, it is mattering. It's just not enough.
It's just not quite enough. The Darkslayer is slowly but surely getting whittled down. Rush needs to be careful. He doesn't give his own life for this one here. It's going to be pretty tight. Rush?
Oh, he doesn't get over the wall!
I was so close that slam and landed.
He missed. He was trying to ult over the wall as his exit strategy, and he missed. That could have gone sketchy.
Yeah, that was, didn't deliver his 2 weeks notice, but still somehow escaped with benefits intact. Really nice play there from AHQ, now up 7 kills to 0. They're going to have this Drake buff to work with. As now, on the other side, though, maybe Team Flash are looking to look towards the Missile Dragon.
AHQ doing this again.
This back summon. It's interesting.
So I kind of think it gives them extra time to work the map because they don't need to defend the Drake right off the bat. Because they summon the Drake so far back, now the entire team can push forward. Just play the map normally and look for a team fight. And Team Flash kind of have to choose. Do we take the fight versus AHQ now as a 5v5? Or do we delay and have to take a split fight?
It poses questions that Team Flash needs to answer, because at some point that Drake is going to come crashing down the lane. It gives them the additional time to push out these lanes in their own right.
They're not answering the questions, Paul.
They're not. They're just
They got an F on the exam.
Yeah. It's going to be a failed quiz right here. The mid-tower high ground is under much threat. Statkoi is pushing in on the flank. The Marja of Sun doing so much damage. The tower barely does fall, but all the while this Drake has been pushing in on the high ground on the Slayer's side.
2 towers very low. At least one of those high grounds will fall, if not both. J-Jack with the command.
Goes in with the branching of the fall there on the Nature's Realm, and it is Gao in full retreat. The tower is still standing through all that, though. Nice clear on the mini wave in the mid as well. That is the priority going in now. Sun, the knock of the follow-up is there, but he does find Datkoi, secures the kill. Nicely done. There is the aggressive shock from Gao, but not able to secure the kill himself. As look at the damage, the splash going in from the Marge on the flank, and now it is the high ground tower exposed.
They're all so low. Both these towers should fall. It's just about getting Chaser in range to convert. There's one. The second will take a little bit longer. They'll have to tank the damage. But Chaser, it's so low.
One more auto will do the job. Trading back and forth, juggling the aggro from that. Eventually it will fall. I'm kind of surprised they didn't commit just a little bit more here, but they don't want to give up any unnecessary deaths.
No, perfect AHQ passive play. Where was this AHQ? Game 1, Game 2?
I don't understand at all. It's like they're trying to build dramatic tension, TJ, because this does not look like the same team. I guess they just needed to warm up.
I do think also Team Flash are playing definitely more passive. I think the one game that AHQ were able to cheese out because they dominantly won the draft, kind of shell-shocked Team Flash. And because they lose that game, because they feel so worried about that happening again, they play a little bit more defensive this early game. They're not able to get the dominant win we were looking for.
It's so interesting. It almost feels like Team Flash came into game number 1 and they played their hearts out, and they kind of forgot that they were playing against HQ, and then they won, and they won convincingly, and then they're like, well, we can do this, we can do this. We're on top, we're on top, we're on top. They're feeling good. They won game number 2 as well. It looked convincing. And then game number 3 came around, and AHQ recovered just a little off the back of a silly draft, and maybe we're starting to see the communication of Team Flash suffer. They're not fully trusting in what they're putting on the board. You see that sometimes in some of these teams going up against the favored opponents here. It gets into their head that they're playing up against a world champion.
And I would like to point out, Rush, again on the Batman, as many times has happened, isn't being a major assassin. And it might just be that they play this Batman better than anyone else because they don't look for the major assassin dive. Instead, Rush worries about contributing to team fights and building enough HP to stay alive during them.
Really, this is all about just Sun going in and laying down all his damage. The Ghost Walk is there, the Nature's Realm, the follow-up, the big knockup from the Restalion will actually secure the kill, and Datkoi is able to escape. So nice pickup there from them, going in with a key knockup, the lifesteal, enough to keep them alive, and more importantly, enough to keep that high ground tower standing.
I don't know how, but they do manage it. The good dive coming through from the Lubu. This actually now gets dangerous for AHQ. If they let this game get turned back, if they let the scales start to work out for ADC, things could get dangerous, particularly with XB still playing the mid lane.
Sun went in, landed everything. That Ghost Walk in the middle of the enemy team half-healthed the entire side of Team Flash. But because he burned his defensive tool to get that damage in, he left himself exposed for the counterattack by Datkoi, who's able to secure the kill and force back AHQ. And again, keeping this key tower standing. That is another lane they will not have to babysit.
Proe's Hissy Fits again on point this game. The Alice player has been pretty nuts, consistently able to zone back these team fights, and I feel win his team fights they shouldn't, because there's just a little bit of extra ground AHQ can't stand on for fear of eating extra damage, and it is doubly effective. A lot of magic damage on this team from strange characters.
A lot of damage coming on through. They are seeing the damage onto Rush. Can they get the...
No! What on earth? That was a good burst coming through on the last second from Rush.
And on the other side, Chaser will pay for it with his life, though, but it's a 2-for-1 trade as Gao was trying to go in and secure another kill. Lindis is still alive, so they do have their key ADC in the back, but the Ghost Walk coming through just in time for Marjan on the flank. We are seeing the Batman. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with. Can he find Gao? Another nice cleave, finding Hawk. But look at this flank. They want to try and execute something here, TJ.
Rush, I'm not sure about that, but he does launch the attack from inside the Cave Crusader. Now they have an extra burst kill. I didn't think he had enough damage to get Gao.
I didn't think he had enough mana to make it work, but he found it there, went on through, and now at the end of this, finally, the last whisper onto this tower to get that kill.
It falls. Now the pressure will shift. Bot lane, the focus. AHQ, never someone to 90% a game. They believe in getting all the achievements.
Yeah, a completionist coming right there finding every single opportunity to further extend their lead. They're not going to take any risky pushes onto that high ground. They want to make sure every tower is gone.
Well, again, team fights are the dangerous point for them. Team Flash are able to scale into the team fights. If AHQ do kind of suffer from the fact that AHQ are running a Batman or running a couple characters that'll be a little bit weaker in the coordinated team fights, this could get dangerous. Team Flash, though, the odds of them managing that are low, provided AHQ don't, say, overcommit into a base.
That's the big worry. AHQ here does have the potential to overextend, but on the flip side, so does Team Flash. This could be the potential re-engage off the back. The Hissy for the Barsha is going in.
The shock!
The shock is there in the back. The Nice Flicker, though, from Sun to dodge that out, and now the Nature's Roam to try and split the fight on the back. We do have the flank coming in from the Lindis now, forcing back Chaser. He's in a rough position, but now I might actually see a little bit of an overextension here from Team Flash. It is Datkoi going in with the Conqueror. He's chasing the team down. The Batman does not survive any longer, and now it is Sun on the flank here as well, trying to sustain through. We do have the Blade of Eternity, and there's the turnaround, the follow-up there. And now the Bennett trying to continue to chase this down to split the fight, but it is not going to be enough. The re-engage coming off the back. This is Team Flash survives.
XB with a double kill, and just as I bring it up, Team Flash show up, managing to deliver on that team fight potential we were just talking about.
They have hit that late game power spike, and it all comes down to these individual plays, forcing back the Valheim early.
Watch Datkoi and Gao playing this split front line. They draw your focus. XB's the man doing the damage, rotating round the side for this slick double kill, aided of course by the Hissy Fit, and ADC's sustained damage from the back line.
Having these cooldown reductions is playing such a factor in these fights. We saw 2 Hissy Fits, one to start and one to finish. Now, potential fight breaking out here over the Darkslayer.
J-Jack, that was insane. He sits in the bush specifically to break up the push. It's not enough, but the extra zone he found was really dangerous.
He could have put himself in a bit of a bad spot right there. We do see now the swing, the turn for Team Flash.
I said there was no way they get back in this game without like a dominant team fight, and then they won a dominant team fight. And now I don't know what to think, Paul.
I feel like you should believe in yourself, TJ, because your predictions so far have been absolutely spot on. As we now see Rush going in, trying to find the kill on the ADC. That is the target, not quite able to do so. And now it is the turn, the follow-up shock. J-Jack does not have the lifesteal to sustain through this, but he's going back in with the Redwood Rush, trying to make this work. This bomb that is there. They're actually summoning the Drake to try and make this work. J-Jack
hard commits into that fight to create openings for Hawk, and he just can't do it. They just are not able to keep the team coordinated. As Team Flash again out-teamfight them, kiting well, resetting, and yeah, summoning a Drake is an extra teamfight aid, but who doesn't get a little bit desperate sometimes?
Not sure if it was a fat finger or a legitimate strategy to try and give him another target to play with. That's going to be a bit of a wasted Drake here in the mid, though. But on the flank,
not if it guarantees a kill at Hawk. And remember, XB is going to scale very well into the late game. I would argue he has. And now he's got ADC to back him up. No, Lindis isn't great late game, but he doesn't need to be great. He just needs to be consistent backline damage, and that ADC is.
Absolutely. We now have the burst damage from XB and the consistent damage of the Lindis as they now look towards this enraged Abyssal Dragon. 22 minutes coming up into this game. So we've now reached the hyper late portion of this set. 2 high ground towers, which means that AHQ...
High gold.
High gold. Doesn't happen very often 21 minutes in the game.
I just thought I'd bring that up because, yes, the high ground towers are dominantly in favor of one team. Yes, that one team happens to be AHQ, the team known for out-farming their opponents. And yes, they're also ahead almost double the kill count. And yes, the gold is also tied.
What a recovery from Team Flash as I'm just watching XB just continuing to throw those big rights and bring down this tower in the mid. Team Flash will make it happen. They want to continue to find these favorable team fights. Again, they do have to play cleanup duty. Oh!
Gets out of there barely in time. Sixth sense tingling. He says, oh no, and turns around. Running in the other direction, but they still want to punish.
Lindis, of course, does have the ability, utilizing that vision to get the additional control here for Team Flash. Not something we discussed a whole lot yet in this set, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on as the next tower falls. The jungle exposed.
You can see across the board, AHQ are very, very scared to take team fights, and that's really interesting because it's not the AHQ we're used to. The fact that AHQ are actually playing very, very defensive during teamfight zoning phases says to me that they're a little bit tilted, and that might perhaps be why this pause has come through.
It is indeed, and the players just sitting stone-faced because so much of this game will rely on what happens in the next minute of play.
Is he wiping the sweat off his phone screen?
I mean, I don't blame him, man.
No, that's entirely valid. I've just never thought about that before.
Yeah, that's a problem you don't have too often.
No.
We also don't know how hot it is potentially in this studio right now. They are in a giant glass box under all those lights.
Yeah, in front of the home ground. That matters a lot. Now, the world champions are again one game away from elimination. And it does look like it's going away from AHQ right now.
They were so close. They were so close. They pushed those high grounds down. They put themselves in a good position. But then Team Flash just able to find 1 or 2 picks in these fights, finding order in chaos. Did so much for them.
It's the same dynamic that defined game 1 and 2. Because AHQ didn't dominantly win the early game, because AHQ were not able to absolutely obliterate the early game, they struggled even though they have their mid-game peak. This game, they did win early game. This game, they did have their mid-game peak, and they did get the double high grounds exactly as you'd expect them to want to. But they still had that taper off. And Team Flash still are a team that's lasting long enough to hit that point where they start to taper off and then begin to win team fights.
It's very reminiscent of game number 1, except this time the key difference has been made for AHQ, and that's that they took those high ground towers.
Yes.
That's the big difference. Now, we keep talking about the importance of this. People are like, oh, you're harping on these. It makes such a difference. Once those super minions spawn, you are constantly having to play janitorial duties, sweeping up those minions. You got to do that because they will literally take down your core if you don't let them.
And that's why the focus right now in these pushes has been towards the top and mid lanes, where those towers were taken. Because if they're able to take the high grounds, if Team Flash are able to take high grounds, they instantly even that playing field. And given that they've already leveled gold and XP, that is the one playing field where there still is room for AHQ to press an advantage. And I'd like to see them do that. The number one way AHQ can leverage the advantage they earned in their early mid-game is by exploiting split lane pressure. Say, okay, we probably can't win very many team fights, and on paper they should be winning these team fights, but Team Flash are outplaying them. So accept that. Say, we're losing these team fights, and instead focus on utilizing the fact that you have the high grounds to split lane into their base, to threaten backdoors. Once you do that, you can force Team Flash to play on multiple different angles. Then maybe you can take 3v5s that favor you. We saw this a bit during game 1. They said, okay, the Rourke's fallen off. Not really useful in a fight. Let's send him, use him as bait. Do the same thing here with the Batman. Send the Batman in, use them as pressure, and then take the characters that are still scaling well and use them in the actual team fight that matters.
Well, I think that's the big thing here is it's finding where these heroes reach their individual points of usefulness. Because again, you talk about the Batman, and the Batman, he's the assassin, he's the hero killer. You want to find those places. But now you mentioned he's finding more of the utility aspect. He's helping out more. He's the mobile ward. Yeah, he's going to try and do some execution. But really, it's about finding when each of these individual and specific heroes have reached their I don't want to say, I use the term critical mass, but they've reached their point of absolute utility. And we need to see that being leveraged by every single member of one of these teams to win these fights. Because if you're not using that hero to its full potential in a game this close, it's when you lose.
Well, the fact that AHQ or even the team calling the pause right now is kind of amazing. Because AHQ call the pause, this is a tactical pause. AHQ have gone, we're going to lose this game if we don't change something. And of course, if they lose this game, they're out of the upper bracket. So it matters. They're spending this time to reset and think up a new strategy because their old one wasn't working. And I have never seen AHQ feel the need to make mid-game pause adjustments before.
I mean, I wasn't even aware they were allowed to do that. So we are getting back into the game right now. Pause has been resolved. And now, again, this is AHQ. In this particular moment, with their back against the wall, let's see if they were able to figure something out for them.
We'll see. AHQ now looking to find a response to what was a pretty brutal late game for them. Team Flash, again, their emphasis has to be top mid lane in order to undo the super minion waves constantly pressuring them. Flip side of that is they can find bot lane high ground, and then they have pressure that is unanswered for AHQ.
What I want to see from AHQ is them looking for a party bush, finding a pick. They see the Malik up here on the top right now. They need to get a kill somewhere else on the map. They need to get a stagger death. That is their opportunity to come back into this game right now. And we know AHQ is capable of making those calls, of saying, all right, we're going to send somebody up to bait here, make a pick somewhere else. They need to make that play if they have any hope, because in these 5-on-5 team fights, they are showing at this stage in the game, they don't win.
Yeah, the Batman definitely does fall off, and it definitely does cost them. And yeah, the Batman gave them a tremendous advantage during the early game that we did see. We definitely saw it converted, but as you see down there, Rush with his full ultimate combo just does not do a lot of damage.
And in return, we're seeing Sun getting absolutely chunked. Lubu just shrugs it off. He doesn't even care. It's just like, yeah, that'll buff right out. No problem, sir. As they're now pushing in on the mid as well. Gao doing such a fantastic job of setting up his team in these fights. He has played so well this entire series.
Look at how zone back Hawk feels. J-Jack not there to find the initiation. The second he is, a hissy fits there. Hawk not able to get in range to really leverage his still quite substantial burst damage. That's significant. J-Jack, maybe play a little bit more aggressive, create more openings for your team. I know it's risky, and it is what cost them a couple fights earlier, but without him leading his team into battle, we're not seeing Hawk, Chaser be able to get into range and leverage their late game scale.
Speaking of late game scale, we have now reached the full 6 stack here in the late game. Every single member has every item their heart could desire.
Blades of Eternity.
Yeah, trying to call
Fields
these kills.
of them.
Fields. Yeah, lots of eternities. So many. Which means that all of these players are going to have the ability to rejoin the fray once they are off. We'll see how quick the fingers can be on these buy screens as well. We'll see if they have to rotate out on these items. These quick buys at the end are absolutely wild to watch.
Because, of course, the Blade of Eternity goes on quite long cooldown once it's used, and then it becomes better to purchase a different, more specialized item. HQ want this Dark Slayer. Or at the very least, they want to stop Team Flash from getting it.
They do indeed, and the threat of Rush on the flank is enough to force them back for now.
So AHQ win this zone. As long as they keep a contest against Team Flash, the Super Minions win the game for them. And that's kind of what we were talking about before. AHQ just need to contest Team Flash until the Super Minions force them to kind of retreat back, deal with the wave push. Team Flash, by contrast, want to force a team fight, because if they can ace, they still win at this point.
They do indeed. Going in now onto J-Jack. The Nature's Realm is forced out, but they're able to do enough damage through it that the lifesteal doesn't actually matter. The Hissy Fit doing so much additional damage there, or I should say enabling his team to do that damage.
Because the Hissy Fit comes through, they're able to outscale the Nature's Realm, and now they know J-Jack's not going to be particularly relevant to the fight, so they can just focus in on the Dark Slayer.
They kind of bait out the Dark Slayer here while Lubu actually goes back to clear that wave that would have done a ton of damage to that last remaining high ground tower. They cannot afford for that to go down. That was a nice play by AHQ, playing out this wave timings perfectly, but J-Jack still doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with.
He's healing up decently, but it is not enough.
He will have his natural affinity there as passive. We'll be regenerating some of that HP in the bush, but it will take some time to get him back up to full strength. As the Enraged Abyssal Dragon is once again on the board, neither one of these teams wants to make a mistake.
They might end up trading objectives here. AHQ actually playing for the Abyssal right now. Team Flash drifting towards the Dark Slayer, but neither team again feels comfortable committing without a kill.
Broe, though, maybe stepping a little bit too far forward. Gao as well. That's the Ghost Walk burn. There's the shock, the follow-up there. Not connecting. It is now J-Jack out in front. He's forced back to Rush on the flank. ADC doing a great job of chunking through Rush, and with the key spell already down, that is the margin going to fall once and twice. But a lot of damage done. Rush now in the back, going to fall for the first time. Will the follow-up be there? Yes, it is! The stun, the follow-up. J-Jack trying to have the wrenching up, but he's going to be taken out in his own right now. The high ground is exposed. The threat is there, but ADC is so low, and Dakko in the back. Going to be trading up these skills. They have the wave of turning, trying to get back, but this Trody is going to fall. In return, as AHQ is trading back and forth.
Chaser will be back off the Blade of Eternity, but the pressure is still here. A tremendous team fight from Team Flash, and now the map is in their control. They can drift back, clean up the jungle, and turn it into a major objective.
It is a 4v3 situation. Datkoi has to go back on in. We have full HP bars, which means that AHQ is still going to look to contest this. J-Jack has a lot to work with, and now it is the Dark Slayer in play. ADC taking a little bit of damage to start things off, but J-Jack needs to be careful. There's the shock, but they can't do both at once as Datkoi has come back in. A lot of damage onto Gao. They will be able to secure the Dark Slayer in the back of the snow, and Gao has enough HP to work with, but he is likely going to fall. Yes, he does!
Narrowly do they scrape out that kill, but the Nature's Realm barely has enough width to do it. That's important because they cannot use this Dark Slayer buff appropriately, especially because of the wave push. They can't play aggressive into either of these waves, and this gives time for AHQ to reset and pick up a counter buff. The Abyssal Dragon will make up much of the difference in their team fight, and that might have just given AHQ what they need to scrape out a game-winning fight.
That is the trade that AHQ wanted, going in 3v4, knowing they had the HP, knowing they had the positioning, forcing the error from Team Flash.
They gave Dark Blessing to the Marcher there instead of the Batman. And that makes sense because the Batman is no longer their assassination dive damage. That is now on Sun.
Marcia goes in, pops that Ghost Walk. She does an AoE of damage felt by every single member of Team Flash.
I feel it in my bones while watching. It is devastating.
It's this ripple of pain that emits from the centers of these fights, but it does put the Marja in somewhat of a compromising position, though, if they overcommit, as all 5 members are now back and alive. We'll see which buff will reign supreme. If Sun needs to be careful not to step too far out of line. There's the stun. The follow-up is there. Perfectly chained CC. The Dark Blessing keeps them alive, but there's CC in the back of it as well, trying to go in. They will secure one kill there. Nicely done. J-Jack is now in way too deep. The Redwood Rush trying to get him to escape, but ADC is on the flank, trying to go into Chaser, and that is going to be the stun. The follow-up, the kill. Nice heal as well from Pro. He able to keep the team through the stage drum, not doing nearly enough. As ADC survives, we do have crucial kills from Team Flash. But in the back, the Batman is going in rush, trying to find this. He has 1 minion to work with. Can they get back in time? That is going to be it. XP is there. He will have the utility to deal with this.
Rush just out 1v1 XP, and that might have just bought the time they need. The rest of Team Flash will continue forward undeterred. Rush bought time, but he might not have bought the game, because during this time, Team Flash can continue to find forward pressure.
We do see the Batman sitting back in the bush. There is a minion wave that needs to be cleared out in the top as well. Team Flash could not take that because they didn't have the minion waves to take the towers.
Rush just saved that game, and again, it was what we were talking about during the polls, AHQ recognizing their weaknesses and strengths. No, Rush is not particularly powerful right now as a team fight character. Use him as a scout. Find split lane pressure. Take advantage of the fact that you have taken those 2 high grounds, and that's what they do, and that's why they have not currently lost the game, despite losing 2 or 3 major team fights in a row.
They are holding on by the skin of their teeth and the damage they did early.
Every single one of these fights, ADC burrows to the front line and then burrows through the front line.
Yeah, he just charges right on through, attaches a giant drill bit to his head and says, vroom, vroom.
That's an image. All right, Paul. The ability of ADC to find damage actually really does surprise me, because I'm not a big fan of Linda's late game typically, but this build is working incredibly well for him against the squishier side. Chaser in particular not really being able to leverage out that damage, even it out.
Yeah, Lindis with this short range often gets punished in these late game fights going in, but able to dodge and weave throughout has been crucial here for ADC.
And I think one of the major differences between the high-level Lindis players we're seeing in these Asian matches and the ones we've seen during the Valor series are their ability to play mechanically through the bushes, because he's constantly using them for the speed boost, the tread softly. And because he gets that speed boost, he's always able to position very well.
But now we're seeing more of a traditional forward-mounted push from Team Flash, which also means that they're taking a little bit more damage there from Hawk. Hawk, who traditionally, as a Liliana, wants to set up these fights, butter up the opponents, these blinding lights. And we're not seeing it because Team Flash is going from 0 to 100 in these engages. They're not taking the time to get poked down.
Rush just picked up an Arctic Orb. Sorry to drop your point.
Okay,
I'm just trying to work out
what this build is at this point?
Yeah, because he's trying to work out what can I do with Batman at this point. And I understand that. He's built Pierce, Death Sickle, and Arctic Orb. That gives him an astounding amount of sustain, actually.
He's hoping they think he's dead and then he comes back in and pulls something out.
Maybe. He's also sold his Leviathan for Fenrir's Tooth, which makes sense because Leviathan's not doing much, and he's looking as best he can for late game armor, Pierce, it feels like. He just wants to be able to burn through somebody in the backline.
I mean, we're already seeing he did the full combo to the Lubu, and the Lubu literally blinked and went, thanks, I guess. And we're seeing that the Batman...
changed his build since then.
He
I
has.
believe is what I'm saying.
Okay. We'll see how the next time he rips through an ultimate does. Hopefully into a squishy target if you're an AHQ fan, because that's what it's going to take for them to get the win here in this game at this point.
Builds continue to get weird. Rock Shield built over... Oh, but Gao, that's a good shock landed.
does land onto Rush. The Hissy Fit is there as well, but they need to not overcommit. Nicely done! The Coagulator and the Arctic Orb to get him able to dodge the stun, get him out of there. And now it is XB getting pushed right back in the heal to get him out, though. Beautifully done. And is Dat Koi on the very edge of this Nature's Realm getting ripped apart, but the survive is there from AHQ.
That Arctic Orb instantly paying dividends.
Gets himself out.
I apologize for ever doubting it. He'll sell it now and pick up a little bit of extra armor pierce.
I mean, and that, I guess in that exact instance, it was literally exactly the same as getting stunned. But that's fine, because he just held himself in position. Pro E needs to be very careful as Rush has arrived. We do have the overlapping Orbs of Death, the Rings of Death right now as the Malice combo is in full effect. But Sun able to walk right on through it with the ult, and on the flank, Dat Koi getting chunked down by Chaser. CC is there, but the Marja does fall.
Sun very low, needs to disengage, and he can't. XP and ADC double team, and now JJ needs to run. He can't either.
The forest falls, and we do hear the sounds of potential defeat for AHQ. As 2 heroes have gone down, it is now Rush, the next one, off the stun. ADC rips him apart. His Gao is creating space. Chaser unable to do the damage to rip on through. As the high ground tower in the mid is exposed, they are pushing in these minions, but on the back of this towards the core, the super minions are here, but Dat Koi is there for the defense.
Dat Koi for the cleanup, that's good enough. Now mid lane, if they can get this high ground, it will likely be AHQ tied up and their game in trouble with 30 seconds on some of these respawns, and Hawk already in trouble.
If that Sunshine had connected, that could have been it. They're going under the core right now. Chaser is there, forced back under the core. That is the shock. They need to continue to push these minions on in. They don't have them there quite yet. The death timers are almost down. Sun has respawned. That is crucial, but ADC is hitting the core. They need to try and kill these minions. Can ADC do it? No! Hawk falls in the back. The core survives just a little bit longer. Hawk's going to respawn. He's going to have enough HP to try and survive through this, but they are going to get the kill on the back of this as well, as XP is under threat. J-Jack is there, turning this around, and now Pro E is the last man standing as ADC respawns, but it's not enough!
And now that ADC's down, that could be a major turnaround. J-Jack continues to press forward. He knows he has enough HP to slow this down, and he wants to make sure that Team Flash can't reset. I think he's done exactly that. They're fleeing back to base, using recalls. XP in particular hasn't had a reprieve since that team fight. And remember, with the super minion waves, all it takes is AHQ leveraging one fight, and this is their game to win.
The super minion kept the push alive. Gao is just feeling a little bit. The adrenaline is pumping. The adrenaline's pumped for us, TJ. I can't imagine. The super minions stalled the push long enough that it got Sun back alive.
And Hawk played beautifully around the side of that. Raining in the shining lights, just barely chipping away the minions. But Team Flash, at the end of this fight, they have managed to take out a high ground. That puts them one step closer to defeating the reigning world champions.
It does indeed. We're now set with a position where Team Flash has a clear win condition as we're now passing, I don't know, the clean 100,000.
36-minute mark?
Yeah, 36 minutes and 110,000 gold for Team Flash.
What was the Valor Series record?
53 minutes.
53 minutes. Keep that in mind.
It's the longest game played in the West. If there's any two teams who are going to bring us to a record-beating pace, it is going to be this one, but Hawk needs to be oh so careful. There's the shock going in, trying to split Sun from the team. He's the target. The stun does land. The follow-up there. Coagulate is enough to get him out for now. And it is Gao in the midst of all his foes. A second one there from Hawk. Nicely turned there. But J-Jack is now really deep in this, and there's not enough damage to rip through the health of Team Flash. Dat Koi wasn't even there for that fight.
They're lacking DPS over on AHQ, and that is showing, particularly as ADC is there for stark contrast.
Ooh, Sun is feeling that right now, going in, trying to clear the minion wave, but there is still one left alive. And the Hissy Fit will try and zone this as best they can, but a lot of damage done onto Dat Koi. He will have the ability to reset in this next coming fight, though. Actually, he does not. The Conqueror is not on cooldown. That could have been risky for him.
They did get more pokes on.
They did.
Again, the tower drops low. If they get this second high ground, it is literally an even game.
Well, a great way to do that is with a Dark Slayer, which, with you said, as the damage of ADC is oh so real, they'll be able to pick that up with ease.
This is Team Flash's game to lose.
It is.
The Slayer buff in hand, all they need to do is force a team fight and they win.
We've seen now that they have the ability to win these team fights. Keeping this Lindis alive has been oh so important. The lack of scaling from this Batman is really costing AHQ, but I can't believe that they're still holding on, TJ.
I don't think AHQ could have predicted a 37-minute game. So,
dude, it's AHQ. They have predicted literally every conceivable outcome. They look through the time stone, but I don't think this was the future they wanted.
Absolutely not. They have a hope. They enrage the Missile Dragon. If they can pick it up, then their team fights are even, roughly. But they can't. They're zoned off of it. And the Drake all the while is working its way through Datkoi to play defense.
Datkoi is here to try and keep this alive, but he's now in a 1v...
Whew, the burst.
I was going to say a 1v3 situation, but he's already dead, TJ!
And that's the difference between that fight and many others. Hawk was able to leverage his value. We have not seen Hawk play well into these fights. He's constantly zoned back.
Uh-oh, and now we see Rush getting scouted out here by ADC. Rush is going to try and turn onto this, but he does not have a hope of surviving. Death nothing for you in that situation. So trading out 1-for-1 now. Steam Flash.
So
Chaser, don't die to the Drake, Chaser!
It's still to their benefit as long as they get the kill on the Drake, which is what they did. The 1-1 trade is in their favor. Jack, though, discovers something is badly wrong with his universe.
He goes in, tries to disrupt this enraged Missile Dragon push, and does just that, but he might have set himself a little too far in position. The perfect and instant response from ADC and Gao to go on through and abandon that push. Jack will survive. The shock is there onto Hawk. He is the target. Coagulate, not enough in time, and now to Sun. Pushing on back. A beautiful stun on the flank. This as well. The Hissy Vent was doing so much work. There's the push in, and nicely done. The pick up there onto the Raz, securing the kill onto the Valheim. Jack down with the back as well.
Game.
That could be very much game, TJ, as they're pushing it onto the mid, ignoring the kills. Exactly what they need to do, as this could be it. The core is exposed. The minions are here. They have more than enough to work with. Sun will need to go off. There, he's going in trying to clear this, but going onto the core is ADC. Jack is trying to find it. They have the respawn, but that's it. Team Flash takes down and takes the win.
The reigning world champions, AHQ, are taken out by the Vietnamese Hope. Team Flash scrape out a victory.
Somehow they make it work. There was a moment, a period in time where I thought that AHQ was going to be able to turn it around.
There were 35 minutes of time where it was AHQ's game to lose. And during those 35 minutes, Team Flash kept their heads on straight and worked back that game.
What beautiful, consistent, solid play. I don't have enough good adjectives to say about that game.
Fabulous. Stupendous.
Glorious.
Spectacular.
A really nice play as they take down the reigning world champions in the semi-finals. The Vietnamese crowd must have been going wild.
That was one of the best games of Arena of Valor I've seen yet. We're just getting started.
This is only the semis.
It's day one of the semifinals.
Set one, day one.
3 more games, Paul.
3 more matches, TJ.
That's insane. AHQ just with a lose next to their name. That's insane in and of itself. The first game they've ever dropped at the AIC. This was their first loss. You can see what it came in off the back of.
Yeah, and we can see TJ just, I don't even know. Most games that go that long are bloodbaths. This was not that. This game was calculated to a T, but it all came down to ADC.
He got shut down so hard in the early game. I want to find this clip just so I can play it in your nightmares. You said, haven't you really seen a Lindis do well this set? Because they keep getting shut down early game.
Well, that's what you need to do. 33.6% of the team is damaged there. Gao tanking 30% in response. 36 over on Hawk and Sun as well, putting up respectable numbers. But Jack!
Oh boy, the man tanked a lot of damage, but I'd like to highlight something. If you're looking, what's the difference between these two teams? It unfortunately is my man Rush, who had a very rough game here, because again, the Batman does not function into the late game. And though they were playing the game well up until that point, though the Batman did scale remarkably well into the mid-game and gave them repeatedly extra information, extra ground game that allowed them to make incredibly intelligent plays in the classic AHQ style, it was not enough, because even though the Batman is scaling well, it's still a Batman. And if you compare the viability of a Batman in late-game teamfights to the viability of a Lindis, especially a Lindis as well-farmed and well-built as that, there is no comparison.
None at all. The jungle, in the end, the damage that was there, we saw sort of the feeble attempts to bring down Team Flash in that last fight. They all walked out at like more than half HP, and I went...
I don't think AHQ lost a team fight after the or won a team fight after like the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, I was gonna say 20, but I think I would put 15. They lost every fight after that, but they held on through the damage they'd done early, their ability to macro, and their ability to pressure off and contest in good places. They didn't lose so many players that it was indefensible, and it was that the Dark Slayer hold as well, the 3v4, that really kept them in there, because that could have been the beginning of the end. But that's only our first set, TJ. Yeah, we can talk about this. We can talk about this all day. Take a breath. It's only our first set. We're gonna hop onto a short break. I don't know about you, TJ. I need some water. I need a minute.
Alpha Red J Team.
Alpha Red J Team coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the English language broadcast of the AIC. and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship English language broadcast. We're hype after that last set, TJ.
And it's only getting better.
We hope.
I know.
It's definitely getting better.
There are 3 more games, and they certainly can't be, we can't be going downhill after that.
No.
Because up next, Alpha Red versus J-Team. The winner of that match goes on to play Team Flash, who just overtook AHQ.
You heard that right, folks. If you're just tuning in, AHQ fell in the semis. They're not out.
No, the loser of this next match between Alpha Red and J-Team will go on to play AHQ in an elimination match. Loser goes home.
Absolutely wild. And the winner of that match goes on to continue the losers bracket finals. And we have the winners bracket finals, and they have to play, and then eventually tomorrow,
$600,000, one champion, Arena of Valor International Championship.
Got it right there. Got it in one.
Good at
Got it in one. Yeah. There's a reason you're up here, buddy. I gotta say.
Team, this next game is something we're highlighting as a bit of a. Well, we said it was hard to predict, but we've just seen our predictions thrown out, so take it with a grain of salt. Alpha Red versus J-Team play very, very similar styles. Alpha Red was doing a very, very good job just grinding out, strangling out their games throughout the groups. They did that to Bizarre Gaming, who were the theoretical challengers for the top position and the top team out of Thailand, their region. Now, J-Team, the second best team out of the GCS, whose champion did just get dethroned by Team Flash, will have to take out Alpha Red. And they, too, play an extraordinarily consistent, passive style.
But the thing about Alpha Red that I particularly enjoy, while J-Team is so clean in their gameplay, TJ, right. It is Alpha Red, I feel, who has that additional level of dynamism that might be able to upset. Because I think for most people, some would consider Alpha Red maybe, given J-Team's history, he might consider Alpha Red the underdogs in this matchup. But I think it's that additional level for them to just go completely out there that I think might give them an edge.
J-Team are a little bit hard to predict because they're a little bit boring.
But in a good way.
Yes, they're boringly, consistently good. That's a sentence that works. Because they're consistently good in exactly the same way, doing exactly the same thing, and nobody can really break them doing that, they're a little bit boring. But they consistently win almost every match they play.
Well, they're up against a tough challenge in this next match. We're going to get into it here in just a second. Our second semi-final match of the day. Alpha Red, J-Team. This is going to be exciting.
If you forced me to make a prediction, I would side with J-Team, but like I said, you would have to force me. Gunpoint at the very least.
So what's your prediction?
You don't get to know.
Okay, good. My gut's telling me Alpha Red, but this could very much go either way. I legitimately have no idea. I'm already 0 for 1 to start this day, as AHQ were, again, the predicted favorites. I wasn't going to go against them. I wasn't going to bet against the Koreans, the cardinal sin of esports.
J-Team did play the Koreans, and they lost. They, of course, lost their home region, the GCS, to AHQ, who came in from Korea to Chinese Taipei, and it worked very, very well for them. Now J-Team are perhaps looking for a little bit of revenge, a chance to get back at AHQ. The problem is, they need to go through the losers bracket to find them now.
I mean, maybe they'll do it just for the storyline, too. I don't think, no, they're not going to stand it.
Absolutely not. Alpha Red, if they can get through, they're viewing this now as a free opportunity, I think, J-Team. Because to be frank, yes, Team Flash look good, but I bet they're more worried about the team they know can beat them than the team they think they can beat.
I mean, yeah, that logically doesn't make sense. But now you have to reconsider that, TJ. They know they've been beaten by AHQ, but right. This other side now, there's a lot of questions up in the air. What the team, again, the transitive property, TJ, the team that can beat them, of course, we know, looking at these group stages, that doesn't necessarily mean much, that old Bizarre Gaming OMG scenario. Just goes to show that on any given day, teams can take those games.
เหลือแค่เสิร์ฟคนเดียวมันคงจะยากเกินไปสำหรับในเกมนี้และเกมปิดเกมจะทีได้เข้ารอบต่อไปสำหรับทีมเจทีม
进入4强的感想。
ครับที่เข้าไปสู่รอบเซมิไฟแนลเจอกับเจที
ก็รู้สึกดีใจนะครับผมแต่ก็ผมยังคิดว่าพวกเรายังสามารถไปได้มากกว่านี้ครับ
我觉得我们进4强是我们理想的吧，就是我们本来就想过了，还蛮轻松的。
รู้สึกดีครับที่จะได้เจอเขาอีกครั้งหนึ่งครับจะได้แก้แค้นไปเลยผมว่ามันเป็นความรู้สึกที่ท้าทายนะครับเพราะว่าเราได้มาเจอกับทีมที่เราเคยแพ้มาอีกรอบหนึ่ง
对他们只有打野能跟我们抗衡
I am the first one
其他都输我们
ว่าสตาร์เขาเป็นคนที่มีสกิลเพลย์สูงแล้วก็ทักษะในการเล่นเขาดีเขาน่าจะเป็นจุดเมนของทีมที่ทำให้เกมไหลไปเรื่อยๆได้
谢谢他们这么看重我啊，
觉得我们能赢他们一次，那我们就用赢他们这个经验再去加强，我们应该就可以赢第二次。
ตองลิทเรมาแต่กลายเป็นเป้าสนามซ้อมกับมิสเตอร์ซันโดนขาป้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าดานเตียนมาอยู่ซ้อนโดนถูกก็จริงครับแต่ว่าป้อมแตกไปก่อนกลายเป็น
สำหรับผม AIC ก็เป็นงานแข่งระดับประเทศที่ใหญ่ที่สุดนะครับเพราะว่าแข่งที่ประเทศไทยครับแล้วก็อยากเอาแชมป์ให้กับชาวไทยครับ
他们可能比较熟悉泰国的环境，可能场地也比较熟悉，对，然后我们可能就是要赶快熟悉一下我们的场地。
虽然是在泰国，但是我们的粉丝会比你们的粉丝还要多。
นะครับมันเหมือนสร้างบันดาลใจให้เราว่าแบบเราต้องชนะเขาเราจะต้องทำได้เต็มที่กับรายการนี้เพื่อไม่ให้คนไทยผิดหวังครับ
กลายเป็นเป้าสนามซ้อมกับมิสเตอร์ซันโดนขาป้อมเลยครับแต่ว่าดานเตียนมาอยู่ซ้อนโดนถูกก็จริงครับ
目标一定是拿冠军。
น่าจะ 3-1 ครับ3-1ให้เขาแค่1
我们应该会把你们3比0，一分都不给你们。
ครั้งที่แล้วที่แพ้อย่าดีใจครั้งนี้มาเอาคืน
不好意思，你们下回再复仇吧。这一次我们一样会赢你们。
Fighting words from both sides as both claim that they will take home the victory. 3-1, the cautious tale there for Alpha Red, but the 3-0 prediction for J Team speaks to the confidence they have taking the win when these teams last fought in the group stages.
I mean, Yuzon has a point. They did win dominantly during the group stage. All they need to do is repeat the same performance, and surely it's going to be the same result.
I mean, but TJ, it's been a few long weeks since then. They've had time to practice, they've had time to scrim, but J Team is coming with the confidence, and sometimes that is enough. They are, I would believe, the predicted favorites going into this. Benny wins star, as well as, of course, the top jungle, I was going to say star himself, Evneal, and then Yuzon as well in that Darkslayer lane. One of, I believe, the best side lane players on Earth.
But there's been some kind of discussion around Yuzon of late. Yes, he is godlike when he's on point, but he's been a tad 50-50 of late. Either he shows up, takes over the game, is the best side laner in the world, or he's completely and soul-crushingly absent.
That's a rough situation to be in, because you plan your rotations, you plan your picks, you plan your game around a player like that, and if he does not show up, that is when the plans fall apart. And we've seen that happen a little bit here for J Team, but all in all, they have been able to come out on top. They have been able to make it all the way here to the semi-finals, but they're going up against a tough opponent many, yourself included, myself included, did not expect to be here.
No, Alpha Red upset the top region, or the top team from their region in order to get here. They played during the regular season, Bizarre Gaming won. Now, they play during the grand finals stage of the International Championship, and all of a sudden, Alpha Red put on an extra burst of form and are able to get here I'd like to talk about these stats, though, because Neil has been an unexpected star for this team. He's long been thought of as consistent, not much more. Here, he's stepped up. His Lindis, in particular, has looked nuts. His Violet, very sturdy, as the two backline support characters, backline sustained damage characters, carried him to a 7.0 KDA.
That is pretty darn wild. Really solid jungle KDA there. Someone who was always the target of a lot of the damage. The ire of the other team staying alive that much to get a 7.0 KDA is really impressive. But he has a counterpart on the other side, the counterpart in Alpha Red that we have to discuss as well.
Sure, and it has been lights out for First One all throughout the group stages, but Neil has displayed something rather interesting as of late. We saw during their final group stage game a few moments ago, he put on an extra burst of form. He was able to pull out playing melee jungles randomly out of the blue, and that was a surprise.
It is indeed, but again, Alpha Red, KSSA, Taos, NT, First One, Shadow. This is a squad whose names we should all be familiar with. KSSA, I would say the star player alongside First One on this squad.
Absolutely spectacular support player, and he played for the Thailand wildcard team at the AWC. They made top 4. Didn't get much further than that, so it will be a redemption arc, perhaps for him and many of the other players over at Alpha Red who did join him on that roster.
Yes, I mean, we'll see if they can find that redemption here. Going up against a team you've already lost to, that's an interesting psychological standpoint here, TJ. Talk to us a little bit about that going into it for these players, especially again, Alpha Red. They know what happened the last time they fought. That's got to be weighing on the back of your mind.
Sure, but Alpha Red, like you said, have also gained some ground since then. First One didn't show up during their games versus J-Team throughout the rest of the tournament. He's been, like I said, lights out at 9.29 KDA.
That is wild, TJ.
Yeah.
Cricknack, Lindis, showing a little bit more versatility here, which I think is interesting.
And that was why I was highlighting the fact that Neil had picked up Cricknack during the last engagement, because their top 2 picks kind of overlap a lot right now.
They do indeed. This Lindis is going to be, once again, the highest priority here for all of these jungle players. She is in such a good position right now, and we saw it demonstrated to perfection in that last game.
You were asking, what's it like? Well, you were a pro player. Mm-hmm. You have played 8 times more competitive games than I ever have. Do you think there is a mental aspect to coming into a game you expect to lose or historically have?
Yeah, I mean, those situations where you go in, especially if it was a crushing defeat. If it was close, it makes you hungrier. It makes you better. But when it was one-sided and you got smacked around, it takes a lot of guts to walk right back in and put yourself into the meat grinder once again. It takes a certain level of dedication and discipline. And we're seeing now the side stats, 83% on both respectively for Alpha Red.
I'm really kind of curious why J-Team takes such a dive on the blue side.
That is bad. 50%.
It's also the inverse of what we saw earlier. We were talking about the red side advantage for both teams. And we're sticking to that here. I'm curious if that's going to be consistent across the board now that we're getting these stats.
It is, and almost dead even in terms of dragon control for both sides. I love these stats going to the starts of these games, giving a little bit more context to these matches and the playstyles. You can actually derive a lot of information about a playstyle of a team by how often they take something as simple as an Abyssal Dragon.
And both these teams, again, play very similar playstyles. You'll see a lot of focus on farm, a lot of longer games as they try and strangle out their opponents. Just play quote-unquote perfect AOV.
Perfect AOV, not making a mistake, not making an overextension, going back and forth across the board, out-farming, out-pressure. He does. Interesting. Shorter.
So a lot of this is because both these teams aren't worried about taking towers.
Yes.
They're very, very good tower push teams. They're very, very good stranglehold teams. Again, the places where both these teams will lose is if they get wiped in a team fight. So if they're looking to close a game, both these teams typically will lean towards that Abyssal, whereas a team like AHQ, who tends to peter off towards the late game, tends to need an extra boost in tower take, will prefer picking up a Darkslayer.
I'm doing some quick mental maths looking at these, and it really looks like it could be the difference of 1 dragon and 1 Slayer that is the difference in all of these games between these teams, because those stats were nearly identical. It just goes to show that not only is their play style, as you said, quite similar, it looks like their ability to execute in these games is there as well. The only major difference being the actual win rates. Alpha Red actually putting up an impressive record so far in this tournament.
Yeah, Alpha Red, though, have lost more series. So even though J-Team apparently lose more games on the blue side, they are still ahead, theoretically. We'll have to see if they can hold to that, though, as we get into the draft.
Yes, so when Alpha Red wins, they win a little bit more convincingly. And when they lose, let's just say, it takes a little more out of them there. So we're now getting into our very first draft of this series. And I have to say, the Superman ban to start things off, I'm a little bit shocked, but also I'm not really shocked.
No, the Superman, very, very good for both these sides. Yuzon in particular plays him very, very well, which is why the ban comes down from Alpha Red.
Yeah, I mean, you get to play around Yuzon, man. That's not the thing you necessarily always want to be doing here, but you kind of have to when he's so good. I mean, it's tough, TJ. It's tough.
Yeah, the Elsu ban comes through as well to counter the Richter ban. This is now very interesting as a 1-2 because it leaves Ignis on the board. He'll be removed. That should be a Valheim first pick for Alpha Red.
I mean, I would expect nothing differently here from them. You talked about the Valheim, though, and talked about his ability. The late of last game, he was less of a factor than I think we were both expecting. He just didn't seem to hit hard enough. I mean, it is going to be the first pick here, no question, because he's still, as you said, the mobile stun machine, but...
Well, the thing about Valheim is he does consistently, he's a bit like Lindis, he does consistently well across everything. So he'll do well enough early, do better mid-game, and then do well enough late game. This is a good 1-2 though on the red side for J-Team. We've talked up why the red side tends to win. And this is why, because they get the first 2 drafts. They'll go for Alice as the support, which is a little bit interesting to me. And they'll get the Raz, who we knew was going to be contested between the 2 mid lines.
Yeah, this Alice, she is just shot up into contention. Was this Malik or this Lindis that we were pretty consistently seeing in this 1-2 spot here. But Alice, her ability to enable so much damage, her ability to aid these rotations, I think that's sort of the unsung value of this hero, is with that friendship, with that movement speed buff, that shield, she is able to get her team into positions to capitalize on overextensions and create mistakes.
First one here, opting for the Kriknak. That's kind of interesting. Into the Alice, it's a skill matchup now. Alice, Raz, both relatively squishy. If the Kriknak can land the one-shot early mid-game, things look good. Now, most Kriknaks tend to fall off quite drastically towards the late game. What's set not just Alpha Red, but First One apart is his ability to keep his Kriknak relevant, even into the late game.
Which is my constant criticism of Kriknak. Constant Kriknak criticism being their inability, one of them is a cave, it's fine. Their inability to be relevant in these late game fights. They become a living drone drop and nothing else. They go in, they burn the one ability, hope they get the kill, and if they don't, well, good luck, sir, you are one squashed bug. And I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing here too much. As you said, First One is one of the best players on Earth at converting this Kriknak late game.
A mid-game focus so far for Alpha Red, because they have that Malik and Valheim who are on opposite ends of the kind of leaning spectrum. Malik does best late game, but is relevant throughout. Valheim does best early mid-game, but is relevant throughout. Now it becomes about that mid-game kind of, as a result of meeting in the middle. You'll also see that Kriknak spike early mid-game.
Yes, you will absolutely see that. And the shocks in that last set. Man, I keep going. We had so many examples of so much amazing play in that last set. You gotta keep going back to it. The shocks that we saw being landed, especially in that last game, we know the potential. Once you get aggressive with them, their ability to set up kills like nothing else.
The Alice is kind of interesting as a defensive tool here. Normally when you run the Alice, you couple it with a Violet. That Violet's been banned away. That's why that ban came through. NC, of course, plays a lethal Natalia and Alistair, which is why both those more static sustain mages have been removed. This does leave Liliana still on the cards, and I'd expect that to be the #1 pick. You could also see maybe a Tulin, because NT sometimes likes to surprise us.
It's so funny. Against any other mage, that Liliana would be absolutely off the board, but not against NT. This guy plays as just a slightly different hero pool than most.
He's played Crixie as well.
Yeah, and I believe it worked.
Yeah. It was pretty good Crixie.
It was. We do see the Omen being locked in now as well for J-Team, giving them a little bit more sustainability on the side lane here, but not a whole lot of tankiness. Keeping it relatively light, but not insanely squishy.
Really watching for this mage because it should be the Liliana. That is logically what the mage pick should be. But NT's got a little bit more of a weird character pool than most mages, and it's one of the things that sets him apart because he's got that extra flexibility and kind of off-meta pool. You tend to see teams not quite know how to counter him.
Well, it's whatever will go best at the end net here, because KSSA's in net.
KSSA.
I was prepared to look really, really good right there, and instead, the Ibeneth comes out.
I like it. Ibeneth is very, very good as an engage and as a hold. And there are very few characters that can match the ability to hold a fight as well as a Ibeneth can. Here we're going to be able to see the Ibeneth start off the fights with the Malik. That is your 1-2 front line. Then from the back line, you can have that quick knife dive in, find value, and you'll have hovering, not just the Valheim, but also the Liliana.
I actually really like this adaptation. I was thinking, oh, they're going to be a little bit squishy, blah, 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 but no, I think that this Ibeneth is the perfect little response here at the end. Rourke would do a pretty good job of shredding down this front line, though, and Cricknack doesn't do super well.
Cricknack has a very bad time into Rourke. You dive in, he lands the stun, your combo is now gone, and he's got full chip burst, which is hard.
Who's his first one kill here?
I mean, it should be the Alice, it should be the Raz, it should be the Omen. Omen late game is not going to happen.
No.
Raz is a skill matchup, and the Raz, especially on a player as good as Star, probably he'll work out how to stay ahead. So I guess the Alice. I guess we're talking Alice, and then of course both the Rourke and the Cricknack have a similar vulnerability. If the Rourke's shut down, then he's not going to be useful. If the Cricknack doesn't get early game, they're not going to be useful. And because they're very similar in that way, there's going to be, I think, a lot of emphasis on the early game. Whichever team wins it, likely wins it all.
We can see the Alpha Red fans out in full force right now. The sign is absolutely amazing. The audience is filled up. It is red. The
Should
audience
just say Alpha, and it's red.
That would be really smart, actually. Kind of cool. Oh, you can hear the audience getting into it, though. I can feel the energy through the screen as we get into our second semifinal Pride.
Make better signs.
It was still really good, TJ. Don't give her a hard time.
Yuzon predicted a 3-0. Is that overconfidence? We'll see. J-Team will need to prove their statements now as they get into the first game of their semi-final versus Alpha Red.
Can Alpha Red bring it together, or will it be a repeat of that group stage? Alpha Red, of course, they've got that hometown pride on the line. You know they want to represent for their region, Thailand. If there was any esport they were going to be known for, it has to be AOV. They know it. We have your tourism minister kicking off the show. That's probably a good sign.
This is the last home team. Alpha Red are the last hope for the home region and the home crowd. And they need to make it work here.
The last hope indeed, TJ. We're getting into game number 1 of our second semi-final match. J-Team, Alpha Red. Let's get into it.
Already, early pressure down the mid lane. That's kind of curious, actually. I'm surprised that both teams are willing to go for it because there is such an early game emphasis. Both these teams should have been focusing towards the jungle, farming up, power farming, because an extra level here for first one means so much.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his ability to get that drone drop even earlier will set him apart in this first early Abyssal Dragon fight. It gives him such an advantage.
Separately, Neil isn't really effective until he hits mid-game. Once he does, he's going to have a window where he is more effective than almost any other ranged character, almost any other jungle. That's what Rourke does. There's this window early mid-game where he is an unstoppable killing machine coming for your blood. That doesn't last long, though.
No. I mean, yeah, his damage just drops off so hard. And yeah, he can armor shred, but really it's just like he hits the point where he puts the shoulder charge into you and you just go pop. And then all of a sudden you don't. He just becomes so much less scary.
And his sustainability drops off as well, especially as the shields start to be ignored towards the late game. The Malik of Shadow will in particular do that.
Yes, that's something we're going to keep an eye on here. Of course, the true damage with the cleave going on through from Shadow. And we do see KSSA being the ward, being the scout for his team, and all three members of J-Team here in the mid. They're going to insta-clear this wave.
Hello, Star.
Hello! This is going to give them the ability to rotate as they see fit.
And he baited that really cool, actually. Backing off, throwing in a blinding light, getting free damage in on Star. That's going to be a really fun mid matchup.
We're already seeing level 4 being reached now for first one, going in onto Yuzon in the top lane. It's a lot of damage with the Death Spec and bringing right back in. But that was an interesting committal right there, as the first blood is going the way of Alpha Red.
First one was in trouble, but he wasn't alone. Shadow sweeps through and finds nearly 2 early game picks. Yuzon in particular going down.
That was a strange committal there from Yuzon. As I said, he's either the best player on Earth, or he makes decisions like that. He knew the Malik was right there. He was just in lane.
Well, I don't think he anticipated, or maybe didn't realize exactly how much the cleave was going to do to him. He was able to land a really good Death Spec and take a sustained fight versus their jungler. Had he won it, had he managed to find the kill, that might have been the game then and there. As is, it's a slight advantage to Alpha Red.
They do secure that first blood, and they are ahead oh so slightly in terms of this gold, but not too much here, as we do see the Rourke focusing on this farming well. You know, first one, he's putting himself in a position that should a kill arise, he could be there to take advantage.
Alpha Red looking for this Abyssal primarily. They've reset it once, that's KSSA's doing, and he'll do it again. Oh no, never mind. Waiting for first one, who's now arrived, and they'll try and use his scaling. Like I said, first one sustains better than almost any other melee player in the world, and you can see that not just in how long he lasts doing damage, but also just even right now, how he's able to do more than just the initial burst.
Yeah, I mean, this Kriknak just helps rip through these Abyssal Dragons. He always makes sure he's there when his team needs him, and his sustainability is super important to note here because it's how he's able to dodge and weave in and out of these fights, utilizing that Horn Rush, getting that lifesteal when he absolutely needs it.
The build's already underway. He's got Mr. Stabby prioritized, and he's partially through filling it. Elsewhere, I was a little bit curious what the Rourke would be building. He's also sticking with the Mr. Stabby. We've seen a couple scorching winds on Rourke, but the melee advantage of that melee jungle item is very well. I don't expect, or is very good, I don't expect we'll see him upgrade it. Typically, you just stay on the Mr. Stabby because it's not worth the cost of upgrading it for the benefits you get, not on a melee character.
Yeah, and not having that, I mean, this change in the jungle items were pretty substantial. One of those last
Death's Embrace!
Death's Embrace on the first one, though, the combination of that Nature's Realm, beautifully done. It is Yuzon, who will actually fall, though. So a nice counter kill there, but getting the key kill on the jungle, that was so massive. First one could not afford to die there.
And I loved it. Yuzon lands the Death's Embrace and then just dips. Says, all right, bye, have fun. Leaves the tower to do its good work, and like you say, that's a pretty major kill. If Yuzon had survived, it would be all the better. Watch this from KSSA.
Yeah, KSSA is here on the flank. He goes in with the Nature's Realm, splits the fight beautifully, tries to keep first one alive, and he's able to go back in. Yuzon. Did he die from the splash damage onto Benny?
He did.
Oh, Benny, no! Bad teammate.
I mean, it was Benny's fault. Yuzon just shouldn't have run towards the tower.
I mean, I feel like that's a discussion for another day as the fight breaks out in the jungle all over this Mike Golem, trying to force themselves or get themselves back out. Is Alpha Red NT is going to target. The follow-up is there.
Again, Yuzon catches him in a Death's Embrace, and that's another pick found off the back of a Death's Embrace. Yuzon showing up early for J-Team.
Ooh, another kill going the way of J-Team as well as Benneth follows in mid. Again, Yuzon, one of these players. Omen, a hero who made a massive appearance in the Western set of AOV. We saw a lot of Omen do a lot of work. It's been a little bit quieter so far in these Eastern games, but making an already loud appearance in game number 1 here.
Watch for this Omen to build very, very tanky. He'll be almost as threatening as Malik towards the late game.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure, how tanky he is going to get, as well as being nimble in these fights. First one going in, trying to steal at this dragon, but it still has a little bit of HP to work with on the flank. NT is going to go in there, pick up the kill. Shadow is juking, dodging, and diving, and what a beautiful steal from Alpha Red!
NT sweep through, pick up waves, and now Benny should be another free pick. Stars through, but NT's got enough zone for him too.
Ooh, Star might look to go in and get all bit sassy here if NT sticks around. Very smartly not opting to do so. Great counter kills, as well as a dragon to Alpha Red.
That was so smart. They used Neil in his aggression as the Roar, kind of to their benefit. He plays very aggressive into Shadow, chases him very far back, does get the kill, but this leaves only Wins playing defense to pick up the Dragon. And it's an easy rotate. NT arrives from the mid lane, picks him up, they get the Dragon, and then from there it's easy.
Yeah, Wins a little bit out of position right there on that Marja. Not respecting the early game damage of NT so far. That's why he's going to be the target of his next gank. But the unpredictable to get him on. Oh, the dodge there! As Star goes out and misses. First one with the counter kill. The reinitiation cast stays there. He's going to try and find the Redwood Rust. The branching out to resecure. This is Neil is going down. The sustained damage from first one is there as Benny is going to be the potential next target. The stun does not connect. That was massive. This could be there's the slow the fall. The branching out is not going to be there. They're going to burn the flicker. Well, get it. Yes, they do. I can't even speak words because first one is so damn good.
The flicker through to support that from KSSA. That was the sick team play. However, Yuzon does catch him out. Another Desert Brace and another shutdown. First one again off the board.
First one feeling a little bit too confident off the back of a couple sick kills. Yuzon putting it back in his place just a little bit.
He got the first ones, but not the later ones.
No, he did not. Nicely done.
Pressure onto this bot tower. Taos gets it within a single glaive of health.
He carries a gun, but he uses a glaive. Silly Valheins.
I mean, I've seen some Valheim mains. That kind of checks out. Just saying.
Just saying.
Mid lane pressure from Alpha Red. This is kind of difficult, I feel, for JT because they are playing the macro right. But Alpha Red are just inexplicably winning silly team fights.
It's this dynamism that I was talking about. It's their ability to push in and make plays in weird situations that kind of separates them a little bit. J-Team, as you said, they're playing the macro perfectly. And they're keeping up right now. They've only lost one tower so far in this game. But now they're behind 3 dragons. They're down 4k gold. That's a rough spot to be in.
First one's individual mobility in these fights is next to none. His capacity, if you just watch how much he bobs and weaves in the fights, it's scary.
It is indeed. So we're seeing another gank appear. A scary situation now for Shadow, who's trying to survive through with the cleave. The rest of the team is going to collapse on this, but it's way too little too late. Valheim will trade a tower for this, so that's something there for Alpha Red.
That tower was so low, it's not an especially good trade for Alpha Red. J-Team were already going to lose it at some point. The fact that they're able to pick up Shadow in the side lane is definitely to their benefit.
It was indeed. He's a key target, but already how long it's taking him to kill him. He lived such a long time. Oh, you know that first one was thinking about that drop.
This is where it does start to get dangerous. You said in the early game, who does first one drop into? Right? You said Shadow's going to kind of be tanky, but so are many members of J-Team. You're going to see Yuzon absolutely scale up. You're going to see Neil get a little bit more difficult to dive into. And that's where First One's ability to use his Kriknak as a chip damage character into the late game really will be tested.
It will indeed. But again, you mentioned if anyone's going to make this Kriknak work in the late game, it is going to be him. Now Yuzon in a rough spot. Burn the flicker there, trading it out for the Nature's Realm. But Taos, he does have the... No, he doesn't have it up. Nicely done from Yuzon.
Using the Untouchable to purge the stun as soon as it came in, the cleanse allowing him to get out of range. However, Betty has no such luxury. He'll be burned down in mid despite his good use of the Hissy Fit.
That was a really nice placement on that too, but just too much damage. You said Alice is the one they're going to look towards here, and seems like First One has identified that because that's where the support sits. They're the ward. They're the one that sits there in the bush. They're the one that keeps up the pressure. But now, speaking of pressure, the Darkslayer is under threat. His First One forced a drone drop out. KSSA is in a rough spot. His Stars on the flank. Nice in the pick was there. The shock trying to go on in. The Darkslayer will reset on the back of this is the cleave. The follow-up is there, but they found the Valheim. Nicely done. The Death's Embrace onto Shadow as well. He is stuck in a terrible situation as NT goes back in the Ghost Bug to try and reinitiate off the back of this. Those wins, taking a lot of damage. The stun is there. The shield enough to keep Shadow alive for now.
My goodness, Star! He's shown in that fight. Diving through the midst of it, able to pick up 2 individual kills. Watch this.
Absolutely wild. Taos did a great job of sitting back, but it was Star on the flank.
My God.
That execution!
He flickers away from the Malik Shock. He would have got much, much more had he just been out of range of NT, who managed to dive in. As is, J-Team will be able to turn that fight win into an Abyssal Dragon.
They needed that as it is now 9 kills to 8 and almost dead even in terms of gold. They have brought that deficit back to within 1,000 as they look towards this bottom tower as well. They need to start to even out this infrastructure game if they have any hope. They need to take some towers.
And that's what they'll start looking to do. Again, J-Team are a very methodical team. That's why I really do hate to call them out of any games, because as seen here, they're not. Still 2k gold behind, but they're able to organize these team fights so well, and they win them nonetheless.
They do indeed, and finding opportunities, creating those moments themselves. Alpha Red trying to take, I think, just a little bit too much. Some of these earlier confident plays from them have maybe put them out of sorts a bit because they feel like they can get away with more than they actually can.
Now they'll start to be punished for it. That first infrastructure gain, as you called it, will be taken back. Star mid may get traded, but KSSA and NT don't quite have the burst.
Not quite yet. KSSA not really willing to follow up on that there. NT, easy good throw. Oh!
The full burst comes out from NT. J-Team need to rotate through. Hold up.
Hold up. Hold up. Forcing back through. I'm going to pick a safer bush to leave right now. Taos is here on the flank as well. Putting that damage in already. NT is going off. Might as well stand for no tomorrow, because that's what it's going to be like for J-Team if they continue to take this damage.
Nope. Nope, that one's not. Nope. Dark Slayer was threatened by first one. Shadow will be in trouble, but KSSA's there with the Nature's Realm. That's quite good, with the shot coming through as well. Two members of J-Team have already fallen.
Nicely done. The Dark Blessing was not enough to keep them alive as the Marsh is trying to chase down Chao's not able to do so. Already burned. The key ultimate. Shadow lived! That heal timing was so perfect!
Beautifully done by Shadow and beautifully done by KSSA. The double tank plays this so well.
Watch this back in. Shadow is caught in the middle of everyone. The Hissy Fit does a good job zoning, but it's not there quite when they needed the shock to reinitiate, and Shadow is able to live despite the Dark Blessing being in place. The rest of the team was there with the clutch damage.
Shock plus Nature's Realm.
Ouch.
You're chained by one. The chain CC slows your escape. Oh. Nature's Realm comes through.
Shadow is really determined to keep up this pressure, creating space in the mid for Taos to bring it down. I was expecting the Annette, and I loved the Benneth in the draft, and we're seeing why. Having that additional tanky element to the draft is giving Alpha Red that additional little benefit in these fights. Because yes, Yuzon will be equally as tanky in the late game, but some of the other members of J-Team, not quite so much.
Well, he'll only be equally as tanky effectively. His lifesteal makes up the difference, and we're not yet seeing that.
Aren't quite seeing that yet. Touchable timing will need to be absolutely flawless. His first. Oh, the bait's there!
He misses.
I think that was actually a bait, because Star looked like he was going to try and go back in there. The Hissy Fit damage, though. First one is not very tanky.
That was a double bait, then. So the Death's Beacon used erroneously to try and bait in the commit from first one so that Star can commit.
Yes.
Then he did commit. Star did still get the damage, but because both baits failed, nobody really won.
No, they put a lot of bait on the line, but nobody was hooked in at the end.
Caught an old shoe.
Yes, that's it.
I've gone fishing before.
Yes, that's how that works. I too have been fishing. As we now see, the pressure coming in and out through the mid, the Nature's Realm. Just good positioning there to zone it out. First one, once again, on the wrong end of a Yuzon. It happens.
Yuzon definitely doing very well in this late game because he keeps being able to find picks like that. It's keeping J-Team in this game.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yuzon is single-handedly the reason why J-Team has not yet lost this game. His ability, he's found 3 picks on the jungle. The amount of farm that is shut down.
Solo kills as well.
Yes.
None of that's from team fights. He's done pretty well in the team fights. You can see that by his assist counter. But, yeah, hello, NT.
NT, identifying that he can't stop the Rourke. Oh, so I'm going to stop everybody else!
That, of course, does force them to fall back, but only temporarily. Tower will still fall.
Tower will still fall. The threat of the Omen, the Death's Back and the Death's Embrace is oh so real. You can see that APR a little bit more shell-shocked in the back that they're so hesitant to commit unless they have the full tank front line in place.
They need both of the tanks in order to enable their backline, and the fact that they'd already kind of lost first one before they even began that fight meant that there was very little way for them to burn down any of the big damage sources. The fact that first one can consistently be relied on for one trade pick during these fights is significant, and that's going to not just be a little bit harder to achieve, but flat out go away as we get into late game.
Yes, that is going to be very hard to replicate, to keep consistent as the tankiness of J-Team continues to push forward, getting items, getting the gold. We're seeing it now for that Omen, just getting even more tanky in this build.
Mantle of Ra and Mail of Pain, neither of them are especially strong defensive items, but they add up, especially with the addition of Medallion of Troy. And he's going to be doing decent damage, as well as his lifesteal, of course, being amped up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is a great build now coming out from Yuzon here. I like this. The Mail of Pain in particular is going to make things just a little bit more interesting here for Alpha Red, as they don't want to continue to push in now. Now that Leon has been forced back, that was a weird bit of positioning there from NT. Walking into a strange bush in an opponent's jungle, that's a great way to get smacked.
He did. He survived.
Barely. Forced to use everything in this kit to get out, though.
A little bit of a bruise. Can't say. Still working on this Abyssal Dragon. This is something you can rely on him to do. He uses his tankiness very aggressively to reset objectives a ton, because you don't engage versus this guy. Because when you do, he pops Nature's Realm, and there's an easy punish from, say, NT. So his zoning power is stronger than perhaps any other character in the game and any other player in the game.
Yeah, we're seeing it utilized here beautifully as they were able to pick up that dragon. And that was a 4v5 situation right there, because all the while Yuzon was opting to split push. But the Malik was able to just walk back with ease. So AP, Alpha Red took the dragon. They defended the tower. So really, that was just the perfect little scenario there for them.
No Blitzblade built on that Valheim. It's the Asian Valheim build again, which gives a little bit more damage, a few fewer stuns.
He's already 6-stacked, though.
Very quick farm.
Very quick farm here. 53k to 49.6. Coming into the 18-minute mark, as Shadow has found himself some friends here on the other side of the map. First one's going to look to try and go in on this now. The Shocked looking to re-engage Taos and crew on the flank, but Yuzon is the target. He is getting chunked down. The Hissy Fit to try and keep him alive just a little bit longer. It is Neil taking out first one on the flank. Nice split throughout this fight. It is NT, the next target, dodging in and out of the bush. Up against Neil, the Reiki shot not enough to take him down. Benny as well getting oh so low, but the key damage dealers have been killed for Alpha Red. It is now J-Team in full control as Taos is the next one to fall. No, a little bit longer. He finally does.
Neil commits to that backline and just lives there. The sustained work damage in the mid-late game, far later than we anticipated he would be a factor, working extremely well.
And they still had the Abyssal Dragon buff for this as they went into this fight.
Yes, this was a fight against the Abyssal buff.
Wow, absolutely wild.
J-Team
did it. They pulled it off.
But this works because they take this team fight so cleverly. They never actually took a full 5v5. Instead, they took several staggered fights, and that will work out well as they now threaten the core.
As they now just go on in. We're watching the replay, and they're winning the game. Beautiful play there as J-Team takes game number 1.
A 13-13 tied kill score at the end of the match. That's something not unknown for J-Team. They tend not to get as many kills as their opponents, and get far more control and value from the ones they do get.
Just goes to show that when everything lines up, all a team needs to do is win one convincing team fight. Take down the low ground tower, take down the high ground tower, T2, T3, the core, and that's GG in an instant. They had enough damage. That Rourke was wild. We talked about how strong the Rourke is in the mid game, and he was just on the cusp of his power spike. He was starting to decline, but in the fight that he needed to make it work, he absolutely did.
At the pinnacle of his powers, Yuzon landed Death's Embrace.
Yeah, Yuzon was straight up the reason that game was won.
And because that Death's Embrace landed, then first one was chained in the fight for a little bit too long. That allowed Neil to get close, execute him on the chase. He had the backup of NT, but NT did fall after a Blade of Eternity was spent defensively to keep Neil alive. Very well done.
Benny with 5 deaths. A little bit surprising there from him. He was kind of the cannon fodder in these fights. On the other side, first one with 5 deaths of his own. That is way more important.
Playing Alice into Kriknak is hard.
It is.
Playing Kriknak and diving the Alice is stupid. Because, sure, maybe you are getting the kill onto Benny repeatedly, but we did see a couple times there a lot of investment spent to shut down the Alice. Alice has limited contribution to the team fight. If the Alice has spent the Hissy Fit, the Sunshine, there's not a whole lot else she's going to do for a while.
No, she's very cooldown dependent.
So if Benny spends his cooldown and then dies for his team, he's actually achieved maximum possible value.
He gets down the Hissy Fit, he gets down the stun, and he gets the Sunshine, he gets the Friendship. He's in good shape.
We said J-Team typically get much more value for the kills they do get. Well, the kills they did get were on to overwhelmingly Tao's. You could see Shadow only had one death that game. That's because it didn't matter that they killed him until the late game. Late game, they needed to get a kill on him in order to win the game, but until then, it didn't matter.
Now we deal with Cricknack syndrome, the syndrome where they never get more than 20% of their team's damage. And while NT picked up the slack, 35%, you saw a much more even spread on the other side, having that jungle marksman, pseudo marksman, assassin in that Rourke, doing work there for JT.
JT up 1-0 in the 5-game set. This certainly looks like a good start to him. Yuzon sent 3-0. So far, they're backing it up.
They are indeed. Game number 1 going to them. Again, the expected favorites going into this. The last time these teams did fight, JT came out victorious, but it's definitely not over yet for Alpha Red in front of the hometown crowd. You know they're going to want to keep up that pressure. Or, I should say, just win a first game.
This was kind of where I spotted the problem. Yuzon, even in a losing fight, even when they were pretty badly behind as they were there, he can just land the Death's Embrace. He's already countered a lot of the strategy for Alpha Red.
Is he so much better on this Omen that you legitimately need to consider banning it in this next phase?
Because Yuzon will do or not do that entirely independent of character.
True.
He'll do or not do that on Lubu as well. I do think Omen and Cricknack is an especially good counter, but I don't anticipate we'll see a second Crick.
I would expect us not. I would expect the ranged marksman in the jungles to be a little more of a higher priority in these drafts, and I would expect to see that coming up. But first one again, he's just, I mean, you have to play aggressive with the Cricknack. That's what it's all about. The fact that they're able to just turn and constantly convert these kills, but more important, the fact that J-Team was able to come back from this deficit.
What J-Team do? They were never really at a deficit, they were just biding their time. Or so they would have us believe, because they consistently do this. Even in games where they look behind, they're always taking the smart fights, and it only takes one kill. It only takes one clean team fight for them to be able to scrape it out.
It does, and this was the team fight in question. Take a look at Neil on the back line there, chasing down NT.
This was so clean.
So clean, and it just goes right on back in. Benny's the distraction, everyone else is the distraction, but it was Neil through all of it, just ripping apart the hopes and dreams of Alpha Red.
You see how it's a pincer. They took this whole team fight, kind of arced around this passageway, this bush, that meant they had entirely encircled, once Neil got through to the back lines, their opposing squads. So Alpha Red do have stragglers get out, try and back up because they're low HP. And who's waiting for them? The low HP stragglers from the fight, but the high burst damage, Neil.
The man in a bush with a mustache. He's absolutely terrifying.
Yes.
Look, man, it's not too often that we see Rourkes that just change a game.
No. It's been quite a while, especially in the West Valor series. We don't see
E3.
very many.
I think about E3, man. That seems like the last time I feel like we saw.
And it was weird then.
It was weird then.
Vitality pulled out a Rourke and won the game because of it. And we went, Vitality, what are you doing?
Not supposed to do that.
As
Rourke makes an appearance here again as we get into our, I think, our second round.
I doubt. I think Rourke is a specific counter into the Cricknack. I suspect we'll see Lendis Violet.
It makes it to the bans.
Yeah, that is a pretty obvious cameo. We'll see. The Rourke wasn't actually pioneered by J-Team here. It was pioneered by AHQ at the AIC. Presumably something coming out of the GCS region, something specific to their region now being premiered on the world stage, and we can see why they've both been working on it. He functions as this excellent middle ground between the ranged characters who can do sustained damage over the course of the fight, and the melee characters who do such good burst damage.
He totes that line so beautifully, able to get in, do the damage, and then survive, and then pull back and dodge and weave out with just a little bit more finesse than a lot of these assassins. I mean, you look at the mobility of something like a Murad or a Nakroth or a Cricknack. They have decent mobility, but the Rourke, again, he just has that additional level of tankiness that makes him so much more threatening, and the lifesteal as well.
And should things get dangerous, should the Rourke be about to be kind of burned down, well, halt. You get the shield. We do see, obviously, there are downsides to the Rourke if he's not out ahead, if he's not got a significant level. It is very difficult for him to succeed.
It is indeed. And once again, we're seeing Superman, that first ban on there, which suggests to me that yes, the Lindis and Violet will make it through into this draft, so I absolutely agree. Those will likely be the junglers that we do see here in game number 2. Very serious looks now for J-Team there. Not taking any chances.
Absolutely not. Alpha Red were smiling and grinning going into game 1. It's gone now.
Yep, real quick.
Valheim will be the second ban, forcing J-Team to kind of play the bluff. Will you ban Richter or Elsu? I'd go Richter, not the Elsu through. We've yet to really see a significant Elsu. Do Alpha Red draft Elsu or Lindis?
I don't draft Elsu here. But that's just me. Again, I'm still waiting on that Elsu who's going to convince me that he is truly the terror that all these teams seem to believe that he is. I'm leaning more towards this Lindis.
Could also go Crick.
First pick Cricknack.
Raz. What options?
Raz, I think, would be, yeah, I would lean more into that, but it is the Lindis. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think that was absolutely the call.
Now, though, J-Team, they get the OP character they let through the draft. They get the Elsu.
Is he OP, though? What's his win rate in the AIC, TJ?
0.
No, he's won 1 game. 2, sorry.
Early group stage.
Yeah.
So there are significant advantages to the Elsu if you could run him right. And I think we've seen a lot of teams struggle to run him right, and a lot of teams who are running him right struggle to get to the late game. That's why he's just been passed over.
I think I much prefer this 1-2 here from J-Team. The question now becomes, when faced with the proposal again, no, back to you, good sir, will Alpha Red decide to pick up an Elsu of their very own?
I think so. Now that we've established neither team wants to pick the Elsu, it's just going to be banned out in the second phase. That's my prediction.
I'm not even sure we'll see the ban. I actually don't think that picking the Elsu would be super good.
NC! God, sorry, you haven't seen this yet.
Oh, I have.
You have? Okay, good. NC gets Natalia. Yeah. KSSA gets himself a Yabenneth. This duo is unstoppable.
Oh, it's really rough. That Nature's Realm into the Nova. Oh, please. Oh, please.
Infinite slow. More infinite damage. Greater than infinite.
It doesn't need to be greater than infinite, TJ. It just needs to be greater than their health bar.
Well, it is. First one. Very, very good at scaling well with the aid of KSSA. He is more locked down than ever. And the addition of the Yabenneth to this roster is very, very strong because the biggest weakness of Natalia is that they can be dove. You can't do that if there's a Yabenneth in the way.
Yeah, between that branch
and that means you got a static backline character you need to be able to deal with.
The Elsu will stand still to snipe, and the lethal rays coming out of NT also have them standing exactly still.
Elsu does more burst in that situation, and has far greater range. But like you said, we've yet to see an Elsu really shine.
And part of the ways that actually, it's interesting because one of the adaptations that teams have drafted to shut down the Elsu was actually the Natalia, and then Natalia was picked first in this situation.
I actually really do think Elsu wins into the Natalia. But we'll see. A test case now for Elsu.
No Grak. No Grak. I think it was unlikely they were going to draft the Grak anyway, but...
No, Grak is a really good counter, too.
To the Elsu, I know, but again, they have the support already, and I think it's unlikely they run the side lane of Benneth, so I don't feel like the Grak was likely to be picked up here for Alpha Red.
You are right. Double support ban. They're anticipating this Yabenneth side lane.
That is a silly thing to predict here.
I must have a reason for it, and it could be running the side lane. Or maybe they're...
I mean, we have not seen any of these Eastern teams really run the Yabenneth side lane. We've almost exclusively seen them run as a support.
Maybe they're doing it just for stalling bans, so that they get these picks. Because they figured that they wanted to be able to get this pick, use on again on the Omen. Which we did see so well. That'll be countered by the Lubu, hypothetically in the top lane. I'd actually like to see a Roxy a little bit more as an Omen counter, but Lubu has greater potential in other situations.
Well, these bans are objectively wrong, TJ, because they knew they were going to get the Omen, and they already had the Elsu as their other side laner. They had their side laners locked in. There was no chance of them getting forced out with this ban, even with that Zennial being pushed out. I think they just wasted 2 potential bans on a Lubu and a Marja.
I think if they ban outside lanes, then the odds of the Omen getting banned are higher.
Yeah, but like...
They just needed one more tier 1 side lane and they felt confident. The odds of... If they're banning outside lanes, then maybe this Violet goes away. I think
true.
There's logic.
Alright, they're throwing the bans. Alright, that's fair. Yep.
As is, we will get an assassin jungle. That's more in line with what I expected.
I think into the Lindis, into the Natalia, I like this Zill a lot.
The big thing with Zill is he needs early game scale. It's not really effective until that mid-late game. Same, I would say, with Elsu.
This is a risky draft from J-Team. They have this strong, static backliner, a lot of dive and initiation. They have no real tanky frontliner to keep this backliner alive. And you have a good amount of tanky frontline in that Lubu and in that Ibeneth particularly from Alfred. I'm kind of favoring them in this draft here. I think it's going to depend on how well Neil can do on this Zill, how well he can destroy this backline.
But by God, if J-Team get post 15 minutes, they will win.
I think that's very likely, yes. I mean, yes. I guess. It really depends on Wins. And Wins was very quiet in that last game. Yes, the team won, and yes, he stepped up near the end, but he wasn't actually doing all that well. He's got to carry on this Elsu.
Well, we might see our first successful Elsu of the AIC. We might also see yet another one tossed to the scrap heap.
We saw some group play Elsu, but that doesn't really count.
No, nothing. No. Group play doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count. Now we're seeing the real power of a team in the top 4 situation here at the AIC. Game number 2, J-Team up 1-0. When push comes to shove, they brought the Elsu to bear. Will the sniper be the one aiming his sights on the opponents to bring this team up 2-0?
I just wanted to let the punky music play immediately after it worked. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned, like you said, for the Elsu. I also think that there's a pretty significant chance that they don't get late game just simply because they don't have a tanky frontline to stall out to get to that point. There's a lot of emphasis for me on Benny. He's a good support. He's a great Alice. Is he a good enough Alice to make up for the fact that they literally have no tanks? I don't know.
We're about to find out. It's game number 2. Alpha Red versus J-Team is getting underway. And already we're seeing the snipes go firing on down the range.
Pressure. But no damage found. Just zoning. That's it.
Just a little bit of zoning coming out now. As we do see, again, I have to keep my eyes on this Elsu. He is going to be the target all game long because we so very rarely see it succeed. But the combo, I feel like there's a combo you talked about. Was there a combo, TJ?
Yeah, you're going to have to be a little bit cross-eyed. Because keep your other eye over on NT. Because those are the 2 win conditions. Venti manages to outscale all his opponents with this extraordinarily quick lane clear, by the way.
Yeah.
He will be devastating. You will lose if you take a fight close range versus the Natalia. Now, that doesn't matter if you can take a long range fight and win. And that is what Wins is going to try and do.
Trying to find the wins here down in this bottomless
of change.
The wins of change. I was thinking the same. Oh, and he is landing his snipe so far. And that's important. Taos, of course, does have that additional level of lifesteal in order to pressure that back out. But the wave clear that NT will have in this mid lane cannot be denied. But Neil, he's here on the flank. This Zill, he's got level 4. He's going to look to make something happen.
Watch out for first one as well. We've seen him put in some strong performances on Lindis. That will presumably show up again. We kind of brushed past it, but Neil does require really good farm. That Loki's curse needs to be up to about half stacks before he really starts doing burst that's terrifying. Case in point, that's a full combo and not nearly enough damage onto first one.
Yeah, a lot of damage still being done though as all 4 members of J-Team are here. Alpha Red a little bit slow on that rotation, but the damage has been done, forcing them back now. J-Team though not hitting that point yet where they can truly get Neil in a position where he is that indomitable force. But Taos is sealing the wrath now. Star actually missing. Oh, the snipe dodge as well. Nicely done. KSSA might have given his life for this though. One more auto will secure the kill and Wins wants it!
Right into the bush. Wins already demonstrating the value of that Elsu. Repeatedly finding major damage auto attacks throughout the fight. He'll chunk this tower and the snipes keep scaring back the back line.
They do indeed. Taos actually stayed. And these sidesteps all get... That's the problem of playing Elsu against pros, is pros move like pros. And that is very difficult to deal with.
And you kind of brush over it, but yes, the movement of these professional players is far different from what you would encounter in your ranked play. And that means a lot more abilities, a lot more skill shots are just flat out impossible to hit.
Snipe has an interesting timing on it too. You have to have that feel of when that bullet is actually going to strike a target, because it's not instant by any stretch. There is a bit of a delay, so you do have to lead your shots just enough. It's a tricky middle ground to find. Is here in the mid. Shadow is going in. That red stallion, the follow-up's going to be there. The flicker, the middle!
The Arcade Nova NC obliterates the front line. Now KSSA has lined them up.
And we do see the Nature's Realm going in. Neil being pulled back once again. The lethal rays are there. We do have the kill going over onto Shadow. Didn't have the Conqueror alive to keep him in place, but that was still a 3-for-1 trade. Make it even more as Alpha Red takes the tower as well. Talk us through this fight, TJ.
Watch this replay because it's brilliant from NC. He lands the Arcane Nova, then circles back through Benny, the player least likely to cause him trouble. In the meantime, the commit comes through from Yuzon. They can't find the key player, NC, because he circled back smart. And this means that NC just has to walk up while KSSA has lined up the dominoes for him to knock down.
That Redwood rush. Timber crashing down onto J-Team there. KSSA, I compliment his net all day long, but his Beneth is just as scary.
KSSA is one of the best support players in the world.
I would say he is the best. I would hesitate to say he's the best support player in the world.
Fighting words.
I've said this before. This is not the first time I've said this.
That's what the AIC's for, though. Perhaps Benny has something to say about it here. JC could certainly put a case in if they should be able to win this 2-0. Wins, though, already struggling to do damage here.
You could see the motion when Alfredo got hit by that. I can't remember what player. Somebody got nudged, and they're just like, oh, like it's going to hurt, and then it did, and they're just like, oh, okay. I just kept walking. So that's fine. We can deal with this. No problem.
It was KSSA who's
okay.
got possibly the most tank and HP of anybody
in the game. That's fair. But it literally, he blinked and was like, oh, I was in? All right, sweet.
That will be a problem if they're not able to scale the Elsu well. I would say the Elsu is more likely to do well in the mid-late game, though, so don't fear just yet if you're a big Elsu or J-Team fan.
There are quite a few of those fans watching. I am sure J-Team having quite a reputation in the scene. Again, being one of those teams that plays just good darn AOV. Gosh darn AOV. Yes, that's the one.
I sure do think you're right, Fowler. Mid lane pressure again. Again, cleared quite easily by J-Team, but that's not the point. The point is that Alpha Red get the pressure and then convert it into more.
I love KSSA. The Zell goes in, he's like, no, get back, get away. We do see the Kamino there with the deaths. No, that was the collapse they absolutely needed. Now, the Kamino going in on to first one. Nicely done, but Neil not quite able to execute the kill. That is going to be Star. The follow-up is there from the Raz. Beautifully done. And KSSA, the next target, the follow-up, but all the while, NT with the lethal raise! He misses the key spell, though, as Shadow was trying to get this additional kill on the Benny. He will be able to do so, but now is the 1v1 scenario, and Wins walks away on top.
But look at the focus from J-Team. They're so good at this. This entire fight is about shutting down two players. First of all, first one, second of all, NC. The dive will come through onto the both of them after first one's nailed by the Jazz Embrace. You can see the dive from Neil. It shifts focus. He and Star dive first one, pick up the kill. NT's lethal raise is, well, I'll be blunt, a problem. But the cleanup is possible because the damage is found.
Keep in mind, though, TJ, that was a 5v4 situation. Oh, but Tao's picking the wrong bush to back in. KSS stays there with the potential steal.
Did he?
Did he, though? I might be a little bit wrong. I might have spoke a little too soon because KSSA, the best support in the world, is there to keep him alive.
All right, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
Alpha Red turned that extra free kill found to continue, press forward, gain more value than ever.
Every single time one of these snipes flies across the screen, my heart just does a little bump because I'm not quite sure if that's going to spell the end of someone's life. Wins He's been pretty darn good with these snipes so far, but he needs to be excellent because Alpha Red, they're starting to get their roll.
Yep, he did clean up that last fight, and that did help his bank account significantly. He's already finished Miramasa, his first major item. That will help him do that snipe damage, especially with the armor pierce, but we've not yet seen that come into effect because every fight afterwards has been Alpha Red with a pretty clean up.
J-Team, again, I talked about this in the draft. They have the Yuzon who wants to go in. Omen wants to go in. They want to find this fight. Star as well. Neil as well. But all the while, you've got this very potentially exposed Elsu sitting in the back. I feel like they just want to split these fights up so far that Alpha Red can't possibly even threaten wins throughout because they're so caught up dealing with the pressure of everyone else on J-Team.
Something we've seen, though, is Wynn's playing much more with the team. Using his auto attacks much more than other teams have been using from their Elsus. And that's been, I think, a major benefit to the roster because the sustained damage has been what a lot of Elsus were missing.
I absolutely agree. And now an instant Drake summon here. He's going to need to use these auto attacks to try and keep this lane from taking down his tower, but not quite able to do it in time. His tower is absolutely going to fall. The Snipe's trying to clear on through. We'll secure this minion wave.
Decent burst on the KSSA.
Yeah, nicely done there. He is starting to ramp up his damage for sure. Now up in the top lane, another tower is under threat. I say under threat, I mean it's gone.
Yeah, J-Team, like we said, need to hold on to the late game. If they can get post 10 minutes, things look good for them. Those odds are shrinking.
Starting to get a little bit further away here. This middle tower is still under threat. Finally, the Drake does fall, but the minion wave is here, going on in the Nature's Realm to zone, as well as a beautiful Ghost Walk.
Nicely done indeed from Taos. He'll push forward and get the tower all the while. Yuzon's working on a split push to make sure they don't lose any bot lane towers, meaning only one high ground is gone. Maybe in trouble, though.
And he's committing on this tower. He just wants to get it. He knows he's already dead.
So nicely done.
Yeah, secures the tower. That's exactly what he needs to do. If he could find a kill, too, that would have been perfect, but not a chance of that.
It lasted an astonishingly long time.
It's a little bit scary. Untouchable's a good skill.
That's what Yuzon does, though. Perfect mechanics, perfect timing, and he buys his team a lot of value. Neil spends that time to go ahead and get himself a Spirit Sentinel, which will be a partial counter to this Bissell Dragon Gold, but it won't counter the buff, which now goes over as Alpha Red.
45 more seconds on that one when the next one spawns. Hey, they're just getting more gold because the dragon's going to spawn again in 10 seconds. They can just keep farming up these dragons if they so choose.
I think they're protected. You can't have a dragon farm.
They're in danger.
Jay-Z.
I mean, it's free range dragon, okay, TJ?
All right, sure, they're poaching in the reserve. Oof. Alpha Red. You have it already at half HP. They're going to get this enraged buff exactly as you predicted. No trouble at all picking it up because of the zone coming through.
They need to make sure they don't leash it, though. They might need one more skill there. Oh, they do. That was oh so close. Shadow and KSSA doing a beautiful job. A little bit of a whiff there on the Nature's Realm, a little uncharacteristic, but still, kill secured. Kill on the dragon, that is.
And it does grant them now, hopefully, many more kills because Alpha Red have that mid lane tower gone already. All they need to do is secure a little bit of extra pressure. They'll take the game.
They take one convincing team fight, 2 or 3 kills. If Neil gets found out here in this bush, could spell disaster for J-Team because Alpha Red is on the verge of taking one convincing team fight.
That's a good pressure from Alpha Red across the board. And I love how spread out and consistent they're playing because it is very counter to J-Team. J-Team are normally the roster that is finding the overall macro. We said last game, even though they're losing these fights, they're playing macro pretty darn well. This game, not so much the case. Not because J-Team are screwing up especially, but just because we're seeing very, very good overall map control from Alpha Red.
We are indeed. And they've only lost 1 tower so far in this entire game. But Tao's potentially set to take down one more right here. Snipe is going to find first one, but still only doing about 1/3 of that HP. It needs to be doing a little bit more. The fight does break out in top simultaneously. And Neil is just gone. Blink and you miss it. That is the burst damage of NT.
He plays Natalia so well it's been banned against him almost every game. They've let it through here. Well, you're seeing why you shouldn't.
Yeah, don't let him get this hero. See how quickly the minion wave will fall, and the second the next one arrives, it's going to be oh so easy to push down this tower. The Arcane Nova finds Yuzon once again. He doesn't have the shield to keep him in this as the tower is going to fall. That is the second high ground tower, now completely eliminated by Alpha Red. They're in such a great position, TJ.
vast majority of farm for J-Team is still on Wins. He did just build Fenrir's Tooth. Fafnir's Talon, Fenrir's Tooth, Miramasa. He should be doing a lot of armor pierce and a lot of damage should he land these snipes, but we're just not seeing, I think, it be enough in time.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Red is moving around enough and keeping mobile enough that they're not just sitting and going to take the brunt of this poke war, because they haven't really put themselves in a position where this high ground is under threat for a long duration.
They just set Yuzon up for failure. Tav's watched him run past, ignored him, and called to his team.
Oh boy, Yuzon is now in a rough position here. He's going to try and get a kill. It's a 2v1 situation. Tao's just having a little bit of fun. He's going to try and get the kill on the first. Oh, he misses the death packet though. That was literally the kill. He literally could have got, I think, one more auto would have secured him that. I actually think he just completely misplayed.
Big burst actually coming up from Wins. Might not look it because it's KSSA taking the damage.
That's half health on NT though.
Yeah, Wins' HP bar is starting to struggle with those snipes.
Keep an eye on that as we get into the hyper late game, which we are now starting to approach at the 15-minute mark. Take as these crucial items do come online. We talked about it, the build going in for that Elsu, but I'm watching how fast first one takes down this Darkslayer, and I have to think to myself, that's damage you just can't deny.
But if Wins lands the snipe on first one, he vanishes. It doesn't matter how good your sustained damage is, if Neil and Wins are able to couple together their burst.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a ton of lifesteal to work with here either, so this is going to be interesting to see how he can sustain in these fights.
The burst damage from J-Team is their hope. That's what they've got from Neil, Star, and Wins, and why Yuzon and Benny picked the way they did. Yuzon's Death's Embrace is perfect for isolating characters for that pickup, and Benny is especially good if he can use those combos to his favor as well.
Keeping an eye out there as well as the snipes do come on through. The Lubu is split pushing in 2 lanes. KSSA using their tried and true combo to push down this high ground tower using Nature's Realm to zone, but Shadow has gone and committed on the flank. Doesn't get back over the wall though. That's a crucial misstep as the Nature as he actually gets locked in with the Death's Embrace. But look at the damage going in. That Marja is doing work, but Tao's on the return. They're going on through. The Zill was there, and that was some crucial deaths there for Alpha Red.
Neil works so well with Star. It is the perfect duo, and they get the burst I was talking about. They hold that high ground narrowly in the bottom lane.
This allows the key members to retreat though. First one, KSSA and NT all survive. If there's any 3 members of this team that I want left to defend a push, it's going to be these 3.
Watch the snipes coming throughout this, and that sets things up. Snipe lands just there. Yuzon follows through. Death's Embrace will be landed, and once you've got that, then you've got the opening kill. The follow-through is there from Neil and Star as that burst duo, backed sometimes by Win's long-range poke.
The biggest difference in that fight was the Red Stallion fail over the wall. Wins actually gets picked up during this time though. First one was able to secure that kill. But really, the Red Stallion failed to go over the wall, he got hit by the Death's Embrace, and that's what caught his team out. The rest of the team had to respond, had to try and save him. They paid for it with their lives, but that pickup onto Wins, while we were watching that replay, that was huge. He needed to, the one person who needs to not die.
He was charged with split pushing bot lane.
Oh no.
And Alpha Reds do what they've been doing all game long when Yuzon split pushes bot lane.
Kill them.
Yeah. And it's worked extraordinarily well previously for Yuzon. There's not a whole lot that Wins could do when a whole bunch of players arrived.
Speaking of
that's a big kill.
That is going to be a nice solid trade there for J-Team. Getting the key member in that Natalia, that is going to slow down their wave clear so much and slow down this push dramatically.
And watch how low this tower is though, because all it does take is first one being parked right outside it for a moment, and it will fall.
It will indeed. Which will bring on our big ol' super minions charging down that mid. That's so tough to deal with.
We did say, though, 15-minute mark, J-Team might win. The question is, have Alpha Red secured enough of a lead in the first 15 minutes of this game that what happens now, the scale will not matter?
Oh, it will not. That Coagulate off the Arctic Orb was almost sick. Dodging out that tornado.
It was objectively perfect. There was no better time he could have used the Coagulate.
It literally just doesn't last long
enough. It does not last long enough because Neil can one-shot you with either his tornado or his wind blades.
That's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
But just a bit of a problem. However, had there been more allies around, I think the Coagulate would have done a lot of work right there. If you're camping yourself next to an Ibeneth, that's a situation you definitely do survive.
I like the Hissy Fit combo with Neil as well.
Oh yes, absolutely.
That's actually really helping scale the burst damage coming through from the magic damage assassin.
We're reaching past the 15-minute mark here too, TJ. I mean, and now, oof. Now we're starting to see Alpharetta on the backstep now. I think we might have reached the point where we might actually start to see
again.
Not again. Not again. Oh no. Scaling is so important in this game, everybody. And we're seeing why.
Yeah, J-Team, again, 2 games in a row, are looking awfully good having hit the 15-minute mark. They start to look like the composition has come together, and a lot of that relies on Wins doing damage. A lot of that relies on their burst damage, being able to shut down NT. But I do think they have it.
They do. I mean, if Wins can continue to hit these snipes, this is so crucial. Up in the top lane as well, Shadow and Yuzon. The battle is alive right now, but Neil and First One have both joined, so it's a 2v2 situation. Neil needs to try and survive a little bit longer, but in an instant, Yuzon does go down. A little bit of a misplay from him here again.
The flicker!
He goes on in, he finds the branching out, and they find Benny in the bush. The snipe goes on through, and it does literally nothing.
Beautifully done. Now Star and the rest of J-Team just need to play back. This could be game. Sure, you're scaling well, but Alpha Red won your final tower.
They do indeed, and they have a minion wave with which to claim it. This could be the moment the high ground tower falls. All 3 are down, which means that J-Team are in a terrible position. I think they know that's going to be it. And Alpha Red will take game number 2. That is going to be GG. They tie up this series.
A little bit spicier than perhaps they'd hoped in that late game. We get past the 15-minute mark, and the J-Team composition again comes online. But this time, it's not quite enough, and we're the tide set.
We are indeed. Stoic faces across the board right here. Not wanting to show too much emotion at this stage in the game. But you know, the hometown crowd have got to be so excited over there in Thailand as Alpha Red tie up this oh-so-epic series.
And they're a little bit happy, too. Just a little bit. They don't want to show it because they're intense. They are. They're a little bit happy.
I mean, they predicted a 3-1 victory.
Yeah.
They're on course for that right now.
Yuzon, well, his prediction's been broken. 3-0 in their favor. Maybe had they lasted a little bit longer. Unfortunately, they lost too much during the early game. Win's not able to really convert his potential until we got past that 15-minute mark.
Yeah, that was really where we started to see that LSU just start to hit like a truck, but it wasn't enough. I mean, when you have KSSA so tanky in the front line, doing such a good job of being that wall, that force between the back line, and then NT, yeah, he missed a few spells here and there, but all in all, he did so much work, and it was the ability for Shadow and First One to collapse on these split pushers. J-Team gave way too much away. Way too many kills were just given over to Alpha Red for not the value they were worth.
Yeah, Yuzon plays a very aggressive style. It's very easy to... Wait, was he building Loki's curse? That's weird. Anyway, Yuzon plays a very aggressive style. It's easy to make things... It's easy to make him look bad, because if he goes for these deep engages and it doesn't work out, things get weird.
There's one of 2 situations that happen with Yuzon. He goes in, he does the thing and it works, and I call him a god, or he goes in and he throws, and I call him out for throwing.
And it's not so much even, I think, on him. If he finds a brilliant engage and his team follows up, then they win.
Yes.
If he finds a brilliant engage and his team doesn't follow up, then you call him a thrower. And there's not really a whole lot of separation in his individual play there. It's mostly on his team being in position to follow up.
I also love the idea of discussing effective damage, because if you look at the damage here between Neil and Star versus NT and First One, physically, J-Team did more damage. Despite having half the kills, they did more damage. They just weren't able to convert that damage into kills. KSSA tanked 95,000 damage. He tanked the entirety of what Neil or Star did in that. He tanked everything that Wins did in that game.
Yeah, and it's because of what Wins was doing to him. A lot of those numbers, I think, are generated by the fact that Wins put so many snipes into KSSA, and I get why, because, you know, what are you gonna do? Not shoot him? But what are you gonna do, right? He's standing there on the front line as a tank.
Yeah.
Your choices are either I put a little bit of chip damage into him, or I don't. There's no downside to it, but he's got enough regen that the chip damage wasn't permanently hurting him. So there's a lot of ineffective damage there.
Yes, absolutely. But now we look back at these replays, and it was definitely a close game. I mean, as well as Alpha Red looked throughout the course of it, there was still definitely a moment there, or a good long moment in this late game, where they could have potentially lost it all.
Absolutely, and we did kind of call it out. We said if we get post 15 minutes, J-Team win. We didn't get solidly into a fair game post 15 minutes, but we still kind of saw the potential I was highlighting. Because it's the same thing. J-Team now in 2 games in a row have built for a late game activation. Game number 1 it worked out. Game number 2 there was so much early game ground gained that Alpha Red were able to win. So now this is very similar to the set we saw earlier today. AHQ were building for the late game activations, and they were able to be defeated by superior early game control. Do we think that it's likely that same paradigm plays out the same way with 2 separate teams playing it? I think it's honestly just the skill matchup.
I would agree, and both these teams are so evenly matched here. It's going to be tough. This was the point where he doesn't get over the wall, and I thought, all right, this is the moment where J-Team comes back in this game, but Alpha Red able to keep calm, cool, and collected and turn it around. NT, so good!
Yeah, and his positioning is what really makes it. There was that one fight we broke down in a little bit more detail in the mid lane, and that I think is the ideal NT fight. The reason his Natalia is better than anyone else's is because his position is better than anyone else's. And when he's able to constantly know exactly where to stand so that he can get maximum damage from his abilities without actually being threatened himself, there's not a whole lot you could do to stop him from hovering in the backlands and feeding your team his lethal ray. Now, there is the potential to interrupt that by fundamentally changing how people try to counter him. Plenty of people have tried to dive him with melee assassins, and it's never really worked.
No. KSSA is just so good at keeping him alive.
So they tried to fundamentally change how you counter Natalia, and they said, what if Elsu?
What if Elsu? Nope, not Elsu.
And again, it was somewhat KSSA's fault. We talked about how much snipe damage KSSA was tanking.
Yep, 97,000 damage done by the Elsu in that game, and only 10 kills to the team's name.
And I'd love a breakdown. I'd love to see how many snipes were landed onto KSSA, because it constantly felt like he was in the front lines. I saw a couple of pretty deliberate intercepts where he was pretty deliberately positioning himself in between the Elsu and the Natalia, and that worked very well for KSSA, because as you brushed on, there were a couple snipes there that literally plinked off his armor.
Yeah, he kind of, again, he just sort of looked as like, oh, I lost a bit of bark. Nice.
Brushed the shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. Literally. Yeah, thank you. Literally that. Game number 3 is going to be coming up shortly here. No breaks, only games. As we get into our third one here in just a bit, the draft will begin, hopefully pretty shortly. You can see the intense looks on these players' faces, but also some smiles, which is exactly what you want to be seeing here. They all have these I'm curious what the laptops in front of them are all about. Are they watching the stream? I'm really curious, actually.
I see a video player of.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Interesting. Apparently, we're being told from the back that that's how they're capturing the gameplay.
Oh, so then the video player on that screen is probably their
gameplay. That's fun. Interesting.
That's good. They can play on their phones and watch on the monitor that it's hooked up to.
Well, that's really hard to do, actually. I've tried that. Streaming, it's really hard to do. Even if you have like almost no delay, it's very, very weird.
Just theorizing. Speaking of theorizing, how can J-Team turn it round? And it's hard to say turn it round, because they didn't really lose that game off the back of bad strategy. Again, we're in a skill matchup between early game, late game. We saw it go in favor of early game earlier today when we went to AHQ, and it does feel like a stylistic difference between the regions. Vietnam's teams have played very distinctly for an early game win. Thailand's teams similarly, GCS roster, the GCS teams from Chinese Taipei have consistently played for late game. We see that with J-Team, we see that with AHQ, who are out of Korea but did play in the GCS. And that does mean that if you want to beat them, blasting through their defenses during the early game seems to be the right call. And it does mean that if Alpha Red can do it to J-Team, they might be able to do it to AHQ.
I know. I said if Alpha Red wins this game, I have them taking the whole thing. And
how do you feel them versus Team Flash?
It's tough. It's really tough. I actually Again, I have them taking the whole thing. So I think if they can beat J-Team here, they have a chance of going all the way. I think they have a more than 50% chance of taking Team Flash. But it would be very close. It's so tough to call at this level.
Draft isn't tough to call. The ban of the OPs comes through. KSSA is Benneth is added to the OP roster. I agree.
But it's himself. He's banning himself.
Because Benny is just as good.
Yes, Benny's Benneth. Oh, we know. The Bennyeth.
Oh, J-Team.
No. Don't do it, J-Team.
I mean, Wins wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad.
It was a good Elsu. We did not see the Elsu be the problem. They did not lose that game because of the Elsu.
Fair. Elsu was not the problem.
I would even argue the Elsu was one of the better parts of that game. The fact that it took a while to activate was definitely a problem. But
I would say it was a part of the big problem of that game because they couldn't do anything until the 17-minute mark, and at that point they lost 2 high grounds.
But I don't think you can put that entirely on one sideliner.
I mean, when one marksman is doing X and the other is doing Y, regardless of where you lane them. On the other side, we saw a marksman who was ripping through everything the J-Team was doing.
Well, I agree. I'll shift that pick over to the Lindis. This actually makes it very difficult. They're going to counter-pick into a predicted Elsu pick.
Yes.
By drafting the Grak here, they say, well, we're not going to get the Elsu, but if you want to get the Elsu, you're going to have to play him into the Grak, who is very, very good. The second the Elsu sets up for a snipe, there's a Devil's Chain headed their way, and they're pulled right into the front lines.
So smart from Alpha Red. Any thought in there? They clearly agreed to that the Elsu wasn't the issue in that last game, because they were predicting that J-Team take it once again. And
I don't know if J-Team draft him into a Grak.
They do not. That's what I'm saying. That's why this is so smart from Alpha Red, because they were predicting that J-Team was still going to want to run that. And the Grak is still not a bad pick at all, especially with the Natalia. You line it up with the Devil's Chain, she can unload her full combo. You get the Valheim there as well, particularly for the stuns. Woof!
Gritalia, as I like to call the duo.
That's dirty.
Works very, very, very well. Oh, postponing the Elsu draft. Maybe we'll go for him in side lane. Who knows? We're keeping it as an open option. Instead, they're going to draft another solid side laner in the Omen. And if I'm not mistaken, J-Team are going to hope that the Elsu's banned during the second phase.
Yeah, they're going to hope for that too. It's like, well, we have to pick it if it's open right now. They give Yuzan this Omen for 3 games in a row. He's played... His play has been stellar. His decisions have been questionable.
Well, I think many of those decisions relied on team follow-up that he didn't get.
Yeah.
So I think it's hard to put the blame on Yuzan himself.
I would agree. Again, I think he's one of the best support, or one of the best side laners in the world. Give him an opportunity where he can shine, and he goes off.
The first one, melee bans come through, imply to me that they have something up their sleeve. They're worried will be countered by the melee. If that's
still Elsu?
Still Elsu, or perhaps a different squishy, lightweight composition. I'm not sure.
I find these 2 bans interesting for Alpha Red, the Marja and the Malik.
Side lane tanks, because they don't yet have side lane characters that can take a few hits. Right now, those are the obvious bans, or the obvious counters to the Valheim. Because Omen doesn't play well into the Valheim, Marja will win into the Valheim, and Malik is fine. So they're deliberately taking out things that do well into Valheim, and they have forced an interesting decision here. I'm not really sure about the Mina. I kind of like the Jognar for the reason... I like the Jognar for the reason of countering both the Grak and the Valheim.
World Devourer is just hard countered by Chaos Protection, so...
Yeah, so I'm not really sure about pulling through a Mina instead, because there's not a whole lot of... Typically, you see the Mina in anticipation of dive characters, anticipation of assassins, and they've quite studiously banned out all those. I understand why, because first one plays melee so well, and they do have a side lane marksman, so normally
Violet is still on the board.
Yeah, normally Alpha Red would play for a melee jungle at this point, because they have side lane marksman, because they have first one. But they've, once again, J-Team has banned out so many melees. Kriknak and Zil are the 2 strong ones.
Violet Lubu.
You could see something weird here as Zephyrs, but I really do think the Violet's just the smart choice, especially with Mina already drafted.
Yeah, I think it's Violet Lubu, but they were going to go for the Violet Crest, particularly here.
So the reason this is so awkward was because they drafted support second to last. They should have drafted side lane and then decided, okay, do we go Chognar or do we go for an obvious... Interesting. Or do we go for an obvious Mina draft into an assassin? But they felt that their side lane was more important to keep hidden because it might be this Elsu.
Yes.
I don't agree with that because the hard counter to the Elsu has already been drafted. The Grak is already on the cards. Whether or not you feel comfortable playing into a Grak as an Elsu is entirely in your hands, and I feel J-Team kind of bungled the draft by letting that support pick be dictated early and responded to.
I would agree. I think this is not the totally correct decision being made here by J-Team. I'm personally favoring this draft here from Alpha Red. They have great tankiness, perfect fortress composition. They have good CC, good sustainable damage. They have very good burst damage between the Natalia and that Violet. I have them taking this game.
I find it hard to root for J-Team, but I also think they have a couple X factors that could change things. Again, we have yet to see an Elsu really take over a game, but this could be the time that it happens. Secondarily, we do also now have an extra threat in the early game. The presence of that Lindis might well give them the runway they needed to get that Elsu off the ground.
I agree. I feel like if there's any way they're going to advance here, it's going to be off of some stellar Lindis play. And let's say J-Team, a good team as any to try and make that happen.
Valheim loses in lane to an Elsu.
If played correctly, yes.
Range advantage should give that lane over to J-Team. Let's see if it works.
We'll see if it works as we get into game number 3 here at the AIC 2018 Arena of Valor International Championship. I'm in Verum, that's TJ, providing you with this lovely English language broadcast, which everybody is awake for, which makes me happy.
It's not at 3 a.m. But I don't have a segue.
Oh.
Sorry, I guess I am asleep. JT will come through as we get into our third game. Tied 1-1, Alpha Red versus J-Team.
And already the invades coming in from J-Team. Something we haven't really seen a whole lot yet. Both teams are actually opting to do this. The Devil's Chain bringing that red golem right back on over. Mina not quite able to find the pick that she was oh so looking for on that Valheim. Don't know why she sounds like an old man, but there it is.
KSSA on the Grak is like a huge focus for me. Not just because I really like Grak.
Yeah.
You know I really like Grak.
Oh, we know.
But, oh, he's got the Pirates, sorry. The most important thing is if he's able to grab the Elsu, and also if he's able to grab the Lindis. And if he gets big pulls on either of those characters, he basically wins everything. He also has the potential to completely interrupt with World Devourer at Yuzon's dime.
Yes. Well, one of the big things I always have to talk about here is the idea of these chain abilities, and this is true in literally every MOBA that exists, is that no matter what point you are in a game, I don't care how far ahead you are, I don't care how far behind you are, a chain, a hook, has an ability to win you a game. Yeah. And that's the power of Grak. Also want to note, Valheim is actually outlaning themselves through the stage in the game.
The Elsu's playing behind tower. Oh, that's a big opening.
That's a yikes from me, dog. That was not the bush to walk on into. Alpha Red secures first blood with 10 seconds until this Abyssal Dragon spawns.
KSSA found, or was spending so long trying to hunt his dinner. He just walked onto the platter.
Just walked right on in and said, hello. Hello, good sir. I would like to be the food. As we do see the approach now onto this Abyssal Dragon. We do see a nice little pickup there from J-Team onto the Spirit Sentinel, but the bigger prize does go over to Alpha Red.
J-Team trying to work back the gold lead. Alpha Red, though, definitely building a strong one out of that, and the only real response during this time is for J-Team to try and find jungle pressure.
Not having a whole lot of success with that yet. Of course, you're going to have the additional vision of this Lindis, which will help scout out the Grak. Keep an eye on that as KSSA sets up to get these big hooks. Yeah, I know.
KSSA, you're really darn good. You're very good at Grak. You've yet to land a hook.
That's true.
And Grak hooks are a difficult skill shot.
They are.
But they're one that's kind of been solved, I feel. The only thing I would say is we haven't seen a Grak in a while, so it may just be the KSSA is a little bit rusty. Because I do think the last time I saw him play Grak was the AWC.
I'm sure he's played it.
I'm sure he's played it during RPL regular season, but that's the last time I've seen him.
It's definitely been a while, but I mean, it's like riding a Graxicle. You never forget.
Okay.
KSSA, that's exactly it. as both teams are sitting in the mid, just baiting the other one out, waiting for that mistake to come on through. But there's the combo.
Disengage comes out though, and Wins will survive.
And then Star on the flank trying to chase down NT. NT with the flicker, forced to use that already to get himself out. The snipes have been raining on through, and they are already starting to hit hard.
Stark contrast to previous games where Alpharad were able to dominate the early game. Oh, maybe not! As the second crack chain lands, and for a second time, Wins is pulled forth. This time he doesn't have his ultimate disengage. As a result, he will be shut down.
It's literally the exact combo that we talked about in draft. We saw NT. He threw his skills before the hook had even landed. Just complete and utter trust in KSSA. And then Taos was there with the stun to make sure that every iota of that damage connected.
Because it did, and now JC needs to work back some gold. And the easiest way to do that is right now split pushing. That's why they've concentrated up top. Of course, the timing on this Abyssal is such that it will be very difficult to split push because it was so well played.
I mean, a person who wants to be doing a lot of this split pushing here as well has to be Yuzon, and Yuzon's the one stuck there babysitting the Dragons. So with 4 members left uncontested, they still can't take a tower.
No, because the Alpha Red cleared top wave before contesting Dragon. They very aggressively clear top wave as well to make sure that there's no way. Oh, that's a good Dark Dominion!
That was absolutely stellar. The Death Scythe into the Dark Dominion. Yuzon baiting them right back in. 2 clean kills for J-Team, bringing them back into this game. That is exactly what they want to be doing. Jabaited, they say. That was the play.
That was such a slick combo. Using the Death's Embrace just to set up for the play. In the second they have 2 players at close range, Yuzon says, all right, I did my part, bye! The flicker engage comes through from Benny, and he's able to find a strong opening for his team.
I'm doing my part indeed. Now it is Shadow in a very rough...
No thanks.
Baiting out the Metamorphosis. Nicely done. I mean, he's going to get that back in not too long at all here, but still, that was a nice little play from J-Team baiting that out. They don't get the blue buff, so that's something, a little bit of benefit there over to APR.
Not too long, but remember, this is a double marksman roster. Meaning that J-Team, and they have run this before, if J-Team are able to get consistent tower pressure, they may just be able to win it out.
Oh, the flicker! Taos! You monster! What is that reaction time? He had precognition, he's a Jedi, I don't understand!
These players are really good. Taos in particular. Benny will now be looking for more. This time he'll be pulled in by KSSA. Lap the Dark Dominion just for the heck of it as the damage comes through strongly, favoring first one.
The World Devourer is there doing enough. Star is not able to secure the kill in return. Well, that was absolutely huge.
Interestingly, without the shield gain from World Devourer, KSSA loses that trade.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the Dark Dominion comes like, you're stuck in here with me, and KSSA hugs him even more. It's like, no, you're stuck in here with me.
The damage value of Wins and Star is substantial. Now it will be an Abyssal Dragon. Oh,
Wins! Oh, Neil was there! Neil distracted! Oh no, Neil distracted Taos, and that glaive that didn't connect!
Wins had the call. That couldn't have been vision. That was a call. Now, what's most exciting to me about that is not only did he get that dragon, the bullet went through the dragon and hit first one.
Absolutely. Let's watch this back. So Taos is now absolutely
That's
clutch.
So much burst. That outburst's punish right there. That's really fun.
That's absolutely wild. That was, again, Taos getting distracted by the Lindis on the flank, thinking he had enough. I think that glaive would have...
Good dodge.
I mean, this time around, J-Team is making this Elsu look a whole lot better than game number 2.
Hey, mister, I haven't yet seen a game that makes me believe in Elsu. Is this the game?
This might be the one. We'll see if we get to the late game what happens. KSSA needs to land a few more of these hooks. Look, if Elsu wins into Grak, that's the Elsu game that makes me believe.
I don't think Grak's an especially strong counter to a good Elsu. Because the range is pretty long and because the Elsu can't always disengage if they get hooked in. And it requires so much focus to shut down somebody who does get hooked in. Speaking as a Grak main, there are many times where you do land the hook and your team just isn't able to punish the hook being landed.
Yeah, that's a lot of situations there, relying on your team. Of course, solo queue, a little bit different here than the semifinals of the AIC. Well, a little bit. I mean, my solo queue games are pretty darn good, but no, not quite this good, as these players are truly the best in the world. But KSSA, I mean, you know the Gretzky expression: you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Well, he's close to just missing 100% of the shots he does take, because not a whole lot of success so far with those.
Been one or two key ones onto wins, but I absolutely agree. He seems to be struggling a bit.
Just a little bit here. Again, the timing of this ability is very, very tough. This is very much a dead Taos. He is out on an island. And Wins is here. The stun has come on out, but Neil can very easily just trade right on through this. And look at that beautiful kite.
They fed him the kill.
Yeah.
That was deliberately feeding the kill over to Wins so that he could gain the extra farm, because they are so focused on keeping Wins out ahead.
This is going to be difficult as we get into this late game. There's the hook, finding the kill, or finding the hook onto Yuzon there. Tower is now under threat, but these metamorphoses have felt very unimpactful. A lot. I mean, somebody else, they got the tower in mid, but they burned so many resources to do it. We're seeing this now for this tower. I feel like Shadow on this Crash is not feeling 100% comfortable.
And again, they're playing into double marksman. Now that this double marksman has come online and we're seeing Wins do real damage, they're going to struggle to keep towers over on the Alpha Red side.
It's going to be very, very difficult to deal with, because Alpha Red has to commit so much to take one single tower. J-Team can do it with a sneeze.
All they need to do is bring their double marksman through uncontested. The main purpose, or the main kind of point of that, is to farm up Wins. That's been what a lot of their emphasis has been on the early game, and he is currently very high on his team's gold chart. Third now, narrowly behind the side lane and jungle. That's actually a much more even gold spread across your top 3 players than you typically see. Normally it's side lane being the most farmed and jungle second most farmed, everyone else about 1,000 behind. With 5.7k, that's a very good bot lane performance from Wins.
Yeah, pretty darn solid there from him. He's playing a little more passively, which is how I prefer that he plays this here. I mean, it's 3 kills to 3, and 1 death is on that Elsu. We're keeping an eye on him all game long. Yuzon needs to be careful, though. Taos is going in, finds himself in the Death's Embrace. But yeah, Yuzon is not necessarily in a great position here as the rest of the backup is in position. But now first one has committed way too much, and Taos, the rest of the team is there. The lethal rays in the back, are they going to be enough? Not quite, as we do see the kills going over to JT.
That's so difficult, because that was a 4v5. Wins the entire time playing up top. A 4v4, as Shadow actually wasn't there either. Very interesting. J-Team take advantage of this split. They'll now be able to, like I said, utilize their double marksman. Neil takes the Abyssal Dragon, whilst all the while Wins pushes through the mid lane.
I looked at this draft and I was favoring Alpha Red coming out of this, but I was not factoring how good Neil is on this Lindis.
Watch this play. Yuzon just stalling out, aware that if he takes frontline responsibility, he acts kind of as a tank. Neil can survive in the backlines, and that's exactly what happens. And then once the fight starts, Taos, the first one, are the first 2 to fall, and he does get a double kill for his troubles, which is quite remarkable in its own way, but it isn't enough.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of impressive play throughout that. Watching the way Neil dives in and out of these bushes, the way he uses them in these fights, is really, really cool to see. Definitely a fan of it for sure.
Look at how much they're feeding Wins.
Oh, yeah. Oh!
Good mechanics. Staying alive, dodging
prediction.
KSSA.
That was absolutely wild. And now we are starting to see the towers fall in quick and rapid succession here as J-Team is starting to get online.
Can I explain why Wins knew the hook would come through when he did? Because that can't have been on reaction. The timing was too slim. But there was an obvious direction he needed to go, that being the corner turn through the bush. Every player ever will dive into that bush and attempt to use it as cover from the Grak. So any Grak main worth their salt, or any support player playing on an international stage, knows that if you pre-hook a bush that a player is nearby, odds are actually pretty good that someone will dive into it. That was just played against KSSA, as it was used to predict the movement of the hook. Wins baits him into throwing it, and then properly leaves once it's on cooldown.
Was a very nice little juke there from him. Lots of great jukes actually from both sides, dodging hooks and snipes alike. But now it is sitting in the back, this double marksman, as you so kindly reminded us. They can shred through objectives pretty darn quick. Towers as well. I don't have a whole lot of HP.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to get... Yeah, it actually is taking them a little while. I mean, they're taking it down fairly well, but if they overstay right here, they've taken so much damage from this. If Alpha Red had decided they wanted to commit, that would have been scary.
They do feed it over to Wins. We're seeing these sentries used. 2 points in the jungle, a little bit further forward into Alpha Red's jungle, near where the Raz is stationed right now. You can see them on the map as that little entrapment-looking thing. And the range of vision they give is a little bit deceptive, not really showing on the map, but that wasn't nearly as risky as it looked because J-Team had full vision of that Alpha Red jungle.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the things we haven't really discussed is the amount of vision that you get from Lindis and Elsu combined. The amount of information that you have at your disposal between both of their vision abilities, not to mention the additional damage that Elsu is going to be getting here. Going to be playing a big part in these late game team fights and these late game pushes because Alpha Red is not going to be able to flank worth anything.
The Elsu build's already 4 items already. This is going to be terrifying. Oh my goodness.
There was a tower.
Past tense being crucial. And that's actually a major hook spend from KSSA. People will be able to play forward because he's already sent the hook. It should be back up around now, but they get a lot of ground out of it.
They do indeed, but oh, Tao's already starting to take these hits, these snipes. Taking about a quarter of an HP bar at this stage in the game. It's not bad for where he wants to be. It's only going to continue to ramp up even more from there. This high ground tower does take quite a bit of damage to start things off. KSSA, though, this Grach feeling a little bit rough.
Feels EU, man.
Feels EU, man, yeah.
A little bit rough, to say the least.
Yeah.
We haven't seen KSSA be able to land consistent hooks, and I'm not sure if it's fair to blame them for that because the other thing that has changed quite a bit since we last saw Grach in serious competitive play is people have just gotten better. I think players across the board are genuinely better at movement and dodging and just the mechanics that keep you safe from Grach hooks. That little outplay that Wins did that I talked so much about is significant because a year ago we would never have seen any player, regardless of caliber, do something like that.
They've really come a long way. It's really awesome to see how much these players, they become students of the game at this point. You spend hours, days, months of your life playing this game at a competitive level, 8 to 10 hours a day. A lot of these players commit to this. Because again, there's a lot on the line. $250,000 US for that first place prize. The combo does go through on this, but Benny is so tanky. Takes a little bit longer to live, but finally we see the combo executed here for Alpha Red.
But it's onto a support. The first major hook combo found from Alpha Red, and it's onto a support. Which means that the vast majority of J-Team are still absolutely fine with this, and they'll continue to find split pressure across the map.
They're fine with the support just dying.
20 seconds on the Abyssal. About that same time, plus a little bit onto Benny. That does mean that perhaps Alpha Red can challenge for a quick Abyssal Dragon, but I don't think they have the speed to capture it. They'll go for it.
They will. They're going to try and make it happen here, but already we saw Yuzon taking a tactical fire from First One, who's just not hitting hard enough yet. 3-2-2, only 10 point. I mean, only 10. He's got 10.6k gold to his name, but this Violet is still not nearly as scary as this Elsu is looking. On the flank, Wins. He's going to look to try and snipe this out one more time, but no, he's forced back.
Scared back by the pressure.
Uh-oh.
In the meantime, though, split lane, J-Team acknowledge that the Abyssal's happening and say, well, during that time, we'd like one of your high grounds.
Well, they secure it with no questions asked, marching straight on through, securing that key objective, and once again, Alpha Red is going to have to play backdoor for a good old while.
A long while, actually. And this could be... That could have been the game right there. J-Team keeping an incredibly smart gamble in mind, saying, okay, fine, you're going to get that Abyssal. That's why they left Wins there. Maybe he steals it, but it doesn't matter. Because even worst case, Wins gets caught out. That takes extra time and gives more time for Alpha Red to lose their high grounds.
It does indeed. 6 kills to 7, a very low kill game now, but almost a 10k gold lead for J-Team. 3-3 in terms of Dragons. They are just... Wow, they are leveraging their farm so much better. What?
This is J-Team. This is J-Team being able to arrive and farm out. And much of that has come from invades. Much of that has come from Neil managing to constantly find extra pressure. A good deal of that actually comes from wave management. J-Team have constantly been able to convert on waves, whereas we've occasionally seen quite a few minions just splash up against towers. First one. How did you live?
Such a rough position. Another whiff on that metamorphosis. That was a beautiful play. The very edge of the Dark Dominion, following that up with the Death Sight. KSSA and Shadow not hitting their skills when they need to. Star walks away with a breath. And that's it. How did First One live?
Maybe, but KSSA lad did the sickest wins I think I've ever seen. That support item was insane.
Yeah, that is, the win was absolutely on point. The shield was there, giving Violet just enough HP. be able to extricate himself from that situation. It's a Dark Slayer now being picked up with ease for J-Team. That's another buff they're going to have as well. Stray, oh, first one! In a terrible position, the lethal raise in the back through all this door doing so much work, but we do have the flank away from use on the Death Embrace, finding the KSSA, that is kill on the Grack, and that is 2 clean kills going over to J-Team, not able to secure the counter kills.
Wins just did about a third of First One's HP in one shot. We've gotten here. Late game Elsu has arrived. Run from it in fear. Alpha Reds are unable to contest that Drake. It'll now come through in the bottom lane.
Will indeed. And now once again we see Alpha Red forced back into their base. This is the situation that has allowed J-Team to get so far ahead in gold. They're able to sit back and farm Alpha Red's jungle as well, putting them in a terrible position because they are so afraid of this Elsu because he is starting to hit his peak. We do see once again the Metamorphosis going in with the Death Embrace onto Tau, securing the kill onto that critical Valheim that's going to be damage they don't have to secure this win. And right now, it looks like a terrible position for Alpha Red, pushing it onto the corners. J-Team, they have the minions, they have the damage, and that is going to be it. GG, game number 3 goes to JT.
Do you believe?
I believe.
In the Elsu. That was a very strong performance coming out from Wins, just as we began to doubt the character on the desk, just as I'm sure the chat and the online experience was like, Elsu, why do they keep batting it? That's why. Because we get out ahead, especially in that last team fight. Wins was about 1/3 HPing the tanks per auto attack. Not per snipe, per auto attack. And there is no way to win a fight like that.
Well, there is. It's called landing hooks early.
Yep, and KSSA did underperform. That was not a very good Grack performance from him.
Buddy, I called you the best support in the world, and you go and do this.
The essence of the win timing was on point. Very
was.
little else was.
Yeah.
I did like Yuzon as well this game. A much better performance for him. Fewer kills, fewer solo kills, which was what looked so good that game 1. Game number 3, not as much stellar individual play. Perhaps wise to take it down a notch, though, because his team play improves vastly. Responsible for 7 of his team's assists.
Yeah, I thought that was the biggest difference here, was that he played in these team plays a little bit more. He didn't try and take as many crazy 1v1 initiations, the split pushes. Put himself in a much better position to not die.
And it might be because they had Neil as early game pressure. Like I said, having that extra ramp really, I think, served them well. Star was able to get to his mid-game power spike very, very quickly.
I would agree. I think Neil was actually the real reason that this team won this game. Is because it allowed Wins, it gave Wins the space that he needed in order to get up that crucial farm and become that crucial threat.
Star.
Yeah,
Star performed very, very well that game. He
didn't die.
Exactly the same amount of damage.
27.6, 27.5, respectively, for Wins and Star. Nicely done. 33 over for NT, first one as well, blowing 30%. It just felt like Shadow missing every Metamorphosis and KSSA missing literally every hook almost.
Yeah.
Actually, what was the more egregious sin with these Metamorphoses? Because I feel like they were not good.
There were a couple of good Metamorphoses, I think. Majorly, like, you can accept Shadow plays his Crest a lot like he plays his Malik. Very defensive ultimates. But the major problem was that they weren't able to find very, very good engagements with either of those defensive utilities. World Devourer, same.
Yep.
We saw that one clutch World Devourer that comboed well. That was kind of it. NT never really had the setups that you look for, especially when you have NT playing that well, getting that scaled ahead with a double tank frontline, both of which have really good engage tools. He struggled to find those engagements.
It was. And you have one of the side laners who's, side lane like a Crash, who's up with the team fight, who's only involved in one of the kills. So not doing the split pushing and not getting the kills. That's a Crash that is not finding success. Again, it started well for Alpha Red here. They looked pretty solid. They found some good initiations, but they didn't do enough damage. They didn't have enough. We saw 2 of those, 3 of those this game, and that was it.
And that was the only major pressure they found. Everything else looked a little bit more like that. The early initiations found Yuzon doing a very good job in the side lanes, and enabling Neil, Star, and Wins to find the damage.
Yeah, they find it, they did. Especially going on here into the late game. Little stuff like that, with Wins able to snipe out these key initiations. But it was this fight that really started to turn the tables here for J-Team, really start to secure this even bigger lead. Pulling first one back, pulling everyone else back. Neil, through all of this, being the threat, being the damage his team needed.
Yeah, and Wins as well. I don't want to overlook it because he is playing Elsu. He played a much less flashy Elsu than we've seen in the past. It was not a case of the Elsu absolutely dominating the fights, landing snipes, but you watch these fights, he's just walking through them, landing auto attacks, landing basic attacks that chunk people.
Oh, they absolutely do. That was a really nice Dark Dominion there. The support play from Benny this game also. We didn't talk about the Mina a ton. She wasn't like the most impactful thing ever, but keeping the team alive, finding these amazing aggressive Dark Dominions, she was the initiation for the team.
And that definitely paid dividends. The ability, again, to have a player who's willing to die. Benny does a good job no matter his character at that. He spends his abilities, he spends his utility, and then he dies for his team, taking damage while doing so. That is good support play.
That's exactly what you want to be doing here, exactly how you want to play out that Mina. Now it's, I imagine we're going to get into this next game here fairly shortly. Do have some words for our counterparts over in Thailand as they're discussing these amazing games that we're seeing. We're almost halfway through this day here. We're on our second set now. These best of fives, 4 best of fives today. I am, of course, Inverum, joined here once again by TJ. Here back home with the studio. I say back home kind of jokingly because this feels like our home. You know, we spend a lot of time in the studio.
They don't have a desk. The analysis desk.
Oh,
they just
that was their analysis desk?
Yeah. They just had so sick an arena, they didn't even need a desk.
Wow. Someday we're gonna get that next level. It'll be wild. These desks are interesting.
I don't think Jump would ever trust me holding a microphone. I had to hold my own microphone. I think Jump would be very upset.
Yeah, I feel like he would. No, I feel like he'd want to like give you the breakdown first. He'd mentor you on doing it. The issue with being 6'5" and holding a microphone for someone is you're just like this. I bet though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know who else is standing tall at the end of that game?
J-Team?
Yeah, you're right. J-Team.
I had a 50% chance of being correct on that. So
I feel like you could have. Anyway, J-Team looked very, very good at the end of that series, and it was off them being able to adjust to their win condition. It was the same set. They played to their late game. They didn't worry about their early game. They didn't worry about their mid game. But the fact that they added Olindis enabled them to not lose that early mid game. And then when they got to late game, their win condition activated. Their double marksman in particular looked very, very effective as they blasted through towers and gave a very AHQ-like performance.
They did indeed, and curious to see if they can do it again in our next match. We're going to get into our draft shortly here in just a little bit. AHQ, I feel like, is actually a really good comparison to this squad because traditional AHQ, because of how clean they play these games.
Yeah, J-Team, like we said, they just don't especially make mistakes, and as we get into this draft for the next game, I'm very interested in whether or not we're going to see more early game ramp, whether or not J-Team are going to look for Olindis again, look for more potential to play that scale.
Yeah, I mean, the scale is so important. Oh, you guys talk about scaling a lot. We've talked about scaling a lot today, and I can feel like
it's because both the matchups we've seen have been defined by early versus late.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's so important. And
normally we don't see such a stark contrast between styles.
Yes.
Normally both teams are kind of playing towards the mid game and we see what happens. This game, these two games, we've seen one team decide they want to win late, one team decide they want to win early. And they play head to head, and whoever wins the early game dominantly or the late game dominantly wins the game.
If the team who drafted for late survives.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. If you draft late, know that you can survive. If you draft early, you have a timer on your back. You say you win by 15 minutes, or you just lose.
And we've seen two teams break that. And in both cases was the team that tended to play a little bit late. AHQ played a composition that worked pretty well all throughout the draft and got kind of punished for it. Because the counter draft to that is you play late game and you get to that late game scale because they don't have the speed to punish. And here we saw a kind of inverse. By adding a Lindis to their lineup, J-Team were able to succeed because they had that early game ramp to protect their late game.
Yes. Yeah, having that ramp is so important. As we get into this draft here, Superman, Lindis, Richter, and Ignis off the board. The Raz, the first picked here, going to be giving that over to NT on Alpha Red, and in response, it looks like Valheim Ibeneth. I don't mind this. It's interesting to see how the Alice to Ibeneth prioritization has evolved even over the course of this series.
The Annette coming through an answer. Annette typically a very early game support. Ooh.
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 Oof. Okay.
Ooh.
The Greg's still...
Can you say ooh one more time?
Oof.
Thank you. Because the swap came through and it isn't an Elsu, thank God. The reason I was upset by the Elsu was because, like I said, Annette is early game. Yeah. Raz is early mid game. If you go for a Elsu, then you don't really have synergy with what you're prioritizing.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, and it's funny because while there's a lot of situations...
I'm glad they reloaded that draft.
Yes, I'm really... Nice. No, there's situations, especially with the Annette, where she can set up the Elsu for those moments of greatness with the win cuffs, etc. But oftentimes, too, she has just as much likelihood of totally disrupting what he's trying to do. And as you mentioned, the Annette's so good at setting up and enabling certain heroes, but Elsu, it lives in a totally different style of play.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. If we see any more Elsu. As is, it looks like Alpha Red are more worried about Assassin Dive. And that's why they get rid of the Xanis, but J-Team seem to have no interest, as they've also gotten rid of Kriknak and Zill.
So we have a support, a side laner, and a mid locked in for both sides, which means the jungle and their last side laner looking to be Slayer and Dragon, respectively.
J-Team should just get Violent. This shouldn't be hard.
No, it shouldn't.
But Alpha Red could ban it out here.
I would not actually hate that.
If they do, I think it gets kind of interesting, because then we're talking either digging the bottom of the barrel or you shift the focus to split lane, which they do. So Violet will come through. J-Team have no problem with that. That will give them the late mid-game punish they're looking for with this overall roster. Again, a little bit more flexible. They will succeed more in the late game, given their composition. But that is a mid-game composition if I've ever seen one. Just as we talk so much explaining the paradigm, we break it. Now we've got two comps that will spike mid-game. I do think, again, Alpha Red do slightly better early, J-Team do slightly better late.
I would agree. I feel like Liliana and the Violet in the late game cannot deny the strength of that. Morin does okay. He does better in that mid-game with the assistance that he's going to have from that Zenial and that Annette. The Marja being hovered here as well.
They have just considered literally every character in the game.
Yeah.
Including Gilder.
I think the Marja is not a bad pickup here. It gives them an additional layer of damage, more consistency.
One thing I would say, the Marja, they'll need to run Zenial into Valheim, because Valheim's actually a pretty good counter to the Zenial. It's got good lane pressure. If the Zenial leaves lane, the tower can be taken, and it's difficult to Angelic Splendor with the click and point stun that Valheim does have. That means they'll have to run the Valheim top lane, which is why they're getting the Marja, who plays bot lane into the Malik very well.
I think that's a smart decision there from J-Team. I'm actually really liking the draft they put together here. Morin is certainly interesting. I don't dislike it. It's very execution focused. These magnetic storms need to be on point. The wombo combos need to be there. The team needs to be 110% on the same page. They need to have co-authored a book together, and that book needs to be called How to Win the Video Game.
Interestingly enough, if J-Team win this, then we have, I think, one of the more interesting permutations of the bracket.
Yes. Yes, a very interesting permutation of the bracket here in both series of games. J-Team fighting up against Team Flash. That would be oh so interesting. On the flip side, AHQ versus Alpha Red. Oh my, that sounds exciting. I'm kind of leaning towards that now.
Well, we'll still have to win this game to make our dreams come true, and even though we do both favor the composition, there are holes.
There are.
In particular, I think this Morin is a major X factor. They wouldn't have drafted the Morin at the AIC if they weren't pretty darn sure what they were going to do with it. What I would think they'd do with it is leverage early mid-game. Morin has a pretty strong mid-game spike, and it's a sustained damage character, meaning that if they can get the Morin into a fight and keep them alive, the Morin will win that fight.
Oh yeah, his life seal, especially of his passive, everything else, the way you build Morins these days, very easy to just keep that damage going.
And that's why they banned out the Xanis. That's why they got rid of Assassins. But I do think J-Team win that overall because of Neil, because of the extra Violet burst.
I would agree. I feel like the amount of burst, not only from that Violet, but from the Liliana as well, you cannot deny what they're bringing to the table. It is absolutely wild between the mage and the marksman. That's the ability to just one-shot someone right there.
We'll have to see if they can convert on that possibility. They'll start off already with a strong focus towards this Abyssal Dragon Pan. Not really sure how we got baited into it.
Yeah, put Benny up against the boards.
Benny recovers from the experience, walks it off.
Yeah, just gonna walk into a bush. Natural affinity all day! It's got that HP back in spades.
Alpha Red engineered, I was talking about the side lane matchups, Valheim wins into Zaniel and so forth. Alpha Red engineered that in reverse. They put the supposed bot laner up top, flip it. Yeah. They'll lose some of the benefits of Zaniel for this, but I think they're all right with it because they'll win both lanes.
Yeah, or at least go even in both lanes. I agree. I think this is exactly what Alpha Red was expecting to do because, like you, they know how J-Team is going to want to run that here. So yes, you lose a little bit of the utility, but I actually like this even more running the Zaniel here because Marja has no way of stopping that Angelic Splendor as opposed to the Valheim. So I think this is 100% how you want to make this happen here for Alpha Red.
At some point, J-Team will recall and try and flip lanes.
Yes.
We'll see if they can get away with it. Or they might just accept that it's not going to go their way and focus on farm.
I think that might be the better option here because I mean,
a couple teams do that.
Oh, I mean, we saw it happen a lot in the first set of today, even multiple lane swaps there.
We didn't really talk about it, but Annette plus Morin is a very fun duo.
No, we didn't.
Because you have the Windcuffs and Gustforth, and both of them collect people inside the AoE damage of the Magnetic Storm ultimate from the Morin. Very, very fun if KSSA can land Windcuffs. Now we know
We know he can. KSSA's Annette is absolutely wild. It is insanely good. The Magnetic Storm goes down, and we are able to get that first pickup there. Neil as well is going to fall. Alpha Red looking very bigger in this fight. The Angelic Spinner coming in, keeping the shield, keeping the HP alive. Star is there on the flank, and NG is being chased down by Benny. The return damage coming out from Alpha Red is there. See a bloodbath, trading out 2 kills for 3.
Still in favor of Alpha Red. KSSA, whoa, is very nearly the second player to fall, but KSSA is the only player to fall, and he's the support, the one you can risk.
Yes, and it was actually 2 kills for 1 here, I should say. So we get that first pickup there, and all the while we see Marja doing so much damage.
What Shadow?
Yeah, Shadow just does so much work.
I thought Star was going to be able to get through there, get the Riki shot off, but it was cancelled out by Shadow. And because of that, now Star can't quite do the damage necessary to win that fight, and the trades, like you said, are dead even. And now J-Team are looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, well, J-Team, they're down a little bit in terms of gold, but they still are in a pretty good spot here. All in all, the Reiki shot not going to connect onto KS. Ooh, SA! Leaving it to the last possible millisecond to walk away on that one.
Because of that, survives mid lane. J-Team do receive some pressure up top as well. Alpha Red taking advantage of the overall map control that they earned from that early on fight to convert to a Spirit Sentinel and continue building their gold lead.
Yes, they're going to continue to build that lead here. 3 kills to 1. This is exactly where they want to be right now. They drafted for the mid-game, and this is the mid-game scenario they want to find themselves in.
Alpha Red do kind of spike in that mid lane. The characters that will do best towards the late game are going to be the Malik and the Zenial. They're 2 side lanes. That gives them...
Oh! Sorry to cut you off there. You're talking about our side lanes, and we're seeing exactly what you're talking about being put into action, TJ.
A shutdown for Alpha Red, using the tanky power of their side lanes, and like I said, or was saying, the power of those side lanes being tanky and scaling tanky into late game is it makes up somewhat for the lackluster damage, because they have sustained damage dealers even when if the Morin falls off late game. They still have a solid enough front line that Alpha Red won't really be threatened.
They won't, but oh, KSSA forced to use the Flicker and the Hurricane Wall to escape. Took so much damage from this Abyssal Dragon to start things off. Neil is going to fall, but now Alpha Red have put themselves in such a terrible position that they have put themselves so far out. Shadow and First One are forced in right now, trying to turn back around on this Abyssal Dragon. First One's actually using this to lifesteal back up. The rest of J-Team are joining in the party, as Shadow is in a terrible position. He's going to use the Malleus to get himself out. Actually, not even necessarily needing to. Oh! Brought him right back down. He does have the shield up in time, but on the flank, though, the Malik is actually here from Taos, just keeping this dragon under a leash.
Alpha Red so aggressive. Now they've healed up and they can actually properly challenge. J-Team desperately needed the kills, but I don't think they can find them. The Nature's Realm will come through. Wins does get the Abyssal Dragon for J-Team. They do get the gold, but they're still badly behind in kills.
This was still a solid position from Alfred. The Gust Force finding Star in the back, doing so much damage. Do not underestimate the net in these situations. Wins went clutch, however, pulling out the steal onto that Abyssal Dragon, the way they're able to dance and juke and dive all around that major objective. Both squads showing why they are in the semifinals of the AIC.
Alpha-Red in particular being able to aggro that Abyssal. It was initially aggroed actually by first one for lifesteal. Like you mentioned, he's able to regen off of it and stay alive. Then they cycle through the Malik, a long rotation, just to be there to threaten it, to try and make sure it can't be taken easily.
And they were able to do that in the end. Again, Wins found it, making it 1-1 in terms of these Abyssal Dragons. A little bit of a missed Hurricane wall there, trying to knock Star back on in. He's that unpredictable, leaked himself out just a little bit further though, so actually propelled him away from the team. Alpha Red's not able to convert any kills in mid. However, they are in a situation where they're pushing up in the top lane and surviving here down bottom.
Star and Chaos is out, dueling down bottom. Alpha Red though maintain their gold lead across the map, but with little things like this, you can actually see first one leveraging and his sustain now. They press very aggressively into the top half of the jungle, pick up any jungle camps that are still there. Because they have the sustain on the Morton, so long as somebody's with him, it's very, very hard to burst him down.
It is, because he has a little bit of utility in his kit to pull himself back. If you have one other person there with him, it makes it so much easier.
So past the 5-minute mark, we've officially left the early game. We're into the mid-game. We'll stay there until around 15 minutes. We did say that we favor J-Team should we get late, but J-Team should be starting to come online around 10 minutes. That should be when many of their early late characters, I think peak, Yuzon in particular on the Valheim, is going to be critical there.
Absolutely. His control here, he's going more of the traditional build, the Blitzblade. Like we hear in Frostcape as well, we'll be seeing a little bit more of that control coming online, building a little more damage as well. This Wins needs to be cautious as the Chain CC is there. He does have the Ghost Walk, but it's not going to be able to self. Oh, the dodge! The Flicker, can he survive? A couple more autos.
My goodness!
Wins, no. Wins, you're not allowed to do this. That's unfair!
What on earth was that? He manages to bob and weave past the power surge coming through from NC, dodges all of the melee, gets tagged underneath the tower, but he's got enough HP from the lifesteal that he stays alive.
NT just choked so hard. Those jukes were wild, but there is no way in a million years that Winster survived this. They had a little bit of overlap with the initial pushback on the Raz and the follow-up with the Malleus, and it cost them so much there. As KSSA and crew are able to pick up the Abyssal Dragon with the help of that Nature's Realm. Actually, I should say the Nature's Realm from Benny.
Gold lead is shrinking though.
Yeah.
J-Team working back that early game gold press. That is very, very dangerous. As I said, J-Team do have the favored late game.
They do indeed. His first one is taking so much damage in the back of this. Almost getting hit with that tactical fire, the splash through his teammate. That would have been the death of the little dwarf.
He got him. Shut down Yuzon. That's a favorable trade for them. Even though he doesn't die, it still counts as a trade because he has to recall, go back to base or farm up in jungle. He'll opt for the latter, focusing in on the Spirit Sentinel.
That's a pretty good call right there. Taos is going in, trying to clear the wave, doing a little bit of poke damage on the
first one.
But first one's now in a very tough position. However, the counter kill goes on into Star. The back of the Nature's Realm, but it's now Benny up against the entire enemy team. He's able to get himself out with the Redwood Rush, but a 1-for-1 trade.
NC, my goodness. Diving through that fight and managing to pick up an instant trade. Yeah, first one still falls, but the fact that they get Star for the trouble makes it all the worth it.
It's definitely not a bad position right now, but about a 2.5k gold lead, I should say, coming in for Alpha Red. The tower is pretty much dead even in this instant. Maybe a slight lead here for Alpha Red, as they are a little bit ahead as well in terms of dragons.
The average member of J-Team is ahead in gold compared to Alpha Red. Alpha Red have stacked so much gold onto first one.
Yes, very lopsided in terms of looking at these overall. And the fact they're still ahead by a couple K gold makes all the difference here. But all of that gold is over on first one.
And none of it is on Benny. If you look at the split there, Benny is like 2,000 gold behind everyone on his team.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a rough spot.
It's alright.
Fine. It's his job. It's his job. He's got so much utility just built into his kit. He doesn't need, yeah, he can do some health, but that's about it. He has so much utility with the branching out, with the Redwood Rush, of course with that Nature's Realm. We've seen it in these fights.
J-Team have just peaked. You can see that. Neil starting to do major damage, and that's going to make holding these lanes so difficult.
It is indeed. Benny is going in now, trying to trade into first one. The lifesteal will not happen as KSSA is splitting out the fight, and Yuzon on the flank. Trow's trying to take him down. A little bit of misplay. The shock will connect. The cleave as well is there.
Nicely done.
Makes up for that lackluster initiation with a perfect shock.
And Taos was fed that kill as well. He came in on the flank down the river and the Hurricane Wall just tossed him. Yuzon. Here, catch.
Have yourself a kill. Or a death in this instance.
Very well done. J-Team now down. And that means that the map control will go back in favor of Alpha Red, who are playing very aggressive around this Dark Slayer. I believe first one's working on it. One of the benefits of Morin or any other self-sustaining character is you can do this.
Do this right here, where you literally just solo all the objectives. His lifesteal is absolutely massive. Once he starts to stack his passive, it's very hard to take him down in one of these situations. He gets dug in like a tick. It's very hard to make that work. However, he has been putting himself a little bit out of position, I would say, in some of these fights. Yes, he's got a very short attack range, which puts him into some compromising spots, but I still feel like overall his positioning has been somewhat questionable.
And the positioning has been a major focus on both these teams. Oh my goodness, speaking of, the essence of the wind from Benny, it barely saves Star again, 2 games in a row.
These supports on both sides have been absolutely wild. Tao's not going to connect that time with the shock, but he's forcing the team back. The minions are still alive, which means this is another tower supported by this Drake. This is the rolling offense of Alpha Red.
Gonna try and carry it through. We talk so much about the mid-game activation. J-Team are coming online. That means Alpha Red need to break through high grounds now.
They need to make it happen now, and part of the way they're going to try and do that is with this Enrage Abyssal Dragon. First one, despite the debuff going in from that Dark Slayer, is still able to take this down with ease.
Gold lead is shrinking, but it's still 6,000.
Yes, that is still that is still a pretty drastic lead. Around 5,000 now, but 3 dragons going over to Alpha Red. That is going to only continue to further out this lead, but they have an entire lane of towers to look to push down. It seems like they're doing exactly that.
On that bot lane, been knocked down to the high ground for J-Team with 2 lanes.
It's my bot lane, and I need it now.
The extra gold they'll get for taking these towers will be significant.
It will be indeed. It'll help propel them even farther forward. The shock goes in, not going to connect the Nature's Realm, clear the minion wave. Xennial is split pushing as he should be with this Angelic Splendor. He can join the fray at any time. We'll keep an eye on those. Shadow's been very quiet so far in this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing a little bit more of a stellar Xennial play as this progresses. Nice little stun there in the back. The tower not really taking that much damage.
Look at how they send Yuzon to clear split wave. Specifically engineering that favorable matchup we were talking about earlier, Xennial into Valheim. Very well played. Because if the Angelic Splendor starts to come through, Yuzon has an opportunity to dive in and cancel it.
Absolutely. He has so many tools to cancel out that Angelic Splendor. The Marja as well is very good at clearing these waves between the Ghost Walk, between all of her, all the abilities that she's going to be able to throw at them. The Spirit's just chunking right on through, but a nice wind cuffs. Finding Benny and deleting him in an instant. There's the shock in the back as well as Taos is going in. Nice Hurricane Wall to try and split the fight from KSSA, which means the tower is going to be taken down in an instant. As first one pushes right on through, and they have a minion to work with here. So now all 3 high ground towers are exposed.
A clean tower take from Alpha Red. More than anything else, they find a pick onto Benny, isolate him, and then follow through using the Hurricane Wall excellently.
Now first one continues on to Neil. He's got the lifesteal. He's got himself the kill. Going from one lane to another in an instant. And now the shock, the mid one's where the fall. The perfect CC onto Yuzon. He's able to flicker out, get himself out. But on the side, Winds is going to be the target. Not able to get himself out with the Ghost Walk. And now the tower under threat. The high ground is here as Alpha Red is pushing in onto the high ground. They have the kills. That's 1 tower. They're going to look to make it 2.
And they'll look for much more than just the high grounds. This is their massive gold lead, their peak activation. There's no need to go late game, they say. They'll take this here and now.
Benny going in, trying to split the fight, but being pushed out in his own right by the Hurricane Wall. KSSA is getting oh so low, but the shock is there on the flank. Stars trying to clean up all these kills, but he's not going to be able to do so. Already used an unpredictable, and on the back of it, the Morin has the damage. Alpha Red ties up the series. We're going to game number 5.
I should learn not to make predictions. Because the second we say, this draft looks very good for J-Team. We see it stuffed back in our face. That Morin was terrifying.
Yo, where has this been all my life? Or at least just this series?
Well,
for that.
It shouldn't have worked. But
the range, Morin into Violet, you look at that and you go, really?
Yeah, it shouldn't work. But
power farm.
Because they power farm the Morin so much, and especially we saw them really take off in that late game, because they cleaned up that entire line of towers. You might say, why did they focus bot lane? Why would they pick up all those towers instead of just going for the easy high grounds? Well, because taking a high ground doesn't matter as much as taking all of the low ground towers so that you can guarantee you have enough of a gold lead. The first one is untouchable.
Wow, 8-1.
Look at his gold compared to everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Literally was doubling some members, almost doubling some members of the team. Okay. I see you.
Look,
I see you first one.
fun experiment. Compare his gold to the other team.
Well, that's what I was doing.
And yeah.
13.1 to 8.
Neil is the obvious comparison.
Yep.
Neil should be similarly farmed.
Yep.
But it doesn't compare. It's literally double.
43.8% of your team's damage first one.
And that's why we were talking during the draft, I said, well, why are they banning out Xanis, Alpha Red? Why are they concerned about melee assassins? Well, because the sustained backline burst of a Xanis was possibly the only thing that could have ruined first one's death. And then when Alpha Red went to ban out Kriknak and Zill, they said, okay.
Thanks, I guess.
Well, if you're not going to have any backline dive, we'll build ourselves up a tanky front line and give all of our gold to first one. It's an investment scheme, and it's just paid off wonderfully.
Oh, it paid dividends indeed. They had a great first quarter. Their quarterly earnings were absolutely stellar. Despite the NASDAQ being down, they're in great shape.
Sure. Wins at 35%. On his own team's damage, a little bit worrying to me. Wins has been playing well this series, but he should not be leading his team's damage. Wins was playing side lane. He has constantly been playing side lane with the exception of the Elsu game. He should not be leading his team's damage.
I would agree. He should not be in that position. The local fans out now. The home team going to game number 5. That's exactly what they want to see, as it was Alpha Red looking oh so solid in this game number 4. That was almost J-Team taking it right then and there. But off the back of some absolutely stellar Hurricane walls, some beautiful kiting, and some solid play from first one.
Good Angelic Splendor in that first fight as well.
Yeah, it was.
Because Shadow comes through perfectly timed to heal up. And that happened a few times. You mentioned Shadow's been a little bit quiet. He's been quietly consistent.
Yeah.
Tanking where he needed to. Giving first one the extra reprieves at times. The Angelic Splendor needed to come through. And well, you see now why first one got so fed.
Oh yeah. He just cleaned up all of these kills in these fights. It was crazy to see. I mean, don't get me wrong, Star played a really great game. Yuzon looked a little bit more lackluster on the range marks for the side lane. I feel like he's maybe a little bit better in these assassin positions. We did see the one kill that was able to go on through on a first one there, but that was really the only time they found the weakness. Shadow, he did have some great moments with his chain CC as well, though. His Malleus's were generally, except for that one in the bottom with the Raz, they were generally pretty on point.
Wins, though. Apparently the best player over on JC.
Well, did you see that juke?
Yeah.
Dude, that juke earlier was absolutely wild. He's, I think, definitely the best player on J-Team right now.
And that's a little bit worrying, because he's good. He is very good. But normally he kind of sets up the backline. He is the more defensive of the two side laners. You rely on Yuzon to be the dive, find the engage, and then Wins is the guy who's playing defensive, making sure everyone stays safe behind.
Yeah, he's the one who's normally, he's that utility as well. But in this game, he's been the damage dealer. I also love how we just take other games, other regions. Yeah, we'd have breaks, we'd have bathroom pauses, all this kind of stuff. No. Here, no breaks, only AOV.
I mean, can you blame them? Both these teams have reason to continue this set, and here they will. Alpha Red and J-Team tied up 2-2.
Oof. Game number 5, the ace match. The losing team drops to play AHQ? Question mark in the lower bracket. The winner.
It's a hard loss if you go to the lower bracket. Yeah. Because you have to play the team that everyone thought was going to be the best team in this tournament. J-Team already have a record of losing to them. I'm sure they wouldn't want to add to it. Alpha Red have seen many of their compatriots, such as IT City Bacon, be slaughtered before them.
Yeah. I love that name, by the way. IT City Bacon is just absolutely stellar. Just for the record.
Okay, Paul.
Just thought I'd let you know that, TJ.
Thanks, Paul.
You're very welcome. Draft, game number 5. We're into it. Superman once again, not seeing appearance. So the games he hasn't been banned, he hasn't been picked either. He's seen a 0% pick rate in these games so far. The Lindis as well, no question there, being denied.
Well,
Ignis, and I expect the Richter.
Yuzon is a really good Superman. Yeah. Like, I understand why they don't want to let it through.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, Elsu, Richter, both on the board. They're favoring... Ooh. Elsu, Richter, and the Kriknak all on the board.
Okay. Kriknak's last row.
They're favoring the Alpha Red side will probably not. I think their gamble is that the Alpha Red side doesn't want to let through the Elsu after Wins did such a good job on it. So, if they do that, I think Alpha Red are screwed, because no matter how good they are, they're just putting it off. But if JC double stack the OPs, I think this game's over.
I think it's Richter Elsu 1-2 or Richter Valheim. That's even.
It's even. I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, I feel like you got it after how well you played, after how well Wins played that Elsu. I feel like you have to do both, because Richter actually would function really well in that style of draft that won them that game too.
And because Wins has been your star player.
Yeah.
Give the people what they want.
Apparently the people want the man in the hat.
I never want a Valheim on any team.
Don't tell Suijay that.
Oh no. I like his Valheim. The draft.
We haven't won a lot of games with Valheim.
I've won a lot of games with Valheim.
I guess I'm the problem.
Yes.
Oh.
The Valheim ban was pretty consistent. Valheim pick ban throughout the entirety of the AIC, and there's a reason for it, because he is consistent. Lee, one of the more powerful range damage characters. I saved that.
You did.
I said consistent, but then I added Lee. But I think he'll be played over on...
Yes! Sorry.
I think he'll be played over on Yuzon again, and I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know. This is really... Sorry, I got distracted by the Morin. No, this is really interesting here. My heart tells me that
Wins. If they put the Valheim on Wins, I like it. Otherwise... I'm sending them a
because they have their two side laners. They locked in their two side laners. The Elsu would have to be put somewhere else.
And they need the Kriknak.
They do.
Because they need the dive necessary to shut down the Morin. And if they don't have that dive, then they're in trouble. Now, maybe they can generate it from sideline with the Richter. It's not impossible.
Yep.
But I also don't think it's likely, particularly with the double disengaged defense of Raz and Malik.
No, but I do like this Owl's pickup here. I feel like the Yubedith will then also see the ban light throughout, denying the Malice combo. The Hissy Fit shock is never something you want to deal with. And if the Yubedith gets left through here, I'll be very surprised from JT.
I don't know if Yubedith fundamental. I don't think if Yubedith is added to the Alpha Red roster, I don't think it actually adds much, because then they're just playing defensive fortress with a double frontline tank.
I mean, they were pseudo playing that with the Annette anyway.
Yeah. Well, they did have double tanky side lane that first, or that last game that they played the Morin. So they definitely do like to build tanky with the Morin, so they may actually draft the Bennett, like you say, but I don't think it actually changes how they're playing. I think they'd be able to run double tank side lane. I don't actually think the Bennett makes a pretty big difference. I'd favor them banning out the Mina and running an Assassin.
Yes. Fair enough, because the Mina would be the counter to a potential Kriknak
because
that JT's... Okay.
The Yubedith role is, like, you could run a tank in side lane, anything can fill that role of secondary tank to defend the Morin. And obviously, Yubedith's a pretty darn good choice for it, but anything would do. The more important thing is making sure there isn't a hard counter to whatever you decide to run in jungle as that Assassin, and they'll let it go to the final draft.
Well, indeed. So, a very lightweight composition for J-Team here. Not going to have a whole lot of tankiness to go off of. They're really only missing that jungler here. And looking like the Omen coming in as well.
The Assassin dive.
And the Yubedith, there it is. Yep.
They're predicting the Assassin dive. That's why they got Omen. Yubedith, the answer now needs to come through. J-Team, what are you doing?
J-Team is drafting all the damage in the world.
Elsu jungle.
I mean, don't do it.
I agree, but they could.
They could.
I would be in favor of them going something on the Assassin, maybe Zephyrs.
I would like a Zephyrs. I could dig that.
Kriknak still on the board, but Zephyrs would give them a little bit of the front line that they're currently missing.
A little bit more utility with the stun. Yep. Good call.
Thanks.
Nice. That's why you're up here, buddy.
Ooh.
I think I jinxed it. That's a caster curse in full effect right there.
Ooh.
Slims could be interesting.
Oh, yeah, I don't like the slims.
I might like the...
I don't like any of these options, because if you go ranged DPS, you now have absolutely no frontline.
No, literally none.
And you have absolutely no way to get to the Morin. And we've seen what happens when they play games and don't have an ability to get to the Morin. The Morin just rolls through the fights and cleans them up.
I think the Zephyrus is the call. I think the Death from Above is going to be hugely impactful here, combining that with the Hissy Fit, with the Sunshine, with the Blinding Light, with everything.
Having said that, I favor Alpha Red.
Absolutely, I agree. I like the draft a little bit better here. After seeing that Morin in the last game, after seeing the first one get power farmed, like we have not seen a dwarf since the Mines of Moria, I feel like, don't look at me like that. And I feel like, you know, he's just too good to deny. I could have gone with the Lonely Mountain, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but the dwarves lost both the... Anyway.
They still got really mined.
Anyway. It'll be on Morin to collect as much gold as he can.
So much gold!
And if he can farm out ahead like he did last game, they will succeed. However, I will say, last game is a fluke. You cannot count on being able to power farm your Morin to double the gold of your opponents.
What if you could?
Then you would be the best team in the world.
Well, that's what they're fighting for right now as we get into game number 5. The ace match here, our second semi-final match at the Arena of Valor International Championship. You are watching the rebroadcast here, the English language broadcast for your convenience at a totally reasonable hour. My name is Inver. I'm joined here once again by TJ. If you've watched the Valor series at all this season here for Western AOV, you're probably familiar with our voices. Just trying to bring all the hype to this game number 5.
One chance to define who goes forward to face Team Flash in the upper bracket, who goes down to play off against AHQ in an elimination match of lower half of this bracket.
The industry debate, lower bracket versus loser bracket, kind of old school. But neither case you want to be there. Not only because you're in the loser's bracket facing elimination, you're in the loser's bracket facing elimination against AHQ.
That is terrifying. Both these teams have strong incentives. Alpha Red, as the home team, definitely need to go ahead and prove to the home crowd, but J-Team, well, they've already lost to AHQ. I can't imagine they're in a hurry to face them in anything short of the grand final.
I would agree. I don't feel like there is any world in which J-Team, I mean, that's a pretty silly statement. Of course, none of the teams want to lose, but particularly not against a team they've already won, going to face a team that they've already lost to. A team they've already beat. There we go. That was what I meant. You get the idea.
Thanks. The pressure from wins down bottom will be against the Malik. That's the Valheim Malik matchup we're looking for. It'll be Richter into Omen up top. That's a favorable matchup for the Omen, so both teams have a lane that they like. We'll probably not see any lane swaps.
I would imagine not here. We're keeping an eye on both these side lane matchups as best we can here. Trying to keep in mind, because it's always so interesting, especially in other MOBAs. You talk about like who wins this matchup and who wins that matchup. It's something that's often discussed, but I feel like it's something we gloss over a little bit in AOV.
Yeah, Omen Richter is a really fun matchup.
Yeah,
because we favor sustained characters versus Richter because so much of him is about burst. He can dive in, use Jungle Strike twice, and he has 2 charges of Retaliate. Both of which give him invulnerability. So he does win that fight if it happens that he's able to time perfectly to dodge Death's Embrace and Death's Beckon.
Yes.
Otherwise, if Death's Beckon lands, you can kite out the burst damage and then just land the sustained damage and win against any Richter.
So there is the potential for both players to win this here. However, Zephyrus came and joined the party there. Give a little bit of additional push there as the Omen is still split pushing through all of this. First one now in the back. All 5 members of J-Team have arrived here on the pit. KSSA has already taken a lot of damage, so I would actually be very much in favor of Alpha Red just exiting right here. Good pull though onto the Dragon, leashing that back as Omen is doing a great job split pushing in his own right.
That's exactly what they do. Yuzon will be nearby. However, this is a setup. Oh. Yuzon has no time. Shadow's watching him. He's waiting. You can come into the bush. When are you going to come into the bush? My buddy's here. We'll double play you. Then he just leaps over the wall.
Nicely done there. That was exactly what I like to see. That was a solid heads-up play there from him, knowing that he was being baited back in. Taos already taking so much damage from Wins. Wins the star player of J-Team, allowing his squad to pick up that Abyssal Dragon.
And they gambled and lost. Alpha Red figured they'd be able to get a pick in the top lane, which would equal the fact that they didn't get Abyssal Dragon. Instead, they don't get a pick, they don't get Abyssal, they get Spirit Sentinel, I guess.
Yeah, you guessed right. They do pick it up. Is it worth it? Certainly not even a little bit. Let's look at the power farm going in there from Neil. Already level 6. Looking very good. First one matching, though, of course. Doing a very good job. 1.8 to 1.6 respectively, but already pulling out ahead. You have to keep an eye on first one.
Yep. Keep an eye on his gold. He's at it double the opponent's gold the entire game 1. See if he can hit that metric again game 2.
First blood going the way of J-Team, though. They've also trying to find their metric here, and that is more kills than their opponent to help leverage these wins. J-Team notoriously trying to leverage. The J-Team notoriously...
Should they get more kills than their opponent?
Yes, but they actually can win games without doing it or going even. That's what I was trying to say. J-Team are not a team that actually get a lot of kills.
No. J-Team like to play to late game activation, but they don't really have that here. Instead, they're playing an overall game comp, lots of survivability oriented, and a big focus on being able to get to the Morin in the back lines. Watch for Yuzon and Neil to both do a very good job of that.
So many dodge skills there in the mid as well. Absolutely wild how these scraps are breaking out. But you mentioned it there as well. Talking about Neil, a player that we have to keep an eye on. He got shut down a little bit in that last game, not able to be as loud as he wanted to be. But you know, this time around, playing that Zephyrus, he's going to be all up in the action.
First one, playing split around the map. So part of the way they were able to farm him so well, game number 1, was by giving him a lot of jungle wave, or lane wave as well. So he's playing jungle, he's getting all the jungle farm, and then they're also doing this. They're giving him individual lane minion waves as well. And that does hurt the farm of players like NT, but it is worth it if first one is at double the gold of everyone else on the map.
And we say that with no joke, quite literally double is where he was nearly at in that last game. Already at 2.7k. Starting to get his build online, he's looking towards an Abyssal Dragon as well. Wins here on the flank, gonna try and snipe this out, but no. First one is there. Nice job with the punish timing.
Just like that, he already has double the gold of the support opposing him. Not necessarily the best, but significant. Yuzon in trouble. That's a good push.
The last seed lands, connects, gets this done under the tower off the back of a sick Raj push. Are you kidding me? That uppercut was absolutely wild. NT, a mechanical genius.
But Shadow falls during the fight, and that is significant in and of itself. Yuzon is winning his lane.
That is true. Shadow in a rough spot. Yuzon, of course, getting shut down as well. Both of these Slayer laners getting pushed back just a little bit here, as now we are seeing the Liliana splitting up into this top lane as well, giving Neil some additional jungle farm here. I actually like this adaptation here from J-Team. They're seeing the opposing team's jungle getting ahead. They think we need to do the same.
Well, it's also just efficiency, because you can give Star top lane and still have your jungle take mid because you've lost a player. Instead of letting it crash into the tower or giving it to your support, it's very good macro play to say, we're down a player, Neil, come take mid wave.
That's exactly it. It's those kind of min-max plays that really just elevate these teams here. Part of the reason why they are some of the best in the world. Not one minion is left, I mean, ideally on last hit.
But here comes Waven hitting tower here. Yuzon will be looking for the clear and defense.
Will indeed. They're going in though. Popping the ults. But not able to pick up a kill. Nature's Realm on the flank is theirs. Oh, we have NT looking for the flank. He's able to get the uppercut, the pushback, the double kill. And now does Yuzon out on an island. Neil's going to try and go with the death from above fall, but he's going to secure a kill of his own. And the follow-up damage from Neil, wiping the whole team. That is 3 kills for him. What a retaliation!
The melee, double dive, double kill. J-Team absolutely slaughtered the second half of a lost fight.
Absolutely stellar play. Watch this. It all starts off with NT on the flank.
Because NT dives through, he's able to win the fight. Then Yuzon goes in, lands some good AoE damage just as his cooldowns end. Neil comes in, death from above lands. They have tightly packed opponents, and that is where a Zephyrs and a Richter thrive.
That is exactly where they want to be, dodging out those critical abilities and landing their own in return. Alpha Red feeling a little bit too confident off of 3 quick kills. Can't say it sniped that. I would have been just absolutely out of my mind.
He's done it before. This time he won't. Neil walks through and picks him up as well. You can see Win starting to do pretty major damage as well. J-Team do have a significant gold lead at this point. The only hope is, again, look at the farm concentration over onto first one. He's still sitting at 5,000 gold.
He is, but the rest of his team is paying for it. As it is another kill going over towards J-Team. They have hit this mid-game activation.
Oh, and
they are looking so solid.
Yuzon doesn't quite have the strength to take out first one all by himself, but he certainly has enough to distract him. During the time that he's doing that, the rest of J-Team push through elsewhere, find more lane pressure.
2 towers going the way of J-Team, as well as a handful of kills. Really nicely done. Picking up Star almost back under his T1. Now they look towards the Darkslayer. J-Team are well aware this is happening, and his first one and crew very smartly backing out.
Desperate plays actually from Alvarez.
Oh, and now his first one in a terrible position. He's going to have the lifesteal to get on through KSSA, the perfect one to help keep him alive. The Nature's Realm is there. First one, no!
Oh!
The snipe going through from Benny with the sunshine. That was absolutely wild.
Wins just barely lands enough stuns, and, well, that's the damage, the cycle, the damage focus from J-Team. They know exactly who they need to prioritize, and they have perfect target prioritization across 3-4 members of the team.
The boulder is starting to roll down the hill. It is picking up steam, and its name is J-Team. We are in game number 5 of the semi-finals. The winner of this will advance, and the loser will fall to face AHQ. J-Team up 6k gold, taking down towers like it's nothing.
5,000 gold, roughly, in their favor. 3-10-minute mark. That is not impossible to come back from, but remember we highlighted J-Team as the better late game composition. I don't think that's changed, and I worry Alpha Red may be in trouble.
Well, they're looking certainly very much in trouble right now. The speed boost that this Alice is offering is helping with these rotations. There's Neil, push back into the stun. First one, just trying to escape as the Hissy Fit is there. Neil still chasing down this kill. The stun will connect. And the chain from wins as well. The play between the Alice and this Valheim is wild.
We brushed over it, but they shifted the side lanes to where I'd hoped they'd be. Yuzon back on a melee assassin and Shining, and Wins back on the ranged character, and again, the star player of the series is finally able to make the impact that he's been looking for.
I am so glad this is not an Elsu, because the stuns he has been putting out have been putting Alpha Red in the ground.
10-minute mark, hit. The enraged Abyssal is up. J-Team have the control to threaten for it, or Darkslayer.
12 kills to 3. We are now looking at an almost 10k gold lead for J-Team. They are in full control of this right now. They've only lost 1 single tower.
We'll say, still 5k gold for the Morin. That is still pretty significant. That puts them ahead of almost everyone, save for the opposing jungle and Neil.
Well, they've been also doing a very good job of power farming. He's at 8k gold himself. Shadow walking into the wrong bush. I don't care how fast you are, Omen. You're not fast enough to escape the hunter. That is Richter.
Did you see the maneuverability there of Benny? He shrugs off the focus, then drops it, Hissy Fit for a double kill.
This is J-Team firing on all cylinders, hitting their farm. The power spike is real. Their timing window is wide open, and it is Alpha Red forced back onto the high ground. As in unison, all 3 low ground towers fall. This is now J-Team looking to go in onto the high ground. Taos is going to be there. The Hissy Fit doing so much additional damages. Look how Wins takes down this tower as one falls in the low ground as well. This could actually very well be the game right here as J-Team is pushing in the shock to try and clear the minion wave, but Taos is there. He's going to fall. This is looking like it's going to be it for J-Team.
This is peak J-Team. You make one mistake and they keep rolling that boulder downhill. Now they need to hold 1 high ground remaining, 4 players up.
Well, make it 3 as KSSA is instantly gone. First one trying to power on through, use that, pushing back into the high ground. That is going to be the stun, and that's the fall. That is going to be it. That's the fall wipe as J-Team take it all 5 games. Beautiful play from them.
3-2 the end series score, and a dominant win in the last one. That was an incredible series.
They take game number 5 to win it. Taking the home crowd, the hometown crowd, a little bit down a notch as Alpha Red does fall.
J-Team go to the upper bracket. There they'll play.
Oh, you're looking at me for that.
Yes,
there you go. Sorry,
Team
Flash. Sorry.
Team Flash, who looked so good in our first series of the day. now they'll play against J-Team, who look a little bit more mortal, I would say, than Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, it's so hard to judge because all 4 of these squads are so good. We went to game number 5, game number 4 in both of our sets. These are not blowouts by any means. These are close matches. A lot of these are either being won and lost or drafts, or being won and lost by the individual players stepping up in a big way.
The lower bracket match will, of course, be AHQ versus Alpha Red.
Oh my! That's gonna be a sick game.
You were saying that might be our grand final.
Yeah.
Now it's our lower bracket semi.
Ooh, that's rough. That's a little bit rough.
Times change.
Yeah.
It's time to change with them.
Need to adapt, to move on forward here. We finish our second semi-final, which means we're going to be going into, I believe, our next winner's bracket game. I want to say. One or the other.
I believe the elimination game is lost, so yes.
Yes, so yes, we're going into our...
But I don't know, because I'm not an expert.
I looked at the schedule at the start of the day, but that was 6 hours ago.
You're right. Here is the draft. The endgame scorecard. You can see Alpha Red doing quite well in the early game. And then from then on, they got nothing.
Neo came online, went 13-0-5, and I like how you asked for the Zephys, and they almost didn't pick the Zephys, and I can't imagine this game going that way had Neo not received
Well,
that
look at the key stat line. Neo actually doesn't do a vast percentage of his team's damage.
But he does effective damage. He's there
finishing.
to close.
Yes. And that's why his stat line is so bloated and why J-Team were able to just power through. Because a lot of the time you find poke damage, especially a team like J-Team, which tends to be a little bit more passive. But because they had Neil there to follow through, their relatively even damage share, which is pretty consistent, they consistently have relatively even damage share, is more advantageous to them because they have a close. So I want to see them play that style more. I want to see them play more with assassin characters who can wrap up team fights.
Yes, I mean, you look at the Zephys, not only does he have that engage, he has the stun, but he has a bit more sustained damage and sustainability himself to stay alive, maneuver through these fights, deal that consistent damage like you mentioned. I like seeing teams prioritize that there. The Morin in game number 4 looked so stellar and solid, but first one just not quite able to pull it.
Like I said, you can't rely on being able to out-farm your opponents by 2x.
They mine too greedily and too deep, TJ. It just didn't work.
No, I don't think it's ever worked. And the ability of J-Team to recognize that that was a consistent problem, I think... Stop grinning. I think changed the dynamic of the game because J-Team said, oh, they're just power farming their Morin. They probably saw the same endgame stat screen we did and had the same result. Yeah, and then they made the adjustment. They said, okay, let's put a lot of emphasis on making sure first one doesn't feel comfortable in jungle. Let's put a lot of emphasis on making sure our own assassins can dive into their backlines. Then they're able, because of that, to trade positively into the Morin for much of the game, and first one doesn't get nearly as much of a advantage as he looked like he had during game number 4.
Yes, that was certainly going to be it there. Really solid play overall from both squads. In the end, though, first one, despite his amazing potential carry, just
came second.
Came in second. Ouch. Feels bad. But you know what? That's going to be our second semifinal. We're going to hop onto a short break here in just a moment. Give our boy, I need some water over here. We're going to take a second before we get into our next match, which I believe is going to be...
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes.
We'll flip a coin.
Yeah.
It is either J-Team facing off against Team Flash.
Yes.
Or Alpha Red facing off against AHQ. I believe we are more likely to get the Alpha Red AHQ match last because it's the elimination match.
That makes sense.
Go into J-Team versus Team Flash first.
There it is. You're absolutely right. That is it. Team Flash is going to be up next.
Look at me, 100% confident.
100% correct. Guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2018 English language rebroadcast. My name is Inverum, joined here by TJ once again with his massive wingspan, spanning the course of the earth.
That's all I have. Got a yay and not much else. But the AIC has much more than I do to offer. They've got 2 more matches.
Oof. So good. We've had 2 of the best matches ever played of AOV.
Yeah.
And we are definitely going to have more of that.
Okay. Started off good. Follow up a little bit weak. But I agree with the sentiment at least. Team Flash versus J-Team will of course be our next match. We'll round off the day with an elimination match between AHQ and Alpha Red.
We got it. I just want to have that solidarity on that one. We're going to get into our next match ASAP. We're just going to get right back on into it as soon as we can. It is, of course, going to be in the upper bracket. The winner of this will advance all the way on to the grand finals.
And it's one team we expected would be here. We did think J-Team were probably the stronger team in the match before. It was my prediction that they'd come out on top. But we never thought it would look quite like that. Alpha Red drove them all the way to the limit. The other team here is not who we expected.
Not at all. I mean, AHQ, we did not believe for a second that they would... J-Team, again, they were sort of the expected winner there. It was way close. I mean, I thought Alpha Red could do it. But AHQ, Team Flash, taking them down a notch. That is exactly where we want to be. I mean, if you're a fan right there. I mean, that doesn't get much better than that, dethroning the past world champions.
This Team Flash roster has done what almost nobody could, literally. They won the World Cup. There's been some people have been tweeting at me, well, are they the world champions if they won the World Cup? They are the team that beat every other team in the world. Thank you very much.
So yes, AWC and AIC, I mean, sort of like a mid-season championship and then a final championship. I feel like they're relatively equal value, yeah.
We'll say the current top team in the world and avoid using the term champions. Is that good?
I mean, yeah, sure, we can go with that. I still think they're the world champions, for sure.
Team Flash looked very good while doing it, and a lot of it came from their support role. We loved seeing Pro-E play well with the team, but also he enabled a god in the jungle.
Oh, yes, indeed. ADC. Living up to his name, the attack damage carry. Of course, the roster of Pro-E, Datkoi, XB, ADC, and Gao. You're all familiar with these guys. They need no introduction. But ADC, what a beast.
Yeah, he stood up game number 1 and absolutely dominated the jungle. XB, I think, was the flip side to that. They had such a good roster because XB and ADC both bring so much to any game they play in. And then their side lanes are quietly just being amazing. Gao in particular stood up multiple times with great repositioning, great engage. By being able to threaten the backline, he gave ADC the ground to work with.
Yeah, his Malik play in particular, his shocks were on point every single time. It's exactly what you need to see here. Our highlighted player, though, is going to be ADC, no questions asked. Only has a 4.11 KDA, but do not let that...
Only!
Against
AHQ, he only had a 4.11 KDA.
No, I think that's his overall KDA.
My point stands. The best teams in the world came at this man, and he walked away with a insanely high KDA, and I don't expect that to change. Not even versus J-Team. Traditionally a disengage-focused team. They were pushed to the limit that last game versus Alpha Red. I think if Team Flash come out of the gate and just playing insanely aggressive into them, they're going to have a lot of trouble dealing with it.
So I'm of 2 minds in this situation right now because, yes, for one, J-Team just played 5 games. They just played 5 hard, tough games. And yeah, they're warmed up, but are they a little bit tired? How much of a break did they have going into this next set? That's a bit of a question that I have to ask. Whereas the other team, did they cool down? Or were they able to take a moment, collect themselves, go in and watch those last games and go in with all the advantages? That's the big question. The question now becomes, how much practice has J-Team put in for these long marathon sessions? And the composure that it takes to go play 2 back-to-back, potentially 10 games, 10 full-length, hard, brawling games on the main stage.
Call me a faulty light bulb, because I'm flashing. I think Team Flash will come out on top. And because of their aggression. Now, if there was going to be a team that could deal with the Team Flash aggression that's stymied even AHQ, it would be this roster.
Yes, Benny, Wins, Star, Neil, and Yuzon up in that top lane doing so much work. But it was Neil who stepped up time and time again from the jungle role. Star with his stellar Raz play, and Wins. Have to talk about Wins, the marksman who was doing work no matter who you put him on. Maybe believe in Elsu.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah, that was real hard.
And if he comes into this set, like you said, rolls through the momentum from the last game, they did a longer break when this was played live than we just had here. So don't worry, it's not literally as back-to-back as it seems. But J-Team do have the advantage, I think, of Wins still feeling hot, maybe coming into this set and dominating. Star, though, was a little bit absent that last set.
Yeah, he was a little bit quieter, only 3.6 KDA overall. I mean, he had some good individual motions, some good moves, but it wasn't consistent enough, I think, for him to really be pointed out as touted as this ungodly king.
And he's had a little bit weak of an AIC, to be perfectly honest, and he's been performing well. Don't get me wrong, he's an incredibly good player, but he's a better player in his regional league than he has been so far here.
Well, when you're playing against just your regional league, yeah, you're playing against some fantastic players.
I mean, they have AHQ in the GCS.
I know. That's good players. But now you're playing him against the best in the world.
Right.
And everyone's at the highest level right now. Everyone's been grinding, been scrimming for weeks. They had group stages, multiple sets of group stages. They had the quarters, and now they're here in the semis. They've advanced through that, kind of. And now we're looking towards the grand finals. Winner of this set will secure their spot there, secure a chance to take home $250,000.
This is the winner's finals, so both teams can lose and stay in the AIC. If they do lose, they go down and play the winner of the losers semi-final.
Correct.
That's how.
And then the winners of the losers finals goes on to face
in the
grand finals. I don't know what the winner of the winners bracket finals gets. So traditionally, what they either have to do is the losing team would either have to win 2 best-of-7s in a row. I don't think that's the case.
It was side choice at the AWC.
Only that? So what a lot of other leagues would do is they'd give you a game. You'd start up a game, which is my personal favorite way of doing it. You need some sort of reward for going in undefeated. Side choice to me seems not quite enough.
Well, the team that came from the lower bracket of the AWC did win. That was AHQ. We do have our draft underway, though. We've seen some stats that favor the red team. Team Flash will be over there.
Yep.
They'll be waiting for an Ignis ban, I should think. Oh, my goodness.
Team Flash, are you okay?
No, because they just let Ignis through. That's inexcusable for me.
Yeah, that's a nope. It's
but
a big
it
old nope.
does give them that line. Okay. All right. Here's sit down. Crossing my legs. I know what's up.
Okay.
The theory here is that J-Team always play for this late game activation. Ignis actually doesn't really work with that. J-Team, if they want to play their style mid-late game, if they want to play their perfect style, wait until we have all the cards in our hand before we play. The Ignis is not going to play well with that deck, and instead, Team Flash, whose strongest hope is dominating an early game, now have double marksman, now have double early game focus in Lindis and Valheim.
And we even mentioned how Star has been looking less stellar. I mean, still amazing, still incredibly solid, but not the all-star we need from him. So giving him the Ignis a little bit less concerning. But pairing that with a Violet Annette, I don't know, TJ.
Ignis Annette is pretty darn good, especially when
and Annette Violet is pretty darn good.
Yep. The major thing, though, is this composition is going to have to be played for an early game focus. So, J-Team are challenging head-to-head with Flash. They say, all right, Team Flash, you want to play Rush early? You want to play double marksman Rush? We'll use this Ignis that you gave us and answer in kind. They'll be going for these team fights whenever they're threatened, and the ability of the Annette to grab people together will work so well with the AoE damage. Not just the Violet, but also the Ignis.
It will work there as well. Oh, and I love this Flash band coming out from them as well.
Team Flash.
So good. Yeah.
No Flash.
No Flash for you.
And that will...
He's lost in the multiverse.
That will limit... Nice. That will limit the dive potential. The major counter to The Ignis is a deep dive into the enemy backlines, and Flash for a long time was thought to be the key for that. But I actually kind of disagree with that theory. I do not really like the Flash into it, because it's similar to when people were running Flash into Crixie when Crixie was really good. It's just a skill matchup. And if the defending mage, be it Crixie, be it Ignis, is just quick enough on the skills, they can predict and shut down the Flash as soon as he hard commits.
I think that's an interesting decision. I mean, interesting hearing you talk about it's truly a skill matchup, as a lot of these matchups are. People think about the rock, paper, scissors element of some of this, but really, at the end of the day, the better player who's hitting their skills, moving correctly, and lining up those last hits is in a great spot. The Kali is also denied here. So we'll see. I mean, there's no they can hold off the mage for the last pick there. I like that decision for sure.
XB
grabbing the support.
Hasn't even had his pool really threatened. J-Team are banning out mages that would counter them. They're not banning out mages that XB are good at, which I don't think is an incredibly smart way to play it, because Team Flash quite obviously have their own ideas in mind. They ban 2 split lane characters, split lane tanks, because those are the serious threats. But with
the last tanky offlane remaining,
they can't run Arduin. I do not believe they will run Arduin, because if they run Arduin, they're too committed to these team fights using the Arduin as a front line, and that means that they lack the mobility that they need if they want to play within the net. The Arduin wants to get in the middle of the team, tank, take the brawl. The Annette kind of directly counters that because she wants to play disengage.
Well, looks like they are going to adjust. They realize the error of their ways, pulling out the Lubu, so a very light draft here for J-Team. Much heavier composition coming in now from Team Flash with that Crest and that Omen. The Liliana, no surprise there, coming on through. Played by XB, no problems.
Like I said, they let the Liliana through in favor of banning out both Flash and Kali, and I don't actually think those were incredibly accurate bans, because XB probably wouldn't have run either, though they may have been, on paper, counters to the Ignis. They're relying on the engage from the Crest and the raw damage to outscale the Ignis here.
The Flash I could see. The Flash I could believe, could see it coming on potentially as a counter. We have seen it used as a counter to the Ignis. The only reason I think of that.
Yeah, I just think XB's the kind of player who's so confident in his own pool, he'll just play the Liliana.
That's what he does. Second most picked heroes. There you go.
Yep.
All right, game number 1 of our upper bracket semi.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Hold it. Nope. Okay.
I could have finished. You stopped me.
Sorry. Take 2.
The upper bracket semifinals.
Nailed it.
As we're about to go into game number 1, Team Flash, J-Team, hot off their victory over Alpha Red. Can they repeat it here? TJ, well, we're about to find out.
I favor Team Flash in this, as I said, even post that draft, provided J-Team aren't able to leverage the Ignis. J-Team have kind of fundamentally changed the way they like to play in order to play around this Ignis, which may have been part of the gamble that led Team Flash to allow Ignis through against them. Now we'll see whether or not the research was accurate, whether or not Ignis will fundamentally break J-Team.
We're going to see it here, where J-Team will be able to rally, take it back up against, as you said, kind of the expected favorites here in Team Flash, the team that took down AHQ. You gotta look at them as being the ones kind of favored in this one, but the underdogs, I don't think Team Flash, I don't think J-Team ever thinks themselves as the underdogs.
No. J-Team, except for matches against AHQ, always felt like they're in control, and they'll try and pressure this early game squad. Team Flash won their first game today because of their early game aggression. They will get no such opportunity here.
Yes, they will not indeed. It's going to be all the aggression coming in, though, from J-Team. There's the knock with the Red Stallion. The follow-up going to be on XB off the back of a great Gust Force. Will they have the damage? Not quite.
I said the number one thing Team Flash needed to be wary of was the fact that J-Team just adapted and ran with the Ignis. So far, that's what we've seen. However, I will say, ADC that entire time was just farming up off of J-Team's jungle. He just cleared an entire quadrant of the opposing jungle.
Wow, that's exactly what he wants to be doing right now, which means that he's starting things off looking just fine. Already got the most gold in his team. He's going to continue to leverage that forward. Well, almost, I should say. But still in line and looking almost ahead here. But 1K gold already for this Ignis. You want to talk about power farming, that'll be it.
the Ignis responsible for the opening kill, of course. It was a kill onto Proe, so it doesn't really matter, it's the support. But every little bit matters, and being able to get that Ignis out ahead makes much more of a difference than the loss of the support. Because, as you see, early game Ignis is terrifying.
Yeah, those fire crashes going on through. Rate of fire, it's just tough to deal with. He chains it out properly, he works it, he gets so much CC at his disposal. He's able to just stutter out everything the opponents are trying to do. Gives him a lot of control as well as a lot of nice AoE damage.
So there will be about a 5-minute spike here where Team Flash come online in a lot of places. So watch for that, because I do think the early game, of course, favors the Ignis. If there's going to be an early game turnaround for Team Flash, it's when Lindis, Valheim, and Crest, and Omen all kind of come online at the same time. And I would even argue that Liliana has a little mini spike there in the early phase.
Yeah, there's definitely a timing attack window right there. But finding their own windows, their own opportunities, has to be J-Team getting a solid pick off the back of a fantastic Hurricane wall here in the bottom. They just physically don't do enough damage yet at this stage of the game to take the tower, but that's still the exact kind of rotation they want to execute.
Yeah, and if they can repeatedly execute on that, if they can repeatedly find that kind of value, they will win the game.
Absolutely.
Because their ability to adapt and crush this early game completely shatters Team Flash's preconceived notion of how to win the game.
So I love this play coming in from Wins, the star player from that last series, just walking in to the crest, just not even worrying about it at all, just getting those hits on the tower and walking out with ease, burning the Metamorphosis for good measure. That is so much confidence from Wins.
I wouldn't blame him if I had a series like him. He was the star player of the last set, and not just because he did well, because he was the reason they won that series.
Between his stellar Elsu, his amazing Valheim, and now we're seeing him playing on this Marja. He's going to be one of these players to watch, hands down, no questions asked.
No tower has dropped though, and we're approaching that 5-minute spike. All the ultimates are now online. That matters quite a bit for Team Flash. Death's Embrace, Metamorphosis, Unpredictable, all major elements of the damage-dealing kit.
Yes, we'll keep an eye out for those. XB, he's not going to be hitting too much damage quite yet, but watch for the rest of his squad to come online here as well. All of their powers combined certainly be enough to get themselves some kills. They've got great ranged poke and great execution. I'm watching for Gao to go in with these Death's Embrace.
J-Team playing this very carefully. There's the Abyssal Dragon up. Star will be taking the lead. The double reset on the Fire Crash. Triple, quadra reset. A lot of poke onto Pro E.
Absolutely stellar play from Star. This guy is a monster going on in. And Neo with the tactical fire in the back. Beautiful dodges as well. Finding these openings in the mid lane, charging right on through, getting that additional damage, forcing all of Team Flash back.
People talk about late game damage from Ignis. Late game's not even that scary. He's just a heavy tag mage. That Metamorphosis actually might change things.
Especially now with Dat Koi on the flank, the Bullet Storm doing so much work. All of the collapse coming in from Team Flash, but he's now in full retreat. Wins, leaving him to his own device as Neil and Star fall.
The two key players both fall. The Ignis, I'm just talking up for his early game potential, shut down. The Violet, who needs to scale to late game, shut down. J-Team are in trouble.
And look at this back once again.
The flicker.
The flicker was massive. Pro E had a massive Metamorphosis to start that off. Benny had already burned the Hurricane Wall to try and secure the Sage Gold. That's not how we needed to use it there, and it cost his team dearly. 3 kills to 2, and now returning a lot of this gold deficit is Team Flash. They're going to get it right on back, swinging right on through this Abyssal Dragon.
Literally 12k apiece. J-Team will get something. They pick up the Spirit Sentinel, but Team Flash are comfortable with the 1k difference because, again, we just hit the 5-minute mark. That was... Wow. So right. Because they hit the 5-minute mark, they have all the ults up and they have enough damage on all their individual key component members that they can succeed for this phase of the early game. Now, J-Team, I do think, win out mid-game if they can keep this Ignis up, but you see the trouble they're having because the Ignis is going to be difficult to protect if they're relying on the Ignis being able to land big AoE stuns. There isn't going to be a whole lot of grouped play from Team Flash going forward because they have so many individual damage dealers.
Yes, they have a lot of poke that they're going to try and execute on this as well. Off the back of the initiation from Pro E, they can split up their damage fairly easily. They're not going to be grouping up for all these fire crashes.
This is an anti-Ignis composition built from Team Flash with without acknowledging the existence of Ignis.
It's really wild, and it's great to see how they're initiating right now. The Hurricane Wall to split back Pro E, but he just has so much HP to work on the flying star. He's pushing on him, but taking a lot of damage in his own right from that Lindis. As Star, even just walking over those entrapments, takes some damage.
ADC shows up exactly the right moment, does enough AoE damage to the entire team that they just have to retreat.
They do indeed. And ADC, the way he's able to move in and out of these bushes, that tread softly, he does it like a boss. Every single time he pops out of a bush, he's doing so much damage.
And he's level 10, 2 levels ahead of the Ignis that we're highlighting. 1 level ahead of Neil. You look at his gold, is quite significant as well. 3.5k, on par with the J team that was dominating the early game.
And now it is all Team Flash. ADC will be the target. The hold from Pro E to keep him alive. The amazing support play there from the Crest, keeping that oh so crucial carry intact.
An aquatic leak to distribute an aquatic shield, keeping the team alive through body blocking and sheer mind power.
Sheer dragon energy coming in from the Shark. It's exactly what I like to see.
Pressure will shift out towards the bottom lane. If they find wins, that opens up the Abyssal Dragon.
Does indeed, which is now going to be spawning, opening up some opportunities for additional growth. Pro E trying to secure that last kill, but it left.
Neil.
Ooh, Datkoi out to dry as Neil comes on in the tactical fire. Exactly where it needs to be. Getting a tower for good measure.
Obliterating the backline damage. The fact that Neil's able to do that is a very good sign for JT. But they need to have on call in order to make sure that this doesn't drift away from them. But the advantage of the double marksman setup is that while that Abyssal Dragon is being taken, Team Flash can be threatening elsewhere, and they do threaten top tower.
They do more than threaten it right now, looking to secure that for themselves. They get a kill on Yuzon the boot, giving his life to defend the cause. But now that top tower is very much exposed. Still, Omen's going to want to take that with ease. Is now ADC on the flank, finding Benny there in the middle, wins the next target. Does have the Ghost Walk back up on cooldown. That is literally the question for wins going into these fights. Does he have Ghost Walk, yes or no? That affects these fights so much.
They just lost a lot of jungle, but J-Team aren't able to defend their own jungle immediately afterwards, so ADC gets a lot of his counter farm back, and because they're pressing with the farm, they don't just get a little bit of free farm, they also get the tower that was protecting that jungle.
Yes, they do, but speaking of free farm, 5.5k gold in the way of Neil right now, outstripping everyone else in the game by a pretty significant margin. Keeping an eye on this Violet, no questions asked, because Violet in the late game, well, we know how that goes.
The problem is he doesn't have strong engage tools. There's nobody on J-Team who's going to be finding consistent frontline engagements, which means he doesn't have the protection you'd normally have if you're running a Violet comp. It's going to be a lot on his mobility and a lot on the Ignis CC to keep him safe.
That's something we're definitely going to be watching for here. We'll look for the flicker into Hurricane Walls for Benny that have been kind of impactful so far in this game, though maybe a little bit over-optimistic. We'll see if he can pull off some of those. That's the initiation tool we're looking for. Over on the Slayer side as well, we do have Yuzon being forced back 2v1 once again.
What I kind of mean by that is he's consistently going to have to play into ADC and just trade pretty darn even.
Yes.
So if you go, and even if he does edge out the kill ADC, he's probably going to take enough damage in that exchange that he's still pretty easy to trade out 1-1. And if you do that, then the benefit of the Violet is absolutely null.
It is. A nice little play there from Benny to bait up the flicker on to Gao as well. But yes, we're going to watch for that interaction for sure as this game progresses. 4 kills to 4 at the 10-minute mark. Dead even in terms of gold as well. You could not have a more even game number 1.
But the tower pressure dominantly in favor of Team Flash because of their double marksman comp.
They do have the ability to just shred through these towers with ease. Wins needs to be careful. Datkoi trying to bait him out. They have the aquatic shield here as well, as this is the enraged Abyssal Dragon. It will, of course, give that big old team fight buff over to whichever team can claim it as well as that Dark Blessing.
Neither team wants to press front right now. We'll have a recall coming through from Team Flash. They want to reset and make sure that they have full HP across the board before going in for this next team fight. J-Team, by contrast, are spreading out across the map. They want to be able to take this Dark Slayer, and actually don't know that Team Flash will have the rotate in time. Gao's vision, ADC here as well.
This is definitely the rotation here in time. This is actually a 5v4 situation for Team Flash if they want to continue this Dark Slayer. I'm not quite sure that they do, as Wins was down on the bottom side of the map throughout all of this. The Darkslayer will leash. So maybe a bit of a misplay there from J-Team, not able to finish up on that execution, but now Pro E in the mid needs to be careful. The Holy Embers, the fall from the Tactical Fire is there. Benny wanted to try and slow him down, but XB maybe looking for the counter initiation on the flank. ADC is there, instantly taken down, bumped right on back by that Hurricane Wall.
My goodness, ADC, that was mispositioning. I don't know how he ends up that separated from his team. And when Benny gets an inkling of his positioning, he uses the Hurricane Wall for the momentary stun. And because he gets that momentary stun, there's no opportunity for him to burst down anyone, even with his farmed Lindis.
Yeah, that Lindis walked in and walked right on out.
Of life.
Of life, yes. No, just clean into the graveyard. Nothing to be done right there. Going to be resetting here in 5 seconds, rejoining the fray, but it is Yuzon and crew split pushing respectively across the board, and Pro E forced to use the aquatic leap just to dodge out a lot of that key damage raining in from Ignis.
Well done, though. Good mobility. The problem is J-Team are out farming inside the jungle. You now see them taking the gold lead once more, and doing that off the back of taking all of Team Flash's jungle. Now they go for Darkslayer, but again, Pro E is here. Actually, Gao dives in. That's the Death's Embrace landed.
That is, but he's forced right on back with the Hurricane Wall. The hard counter is there, but on the back of Metamorphosis from Pro E, trying to split this up, but the damage has already been done as Gao is taken off to start this fight. And now it is Pro E up against the world, but Star is caught way out. The Valheim is there, raining in the stuns. Star as well, chasing, trying to find that kill, but XB going in. Yuzon splitting this up here. Maybe a bit of a misplay. They need to get this kill. And Yuzon falls, trying to get a little bit greedy, trying to get multiple kills, and he pays for it with his life.
XB, what on earth was that? He gets through the fight and manages to walk away from it. ADC joins him as well. Yeah, sure, maybe you're threatening the Darkslayer, but you've already lost that fight, and that may cost you much, much more. Because this means Team Flash can rotate down, challenge the Abyssal during this time. With the double ADC, they'll get it just as quickly, and now they can win the fight. J-Team have one chance to interrupt.
They do.
Oh!
And Star was there, and he was now gone, as the Dragon does go over to Team Flash. Could have been a great moment there. He almost actually sniped it with those Holy Embers. That could have been sick.
Could have, but it wasn't.
It was
and
not.
It's very, very difficult to snipe a Dragon being contested while you have Darkslayer because of that half damage. So the theory towards picking up major objectives is you want a big burst of damage at the end so that it's the most difficult for your opponent to take it away. And because any burst of damage you do is halved by the debuff to doing tower damage during that time, there was no way for them to get through the Holy Ember.
Especially not with the double punish coming in here from Team Flash. Literally no chance he snipes that. That was actually just a feed.
And that's why I really didn't like Star going for that, because sure, maybe there's the chance that he 1v4s, but frankly it's a chance, and it's unlikely.
Are you saying there's a chance?
Apparently. And apparently that's the world that Star lives in as well.
We do now see teams resetting a little bit here. Both have respective buffs, but really it is J-Team not wanting to take a team fight.
They've lost the buff trade because Team Flash will win any team fight at this point, so them summoning Drake will be bad for them.
I mean, they can summon it, they just have to push with it. There it is. All the way at the end, all the way at the end.
They're going to wait for the Slayer buff to end. Or sorry, the Abyssal buff to end. That'll be in about 10 seconds. The theory is that the Drake will take long enough to get there in time.
It's exactly the play that they're looking to execute right now, pushing out at this bottom Dragon side of the map where they have done the most damage, working all the way up to this high ground tower, taking it to the very furthest apex of this push route. We'll see if J-Team opts to push with this. I would like them to try and execute something here, however, into the double marksman, as you've repeatedly mentioned, and for a good reason, trying to split push or out-trade in a push war against Team Flash, literally not going to happen.
The Drake is going to be really slow.
Oh, it's so slow.
Got dragon energy though.
It does. Yeah, literally. Ooh, as Star goes in to some nice initial poke damage, but not enough to start this off. Pro E with this aquatic shield is able to negate literally all of it. And that's not really a good spot if you want to be if you're Star right now. Pro E going in though, not able to secure his own blue buff. The Drake slowly but surely, the tortoise in the hair right now, pushing on through this bottom lane.
It takes so long, and all it takes is one member of Team Flash to wander over and go, what? Oh. All right.
Look, Wins is here. He's helping out this push. Him and this Drake are buddies, okay?
Yeah, and they will be able to get the pressure onto the tower. That's going to be difficult as Team Flash now need to make a concerted effort to defend. I do still favor them in a fight, but not if that happens. XP shut down by Neil.
In an instant, the technical fire goes on through, and now it is Gao, the next target. The follow with the Metamorphosis Star is stepping really far forward, though he needs to be careful that he doesn't get engaged upon. Koi is looking to be the target, just to follow up as well. At the high ground tower is very much under threat, pushing back the Omen. Neil barely missing with the last tactical fire. They still are able to push in onto this core. They do not have the minion wave available, though, to make this push and secure it. All the while in the mid, we do have the push onto that tower. Koi getting solo. The Hurricane Wall is there as well, but trading out kills. And now we see Pro E in the mid trying to clear this minion wave, but we do have minions there. Star trying to fall off, wins in the back as well.
Nicely done, but Gao will continually threaten his death beacon for the second time, saves the tower, and that means that they hold on. Team Flash definitely at a deficit now, though.
Core's taking a little bit of chip to start things off, but more importantly, that high ground tower has fallen, leaving their center one a little bit battered and exposed.
Now the focus needs to regather. For Team Flash, they need to refocus. There's a word for that. And a lot of it for me needs to be gaining top lane pressure. That is where they have the high ground exposed. They're probably not going to be able to get through 2 waves, but if they can get 1 high ground down, then they're pretty much on even footing.
Yes, that's what they need to do right now. They have, a high ground tower exposed in their own right, but they really do want to push out this dragon side themselves to EQ that lane. That's really the goal. And at this point, Team Flash...
So, they want the Darkslayer buff.
They do.
And the Abyssal buff is up for trade, but I don't think it actually makes that big a difference, because I do believe that J-Team fundamentally lose any team fight they take due to comp differences. Late game and net just isn't as effective as early game and net. Late game Ignis just isn't really as effective as early game Ignis, and that's not to say he's not still scary. He is. But so long as XB is a threat, I think Star will struggle.
Well, the struggle is real for Team Flash right now. I think you might have misspoke there a little bit, TJ, because Ignis is in the building.
Yeah, and it combos beautifully, and just because of that, Neil can roll through and clean up both fights. The stuns from the Ignis are still the most terrifying part.
Oh, absolutely. He is so tough to shut down and deal with. They're ignoring all the buffs right now. They want to push in on both remaining high ground towers. This is absolutely the call, as they are fully exposed right now. 1 high ground tower falls. Neil is here, Pro E. They potentially look to go on to the core. That is going to be the initiation. Nice recovery. XP goes in the backline. The double kill in the Fox form makes it happen. Finds both squishies there, but he's put himself in a rough spot. Yuzon, no, he baits him back under the tower, and he's coming back in though. Mistiming on the Bulletstorm. Yuzon is no. He's going to fall once more. Koi doing work.
The trade comes through. It's 3 for 3 at the end of the fight, thanks to XB's heroics.
Absolutely wild. He goes in with the unpredictable swipe, and it just takes him out.
That is the most damage I have ever seen done from a Foxtrot.
That was wild.
And because he managed to grab those 2, now the field is wide open. Team Flash.
ABC's looking to go in here. Some nice initial chip damage from Wins. Pro E is still here. So is Benny.
Wild. It's 2v2.
Oh, wow. So this is the scrimmage battle coming in. We do have Gao and Koi joining.
So much. They can get the Slayer.
That's it, easy.
Because in the 2v2 they had Pro E up. This is what I was talking about with Zone. Because Crashed is just fundamentally better as a late game support than a net, there was very little way for J-Team to theoretically force Team Flash off of that Drake. And now, if they play it well, ADC can absolutely even up the tower score. The problem is they've, in this time, lost 2 high grounds, which is rather more threatening.
What's interesting here, because you see dead even in terms of the major map objectives, minus towers, and behind in kills, Team Flash is actually ahead in gold right now, so they are not out of this yet by any means, despite the fact that they only have 1 lone tower remaining.
All by itself in the mid lane, which is odd. Normally you see side lane as the last remaining tower, but the 2 side lanes were split pushed so heavily by J-Team that mid, where the least battle has taken place. Good reset again for Koi. He won't be able to do that again though, as Benny's kiting it. Ooh, they leave of their own volition, perhaps a little bit alarmed by presence in mid lane.
Interesting call. That was a huge pull right there. Actually, it was massive. Koi, those small, tiny movements, the dragon not leashing back was huge, because that could have been the opportunity that J-Team needed, the timing window that they needed to secure that major objective and give them this edge in this team fight that they so desperately need.
No Drake summon yet. and it will have to come through within the next few moments. 4 seconds left on that. 2 seconds left. They didn't summon it!
That's awkward.
Yeah.
No matter what you want to summon that as the Abyssal Dragon is now going to be contested. Everybody is going in, trying to find this point right now. As Yuzon is taken out of the back, the Raged Abyssal Dragon is still alive. It's going to be picked up by Neil. Neil is doing, oh, the deletion though in the back as Lindis does fall as well. The Blades of Eternity are coming back in. Wynn's now stuck with the Coagulate in the midst of all his foes. Dakoy on the flank, chunking him down nicely down to the Valheim. And this is going to be Neil just getting chunked, and Gao and Pro E are chasing him down. Benny, not a hope to survive through this. The flicker is there, the stun, the bullet storm, and that is going to be it. 4 members dead for J-Team.
Like I said, I think they're fundamentally disadvantaged in any team fight. In that team fight, XB was awake. He didn't get shut down by Neil early. He shut Neil down twice, flanking around the side. Now they'll go for the dive. This high ground is vulnerable, and Team Flash might be looking to even up the game.
That is going to be the ace. All
This
5 members.
game.
This could be game right now. When the minions arrive, they are going to look to do this. They have 3 seconds on Yuzon. XP and crew are going right in. This will need to be the whole of the century if they have any hope of trying to defend this. Yuzon needs to go off right now, but not nearly enough, as game number 1 is going to Team Flash.
They were behind almost that entire game 1. But we kept saying, watch out, they will win these team fights. Watch out, they will win these team fights. And just as I look silly, just as you're like, the Ignis was a throw after all, they have no trouble dealing with the Ignis. And I do think it was a conscious effort to disrupt the J-Team playstyle. Because J-Team liked to play so much that mid-late game activation, they gave them a playstyle that mandated they team fight early, flipped the script, and now all of a sudden Team Flash are able to be the late game team.
A lot of it came down to that Crest. Though that was how you do
Crest
Metamorphosis. That was a big part of that for sure. I mean, you see, look at the Violet in the late game and you think, oh, Violet's best skill on Mark. But into the double marksman, into the Valheim, into the Lindis, as well as the Liliana, as well as the Crest. There's not a whole lot. Even Omen in the late game is terrifying.
Yeah. And if you look at this stat line, I would like to look at damage taken between Benny and Proby, and I'll highlight it now because you can already see from the stats here, Benny wasn't as effective on the defensive end as Proby, because that extra kill that Proby has is a kill where he committed to the middle of the fight and drew attention to him. Benny will never be able to do that except with his Hurricane Wall, and once he does that, he typically needs to bail. So late game Annette tends to just get burned down after they spend their abilities, whereas late game Crash spends the Metamorphosis, which is equivalently impactful to a Hurricane Wall, and then is able to play aggressive within the midst of the fight. If you're running an Annette, I do firmly believe that you need a side lane, be it a Malak, be it an Arduin, something along those lines that can tank a few extra hits, and J-Team were maneuvered into foregoing it.
Biggest difference is if you look at these stat lines, Benny and Wins, the 2 players who can afford to die. 1 death apiece. Star and Neil, 4 and 3 deaths respectively. 5 on Yuzon. But the 2 key backline damage dealers, the carries, were getting taken out consistently.
ADC didn't have any kills.
It's fine, he doesn't have kills.
No, he doesn't. He had plenty of assists, and he had XP to pick up the slack, but
32.4%, it is fascinating. 32.4% to 22.5% respectively was the stat you were looking for there of Pro E up against Benny on damage taken.
And some of that is unfair because they do fulfill slightly different roles.
Yes.
Benny on the Annette is going to be doing a little bit more damage, and Benny on the Annette is going to be able to zone a little bit more. Yes. Whereas the Crash is fairly consistently going to be a frontline tank, and therefore they're going to take a little bit more damage. But I do feel that it made a significant difference that they had a support that could play that frontline role, and J-Team literally had nobody. Because if they have a frontline support, if they have somebody playing in that slightly tankier role, XP's not allowed to do what he did almost every fight this game, which is dive into the backlines and just drop big burst.
Speaking of big bursts, you see Dakoy in these fights as well. We were kind of quiet on him, but his ability to just dish out so much consistent damage and stunts was massive here as well. Oh, that was the ADC questionable flank. That put him back a lot.
He had a rough game. ADC, despite looking pretty good in his first series today, walks away here. No kills on a victorious game on Lindis. That's kind of exceptional.
Yeah.
XP.
Oh, that was that moment. Oh, no. That was the moment. Breaks your heart. You hate to see it.
XP absolutely picking up the slack, though.
Oh, XP went off this game. Every single time he would turn into Fox form, it was wild, though. You have moments like this as well that just go to show That grid team coordination can do a lot at this level of play.
And if you notice, the fights they did win. The fights where it did look like J-Team were about to come out on top were the fights where they were able to isolate XB. Be that like we just saw in mid lane, or be that later when we see XB just one-shot by Neil.
Yeah, that was wild, but you saw XB doing so much work in that last fight. Foxtrot going right on in, securing those final pickups there as well, but this was the fight that really made the difference.
The deep dive came through, and it was all on the flank. Watch XB's positioning. He gets these kills once, and then he just sits here, bodyguarding ADC, making sure that nobody can retreat, and relying on that frontline tech. This is what I was talking about with the difference between the two sports. He could do that because he knew Pro E was going to be drawing the focus and being such a frontline threat that any backline pressure could be denied.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the draft itself. I said a very lightweight composition from J-Team there. Team Flash taking advantage of that in game number 1, going up 1-0 in the series so far. But of course, it's the best of 5, and if these games have taught us anything, is that it's going to go 1-1.
Yes, you're not wrong. Although I will say that looks like one of the more, I'm gonna sound crazy. That looked like one of the more one-sided games of the day to me.
I understand where you're coming from with that,
because though Team Flash were behind, I was kind of just waiting for them to get a team fight.
Were they really behind? They were actually ahead in gold, even at their worst
they kept
moments.
their gold game on par, but they did lose 2 high grounds, which to most teams is a death knell.
Yes.
The fact was, though, I was really just waiting for them to take a fight, because the second they were able to take a proper fight, I felt were almost guaranteed to win.
Having timer compositions, we're seeing it. We're seeing it all day. The team that doesn't excel in the late game, having that disadvantage. We've seen 1 or 2 drafts that are designed to win the early game do just that, but I feel like more in these games, it has to come down. I think almost all of our games have gone past 20 minutes. Almost all of them.
That's because they're good games, Paul!
Yes! But they're also late games, which means that the late game composition has been almost universally winning, that AHQ match being one of the rare exceptions.
And, well, Team Flash were the team that enforced that. Last game, they called the bluff. They let an Ignis through specifically for the sake of forcing the enemy team to shift their playstyle. This time, J-Team have no such ideas.
I would think not. I would think that Ignis is going to get right on out of there. The Richter as well. Going back to our standard, our bread and butter here.
So, following the standard bread and butter, this then can be a more experimental ban. It should be, yeah, I like this Raz as a removal from Star.
Yeah, Star's Raz has been very, very good so far. So, yeah, it's going to be something to watch for here, where he opts to go in this situation now that he doesn't have this, you know, one of his tried and trues.
We still have yet to see Liliana taken off the cards. I think that's a viable first pick option here, considering a lot of other things have been banned out. Elsu let through the draft, though. Surprised by that, J-Team, perhaps given their experiences previously, say, oh, okay. You can have an Elsu. We just played a series where we were underwhelmed by Elsu.
Yes.
And Team Flash, it looks like, saw those games.
Yes, I mean, that's the benefit of this. Both teams were able to watch each other's games, but very recently Team Flash was able to see what was going on and what J-Team brought to the table. I much prefer the Lindis here as his first pick. She's a much more versatile hero.
Wins now has the option of picking up this Elsu again.
This is the bait.
J-Team, we saw run it successfully during their series. On wins, it is perfectly viable.
It is definitely viable.
Wow.
What?
Dancing around those words, spitting them out.
Yeah, it is definitely viable.
But instead, J-Team are reveling in the fact that the Superman made it through the draft.
Oh.
And they'd like to give him over to Yuzon, because the potential of the Superman for backline dive is tremendous. But I think the number one weakness of this comp now is the fact that the Superman will not do well if there isn't anything to punish. And as of yet, because there's only one draft, there isn't really anything to dive into the backline to get to. The high mobility of Alindis is particularly good at avoiding the pressure of the Superman.
Yeah, he's one of those heroes who not only can dive into the backline, he can reposition the front line, he can just open up so many opportunities.
He's a hard first pick, because there's pretty obvious counters. I'd like to see an Omen come through. There's pretty obvious things you do when you're facing a Superman. Chief among them is Omen. Secondarily among them is don't go for any static backline mages.
Well, that's exactly what they got right there. They have a lot of mobility to try and deal with him. Getting kited is a very real possibility. He's going to Purify, obviously, to try and get himself out of this rough situations. And the Alice, of course, giving him that additional speed boost, so crucial for that flight form. So I'm a fan of that combo. We'll see what the third pick here is. Well, they go for a jungle of their own. Who is this who's got their head in their hands? I'm curious.
I don't necessarily know it's in defeat at this point in the day.
I don't think so, but it's still just indicative of a mindset. I don't even know what team that is.
I believe those are the J-Team jerseys.
Okay.
They're in sweaters, I think.
There. I can't believe they're cold, though. I feel like that they're in a glass box. It's got to be warm.
And they're in the middle of a big arena.
It's true.
I believe it could be cold.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. They're in Thailand.
Plus, they have that cold killer instinct on the inside to win these series.
Nice. Nerves of steel, blood, or ice in their veins. That's the one. Blood in their veins. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's normal. A flash coming through here for J-Team. That gives them backline punish in addition to the Superman, but I'm a little bit worried because J-Team are building an awful lot for backline punish, and we've seen the backline from Team Flash, and there's not a whole lot to punish.
There really isn't here. They're going to have a lot of flexible picks there to dodge in and out of these fights, whether it be through bushes, whether it be, with that Fox Swarm. We saw that Unpredictable in that last game do so much work.
Brace.
Desert Brace is good.
I believe it interrupts super speed. Is that correct?
That is.
Have you seen that interaction?
I think I have.
It does.
I think it does. Yes, because it trumps ults. It trumps every ult. Yeah.
There are some weird interactions. Let me talk to you about Baldum's ult sometime.
Let's not.
But anyway, the ability of the Omen then to completely counter everything.
I believe it does. Yeah, I believe it again. Everything. Yeah, we'll have to watch that and see how the interaction comes out, because I believe it does.
I know it beats Ghost Walk. So that's everything.
Yeah, that's everything.
And look at the follow through. What are you punishing?
I don't know. This is amazing. This draft from Team Flash is so good across the board. It just does everything well. It's got good split push, it's got good poke, good damage, good initiation, solid mobility. I love the draft that JT's putting together as well, but I just feel like the Flash is very clearly trying to punish something that just doesn't exist.
Like I said, they built very early on. Superman, Flash, they wanted to have the ability to get at squishy backline characters, of which none exist, and they're continuing to draft that way, as you get a Xennial as well. The Lindis is going to be the most scared.
Yes, Zephys as well?
The Lindis is going to be in a lot of trouble if Dive comes through.
Yes. Sorry, you're talking about Xennial, and I got a little bit confused there for a second.
No, Zephys. Now Cricknack, but same point. A lot of backline Dive from a melee assassin. They don't have any marksman. Really, okay, JC, prove me wrong, but I really don't like this draft.
No, this draft got out of hand. Sometimes this happens with draft. You start thinking about a concept, and then it does this.
What is this, Paul?
This is a draft with an idea,
right?
That just didn't have the heroes to execute it.
This is a draft with an ideal to live up to.
Yeah, but I don't think is going to be quite able to do it.
If there was something, once again, this is a really good backline dive composition. I think it is going to be very difficult for that Lindis to stay alive.
It is.
But I think if there is a ranged marksman who will do well into this comp, it is a Lindis.
I feel like everyone's going to dive in trying to kill the Lindis, and then they're just going to die for their good works.
Metamorphosis is very good to punish dive.
Yep.
As is Omen. As is the Unpredictable on the Liliana. She'll have a lot of mobility to get away from the dive if she plays it well. Now, if they catch out any isolated member, I do think this is a very good ganking squad from J-Team, and oftentimes they do like to do that. They really enjoy playing split focus into multiple lanes, choking out the macro. If J-Team can do that, I think they win. But again, similar to last game, actually, I think if they take team fights, they lose.
I would agree. I feel like they have very clear win conditions established for both sides. One team wants to be the one to get the kills, and the other one just needs to stay alive. Can they make it happen here? Or will we see in a 1-1 situation lining up, or the 2-0, I should say here, for Team Flash?
The winner's bracket semi-final continues
here at the AIC. Thank you all so much for joining us. I know it's been a little bit of a long day, but we appreciate you all sticking by and watching some amazing Arena of Valor action. here for the English language broadcast of the AIC. By the time we're done this, then tomorrow's going to be starting. You can just keep watching back to back to back. So chose.
Tencent Incorporated does not recommend this action.
No. Get some sleep. We'll be back again tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific as well. But you know what I'm talking about, tomorrow's games, and we still have so many more today, TJ.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, that sounded a little bit unenthusiastic.
Yes.
I was overtaken by the aggression already being shown here by Team Flash. Pro E just actually stole away a jungle camp from the Xanis of Neil.
Ouch.
I was trying to work out what was going on, why they were sending their Crest more aggressive than any other member of their roster. And I just kind of let out, because I was multitasking.
Yes, that's what happens. Trying to listen to your co-caster while also watching all this amazing gameplay, it can get difficult.
Star on the Flash, I think will struggle in this mid lane matchup. You can see XP pretty well encompassed to deal with the damage, because XP has AoE burst.
Yes.
And you can predict where flashes are going to go pretty easily. They're pretty predictable in that way. And that means that you can go and put a Shining Light, put a Blinding Light on their face. It's a very similar skill matchup to the one I was highlighting versus an Ignis during Game 1. As you see, if that Flash dives in against a Liliana, they just Blinding Light them.
Yeah, I mean, Pro E's got the Aquatic Shields as well to keep the team in really good standing. Star barely able to do any actual damage to the HP bars at all. And we see Team Flash looking good across the board right now. Already almost 1k gold ahead. It doesn't get much better than that. We're not even 2 minutes into this game.
Sentinel up to grab. Team Flash will convert. Yuzon trying a little bit too late on the Superman. This is quite a strong gold lead, and they're looking to double down as they pressure wins for this Missile Dragon.
They're already ahead in terms of the rotation onto the Superman. They're going to keep it in line here so that it does not leash. Benny is here on the flank. Pro E can be giving these teams these crucial shields, which allows ADC to grab this 5.5k to 4.7. What a commanding lead to start this off from Team Flash.
And this is what we've come to expect from Team Flash over the last few days. Their ability to play so aggressive in the early game has served them very, very well. And here it's no different. Not off of traditional jungle invade aggression this time, but instead off of a little bit of poke from the support, and vast majority coming from very smart split play.
They're kind of going into the jungle, but they're not fully committing like they're committing onto Gao right now. The flicker off to the side, getting him right on out. Superman with the reposition, it wasn't enough.
And during that time, Team Flash pushed forward and steal away jungle camps.
Once again, finding value here on the map. Pro E, though, might have overextended this time
Got
around.
Metamorphosis, literally impossible.
Right, well, yeah.
This early, this is actually really fun. They're using the Crash so aggressive because, like I said, it's literally impossible for him to overextend. So he can just be harassing, and it's requiring 2-3 members to take these Might Golems. That's really affecting the farm speed and overall map efficiency of JT.
Yeah, the clear time is increasing drastically here from them, as now it is Wins under threat in the bottom lane. Once again, the entrapment is down as well, forcing him back into an awkward position. Neil is looking to re-engage here, but the full collapse going in from Team Flash. XP on the flank is there with the kill. The Metamorphosis will try and follow the Flash joining the fray now, and it is going to be the counter kill going in there underneath the tower. We do have the pickup there, so nice little counter initiation as XP is left out in no man's land. He is on an island. He's going to try and kill Benny for good measure before he dies, but it's not going to be the case.
Good return. Star in particular diving into the fight and managing to make it a 2-2 trade. I think it's actually pretty similar trades as well. XP falling for Neil, and you have the advantage of Dat Koi over Benny, who can 100% afford to go down.
Yes, that is the goal right on there. Suzon is up here in this top lane playing his legendary Superman. I feel like that's an accurate adjective.
Sure. He's one of the best Superman players because Superman is these days just a pure mechanical skill character. And there is no better mechanical skill player than Yuzon in the top lane.
Absolutely. He is one of these players we constantly watch and highlight, talk about his individual mechanical skill. But his decisions sometimes can be a little bit questionable. But when he's on the same page as his team...
He's really good and he knows it. And
yes.
That's where the decision-making occasionally looks a little bit sketchy because he thinks, oh, I can take this 1v4.
Hint he can't.
Well, I mean, it is Yuzon.
Yeah. Don't encourage him, TJ.
Right, sorry. The Might Golem will be up. J-Team trying to secure it, but you can see what I was talking about with Pro E just being able to press and bully. That Golem's reset 2-3 times.
Yeah, I mean, Gao could try to look to pull it over the wall here. Pro E's trying to pull it on back. They're just keeping this alive for so long. Yuzon's going to look to go in with Neil. Benny is here as well. They finally have to back on that. No, I lied. I lied. Pro-E can literally live forever. He has Metamorphosis. He's burning that now. And again, they just literally can't kill him. And he's actually trying to get a kill on Star himself. Because, yeah, why not?
Yeah, they finally, like, triple focus him and say, all right, fine, we'll kill him.
And then they don't.
And then they can't. And now Gao will dive in and challenge properly. They might have overextended this time now.
We keep saying that, TJ. And yet he's still alive. Finally, maybe finally, actually, finally. No.
Good team play. Yuzon comes through for the damage, but all the while there is good defense. Calling that with a sick flicker.
Absolutely massive. And ADC almost picks up the counter kill. But the kill, I should say, on to wins. As we do actually see Dak Koi survive just a little bit longer. Neil somehow has been able to keep farming his jungle through this. Somehow keep this pressure up that Pro-E and crew are mounting on him.
And ADC will just be double farming. Excellent efficiency. Excellent efficiency in the meantime. That will be a strong advantage to Team Flash overall on the gold game, especially if ADC is able to do that.
That wasn't even with a bush. He just literally walked at him and auto-attacked and pressed his ultimate. Yep.
Congratulations, you know how to play Lindis.
Nice.
It's all about the positioning. And if you're able to position well, if you're able to farm well, Lindis is remarkably easy to execute.
Especially in the mid-game, which is where we're finding ourselves right now.
That positioning is key, though, and ADC is the master of it, repeatedly being able to use these bushes to kite the speed, reset enemy aggro, and do major burst damage.
Seeing that now onto Neil, the tower as well under threat. The Hissy Fit, the only thing keeping that tower intact, forcing back the team. Pro-E has set up camp in the enemy jungle. He's building a fort. He's cut down logs.
He's lived here for a while.
Yeah, he's been here for a while.
Has he died yet? No.
No.
He sounds so upset.
I'm a little bit upset because I see him do this, and I think of all the players they're going to try and copy this who just can't because they're not Pro-E.
XB's here as well. The major reason it is working is because of the team play around it. They get that buff over to ADC.
I think actually Pro-E snipes there. He didn't think that ADC was going to pick it up in time, so we just threw an auto attack in there to grab it. Either way, kill secure.
Yeah, either way, the buff's taken away from JT, and you can see that is hurting Neil. The major reason they're doing this, the major reason they're putting such emphasis, is because Xephez is so darn good.
Oh, he absolutely is, and now ADC is the target. Finally, the dive composition works. The flank goes in and is able to be secured. The Metamorphosis not enough. Up in the top lane, the split push pressure of Gao is oh so real. Star needs to be careful that he does not overextend.
Gao will go in for the tower. There is Yuzon here. Not sure if Gao will be able to kite around the tower. He does, and gets extra damage in.
Ooh, almost finds the death beckon onto Benny. That could have been disastrous there for the Lallis. But instead, we see a tower surviving. And in the bottom lane, a kill on the way of Neil.
Almost goes down for it, but instead he'll get the same tower pressure equivalent. Team Flash, though, ever ahead, will now shift to this mid lane. XB's in trouble.
Yuzon is there once again. Oh, there it is, finding the Superman. But he stays alive.
They can't quite find the punish. Benny there just in time, and they're afraid of what else that might mean. They do find significant tower damage during that time, however. Still trading it out in favor of Team Flash. If were it not for J-Team picking up that bot lane tower.
They did secure that, but all three towers have no HP to their names. Team Flash in an instant can propel their gold lead even farther forward and can knock them down like dominoes.
The other major objective up for grabs is, of course, this Abyssal Dragon. We're pre-10 minutes, so it's not going to give any buffs, but the gold lead it gives is crucial for J-Team in particular, who are currently playing from behind.
They are indeed, but once again, the invade coming into creating space for the Lindis to keep on farming towards this Might Golem once again. ADC will pick that up with ease. Or I should say actually giving it over towards that Omen who wants to continue pressuring out this top lane. No issue there with that, as all three lanes are now continuing to be under threat here by Team Flash, just by virtue of how low these towers are getting, which means that they can commit to one of these pushes if they need to.
But they don't.
They just play it safe.
Team Flash playing this remarkably slow and steady because it works for them. They favor their late game against the hyper dive comp coming out from J-Team. I'm not sure if they're right, because I think in particular the Xanath could get terrifying if he gets out ahead. Superman of Yuzon as well. I do think Flash falls off towards late. We'll see. Team Flash figure that it will work out in their favor if they let it go a while.
They're going to try and play it out slow and steady. I agree. I feel like the margin going on online that Xanis and that Superman, as you mentioned in particular, even the Flash too, gets to the late game. He's really tough to shut down. The Cyclone just does so much damage. Neil, though, is being found out in the bush. ADC is the target. The Metamorphosis not enough to keep him alive. Neil is there through all of it. He will not go down. Datkoi chasing and trying to find the kill. Benny is going to be the next target on the flank. Win secured by that Death's Embrace underneath the tower. Betty is trying to survive the Mini Wave, trapping him in there alone on an island. He's off in Narnia right now. They're going to try and chase him down, all the while Yuzon is split pushing for dear measure. The Alice is trying to get out. And then, wait, hang on. They're going to try and secure that kill there, but on the flank, Superman's going in. Datkoi wants more.
He won't be able to chase down the pressure, but in the meantime, they do catch Yuzon. Tie him down, fire a Riki shot his way, scare him back. Yuzon did get mid lane tower, but the trade comes through for that bot lane tower. Seeing Flash keeping the tower game tied.
Benny lived.
Yes.
Like, wow.
Yeah. A surprising amount of people didn't die in that exchange.
Yeah, a lot of people engaged. Quite a few, towers fell there. But in the end, only a few kills going either way. 26.6 to 33k gold, respectively.
Team Flash still making out like bandits. The gold trade is keeping it even, and they already had a lead thanks mostly to Proe's remarkable early game gold pressure.
Oh, absolutely. He was keeping J-Team just back on their toes the entire time, never feeling comfortable in their own jungle, and that's not how you farm. Xanis is a fairly decent one to keep on farming through that pressure. He literally just tried to avoid that as much as humanly possible, put his head down and said, guys, I'm not worrying about this right now. Just gonna keep on getting my minions.
And I think that's the right call for him, because he does need to get fully farmed in order to be a reasonable threat. Once again, though, I don't really know who the Xanis is able to stick to. He's very, very fast. He can probably keep pace with ADC should he catch him off, but I don't know that that's a trade he wants to take.
I'm not sure either. I feel like that is part of his job, is finding ADC, but I think in this situation would be enough. That was almost a snipe. That was gorgeous.
We talked about that matchup. Neil currently sitting around 6k gold, Neil around 8k, being generous on that ground. ADC's 8k gold means that even if you do find the dive as the Xanis, I think it's going to be very, very difficult.
It is indeed. You're just in a really rough spot. ADC having Pro-E tank the tower for him, fighting on through the backdoor protection. Nicely done to now open up this jungle even further. The blue buff is exposed. Datkoi keeping up the pressure as well. But Pro-E just doing such a fantastic job of being this frontliner, this mobile ward. But all the while in the back, Yuzon is here.
Kind of.
Okay, he was there.
Threatening ADC, that was what he was looking for. He wasn't able to find an engagement he liked, and when ADC got vision onto him, he dipped.
Real hard.
Which was a smart play, all things considered. Now he'll shift to defense.
He's got to defend this tower. Superman does a very good job of doing so. The Hissy Fit is being burned with the Cyclone. Nice damage going there from Star, but not able to convert onto the final tick of that ability. Bring everyone together for a big ol' flash hug.
Yeah, it's a really good combo if you can make it happen, particularly on top of the Hissy Fit, especially because you then have pretty strong follow-ups from Xanis, from Superman. But they're unable to make it happen. Now the shift will come through towards this mid lane. Team Flash do have a minion.
Well, they had a minion.
Never mind.
Overall, though, Team Flash has been looking so good so far in this set. They've been looking really impressive throughout the course of this. Star is getting oh so low. They're continuing to keep the pressure up in all three lanes. Really nicely done from them. There's not a moment where they are not optimizing their farm. Nearly perfect.
Yeah, Team Flash have done an incredibly good job of farming this game, and that's why they're currently so far ahead, about 10,000 gold ahead. And because they've been able to do that, J-Team have just never really thought that they can take a fight. That's the downside of this dive-heavy composition. They're already at a disadvantage in team fights. In order to win them, they need to be so far ahead.
Well, that's a bit of a conundrum there, TJ. In order to win, in order to take fights, they need to get ahead, but in order to get ahead, they need to take fights. Not the situation they want to be in, as Neil is getting the lead of the flank coming in there from XB. Nicely done. Wins trying to secure a little bit more there with that Ghost Walk. Pro-E once again being that perfect frontliner for his squad, which now just means that's a clean pick going in the mid as well. Yuzon is the next target. The perfect CC chain off the back of the Death's Embrace into that Metamorphosis. Pro-E MVP.
It's been looking very good for him, particularly because XB has been stepping up behind him. It's another tower picked up. Gao in the top lane. That'll be another one.
It's another one.
Thanks, DJ Paul.
You're very welcome.
It'll be a lot of pressure across the map, and I don't see how this game has turned around. If I'm J-Team, I'm thinking about the next map.
Yeah, I'm already looking towards this, which now means they would be down 0-2 back up against the wall. That is a tough situation to mentally put yourself in. And at this stage, they want to say to themselves, look, like, we need to continue to win this. We do not want to fall, which means I don't think they're giving up by any stretch.
Gao, he'll be able to grab a little bit extra. Datkoi as well, just resetting for farm, because they don't have max build yet. Worth noting. But it's also worth noting, probably still in their jungle, still stealing camps.
Literally still stealing camps. Not like a gesture. He like actually stole that monster.
And he's done that the entire game. And pretty much that same quadrant.
Yep. That is the same. It's not like a full commit. It's just like dipping his toe in the water, his fin in the water, as it were. You know, he's trolling the shallows, as it were.
Sure. I'm on with the analogy.
Perfect.
Froey now stays more aggressively into that jungle for zone, so that the Darkslayer can be picked up by Team Flash. Once they have that, it'll be relatively easy to clear the high ground. The only possible counter would be the split push, and that's what they've sent Datkoi down to bot lane to fix.
I like that there. Countering Yuzon, the one person who can really go toe-to-toe in the 1v1 matchup there. So we do have the Darkslayer being picked up for Team Flash. They're going to have the buff, as well as, of course, that Drake to assist in this push, help them crack the base, the high ground here. Only 8 kills to 6, a very low kill game, but no surprise from either of these teams.
No, J-Team would normally be doing what Team Flash are doing to their opponents. J-Team love to grind out slow and steady games, leverage an absurd gold lead, and just never let go, and that's exactly what's happened to them. Now they're trying to gank, get a response. Datkoi, though, is the one player you can't do that to. His life still makes it impossible, and the second they get vision on multiple players towards that bot lane, they summon the Drake up top.
That's exactly what they need to be doing there, keeping up that pressure across all the quadrants of the map. They're now pushing it onto the high ground on multiple fronts, mid, Dragon, and Slayer. ADC is going to go in. He's trying to get access to this core right here, but it is Star going right on in. The Cyclone is there as well. This is the way to keep him alive. He's now a disengage with a perfect metamorphosis from Pro-E, but on the other side, things are happening.
Yeah, will be the mid lane tower. Strongly threatened. Pro-E commits in. The counter dive from Yuzon is read like a book. Gao eats him for breakfast, and the tower will fall.
Ooh, like a bird, like a plane. If either of those didn't have any wings. Just not the ideal push there from Superman.
That will be 2 towers now gone. Final high ground under threat as well. Gao continuing to zone in.
This is the call right now. I mean, the beacons need to be lit right now for J-Team because they are in a rough position.
It's not going to get better either. The gold lead bad, their team fight prospects poor. I didn't like this draft. I hold to that opinion.
I don't think Rohan's going to answer as we look towards this Abyssal Dragon here. Enraged, of course, which Team Flash could potentially use to leverage this. They have both high ground towers done. They're going to clean up all the remaining jungle on every bit of the map and only further extend this lead.
I will say, this felt like much longer of a game than it needed to be. Like I said, I thought Team Flash were in control from moment one, but they were very risk-averse this entire game.
Again, they're at a stage right now where loss could be disastrous for them, and they find no reason to just play a perfect game, just slowly grind it in. Yes, you could potentially win sooner, but you could also potentially lose, whereas playing this way really limits any opportunity for them to throw this game.
They haven't, to their credit. The only way they possibly could is if somehow there's a miracle hold from J-Team. We last post 25 minutes, max build comes out.
Maybe. That's a big maybe.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Star, though, is about to hit max build, and that's pretty significant. Wins already has. There are opportunities as we get further into the late game for J-Team to take fair fights.
Yeah, the Medallions of Troy are coming online now for Team Flash. They do have this aquatic shield, which will help deal with a lot of this poke damage coming in from that Flash. Uh-oh, and Star is going in. Pop the Cyclone. There's the Metamorphosis, perfectly splitting the fight. And the reinitiation as well. Nicely done. Neil is going toe-to-toe on the flank. He will secure that kill 1v1, but the rest of his team is in shambles, chasing back underneath the core. The high ground tower does fall as well. That is going to be the pickups multiple times coming in from Team Flash, isolating these picks beautifully now as the core is exposed. Minions are pushing in on multiple sides. They will have the ability to end this game if they continue on to this push. It is Neil, Yuzon, and Benny up against the wall. They need to make it happen right now. Yuzon is trying to clear the minion wave. The instant explosion coming on in, all the damage from Liliana, and now the minions are here. Neil, not enough. Benny, not enough. And that is Team Flash going up 2-0 in the set.
First AHQ to fall, now J-Team. 2 GCS rosters put I don't want to say down, because this set isn't over yet, by Team Flash.
Team Flash is just the killer. Is that it?
I don't know. I expected Team Flash to be better. I said at the beginning, I think Team Flash will be better than you think.
I thought they were okay. To be fair, you're right. I think I undersold last week, Team Flash.
But I didn't expect them to be this much better, because they right now are looking like quite possibly the strongest roster here.
I mean, right now they are literally potentially. I mean, they've played and beaten 2 of the 3 teams, other teams there. So yes, they will be looking like the strongest roster here. They could potentially look to take this 3-0.
And it's off of not just early aggression. That was kind of what I was telling as the reason why they won during that first set. This game, they do the exact opposite. They look like J-Team.
Yeah.
They played that game like J-Team would. Slow and steady, grind out the win, pressure into the enemy jungle, never let them set up, then just choke out your opponents, guarantee that you have such a strong lead.
Pro-E deserves that MVP. No questions asked.
Pro-E constantly able to press into the enemy jungle, constantly able to find extra value, and because he harassed, we saw Neil never really be relevant.
I mean, Neil took the 1v1 there at the end. He battled up against Datkoi, and he came out on top, but by the time he'd finished killing him, the rest of his team was dead, or almost dead.
Ongoing stories reporting back.
Yes.
Wins still, hard carry of that team, still having a good day. Unfortunately, not enough, because the rest of his team isn't.
Ouch.
ADC had a lackluster performance game number 1. XP kind of had to carry from this game. They were both online, and that did show.
Really nice play for Winston. 38% of his team's damage. That is not a slouch number by any stretch.
And it was good damage as well. He got many of the kills, constantly being able to pressure into the backline, survive pressure onto his own lane, but
see it here?
Not enough.
Not enough. The rest of his team just wasn't able to execute on these kills. ADC did actually die the most on his team.
I dig the Elsu now, because putting wins on carry seems like a really viable option.
I can't deny that by any stretch here. I mean, this is the Neil Datkoi scenario that did not go their way. XB.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, my. He was just really good.
He very much was, and his potential to play on Liliana has been exploited here. I didn't expect to see him play Liliana multiple times today, but constantly, because these last few sets he's gotten on Liliana, he's had the benefits of mobility and the benefits of the burst damage and punk. And that's what makes Liliana so strong, but we've seen kind of specialists. Either you go all the way into Natalia, full damage scale mages these days, or you go all the way into mobility reposition from the Raz. And the kind of middle of the road Liliana had fallen by the wayside until right here today.
Right here today, the Liliana often sitting in that second place spot for a lot of these mid players. The Raz was a lot of the first picks, and Liliana was up there oftentimes as well, but she really deserving all the love that she's been getting here today. There's how well they use the 5 ability combo, I think, is really the big thing here. Is these teams just know how to execute this to perfection, going from ranged form into fox form and back again, utilizing the flickers, positioning, everything about that. So hard to lock down a good Liliana.
And we've seen XP be repeatedly set up. You labeled Pro-E your MVP. I'll follow you there, because of what he's doing to set up XP. Every time it goes for a major fight, we see Pro-E go in, draw the attention of the enemy team, and then XP be able to show up and lay out the damage on the low HP members leaning his way.
Oh, they leaned, and he knocked him right on over. Please, no Pisa. That's not what you want to be doing. No, I don't want the ladies to have Pisa.
Okay, I'm glad you're concerned about historical architecture.
Really important. Been there? It's really cool.
No, but
I've been to this draft right now.
Been to this draft right now.
Yep.
This draft has started for J-Team versus Team Flash, and game number 3. Now J-Team up against the wall. I want to see them shift back to their normal playstyle. I want to see late game, mid-late game focus, and I want to see them focus on out-farming Team Flash, because they are very good at that. And if they do that, if they slow down the pace of play and are able to out-farm their opponents, I do think they win.
they tried to slow it down in the last game, TJ, and they had a crest in their jungle.
They had the wrong comp for it.
They did.
They didn't have anything that had sustained damage, and I called that out during the draft, and it didn't work when they had to kill a Crest, because they just literally didn't have the tools. However, much to my dismay, their double ban right now is both sustained damage characters. Ignis or Elsu? Do they want the Elsu? Is that what all this is? I think J-Team want the Elsu.
I think they do. I think they want to give that back to Wins. I feel like they heard you through time and okay, leave it all up. Oh, I still think you banned the...
Well, Team Flash have let him get Ignis and beat him.
That's true. That's true. Do they take it again? Did J-Team get jebaited again into that Ignis, or do they go with their gut?
You let the Ignis come through because you banned Lindis Valheim.
Oh, that's true. That was the one too. That was the one too. Okay, but Team Flash knows this, and they still...
Team Flash know that Ignis Valheim have been banned down. That'll probably be replaced by, well, they have a couple options. I'd say most likely is us to see a Violet side lane duo here, but you could also see a Kriknak come out. You could also see Dive come out. ADC has played good Kriknak in the past.
But do you need to take Elsu to deny J-Team getting Ignis Elsu?
No.
Alright. Easy answer.
Wins is good. I don't think Ignis Elsu is a good duo, and I don't think Team Flash are terribly worried about the Elsu.
So now things are changing. They want to deny Yuzon his Superman. No questions there.
Smart.
I like this. And they go with Superman Raz.
Because they can basically pick up actually a pretty similar composition to what was run against them in that last game, because there is something to punish backline.
There is.
That being the Ignis. They will pick up, and a Net as well. I've criticized a Net as kind of an early game support. That's still true. Provided they don't get a second tanky sideline. And I suspect we will see a Malik or something come through if they can get to it.
That's what they're looking for here. They want to have a strong backline mage in mid as well as a ranged marksman in the jungle. But now we look towards J-Team. They have the Ignis. They set up here for a great mid-early game composition. Put a lot of pressure in. Aiding in that, of course, the picks, the Omen, split push. I like it.
Into the Superman.
In the Superman. Violet I also wouldn't mind here in the situation, potentially.
I don't think they can run Ignis Violet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll do it.
Gives them multiple threats.
It would certainly be Neil's best character into this.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
But I think the number one thing J-Team has been missing, like three games in a row now, is frontline.
That's true. But they need to grab it now.
Well, it's going to be banned if they don't.
That's true. So they grab the Mina.
They're a little bit paranoid about that, and they're a little bit worried about what I was talking about, the assassination Kriknak. So they get Mina.
Alright.
That means this should be a Violet.
Should be.
Because you don't want to run Assassin into Mina. Possible exception is Zill, who could probably run into Mina.
Maybe we have seen Zill make an appearance today, so definitely a possibility. Really? Really? Alright.
Checks out. This Kali's very good. Maybe they want to lock it in now just to make sure it doesn't get taken away, because he can get focused out during the draft.
I think into what the defensive posture... I mean, there's a lot of potential engage. You have a lot of Flicker into Death Scythe, into Death's Beckon, into Dark Dominion or Death's Embrace. Wow, those are a lot of similar sounding ability names.
Death.
Lots of death from Amina and Omen. I believe they're allies or something in the lore or something, I think. Anyway, you have a lot of ways to shut that down. So, Kali is able to sit way back. Is definitely a good response to that. No Batman. No Batman for you.
Wonder if J-Team banned Violet here. Because it's the obvious best ranged marksman.
Nautilus. Interesting.
So I was hypothesizing there might be a side lane until I saw the Superman. Once I saw the Superman, I assumed there wouldn't be a sideline marksman.
So what's your thought process of that? So Superman...
because Superman is very good at repositioning people, and when you have a more static sideline marksman, that's the last thing you want. You want your fights to execute around a fixed point so that your sideline marksman can consistently find chip damage. So because there's a Superman, I do think it'll probably be the Violet over here on Team Flash. That's why this ban needs to come through from J-Team. I agree, they get rid of the Violet. Now things are open, and I expect maybe a Kriknak, maybe an Assassin coming through for ADC.
It's going to be the big question here. We've seen him, I think, only run ranged marksman in the jungle so far.
He ran a Krik.
Oh, he did run a... Oh, right, he did. Oh, and it was good, too.
Yep. Which is why I favor it here.
Yep.
Particularly because they already have the backline range from the Kali, which is
like
probably
that.
why they picked it.
Yep, I think that's exactly the play. Call was made. They banned the side lane marksman and the jungle marksman of the Violet.
Downside is Kriknak's playing into both Mina and Omen, and that is a very negative matchup. Yeah, so it is...
Rourke?
You could go Rourke, kind of split the difference.
Or Zill.
They go Zill, which is what I said earlier. The one assassin that works all right into Mina simply because he's completely immaterial whilst attacking. In the Tornado, you're safe from Dark Dominion.
Yes.
So, that's why... Oh.
Oh.
Dadkoi ran an Elsu during the group phase. I
Is
didn't
this
like
jungle?
it.
Is this jungle, though? That's the question.
Has to be sidelined.
It has to be.
Don't hurt me.
So, I feel like Superman and Elsu have so much potential for counter synergy.
Yeah, and I think this Nakaroth is such an obvious draft. Never mind. I think that
Slims
Nakaroth...
is actually fine that too, because he sets up for his snipes and he throws a spear into the...
I don't like Slims. Slims is garbage. Quote me on that. I think the
The
downside...
most picked ranged carry in the jungle for all of Valor Series Season 2.
Times have changed.
They have.
And
if they grab the Zill, that would be just...
Yeah.
Oh, I think Team Flash might have goofed.
I think there are a lot of options for J-Team here, which is, like you say, in and of itself, a bit of a goof. I'd like the Nakaroth most because the extreme range makes it very possible to harass the Elsu. He's not going to do as much damage as many other jungle assassins, but he has extreme range, which will make it very hard to set up plays. You also have multiple squishies who will be wanting to play at range, Kali and Elsu.
Oof.
This should be...
There's the Zill still.
Yeah.
I don't mind this.
I would have preferred... I don't know. I think Team Flash have kind of mucked up their draft.
This has happened a few times now to teams where they start down a process in a road and then they just slowly but surely lose.
Yeah, they were all right with the Superman draft, and then I think they were forced to choose. Do we want sideline damage? If we do, it has to be now the Elsu, because that was the only real sideline damage they had left. And then if we have an Elsu, then where does our frontline tank come from? And they don't have frontline tank. Now, that doesn't necessarily matter if every single snipe lands, and if disengage play is perfect, and if J-Team play passive.
Yes.
If J-Team don't actually take advantage of the fact that there is no frontline tank, if they play very passive, they don't utilize the Nakaroth correctly, all of this doesn't matter. And if early game is won dominantly for Team Flash, I don't think any of this matters as well. But I do favor J-Team out of the draft.
I would agree. I feel like they mucked it up, was a very accurate statement going into this. I feel like they definitely had something in their hands here, and they were not quite able to execute. Man, that trophy is cool. I gotta say.
Lights up.
It does. Like the ones we had at softball. It's fun.
I accidentally spilled coffee on one of them.
Shh, don't tell them. Don't tell them that.
Sorry! Whoever owns that, it smells like Brazilian coffee.
It was really good. I brought some back.
Well,
really good.
You know what else is really good?
The Arena of Valor International Championship 2018. We are here once again with the English language broadcast. Is game number 3 between J-Team and Team Flash. Team Flash is up 2-0 over J-Team, who, if they lose this, drop to the losers bracket to face an elimination match against none other than the reigning world champions, AHQ.
AHQ in the lower bracket is a threat to both teams, but J-Team, I feel, have a particular sore spot there.
Yes.
But they're not guaranteed to play AHQ. It could be either AHQ or Alpha Red coming out of that match.
Sorry, yes. I got ahead of myself. Alpha Red definitely...
Wow!
Wow.
Now we know what you really think.
Wow. I know it. Okay, look, we've been casting for 7.5 straight hours, okay? Give me this one, TJ.
Sure.
All right, as you accidentally cough button yourself. You're feeling it too. I understand. I fully drink your water. It's fine. Okay. All right. We're getting into, yeah, sorry, up against the winner, which is our next match of Alpha Red and AHQ. Oof. Actually, yeah, Alpha Red, if AHQ continues to tilt, they could legitimately take that game too. Oh, I feel bad now, because I like Alpha Red. Oops. Sorry, guys.
Biased caster.
Really accidentally.
J-Team playing kind of defensive. We've seen Star, I don't want to say not succeed, I'm going to say fail before.
That's worse.
Really?
That's definitely worse.
On the Ignis, not due to his own volition, not because his Ignis play was poor, simply because the team wasn't able to play around it. Koi does play a decent Elsu, and we've seen him pick it up before, and already he found some pretty good opening shots.
He has indeed, so keep an eye on those snipes as this game progresses. We've already seen one real high-tier Elsu so far today, and it's wins. It's on the other side right now. So wins, of course, knowing how to play that Elsu means he should, in theory, know how to play against it.
You'd think that. It doesn't always work that way.
No, it should.
I play Grak. No clue how to play against Graks. It's just frustrating. I land hooks all the time.
You laid your hooks too, right? Oh, the flicker! That literally, like, saved his life. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have Ghost Walk yet because he's not level 4. He might have been able to generate it over the course of the fight, but it would have been dicey.
It would have been close for sure.
Very well played for that flicker. Gao, though, already demonstrating that maybe there's a little bit more to that Superman than we gave credit for during the draft phase.
I mean, I love the Superman. Not only is it a strong pick in its own right, but it's also a denial over to Yuzon, who is getting second favorite comfort pick, though, in that Omen. He's going to be forced back now by Pro E, my Game 1 MVP. Now applying onto that Annette, one of the most high skill cap supports in the game.
J-Team focused on the Abyssal Dragon instead. The Ethereal Pulse will try and steal, but XP's a bit late. Opportunistic.
Yeah, a little optimistic, maybe.
I like the theory, though. They're using the range to try and steal the Dragon. Not certainly pressure J-Team back. Take advantage of that to pressure up in the top lane, and Gao will still have the spot lane matchup under control.
Yeah, Gao's having a good old time right there.
Dark Dominion.
Ooh, trying to pull back. That coin into a rough situation. Getting a little bit of damage there, but nothing too substantial, as neither side has really mounted any sort of significant pressure, but it looks like Neil and crew are going to look to try to change that a bit here, as the Nakroth going on in, clearing and cutting that minion wave.
They'll do exactly that, though. Nakroth with the cut means that there is going to be extra pressure through onto the bot lane during that time.
We are seeing the snipes coming on through here up top. Going to clear up all of these minions. No questions asked, but J-Team, they want that Spirit Sentinel. They want to collapse is what they want to do. Forget the Sentinel, they want an Elsu.
Watch XP, though. He's coming in on the rotate, and he actually is probably enough to completely break their plans. Oh, and Datgoi still gets that jungle count.
It was nicely done.
There will be not actually any picked up. ADC plays it very well. That Golem will just reset. That slows down the farm, but ADC does a very good job throughout that entire jungle engagement of maintaining control.
That was nicely done there. Really passive game here in game number 3.
And that favors Team Clash.
Yep.
You said, what are the ways that Team Clash's composition could work despite not having a strong front line? And the answer is if that's not exploited. There isn't much dive, and so far, very defensive look from J-Team. They're taking advantage of their farm, and that's conflicting, because I did say the number one thing I wanted to see from J-Team was them to sit back and out-farm their opponents. I just don't think they can into this roster.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, at any potential moment, they have the option to just go off. Into the back line, you could have a Marja, an Omen, a Nakroth. You could make that push happen. You don't really need much setup or much timing on that. You can just go on in. Interesting Hurricane Wall there from Pro E. Not the most ideal. As on the other side, J-Team is picking up a tower, whereas Team Flash, not so much.
Good standard J-Team play, finding better tower pressure during that time. The Superman can't hold, whereas a double rotate can. They'll also get an Abyssal Dragon for the exchange.
Wow.
Very done. Very profitable for them.
Yeah, a very profitable exchange right there. 12.5 up against 11.5. Full 1K gold lead now coming in from J-Team. I think it's the first time they've had a gold lead in any of these 3 games.
They've scraped one out at moments, but this is certainly the most intentional it's looked.
Yes.
And that kind of intentional gold farm does play to their benefit, provided they're able to use the Ignis well. The Ignis damage does kind of fall off towards late game, but it's still certainly threatening. It's definitely very effective as an AoE CC character. The downside is Team Flash aren't going to really be huddled around AoE, huddled around to be AoE'd, to be zoned, because they have so many separate, isolated players and no real frontline tank.
Uh-oh, we do see the
Hurricane Wall!
The Hurricane Wall actually getting, shut down there. The stun, I think, actually went through from Neil and canceled it, which means they were able to continue on to that push as ADC is going to pull up with the Dark Dominion. Yuzon is just sitting here in this bush, eventually realizing that he needs to leave. Benny is going to be the pickup as ADC is going to continue on his reign of terror. The counter kill going in there, but now Yuzon deciding that this is the time as Wins is here on the flank. The follow-up at Pro E as well. Going to be in here. The follow-up, can they get the damage on through? And yes, they do, and they find Pro E as well.
Okay, maybe I'm being hard on him, but couldn't Yuzon literally have helped?
Yeah. Start that off.
He just let Benny die.
Yeah. Ooh, Neil. Neil!
Will survive. Narrowly scraping back the tower himself.
that cancellation through the Hurricane Wall.
Ethereal Pulse!
Oh!
Cancels out the recall. Neil will stay safe. Now Yuzon comes through. Watch out for Gao.
Gao's in full retreat. He does not want to deal with the scary man with the sword.
I think it's a whip.
It's a sword whip.
Cool.
Pretty sure it's...
Decoy will
like from Soul Calibur.
Still be in top lane, desperately trying to clear away as quickly as possible. And he's got to be farmed out ahead. That's the major thing about this Elsing. He's got Mirror Master, kind of the standard first item these days, but he's overall behind.
He is indeed. But the gold lead is really not that substantial right now.
No.
I have to look at Neil. He's level 12.
Well,
he is very far ahead.
He's Nacroth. Nacroth isn't really effective for damage, especially against a Zill. The Zill will out-trade him DPS.
Oh, yeah.
So the Nacroth needs to be used for scouting. Neil cannot be the power focus of the team. He instead needs to be just threatening, finding extra focus on the key members.
Now we see the jungle invade coming in from J-Team. A little bit of an... Oh, never mind. The positioning on the Ethereal Pulse is sick! I spoke too soon. The double kill coming in off of the back of a fantastic Hurricane Wall as XB making JT say XD.
I'll let that one hang. Proe does a very good job during that fight.
Awkward, thank you.
Going in with the wind cuffs, following through with the Hurricane Wall specifically to split up the fight, specifically to stall out the two members that got overextended. There was no way for them to retreat. Decoy and the rest of Team Flash find Swift Punish, now have a kill lead, and that brings back the gold also to their favor.
Yeah, that was a really solid pick off of J-Team, getting a little bit over-aggressive. The top lane is now under threat, of course, from J-Team. But Team Flash just deciding they want to continue this push right on through the mid. That Ethereal Pulse is already starting to hit so hard.
Ethereal Pulse will be life-changing. XP is able to consistently connect with it. That top lane tower was so low on HP, though. It did just take Wins getting close enough, and he does. I think that gold lead goes back a little bit. JT managing to convert basically standing gold on the map with that low HP tower.
Yeah, that's what they're looking to do here, but there's still, you're talking about standing gold, a lot on the map to be claimed here from Team Flash. They can start to leverage this ongoing. The problem is they don't have a traditional attack damage carry right here. They do, of course, have Decoy, but
his name's literally ADC.
No.
Wins.
Shush.
Will
the
go
Zill
down
is not
to Gao.
optimal at pushing towers, TJ.
No, you're right. And it will be Decoy who's responsible for burning the towers as much as possible. He can split that with Gao, who also does a good burst onto towers, but they need to get late game for both those characters to be really viable in the role.
They do indeed, and with Wins getting picked off, it's going to be tough. So we do see the Abyssal Dragon falling into the abyss, and the enraged Abyssal Dragon, Big Papa Dragon, making an appearance here on the field, which means the buff is definitely something that's up for grabs.
Well, first challenge for the Might Golem. Neil does not, or I believe does manage to defend that. Decoy has vision on Yuzon here thanks to his sentry. Him and Proe are hunting.
They are indeed. As the jungle is under threat now for Team Flash. Decoy has spotted it out though. Proe is able to hold on underneath the tower. The Windcuff's not connecting there onto Neil, but this Gust Force will do more than enough to help clean up this wave. They'll have a nice, useful snipe.
Good damage did come through from Decoy on the exchange. He's certainly at a point where he's beginning to do some pretty serious damage. His farm isn't there yet, but he's got his first two major items. That's enough. Team Flash, again, we favor should they be able to get late game, and should we see a very defensive look from J-Team? J-Team are running that defensive look. It reminds me of their ideal style, though. They're being able to farm out, keep the farm game close, find the major objectives. Despite not getting kills, they're still pushing towers and winning games.
Actually making it dead even in terms of gold now. Having this these towers they've been able to take out, having this additional Abyssal Dragon, it's done a lot of work for them as now the fight is breaking out in the jungle on the flank. Neil is in trouble as Gao is going in oh so deep. He's popped the ult, he's trying to find it as Neil is in full retreat mode right now. But that was the only kill going over to Team Flash. It will be wins. He did end up falling.
That's enough. It does mean that the tower or the Darkslayer take stops. The tower push can begin. Mid lane clear will come through. There's Datcoy nearby. Star will take some pretty major burst damage here. If only they can get one player close enough, they can get that mid lane tower.
I'm looking towards this Kali to just start to flank up even more. Use-on
ADC! One more! What on earth was that? That is an unstoppable Zill. Level 15, I hadn't even noticed.
Oh no.
I knew he was farming well. I didn't realize he was at 7.9k.
That is a lot. That is out ahead of anyone else on the map. Only 6.8 for the opposing team's jungle on that Nacroth.
1,000 gold ahead of the second highest player is, depending on who you ask, J-Team Star or Gao.
Ouch. Ooh, but the snipes are... Oh boy,
Starting to land.
Look, I'm starting to get on this Elsu train, okay? It's just exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's right up there with Grek for me, where it doesn't really matter how effective it is. It's just...
that it hits.
Slick.
Real slick. Well, this is a good play now from J-Team, pulling him back at this enraged Abyssal Dragon, not wanting to allow it to connect, but the snipe does onto Wins. Potential counter synergy, not actually going through Wins. One more auto attack will secure it. He already burned that Ghost Walk on the flank. Star has found himself a Zill. The damage not quite there yet, but maybe I spoke too soon. ADC juking all throughout this as the Ignis walks away.
Datcoy wasn't on the screen for the vast majority of that fight, but you were still seeing the impact of his presence. That's ideal. That's what we've been waiting for an Elsu to be able to deliver on that promise of long-range damage support. Here, we do finally see that.
We do indeed, as ADC is going to be picking up this Dark Blessing, but he needs to be careful. And almost having it activated instantly.
He does get out. Dangerous positioning. Again, Neil utilizing his high mobility. But again, Neil doesn't really have the damage to back up that mobility, except against a few select targets.
He does indeed. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure as these fights go on, because I have to watch.
He hasn't upgraded his Null Cleaver.
Yeah, that's...
hasn't pulled Leviathan. Still kind of interesting. There it is.
Okay. Ha!
Right on cue.
Nicely done.
It's only 13 minutes in the game.
That's normal. That's when I get mine.
That's because you're bad.
It's my first item.
Datcoy will rotate through to try and cut off Neil. The member in question, the entire team knows where he is thanks to Datcoy's sentries and the vision that it grants.
That was optimistic, Pro-E.
I mean, Neil's not really doing damage. It's fine if he's committing. ADC in the meantime will find a kill in mid, but he's all alone.
Yeah, the Dark Blessing does get popped there off the back of a Dark Dominion. So an overextension for the rest of his team left him out to dry.
Yeah, I do really think that Gao could have helped him there, but didn't maybe realize he had the Dark Blessing and would survive.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a misplay, a bit of a miscommunication there for sure. And we do now see Team Flash kind of stagnating and stalling at this point in the game. We're pretty much looking dead even in a lot of perspectives here in terms of structures.
Stagnation in terms of pressure is a victory for Team Flash, because J-Team had been slowly grinding out this match. So now that we're stagnant, that actually is kind of a sign that this Team Flash late game has come online. And once again, they're not guaranteed to win late game. They only win late game if J-Team don't go for the pressure that they need to. Because they should win, J-Team should win overall poke map control, especially into Datcoy, who they have multiple range solutions for.
Well, someone who's hoping he has a solution to this escape is certainly Gao on the flank. We do have the rest of the team able to escape, but he does walk out. Quite a few ults burned to get through that, though. And looking towards this Ethereal Pulse now, as not really doing a whole lot. Kind of interesting here, he does have the Frosties, but it's not really doing anything.
They're running a duo. The Ethereal Pulse is a follow-up to the Snipe.
Yeah.
So they're repeatedly able to, if Datcoy finds major snipe damage, they have this range spam to finish out the kill. Which is really interesting, because it is possible with that setup for them to get a kill that you never see either damage dealer in.
Yes.
Which is devastating.
Dying from off-screen is a feels bad man, that's for sure. Another feels bad man is ADC right now. The Flicker engage with the Death's Embrace. He did not stand a chance.
Benny will be rebuffed. Very well done by Pro E just to make sure that he couldn't get close to the danger zone as XP was able to successfully back out.
The highway was closed. So we do see the nice split push pressure coming in once again from Yuzon. And now J-Team with that one pickup and ADC not really feeling as effective. Already starting to turn this around. Benny looking to go in. He's diving underneath multiple towers. The Death Engine is there.
Nail.
And Dat Koi, the follow-up. I can't pronounce the abilities, and I don't need to if J-Team was just getting every single kill.
Neil repeatedly diving in, that time using Judgment's Blade for the extra knockup. And that meant that even after the Dark Dominion ended, they still had extra stuns, extra knockup to slow down the fight. He didn't narrowly get those kills. He's so low on HP. But you could see how well the CC worked.
It was Benny going in, the Death Sight, the Dark Dominion, and all of the CC follow-up with just a really stellar Ghost Walk on top of it all. Just diving in underneath these structures, taking them with ease.
That's the aggression I was talking about. If they're able to find aggression, then it doesn't matter what you're playing in your backline, because your backline will constantly be pressured by this J-Team side.
Yeah, we are starting to see J-Team keeping that up right now, looking towards this Dark Slayer. They're going to pick this up with ease right now. And Neil, this Nacross, somebody we have to start talking about towards this late game, because he can either be a huge benefit to his team or a bit of a non-factor.
It depends on whether or not he's able to target select properly. The Nacross will not have a lot of HP, the Nacross will not naturally generate a lot of damage, but it's enough damage that he's still terrifying if he can get his target selection right.
Yes, speaking of target selection, Gao has found a key target there in the Marja, and now Gao is just trying to chase this down even further. Hurricane Wall coming in very early, and now that's a perfect taunt there onto the Superman, who's able to get himself out as Pro E is going to get caught out. He is the last man standing there, but is able to secure the life of Gao. I spoke too soon, who's on the flank. He's back in it, but not for much longer. The damage will come through to secure the kill again. Why was he still there? But we do see the Tornado going in the Coagulate, not able to keep him alive as Benny now going to be picked up from Dat Koi, who just walks in, forgets the snipe. We got autos, boys!
And they will deliver. The excellent use of disengage for the extra mobility. That fight should have gone in favor of JT, but Team Flash were able to fight it back in their favor, and now they might actually be able to convert a high ground tower off of this. They've got like one minion, but it doesn't even matter because the burst damage coming through from Dat Koi is absurd!
ADC with the jukes and the prediction keeping it there is XB. The minion wave is going in. They realize they cannot continue the push, but they secure the high ground tower and multiple kills to boot. Team Flash going clutch.
And it's all about that fight, and it's all about that Koi, as he's able to repeatedly press into the fight at the perfect time and use his auto attacks to lethal effect. That should not happen without a frontline tank, but they didn't need one because all the focus shifted to target Gao. Gao kind of functioned as a frontline tank, even though the tankiest thing he did was die repeatedly.
Look, Superman still has a decent amount of HP.
But all of the crucial thing was all of the CC, all of the engaged tools were spent to lock down the Superman.
Yes, every single bit, every single resource there was committed to keep him from killing everything or displacing everything, which meant that all those valuable resources were spent on a target that could take it. It meant that Dat Koi just sat in the back, eventually waiting on forward to, you know, take his eye off the sights for just a second and just hip-fire his way to victory.
I really liked his use of his ultimate disengage, which is traditionally, well, a disengage tool. But he uses it, flicks it round, plays it very, very aggressive, and using it is able to close the distance when necessary to ensure a kill.
And speaking of trying to secure kills, Yuzon up against Gao.
Oh,
he just walks.
It's disgusting. He should have had that kill, and during the time that he was distracted trying to shut down Gao, minions actually just took about half, a little over half HP onto his tower.
Not an ideal situation there. Star needs to be oh so careful, but very smartly the threat of Benny is there. Pulling back XB though, that is another key target. They do get that kill for J-Team. So finding one of the valuable targets, but the snipe damage comes on through. Now wins one more time. They need to secure this kill, and that is going to be at the auto attacks once more. Raining on through Benny. Are you sure you want them to hit you? Because look at the core through all of this. ADC is here. He's pushing on in. He's getting these auto attacks, but he doesn't actually hit very hard at this stage, as Yuzon is trying to keep this team in this. He does clear the minion wave, but it might be too little too late. The rest of the team is there. They're fighting onto the core, and I think that's going to be it. It is Team Flash advance. They take the series 3-0.
Do you believe in Elsu now?
I think that I have to.
I believe in seeing Flash now, to say the least.
Team Flash in back-to-back fashion, taking down AHQ and now taking down J-Team. I mean, if you look towards the top teams from the last season leading into the AWC,
2 GCS teams, 2 championship GCS teams, 2 wins, 2 easy wins,
2. Okay, easy might be a bit of a stretch.
It was a sweep.
This one was
3-0 in the series,
3-1 and 3-0.
Just saying, from a purely scoreboard perspective, the Vietnamese boys definitely have the right to be proud.
They do indeed. Vietnam feeling good right now. Looking at some of our viewership numbers from across the board on these games, and the Vietnamese crowd is wild in terms of viewership numbers. Like 100,000 people cheering for the squad.
Well, they have something to cheer a little bit louder for, as that team will continue to advance now in the grand final of the AIC. We've one more game today, though, and it will determine who goes home in 4th place.
I mean, that's 4th place is still amazing, but nobody wants to go home.
And it is legitimately possible that AHQ, the current world victors, World Cup champions, will be labeled the 4th best team in the world. Of course, the winner of that match, Alpha Red versus AHQ, it's decided shortly, will go on to play against J-Team. A bit of a redemption arc themselves to work out, having now lost to Team Flash.
Yes, this will be our final matchup of the day. Ooh, man, we've had so many great games already. Again, I'm pretty sure our average game time is well over 20 minutes. We are seeing legitimately top-tier play.
Yeah, these are the best teams in the world. And I don't think we've ever been proving that more so than now.
Well, because the competition, and there's an expression that, the expression that I love, which is iron sharpening iron. Right. The idea that better teams make better teams. And we're seeing this here more and more as we're seeing these regions constantly improving, and then even these finals, the meta's evolving over the course of these series. It's crazy.
I will say, J-Team looks shattered.
Yeah. They look crushed.
And it is understandable enough because J-Team came into this tournament as one of the teams expecting to compete for the World Championship.
Yep.
And though they are competing for the World Championship, they're now doing so for the lower bracket.
That's never what you want to be doing. You want to be sitting in a comfy position, not where one series defeat will send you home. That's less optimal.
And it was, for the second time in a row, an LSU stepping up. This time, not for J-Team, this time against them. And I will say that was the best LSU we've seen so far in a tight game. It was a close game until that core came online, and then he was able to press down mid, show the power of those heavy-hitting auto-attacks, and show the power of the snipes. We saw a few key snipes. They're still very difficult to land, and we can see that. We were talking about a bit when KSSA was missing his Grak hooks earlier on. It's very hard to land skill shots at this level because all these players move so well. The basic movement around the map is designed to throw off shots like that. So especially at the pro level, there are no LSUs, there are no Graks who are hitting 100% of their hooks or 100% of their snipes. But that was enough because he got late enough in that the LSU was able to almost half HP people he was hitting, and the team was there to follow up.
Well, they were indeed, and they made it work, advancing 3-0 over J-Team. Really nice play from them. We're going to hop onto a short break, but when we come back, we have our final match of the day. HQ going up against Alpha Red. Welcome back to the English language broadcast of the AIC. My name is Paul Inverum Todgill, joined by Thomas TJ Baldashwila.
Yay. Oh, okay.
We're on our fourth best of 5 of the day, where we are seeing AHQ taking on Alpha Red. The loser will advance. The winner will advance.
You all right there, bud?
And the loser will advance back to the hotel and then home.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
This is our only elimination match of the day, which means the loser is out of the AIC. The winner goes on to face the team that just lost, which pop quiz. Oh no. It's JT.
It was JT.
He did just drop.
The way you looked at me though, I didn't have it. Okay. I never did well at pop quizzes.
J-Team did just lose to Team Flash. Team Flash are already in the final. Tomorrow, J-Team will face off against the winner of this match to determine who faces them in that final, be it J-Team again, or whoever we come out here.
Yes. One of these teams definitely has the opportunity to advance back through the loser's bracket to make it into that grand final. We saw it happen at the AWC, and it was AHQ. So
AHQ now have an opportunity to repeat that feat. And I do believe it was versus J-Team that they did that, or a similar roster to J-Team.
Oh, wow. Well, so this is a grudge match of epic proportions is what I'm hearing. So we're going to get into this next game then, because I just want to see this happen. We're going to get right back into the action. We had a nice little break. We'll grab some food because, I mean, let's be honest, as much of a marathon as it is for us, these players, they played so many games yesterday.
Yeah, and I bet they didn't have our catering.
Yeah. I mean, was it better, do you think? Our catering's pretty good.
I don't know. I'll flip a coin and find out. But I can flip a coin to find out the result of this match because it's going to be played. And that's how we'll know the winner of this match. AHQ.
Oh, we're both off to
a
great
segue.
start. That was a segue. J-Jack, Chaser, Hawk, Rush, and Sun. Every single one of these players in their own right is an absolute all-star. You can make arguments that any single one of these players is the best at their individual role on the planet Earth. But they find themselves
in the lower bracket,
facing elimination.
That's insane for AHQ. This should be their tour de force. This should be their ticket to the grand final. J-Jack said he would quit. He would retire if they didn't at least get second place in the AIC. Previously, we were all kind of giggling. What are the odds they don't get at least second place? Now it's a legitimate possibility.
Oh, look at that face.
Oh. That's the face of a man thinking about retiring from AOV.
Yeah, that is the face. Wow, that timing was excellent. We had no control over that. That was perfect. And he's here. His KDA is less relevant, as he is obviously that support role. His Alice has been so good.
A darn good KDA for a support player, though.
Yeah.
And he has been a consistent part of these kills, either in the Crash playing very aggressive or the Alice on that more defensive look.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Crash do so much work in these games. And if he can play it like Pro E did, look, I'm on board. I thought that Pro E Crash just got me hyped on Crash to get
yeah. Say. Crash, when he's used properly, is very difficult to counter. His initiation tools are next to none.
He has initiation tools.
Yes.
Second to none.
Sure.
Yes. Second to next to none. It's a very different statement.
Sure. The ability of Crash to initiate is very difficult to counter because his initiation tools are second to none.
Perfect.
Thanks.
There you go. And
first try.
GG easy. So we're seeing the stoic looks on these players' faces as they're ready to get into their very first draft here of this series. Will of course be a best of 5. Winner advancing, loser goes on home. We've seen AHQ introduced. We have to look, of course, at their opponents. In the front of the home crowd is Alpha Red.
Playing for their elimination as well. If they're not able to step up versus the home crowd, it could be devastating. Not just to their morale, but perhaps the morale of an entire nation of Arena of Valor fans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Thai AOV fans, man. And the boys in charge of bringing it on home, it is KSSA, Tao's, NT First One, and Shadow.
They took out Bizarre Gaming, considered Thailand's best team, qualified as Thailand's best team out of the RPL. And they got to the semis and did just have a rough game.
They were taken down, I mean, in a close set, to be fair.
Yeah.
Went to game 5.
That's why it was rough.
Yeah.
If it was one-sided, we could pack things up and go home. But
nothing's been too one-sided with these games, man. That's
No.
why it's wild. I mean, you have teams playing from across the entirety of the Asian region coming together now, and they're somehow still so evenly matched. It's absolutely crazy to think about just how much skill these players have in the game.
we have two GCS teams here who played in the league in Chinese Taipei. Of course, AHQ from Korea did play in that league, and JC previously had won that league until AHQ showed up.
Koreans tend to do that. They just come on in and win the esports.
Well, they have a chance to break that, and if Alpha Red win here, that rematch won't happen.
Will not. Players looking to avoid that rematch, or cause that rematch to not, you know what I mean. It's NT from Alpha Red. 23.89 KDA, not the best there for a mid player. I guess I'm all compared to that 13.2 we saw earlier, which is just nuts.
You can't
do that.
There's bad expectations.
It really is. Expectations versus reality, to be honest.
The ability of the mid player on any team kind of shifts with the role. Some mid players are used as kind of the punish for setup. You look for characters like Carly, like Liliana, and the rest of the team finds initiation, and then they're responsible for punishing that setup. Sometimes you use your mid player as an initiation. Characters more like Raz are going to be finding poke, finding repositioning on their opponents, and then the ADC is typically responsible in compositions like that for securing the kills.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot more interesting flexing of these roles, though, as we're moving forward, especially with these mids. We're seeing a lot of crazy different adaptations they're pulling out, despite the fact that they're playing a lot of the same kind of characters. We're seeing the game stats overall coming out, red side still having a favorable advantage across the board. AHQ does take more dragons than Alpha Red here by a fairly significant amount.
I feel like that is indicative of AHQ's tendency to play pretty long games and to play to a gold lead game.
Yes, again, the chokehold style where they just grind down on their opponent's defenses. But we do know they can play early should they need to. But if they get pressured hard, that is where some cracks in the armor can appear.
And it absolutely was where the cracks appeared. Overclockers then, seeing Flash, played aggressive into their early game and shut them down, forced them to change up their draft and punish that as well.
Yeah, AHQ tried to adapt, draft a hyper late game, survive instead. Didn't work for them. They got absolutely wrecked once again. So look towards these Dark Splitter stats. Again, more indicative of these later games. Less than 1 a game from Alpha Red. That's interesting.
Probably because Alpha Red have won a few games tonight off of Abyssal buffs. So, like, that small sample size, we've only had the AIC.
Yeah, I think this is from the entirety of the... I could be wrong.
The numbers have changed from the first set to the second set.
This makes sense because they played more games since then.
Oh my god!
Thanks, DJ. No problem. That face is terrifying.
I don't know. I like his mandibles.
His mandibles. His name is Caesar, is it not?
Yes. Caesar the Dark Slayer.
That's a terrifying
Demon
name.
Lord. He was going to be called Demon Lord Caesar. And
wow.
They pulled that name.
That was so good!
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. Game number 1, AHQ up against Alpha Red. Again, can the hometown heroes bring it on home? Or will it be AHQ, the Korean overlords, once again making people sad and banning Natalia first because...
Hey, NC.
Yeah, NC.
No thanks!
I'd like to not.
This leaves Elsu through the draft. I don't think AHQ will draft it. They don't typically play Elsu. Instead, they'll want to get Rush on something comfortable. He had a still more lackluster first series of the day. That is significant for someone who's consistently one of the top 3 jungles in the world, consistently one of the top players on AHQ. To give Rush that Lindis early on is an obvious priority to change that.
I would agree. Giving him something he is hyper comfortable on, and Lindis doesn't really have too many hard counters. Yeah, you can draft dive, but it still gives you the option to draft the counter dive and keep the Lindis alive here. We do see the Elsu in response, along with the Alice now coming in from Alpha Red. They know the potential of this Elsu. I'm starting to believe it too.
Yeah,
Ooh.
So I don't really believe in the Elsu drafted this early on because of that. AHQ have an instant response. They go for the Superman for the backline pressure, and They have the strong engage and tank available from J-Jack running that crashed.
That is going to be scary to watch. We've seen some less successful Crash so far today and some hyper successful ones. Let's see which one makes an appearance here. It is going to be a Zill. Let's try and dive in on that backline, but so far not a lot of HP to speak to from the draft of Alpha Red.
Their HP is next to none.
It is next to none. As opposed to second to none, which would be more like AHQ drafting 2 hyper tanky heroes.
Well, not yet. Only one, really, in the form of the Crash. The
Superman can get pretty darn tanky.
He can get swole, but it definitely isn't on the same level as, say, a Crash.
No, but the Crash just had the Metamorphosis at his disposal, which means he becomes the towering giant of, oh no, you don't kill this man. Let's leave him alone for a bit.
Ban phase should be a target on the mid lane, kind of for both teams, actually, but I think that Hawk has a somewhat more limited character pool. So it will be Alpha Red taking advantage of that, banning out the 2 obvious picks. NT plays a lot of off-meta characters, so Hawk's the one who suffers and probably the one who ought to be rushing into a mage pick.
I wouldn't mind a Nailster ban here as well, because that's something NT has pulled out.
It.
He does, and it's good in the Superman, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that ban coming out here as well. Again, further limits Hawk's hero pool, but I think in this case it might actually be worth it. They've been looking towards this additional tanky side laner. The Malik would be... Oh.
They opt for a Joker ban. That's kind of interesting. Because it implies that they're not worried about mid lane, and it implies that they're worried about the extra burst damage. So they're probably going to be running something a little bit lightweight in this mage role, because the extra poke burst damage threatened them. That means it probably isn't a L'Oreal, which was going to be my bet.
We have seen L'Oreal drafted by AHQ into a very similar composition, a very lightweight composition, and it did not find success. She just got absolutely gibbed. There's no chance of her walking on through that. So much damage. And
I don't like the L'Oreal, but I know AHQ like it.
Yes. Well, I think after the last time they ran it and not finding success, I think it's a little bit less likely. I almost... Oh, they're going to draft the Alistair. Oh!
That would explain why they were worried about the Joker, but it wasn't on my notes as something that Hawk particularly likes.
Doesn't really seem to fit with his playstyle. He likes the hyper-mobile engages.
And it doesn't really fit with the engage style they have so far. This puts a lot of emphasis on rush, which isn't normally how AHQ play, or at least have played over the last season. At the AWC, they put a lot of emphasis onto rush, relying on him to be the big damage source, and we are kind of returning to that.
Is this a mid-Marja?
Or
mid-Elsu?
Mid-Elsu, more likely.
Alright.
Could also be mid-Zell, jungle Elsu. There are options.
There are lots of options. Because here I thought that Alfred was going to be walking away from this draft with actually no HP to their name. They are going to look towards his Malik here, which is going to put them in a bit of a wonky situation. This draft, again, I feel like a lot of these drafts are getting out of hand a little bit here. This could be exactly what they want, but if that's the case, then it's beyond my skill to comprehend.
You know how sometimes I'm like, both teams got what they want. This is an insane game, Paul.
Yeah.
Neither team got what they want. This is an insane game, Paul.
Yeah. When both teams get what they want, we're happy. And when neither team get what they want, that's when things go crazy. Mid-Elsu from NT. Okay.
I like that more than mid-Marja.
I agree. I mean, I'm kind of surprised we don't see Marja in mid more often.
Just not really the scale benefits.
Yeah.
The big advantage of having somebody mid lane is that you can rotate them to wherever you need. So the advantage of putting the Elsu mid lane is theoretically he can farm up very well because it's in lane, and then he can also be quickly on call to rotate for any of the major objective fights that happen early game. But as we've seen multiple times, it is pretty easy to get into an Elsu's business. And if you're able to get into their business, change around their tax filings.
I was going to say, cook the books a little bit.
Then they don't do too well.
They do not.
They need a healthy bank account and a strong relationship with the FTC in order to succeed.
They do.
IRS.
IRS, thank you, yes. I feel like that's a good lesson for everybody, but particularly for Elsus here in AOV. They need to get that gold. They need to get those items online. And that's what this team is going to be looking to do if they have any hope of taking this over AHQ here in game number 1. This is the deciding match. The winner moves on and the loser goes home.
AHQ are up against the wall. The world champions now being one game away from elimination. That is, I'm not going to say heartbreaking, because I'm not a biased caster. I'm going to say it must be heartbreaking for them.
Yes, it's definitely going to be tough here for them. Because, again, they rank 1 or 2, or quit, were the words of J-Jack. So you know that he takes that kind of stuff seriously. And already in this position, he's getting bullied out. That's not how they want to start this series. Oh!
NC, hello! Welcome mids. Elsu already finding value and actually will have a pretty good matchup because of the range into an Alistar.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting here, especially because he has that Alice to help him out as well, set up the stun, particularly line up the stun. If she lands that Sunshine, that's an instant snipe, if they're at all coordinated.
I think the call cast time of the snipe is a little bit longer than the Sunshine stun.
It is, but if he sees it looking for it,
But if the stun is set up,
yes,
then they land the Sunshine. That should be an instant snipe tag.
Yeah. He's looking back over his shoulder, the Tracer fire off out of the way, she throws the Sig, he whips it back around, throws it out, done, connected.
That's a pretty good duo if they can make it work, and we've seen a lot of people try and make various Elsu duos work, not particularly successfully yet.
Yet being the optimal term. We do have all of the damage going through onto Hawk. I was going to say all his spells going down out of the wall, trying to split them back, but you know, forcing the Elsu out of range is kind of hard.
And they're never quite able to do that, and this means that in the mid lane, Hawk's already having to recall. Sure, he's missing the higher mobility of many of his other characters. This early recall,
that's pretty devastating.
They're losing farm in mid, they're losing control in mid, and NC all the while is gaining both those things.
Yes, he is. As we look towards this first Abyssal Dragon here at the 2-minute mark. Second it spawns, they're bringing it right back in. J-Jack is trying to bring it into leash range, and he is going to be able to do that. Nice positioning there. Tao's surprisingly there, not able to bring it back into range. So that was the pickup that J-Jack absolutely needed.
And because they scare Alpha Red away, that means AHQ aren't too badly behind. Indeed, they actually have a gold lead right now, just off of their early farm.
HQ farms so well. I mean, if you just leave them to their own devices, I don't think they're out-farmed by anyone.
Maybe J-Team.
Maybe J-Team.
But they both lost games to the same team, so there's clearly a weakness with the farm strategy.
Yes, clearly got to get kills as well. It just goes to show that this game is all about the balance between kills, between map objectives, between towers, push, infrastructure, gold. It's all about finding that balance and making sure that no matter what you're doing, you're playing to your team's win condition. I feel like if there was any day of Professional Arena of Valor that showed that lesson, it would be this one. You need to play to what your team can do, and right now we are seeing that executed perfectly as Hawk is getting executed himself. The dive, oh so real from first one, Tornado online and blowing them away.
And because they've got that now, the pressure will shift. First one found the damage, they'll find the Abyssal Dragon.
Abyssal Dragon is definitely going to get picked up here. The question is by whom, and it is going to be Alpha Red now in full retreat. Metamorphosis is going in, only finds KSSA. I think he'll be the target to go down right there. Nicely done, Chaser with a slam.
Cutting down the escape. He didn't have to chase her because he was already in front.
Nice.
Hawk though, that's twice in a row Hawk's really struggled.
Yes.
And I do want to emphasize that because he should be a star player for this team. They put him on the Alistar, something we're a little worried about because it's not one of his key characters, and it's definitely not one of the characters that fit with his normal playstyle. But so far, we were right to be worried.
I think the thought process is maybe they could get first one when he dove in, or maybe they could make that work. And it was also a denial, trying to keep the Superman alive when they chose to dove in themselves, but it's just not working so far.
No, and it may very well have been that the Alistar was never being planned to be picked up by Alpha Red, who are running NT on the outset.
Yeah, actually, that was probably the plan all along, because there's no way they would have gone into this without the Malik. There's no way.
They showed the Alistar, right? During the draft, they like lingered over it.
And they can't see that either way.
I thought it might have been mind games.
No, they can't see the numbers.
Good pressure from NT, still in mid. He's having to play very far back, but he's not one of the characters where it doesn't matter if he can land the snipes.
If he can land the snipes. That's the big if here. And the mind games are, again, so real. He kind of baited it a little bit forward there.
Actually, no, he didn't miss. That was actually super slick.
Oh, he hit the minion wave.
He hit the entire minion wave, and then he had his teammates clear it up. So he never had to extend forward to farm, and he got the gold benefit.
Oh, I'm still sick then. Never mind, what am I saying? Well, there you go. Just goes to show these players just a tad smarter than us. NT, star mid player, now bringing out a new character in his arsenal. And this character has a really big gun.
Long. At the very least.
It's definitely a big gun, I would say. Sure, yeah, we'll give it that. As in the mid now, Hawk is taking so much damage already. These snipes are hitting. Oh, that second one hit, that was a kill.
He can't stay at mid lane. He doesn't have the mobility.
He literally just loses his lane. It's so rare we see at this level of play a mid laner just losing his lane.
But he cannot linger in NT's line of sight. It just will not work for him because he's so static and he has literally no mobility options. He either needs to play so far out of range or just magically time movement, I guess, so that he can dodge the snipes, and that's not going to happen versus a player as good as NT.
Yeah, his lateral movement needs to be perfect. And already the auto attacks, too, are starting to line up. There goes. Oh! He walked right back into it. That's like a me move. Come on, Hawk, you're better than that.
There's just not a whole lot he can do.
No, he literally doesn't have the mobility.
Matchup.
Part of me almost wondered if he should have built in like Hermes Select just to give him the additional movement speed when he's sitting back and trying to run around and try and survive.
No, but solid idea, Chief. The fact that NC was able to fight the damage, I don't think would be mitigated by the extra speed boost, and
maybe dodge more.
HQ will gather down this Abyssal Dragon, their main focus now. And I agree.
Pretty quick.
That's how they control the game. They're currently about 1,000 gold behind. The exact amount they need will be gathered by Rush as he kills that Abyssal Dragon.
Very nicely done there, Hawk. Putting down the wall, forcing back any potential hope of Alpha Red stealing that on out. All the abilities are coming on through. Instant clearing the wave, though, is Hawk when he feels comfortable enough to move forward. Which he does with that aquatic shield. I feel like the support just needs to be there for him in order to feel comfortable.
He's learning on the fly. He's playing in these bushes, which is just how he has to play. He has to always stand within the bushes, because if he's within the bushes, then it's harder to target him. Now, there's an obvious counter to that. If you can get the sentries out, or if you can have zone control from Alpha Red, then AHQ are still out of luck in the mid lane. Basically, Alpha Red will win mid if they ever want to. That's difficult for AHQ to counter.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Red chooses that they want to really commit onto this once again. They will, but I don't think they're actually considering Hawk too much of a threat right now. Then they're offering to put their pressure on their own farm in this instance, rather than just trying to get too aggressive.
HQ have to kind of leave J-Jack in the area, kited up. And that's not a good place to be for him.
It really isn't. I mean, right now, both of these teams are playing this out so passively. We are finally starting to see a little bit more pressure coming in once again from J-Jack here. He's moving in towards the opposing team's jungle. It's 1 kill to 1. Dead even in terms of gold. Dead even in terms of Abyssal Dragons. It does not get any closer to this. It's a fight potentially breaking out here in the river. The snipes aren't going to connect, but a nice Metamorphosis to split things up. However, a little bit of counter synergy as the Elster's already thrown down all of his cooldowns.
Yeah, J-Jack spends a lot of his as well, and they won't find the engage they're looking for. I would like to talk about that mid lane matchup, because actually, maybe I'll have to wait. Sun dives underneath the tower. That's a lot of emphasis placed on killing first one.
That's the Ghost Walk there committed. The snipe finding its way on through, trying to execute that, but it is in fact the Zill who gets executed as well. The damage from the Lindis is enough, and it is a 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of Alpha Red, but the fight not might be over yet. I spoke too soon, it definitely is.
Mid lane, we're actually seeing NT not actually farm out very well either. He's almost exactly on par pre-fight with Hawk. And that's because he's sharing the gold with all the people who are clearing his wave.
Yeah.
So he doesn't quite feel comfortable enough to press all the way forward either, and the very defensive way he's having to clear wave is costing him quite a lot of gold as well.
It is, but one of the things here is it's keeping him alive, and it's safety and security versus that guaranteed power farm. And again, while you do have to keep NT alive to reach the hyper late, they have enough other damage, particularly coming from the first one here, that'll be able to hopefully propel them into that hyper late game, especially considering that we've taken 1 tower so far throughout all of this. That was AHQ up in the top here. If you look towards the late game, it's no doubt that Alpha Red's in a great position.
J-Jack in a little bit of trouble himself, but as long as he's able to find the zone, he's safe up there. And The two side lane matchups are very interesting as well. Shadow, of course, on the Mallet down bot lane versus Chaser. I think AHQ's side lanes are some of the most infamous or famous, however you want to phrase it. Whether or not you're rooting for them, I suppose, in the game, and for good reason. But right now, Shadow, I think, is holding his own well, and Taos is winning his lane.
I would agree. I feel like in this situation, well, I don't think Taos is necessarily winning this lane at this point because his tower is gone and he's going to die in a 1v1 situation.
Okay.
So definitely not winning his lane.
All right.
I would say that Shadow is holding his own, but no, I would say that Chaser is doing quite well, and I would say that Sun is an absolute beast. And now that Lubu has hit his critical mass, I don't think there's any dealing with him up there in the 1v1.
Taos decides to die as soon as I call him out.
It's got the caster curse, man. Can't be expected.
But I think Taos is doing very, very well because he's building for damage, which is kind of interesting. And I want to see if that continues, because I think that's a very interesting margin. You don't normally see.
Yeah, something a little bit more aggressive here, and it, again, cost him a little bit in that last one. As he just went down, didn't have the sustainability, as AHQ pushes it one more tower here. J-Jack in the mid, taking some initial poke, but his team is doing work on the rest of the board.
Glove Sanctity just complete for Rush. Watch for AHQ to start trying to find pretty aggressive tower pressure off of that. Their Lindis will now be doing massive damage on crits. There's the aggression.
There's the aggression and the damage. They don't even need the Lindis. They can go on through with aggression. There's the pickup with the prison. And that is going to be the kill, the first one there. But the counter initiation off the back. They even somehow they keep them alive. The flicker and the essence of the wind. I cannot believe the Lindis lived. They do lose Chaser through all of it. But still, what a pickup there for AHQ.
Very well played by Hawk. Better played by his supports. J-Jack keeping him alive with the zoning. And the follow through as well with the essence of the wind to keep him up. He gets one flicker, one mobility ability. The entire team fight. And he times it perfectly just after the burst of damage comes through when he has moments again off the hissing bit.
Absolutely huge. That essence of the wind timing was massive. He stayed alive, able to keep on farming, keep up that pressure. That's exactly what he needs to be doing, because if we look towards the gold now, you see that Lindis 8.1k, I believe the highest of the game. They took it away from me. I can't tell.
I'm sure they'll give it back, Paul. The number one thing that Rush has right now is a frontline, right? J-Jack is playing that so well. Alpha Red don't really have that yet. First one has benefited from engagements occasionally. NT, if he gets a frontline, if Shadow starts playing very, very aggressive for him, I think NT will thrive. But as of right now, it's Rush and J-Jack as the power duo when it comes to fights.
Absolutely. I mean, Rush has been looking oh so good, able to flit around in the back while J-Jack sits him off on the back of some stellar Metamorphosi. And that's really just him knowing exactly what his angles are like, knowing exactly where his enemies are going to go. Just profound knowledge of the game.
Now will be scared back underneath tower, but J-Jack's already there for the follow-through. It's exactly the duo I was setting up. And Rush adds the tower to his name.
It does, and Chaser going on in there as well, doing that additional level of damage. Nicely done, able to secure a tower, continue the push, getting this across the board. This mid tower, I think, is then going to be the next one to fall here. Alpha Red will have to put on the defense of a lifetime.
Not impossible, but AHQ are definitely hitting their stride. This is ideal AHQ gameplay. You definitely don't like it if you're playing against it, but this is peak performance.
This is what it looks like as the fight's breaking out over the Abyssal Dragon. AHQ is getting picked up as Rush does go down. NT's in a very rough spot. He's forced to flicker out over the wall, and Shadow is in a potential rough spot, but Chaser is there on the flank. And now it is KSSA, the next target. He does have the speed boost there with the friendship, and Shadow using these cleaves, doing quite a bit of damage in his own right, but enough members of AHQ are still alive.
The high ground tower, though, goes down during that time. AHQ able to press through the top lane, use the minions just to break tower.
That was absolutely disastrous. That was kills, that was an Abyssal Dragon, and that was a high ground tower all the while. That was Sun giving his life for it, committing on that push, but he made it work.
And because of that split lane, AHQ, like I said, they're kind of hitting typical AHQ pace. And that is, they don't go for a whole bunch of fights, instead they find the pressure where they need to. Now that they've got Rush in particular scaled up, they'll just go for team fights and win the game.
Looks like the play right now. This Ailster has been looking okay. It's definitely been contributing.
Hawk has looked uncomfy.
Yeah, he's
discomforted.
Yeah, he's not doing the most. He's 0-2 and 3. He's only got 7.2.
Uncomfortable.
He's the same. Cold as the support. But, you know, the walls are good. Someone to separate zone the fight out pretty well.
He needs to be on a mobility character in order to contribute. The question is, can Alpha Red beat an AHQ that doesn't have a contributing Hawk?
That's the big question right now. I mean, but the fact that Alpha Red is so far behind and Hawk isn't contributing, does that not speak more volumes?
Absolutely. And the fact that NT is beginning to do major damage here, and it's still not enough, is also worrying, because that should be a win condition, but Alpha Red are blasted off of another tower, Chaser comboing well with Rush for the tower pressure. They're just taking towers on J-Jack's cooldown. They're waiting for Metamorphosis to come up. When it's up, they take a tower.
That's really it. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That seems to be the play right now. First one going in here. There's the Magic Prison to fall off, a couple shots. That's it. And that snipe does not do nearly enough damage yet.
It does hurt Hawk a bit, but...
It's not even a quarter of his health.
Okay.
A bit.
I was trying to make him feel good, but the pressure that came through definitely isn't enough. And that's something we were seeing. The ideal Alistair counter is pretty much the Elsu. When he gets locked into the Magic Prison, you want to be able to burn him down. The Elsu is pretty good for that, in theory. Unfortunately, we haven't really been able to see that theory work out yet. Here's J-Jack's ult off cooldown again.
Taos goes in, instantly executed there, not able to get the Ghost Walk off in time. Shadow coming in with a shock, but he's getting chunked down. Nice sustainability there for him as KSSA is keeping him up. They also snipe to butter up that minion wave, but on the other side, we do have Sun pushing right on in. The snipe is going through, not really doing the damage he needs to. His Sun is able to split the fight with the beautiful Red Stallion. The wall is there as well as the second high ground tower is there. Rush all the while hitting down that high ground tower.
Very well done. Again on the cooldown of J-Jack's ult. They wait for it to come up. They press through the mid lane. Doesn't work out. Very good hold by Shadow, but the problem is at that point they've invested so many ults defensively from Alpha Red. Those tools aren't available to hold the second high ground under threat. AHQ rotate for that. Now they're quite happy. They've cracked 2 high grounds, and it's just a waiting game for them. They'll wait for the ult to come off cooldown or a major team fight to break out around the Dark Slayer. In either case, they feel they can win. If Alpha Red want to turn this round, I think they need to force the latter condition. Break into the Dark Slayer, challenge, maybe win a team fight.
I think that's the only way they win at this point, because Alpha Red, they can play to win or they can play to not lose. Not challenging on a major team fight, but playing to not lose. At some point, they need to go in, they need to make it happen. We're seeing that now with the Tornado. The follow-up is there onto Hawk. The shock to help execute him. Rush is forced back immediately to start this fight. So this is a beautiful split from Alpha Red that they're looking for. Chaser in the back line, not able to get the damage he needs. The Marja is following through. KSSA is going to be the target in return all the while. Shadow has been going to town. The Conqueror doing so much work, but Rush is still here. He is still alive, and he is still dishing damage.
And that looked so good at the beginning, but you run into the problem. Sure, you might have scared Rush back, but you certainly didn't kill him. And now here come AHQ with a complete team wipe with game 1 going their way.
That is going to be it. The minion wave is pushing in, and GG AHQ Esports Club take game number 1.
Not a bad start for AHQ at all. We've accused them of playing angry multiple times this tournament. That felt like perhaps the angriest yet. That was pure AHQ all the way. They wanted to reclaim their style and reclaim their confidence after a somewhat shaky loss to Team Flash.
That was them being really upset that they were there at all. They're like, we shouldn't be the losers bracket. Really though? Really though? And then also never for a second. I mean, Hawk, the fact that they were able to win, I mean, Hawk did get that amazing Magic Prison on the Marsh at the end that helped break that last high ground tower, which was really solid, but
Hawk had like 2 or 3 major contribution moments, but that's not what you expect from Hawk. Hawk does much more than that. Hawk is a major part of that roster. The fact that Hawk did not show up that game, the Alistair did not work for him, still kind of won dominantly, says something about the current headspace of AHQ.
Yeah, 1-3-7, not the best stat line of all time. J-Jack, though, doing work. And most importantly, it's Rush, 7-1-5, and Chaser, 3-1-7, respectively. A lot of gold to their names and a lot of work done in lane.
I'd actually highlight J-Jack. I'm interested to see with no doubts what his damage taken is, but I bet it is still very, very high.
At least 30%.
Because he played a solid tank that game. And like I said, he was the reason Rush was able to find so much value. Rush, it felt like an old AHQ game. It felt like an AWC AHQ game. Put a lot of emphasis, a lot of focus on farming up Rush. They power farmed him, they got him to late game. He did 34% of the team's damage. J-Jack enabled that team, 34% of the opposing team's damage.
Yeah, predicted that. That stat line super impressive there. 34.9%, which meant Chaser was able to do his thing and do exactly that. Just chase enemies down on that Superman.
KSSA died 4 times.
That was not good. Not his game. He just got
still only did 21% of his team damage. Just saying.
Ouch.
The man with no deaths out-sustained you. That's worth noting.
To be fair, one was a Crash and the other was an Alice. Sure. Slight difference.
But it is still a little bit of a disappointing result for Alpha Red, I'm sure. They're not out of it yet. They're a very, very good team. And they will make adjustments. And I would like to say, both these teams, I like to harp on the AHQ story of them working very, very hard at the AWC. Both these teams have that kind of mindset. They're both professional teams. If they win today, I favor either of these teams as Team Flash.
Really? After how good the Team Flash has looked.
Yes, not because Team Flash are bad.
Aren't they playing J-Team?
Yes.
So they win J-Team?
Yes.
And then they win.
That is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because I think it's not that they're bad, it's that AHQ played so well, and Alpha Red the same, against repeat opponents. They learn from their mistakes and they study.
That they do. We saw it exemplified in both of their recent matches, so we'll see which one's going to come out on top here. AHQ, of course, going up 1-0 in the lower bracket final, or lower bracket match set 1. I'm trying to SF losers.
Okay.
Lower bracket semi-final, that's it. Losers match set 1. Look, I'm trying to read their things there.
Why are you reading from the monitor all the way over there? You have a screen right in front of you and you're looking all the way across the room. Whose fault is this?
That one's bigger.
But further away!
That's true. Look, this one's tilted at an on angle, TJ. We're gonna go with that.
You're tilted at an odd angle.
Yeah, after it's been 9 hours, TJ. We're getting there.
You know who's not tilted though?
AHQ
and Alpha Red. Both teams have the experience necessary. They can absolutely turn this round. Alpha Red in particular, I think, is the like, I think they will bounce back and take the second game. I think we'll be here a while. He just gave me a sigh. Sorry, Paul.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look, we get more amazing games, and we deserve to see these teams continue to battle it out. I'm actually not so sure. I think that AHQ is going to continue to roll through this. As much as I love Alpha Red, I think that they are potentially in a rough situation right now.
Well, I think there are only a few adjustments they need to make, because that last game was a pretty awkward draft for them. They still made it reasonably close, and they still won the early game. Again, a consistent AHQ weakness, they have somewhat slow early games. So, I want to see Alpha Red prioritize that. Know that you're going to win the early game, draft towards it. Don't let yourself get confused by the wily drafts coming out of AHQ.
Was it wily or so? Was it was it chaotic?
See, the thing about chaos is it can be art if the guy knows what he's doing.
Is it also a ladder?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Only if AHQ win.
Yes.
Alpha Red open up this ban phase, getting rid of the Superman. It's continuing the targeted drafts as AHQ also get rid of the Natalia first ban.
I am not surprised at all, as NT's Natalia is literally just that good. The Superman also being denied here. They don't want to give that Chaser's way anymore, because let's be honest, that was pretty darn scary in that last game.
So Linda's ban comes through means this will be Ignis, and that means first pick will be Richter into maybe Elsu if AHQ wants it, and they typically don't.
No, Elsu has been less in their wheelhouse, less their vibe. They do let the Richter through, though.
Well, I have to.
I have to. Can't give them the Ignis.
And I think that the Richter will be a pretty major pickup for Alpha Red. AHQ tend to draft relatively squishy. And if there's one thing that does well against squishy characters, it is Richter.
It's going to be Richter indeed as his first pick, but the Valheim in response, no questions there. Lindis, of course, is banned. Raz, another potential option here as well. Could see pulling that out. There's a few different options for sure. We'll see which one they're going to opt to go with here. I love the Valheim pickup, though. I feel like the utility he offers in these fights, as well as the sustained damage, cannot be undervalued. And he does pretty well under Richter. Or he does, well, he can do well under Richter if he's played correctly.
Yes. The number one thing that matters is that he times his stuns right. It's a skill matchup, and I do favor Richter in it.
Yes.
But it depends greatly on the players.
Oh, no questions asked. The players need to be, like, perfect. You need to be perfect. You need to be able to time out the instant that glaive is en route, you retaliate, and that's really what that matchup comes down to.
The support focus early for J-Jack into an Alice is kind of interesting. We've seen the Alice be the domain of KSSA a few times. I actually don't really like the Alice these days. I mean, the Alice functions very well as a setup for a few different things, and if you draft the Alice early on, it's very easy to deny those few different things. In particular, this lets NC onto Raz with a Richter into a double squishy frontline. And
Ouch.
That, to me, makes me feel like already Alpha Red are winning this draft, because there are so many squishy things for their burst damage to follow through. They just need a tank to kind of operate as the frontline, and hello! Multiple options.
Multiple options. Malik was hovered. Ibeneth was there as well. They could have fully committed in, gone for something like a Violet if they'd wanted to double down, triple down on the damage, but I like this option a little bit better, getting their support early to match this up. They don't want to get banned out of their respective support here. They want that additional level of tankiness.
I want first one on melee assassin here. Because if Rush doesn't pick Violet here, then AHQ have lost, period. If he does pick Violet here, it's double the reason for Alpha Red to pick a melee assassin, in my opinion. But it does give them the tools necessary to take out the characters like Richter and like Raz, who will be such trouble to their frontline.
We're not seeing the Violet picked.
No. Instead, it's a focus into the mid lane, which is understandable.
Yeah, considering Hawk's pure discomfort in that last game.
He looked uncomfy, but they did win.
They did win.
Which,
again, we're harping on it a little bit. I guess, don't think that we're like trying to rip on Hawk or anything. It's just that he's literally so good that when he doesn't play at that level, you notice.
So this should be a focus now. I'd be surprised if they didn't ban Violet. But it should be a focus at the very least onto Rush. They get rid of the Rourke, which is very good against melee assassins. So that'll be off the cards. Now, if AHQ catch on to this, they'll consider banning out Crickneck. That would be my obvious ban. But they also have other things to worry about. The sideline, the final sideline could be a marksman. The final sideline could be many things, including that Zenial. Could be a Malik also that's worth banning. Instead, they go Morin.
Interesting. Brought out in that best of 5 series to a 50% win rate, finding massive success and then literally none at all. Interesting.
I don't really appreciate that, but maybe they just think that's what's coming through. But because the Morin's banned, now Alpha Red are thinking, whoa, maybe they're trying melee assassin. Well, he only plays one melee assassin, so if you want to stop Rush from playing a melee assassin, which frankly I don't know why you would, then you ban out the map.
Look, the Batman is like found, I think he's won one game with it.
They've won games with the Batman. They have never won games because of the Batman.
Yes. They instead choose to ban out the Lubu. I think this is a much better side lane ban here.
Violet should be a pretty obvious draft here.
You'd think that. It's a very squishy lineup, though.
Yeah, but you need the punish for Rush. I don't know what else Rush runs here. I don't know what else Rush is looking for. Either way, melee assassin is a pretty obvious draft for first one. It should be a Crickneck. Maybe you put Rush on the Crickneck specifically to deny that, but I don't like that.
Zephys, maybe? They need a little bit more additional CC.
Omen to deny some dive.
I like that, actually. I think that's solid. They can hold off on the jungle a little bit here, I think. They can reactionary pick their jungle, because if the full committal on the jungle is picked up now by Alpha Red with a ranged marksman themselves, that's the time they could potentially look to flex into that jungle assassin. So I actually like this hold off here from HQ, because it gives them the option to respond to what Alpha Red is doing.
The smartest thing possible. AHQ, I've been in favor for the entirety of the draft of you running a melee assassin. They would be a little bit short on range. We could see Telenas come through sideline. But, or an Elsu come through sideline. Sure, why not? My mind is small and you are here to expand it. There's the melee assassin I was looking for. There's the sideline marksman I was looking for. And like you said, there's relatively little HP over on the AHQ side. I think the best thing they can run in jungle right now might be a Zephyr's. But to be frank, I do think they've lost this draft.
Interesting.
Violet or Zephyrs? Those are my two.
Yeah, I could see an argument made for Kriknak, but yes, I would agree.
I think running Kriknak into this comp is asking for disaster because you're playing into a Yumenith, because you're playing into a Richter, and I don't think the Rush has played a particularly good Kriknak in the past.
I agree. I feel like these...
Ryoma, similar to the Zephyrs in terms of being able to brawl from the jungle position.
Yeah, but we haven't seen Ryomas find a lot of success so far.
The Kriknak had just campaigned against the Batman.
Oh, the Batman! Oh.
Should have just predicted the Batman, even though I don't like it. I should just get used to the fact that every time they should play a melee jungle, they just play Batman.
I'm Batman.
Rush apparently is.
Apparently. Apparently he's the Caped Crusader, the Dark Knight, the hero in the jungle that we absolutely deserve.
He's never really taken over a game as the Batman. I don't hate it because he plays it very well, particularly with a long tail. But I don't really think that surviving till the late game is enough to...
Well, because surviving to the late game and grinding out the late game is like AHQ style, which is so counterintuitive to how the Batman functions.
And it's so counterintuitive to running a melee assassin in general.
Yes.
There are exceptions to that. I think Zilda's pretty well late game.
Yeah, he scales differently than other melee assassins, which is personally why.
And we don't ever see a Zill on Rush.
Yeah, never.
So he only plays Batman when they need a melee, and they only use Batman pretty defensively, mostly for his scouting properties.
Well, they're going to need all the vision that they can get going into what the other side is bringing to the table here. As we do, of course, see that LC making an appearance here. It's going to be a little bit interesting. The Batman trying to dive in onto that. He's going to find the range, he's going to find the angles. Of course, the LC's going to know he's coming. He's got that vision.
I do feel this is a very strong draft for Alfred.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting here. Let's get into game number 2. I still think AHQ has potential to take it, but if Alfred was going to draft something to make it happen, to bring it back to 1-1, probably going to be this.
AHQ and Alphared still in an elimination match in the lower bracket. The loser goes home from the AIC at 4th place, and already Alphared looking to send J-Jack home.
Yeah, at least back to the fountain. That's the start they're looking for right there. It doesn't get much better than that. J-Jack just getting his face ripped off to start this game. That's a bit of an image for you, I apologize. But there it is, as AHQ looks to punish the jungle of Alpha Red. Not quite able to do so. The snipe! Just licking the coattails or cape tails there of Batman's retreating figure.
I don't think they're called cape tails. I think it's called
definitely
cape.
Just play on words, TJ. Oh yeah. Coattails.
Right.
Cape. So.
Okay, because it was a cape, it was cape tails.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I get it.
Yeah, there you go.
Alphared putting this L-suit down in the bottom lane. We'll have to see how that works for them. We've seen mixed results with L-suits today. Most impressively, of course, we saw the L-suit that was able to get to the late game scale incredibly and start to do some serious damage. We have seen multiple L-suits that are unable to get that far out. NC among them.
Yes. And again, if they can't find... Elsu is such an either-or hero. He is either winning the game for this team or he's underfarmed and dying. And that seems to kind of be the trend, the pattern for the games we've seen so far today.
Tao's looking for zone down bottom. Will scare Chaser back. There's the power of the L-suit, and already Alphared looking to dominate this early game. We've highlighted his weakness multiple times, and look, they're about to take a tower pull.
That tower is getting chunked already as the first Abyssal Dragon spawns. Instant prioritization towards this side of the map as all 5 members of AHQ are here, though. Batman's going to look to go in. He does have level 4. The ult is online, but very smartly, Alphared backing up and baiting him in even a little bit with KSSA.
That's a hard dive. Taos comes through, and Rush is shut down.
KSSA lived with an HP, just the one. Calculated, he says, as Rush falls, rushed down, taken out by his own hubris.
Now it looks like more blood for Alphared, as the Richter I predicted would look so good. Shadow dives into the midst of it, using the Mark of the Hunter brutally, efficiently, and this is a good start.
This is a very good start for Alphared. They're saying, look, we don't want to be down in the series. We already want to tie this thing up. We've already seen a Game 5 so far today. Why not another?
Why not? Serious questions, mostly asked by Alpha Red. HQ presumably not asking those questions.
No, they want a quick 3-0.
Pressure onto the tower. Continues down in the bot lane. That forces double rotate. They put Rush down there to speed up his farm a little bit as well, given how badly he fell behind because he got picked off.
Yeah, already getting... It's not the way you want to start this game, TJ. Already a full 1,000-point gold lead for Alpha Red. So looking towards these side lanes too, generally very quiet, except for down here. Normally you see the support sitting in the mid, keeping that alive, but on this time around, it's just been all about the support for Taos. Down there on that Elsu, already taking his tower, and now the rest of the team can rotate. This KSSA is doing such a great job of just babysitting this event. He knows NT can stay alive on his own.
They're doing such a good job of babysitting Taos, making sure that he's safe and any opponent who dives him is instantly stunned. That's the real power. We were talking about a bit with the Alice last game. It didn't really work. Here with the Yabanis, I think it's doubly effective.
I think so too. I mean, we've already seen his branching out be so impactful. Missed one Redwood rush that could potentially have lined himself up a kill, but overall, he's been looking so solid. And now, look what they do, TJ. They just swap up their lanes and put up the pushing potential just back up here in the top. And now Ibeneth is going to be rotating up to that side. This is so smart. We haven't really seen this yet. We talk about how you need, you know, Elsu in the late game, but we're seeing him as an early game. I almost want to say like a mortar in the back. He's just this turret that's just pushing down this lane.
Look at how AHQ switch. They make sure that their lane matchups are the same. They bring Chaser up to defend the top lane as the Valheim against that Elsu push, and they shift Omen down to defend against Richter.
Yeah, but now they're kind of debating themselves because Alpha Red saw this coming and used this opportunity to just take a free dragon. They are 2 steps ahead of AHQ right now.
Sure, you're swapping lanes. We'll leave the lanes and go focus an objective.
Well, he cleared the wave instantly and then pulled right on back. Everybody committed to it. AHQ was so far behind in their response to that. AHQ normally ahead, normally the ones predicting motions, counteracting those motions. This time, they're the ones behind.
Guess is saying, well, continue finding zones, but nothing more than that. He's just there to zone, enable Taos, like we were talking about.
Taos is just going to chill on out here, get another Seagull to his name, expand his field, ever-expanding field of vision off the back of these wards, and a little bird as well. As up in the top lane, he is getting dove upon. However, he was able to get himself back out of harm's way as all 3 lanes are getting pushed in by Alpha Red.
Historically, we've seen focus on Miramasa as an early item for the Elsu. This is actually going to be rank breaker up first, a bit of a change from the standard build. And that will give him a little bit more early game damage.
Yes, it will. And then passive as well, kicking in on that, seeing how his rotations are playing a factor here. So we're now looking towards this next Abyssal Dragon here in 50 seconds. That side of the map already being opened up for Al.
Sorry, this Elsu build war boots as well. Attack speed.
He's not going for a snipe build.
No, prioritizing his
push
basic
build.
attack.
Yeah, I think that's actually really smart here because utilizing it already to push things out. We've seen Elsu's being played a couple different ways now, and we have not seen this version have success, but I would like to because I do think this is a very viable option here for the hero.
Typically, of course, you see flashing boots built for the lower cooldowns, but that...
Oh! Sorry to cut you off there, TJ!
That's okay!
That snipe was sick! It looked like it was meant to be made back. The Alice just like, I'm gonna go fast, and Elsu's like, no.
That tower as well, incredibly low. All it takes is one Elsu to wander up. Click on it.
To wander on up and take it on down. He's got that. He's got that additional vision. He has no fear of getting jumped on right now. The rest of his team is acting as a lineman, setting up that defensive wall, meaning that, you know, he can sit back comfortably, push this out. He's throwing out the snipes when he needs to. A little bit of pressure coming in from AHQ in the jungle, but they are now very far behind.
Yeah, this is a devastating start to AHQ, and Alpha Red aren't about to let up. Shadow dives in. As stated previously, I really do feel this is the best possible comp for Alpha Red to play into a squishy setup like AHQ are running.
I really like what we're seeing here, and then Alpha Red executing a combo that AHQ themselves have actually run with that Nature's Realm to push in onto these towers, forcing back the opponents with that great zoning tool now being used against them as the Abyssal Dragon is being taken solid out by Alpha Red, while simultaneously looking towards the top side of this map as Darkslayer.
This is an AHQ style push comp, you're absolutely right, and Alpha Red are utilizing it with a with an attack speed focused Elsu in change.
The snipes are still hitting hard though, TJ.
Well, it's because this is kind of a fun fact, because the Elsu's built for his basic attacks, he's getting kills, he's out-leveling his opponents, and then his snipes, it doesn't matter that he's not built for them, because they're still doing damage because he's out-leveling his opponents.
So now we're just seeing him scaling well across the board here. 4.7, not even the most farmed on his team, but he's still doing oh so well. Snipe, oh, the slow onto Hawk from KSSA was there. Then instant call, the swivel, putting it right on through. This tower is going to fall, no questions asked.
They're breaking the TIE observers because they can't decide whether or not they should be spectating the beginning or the end of that snipe.
Looking back and no, ooh, Sun is now in a terrible position. Nice flicker over the branching out though, and then Sun! Sun, you fiend!
J-Jack's there as well for instant defensive play. That hissy fit saving the day.
He just the hands clapped together, and in that final split second before they met, he just
flickered over.
It materialized and was just gone. Wow. Wow.
Denying Alpha Red a kill, but perhaps not tower pressure. That'll still come through in all 3 lanes.
That was big. Keeping that key Omen alive meant that they can help defend that push pretty much with ease here at this point. So that was actually massive. Now in the mid, Alpha Red actually under a little bit of threat here. Shadow getting hit with the stun. The follow-up was there on the initial Batman initiation. But now they've recovered. They're sitting pretty as Elsu once again back to pushing.
KSSA will be cutting off for that. There's the Nature's Realm spent. NT will dive in.
Oh.
That's a beautiful combo. Now Hawk tries to get through, find some revenge.
Yeah, put right up in the air, right back into the ground. That's exactly what you want to do. Comboing the auto attack, explosive KO, everything about that. In the bottom lane, Alpha Red getting another kill there. Another key pickup. Trading back though as Taos does fall. Rush finally able to close the distance. KSSA not able to keep him alive. Trading out towers and kills. The high ground still stands, but only just barely.
High ground still stands, but only technically.
Yeah.
As
anytime they want to mount this push to 5, it's in big trouble. I mean, yeah, it's still got all its health, but it's now fully exposed.
And the ability of KSSA to synergize with that is devastating. We've repeatedly seen them dive and use KSSA as the zone, and then just utilizing how much damage Taos is doing to towers.
I mean, HQ literally doesn't do enough damage to lifesteal, to deny the lifesteal on the Nature's Realm. They actually just don't hit hard enough at this stage of the game.
And that means that there's not a whole lot they can do to prevent these tower takes from coming through. But Alpha Red are giving them a momentary reprieve, focusing down on picking up the Abyssal Dragon. I don't know if that counts as a reprieve, but they will now have the Abyssal buff. But from that, they'll look to press forward, take a few more towers, possibly the game. We're not really operating on a timer here, but AHQ could definitely come back into the game given 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to look to do this here via some stealthy jungle invades from Rush and crew.
The problem is, what happens if Rush hyperfarms, right? What happens if Rush makes it to late game? It doesn't necessarily mean they win.
No, it doesn't do enough. I mean, NT almost just falls right there. His first one's chasing down the kill. The Tornado will go on through, but there's no targets that he's forced to go out. He has the Dark Blessing, which will keep him in the fight, but the ult going through as Richter is chasing down the kill. He is able to secure it, yes, indeed. Observer's getting so excited, they don't even catch the kill. But now it is KSSA out in the middle of nowhere. They're branching out, and the Redwood Rush, he escapes, no problem.
It's been an 11-hour day. The
That's
observers
fair.
are tired too.
Yeah, I get that.
Very well done by them on the dive. Sun going down. Alpha Red need repeated focus. Not just one player to engage, but several. One after the other after the other.
They need to constantly chain that up. They need to keep the aggression high as they're pushing in now once again on the tower. The snipe does not connect. And Rush eventually looking to go in with the Nature's Realm, look to split things up once more. As first one throws it in, but not able to secure a kill or a tower. A good hold from AHQ. This is them hitting the late game. This is them maybe feeling a little bit more confident.
Buff will fade soon, and that was a big waste of it. Not a whole lot gained by Alpha Red during this time, and especially not a whole lot gained off that ultimate. They had Wave, they had Nature's Realm, and they weren't able to do anything from it.
It was really good, clear prioritization from Chaser and crew. Look at how fast the Valhein's able to clear out this minion wave. His auto attack speed is absolutely wild. KSSA is forced to use the flicker, try and get himself out. The hissy fit is there. The follow of the Nature's Realm forced out. Not an ideal situation for him. That was a good bit of ult burning HQ.
And Towers is scared back that fight. Hawk dives near him and he has to back out.
The vision is online. The tornado is going on through. The snipes do not connect, but the follow-up from the Richter is there. The perfect flank and the perfect execution, TJ.
A double focus, a triple focus. That was a snipe from Towers into First One's tornado, into Shadow's dive with Mark of the Hunter. Wow. Because they have that level of coordination, it works out. Hawk doesn't need no coordination. No teammates required.
Yeah, but his teammate requires, well, maybe spoke too soon. I was going to say his teammate required his help, but his teammate requires his life, and so does Hawk, paying for his amazing individual mechanical kill. And now it is all 4 members pushing in. Beneth is actually tanking this for the minion wave right here. He's walking himself back out. They do have enough minions. They potentially could try and end this game right now, but they're not feeling confident with the death timers.
That was a fun example of a time you can get good kills. Hawk did not make a mechanical mistake there, but because he made the play, he'd used so many of his cooldowns that he didn't actually have any defensive tools when the actual pressure came through.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a tough kind of compromised position there off to the side in that bush, and he kind of figured maybe, is there a chance I get out of here unscathed, or do I just commit to the kill and try and trade? That was the call I ended up going with.
Not sure how I feel about that, to be honest, because
he probably still lived.
Defensive play might have held the tower, as is AHQ are now down a high ground in the bottom lane. Alpha Red looking for a way to get in across the map using this Dark Slayer.
Dark Slayer is going to be key to further break the base. The one high ground, of course, has fallen. It's oh so crucial. We talked about when that first one falls, the whole pace of the game just tends to shift.
We've seen a lot of people win despite high grounds lost today, though.
That's true. Well, of course, at this level, it's often players getting caught unawares and not monitoring and managing their waves well enough. And at this level, that doesn't happen. They manage their waves so well.
Well, the additional pressure just isn't the same threat that it is in other games or in other levels of play. There's the Drake being summoned. Speaking of additional pressure, Red will look to run it through this top lane to secure the game.
I like how they changed it now, so it follows the lane path. That's fun. Cool little change. Down to the bot, we do have a fight breaking out. His son in a 1v2 situation. Able to do quite a bit of damage to both opponents, but not able to secure a kill of his own. The vision, of course, being generated by Else, who's helping out so much in these pushes.
Look at the pressure still from KSSA. He's doing such a good frontline job.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Rush is going in, he's trying to make anything happen. But NT on the flank, he's just helping out, just keeping up this pressure. As the Drake up here up top. The rest of the crew is going to go in. Nature's Realm burn potentially a little bit early, trying to keep this minion wave alive. They need their key damage dealer. Richter is in the mid. This high ground tower remains unscathed.
Towers is barely missing any snipes here. That's super impressive, but this high ground tower is being defended despite it all.
Dude lose another tower in mid. It is a 3v3 situation though, as the rest of the team is fighting out. Finally, all the members look to potentially come up here onto this high ground. The snipes are going to look to go on through. The tower finally starting to take some shift. There's the hissy fit down. The Sun is looking for a target, a victim. And no full committal for Alpha Red. They had everything going their way and they couldn't make it happen.
No, they played very, very split. We talked during the early game, Storm, about how aggressive Towers was playing considering the character. Now he's focusing on the snipes, playing relatively disengaged, and we're definitely seeing a loss of DPS because of that.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing him just so hyper-focused here that he's not necessarily where he needs to be. He needs to be focusing on chunking down these opponents and opening up opportunities for the rest of his team, particularly this Zilt to go in and finish up key targets with that tornado.
Enraged because of Dragon. He'll go back over. Watch for Alpha Red to try and force a team fight now. They might not have felt comfortable taking one before, but this buff will get them the extra distance they need.
I would agree. This is going to be... This is AHQ in a moment where they need to go absolutely clutch. This is Alpha Red's game to lose at this stage. They are ahead so much in terms of... They only lost one tower so far this game.
That doesn't mean it's over. Like I said many times, we've seen complete turnarounds previously, and like gold...
11-2. This is a tough one. This would be one of the best comebacks we've ever seen.
The gold is not insurmountable, though, because Alpha Red are about to max out. That's not exactly the best reason you want to be able to mount a comeback, but Alpha Red are about to complete their builds. And at that point, AHQ are basically... They're playing against a plateau. Alpha Red cannot get better.
Yeah.
So, AHQ then just start stalling and trying to win out, and maybe we get into the 32-minute territory where everyone's even.
That's the point we're looking towards here. As the snipes are coming on through, not quite connecting off the back of the Great Nature's Realm. This high ground tower has opened itself up, and Rush is going to look to try and capitalize on any overextensions, but they just can't do the damage. Omen is doing a fantastic job of cutting the wave in mid and not allowing this push to continue for Alpha Red. And the longer this goes on, the more it favors AHQ, as you mentioned, because eventually we reach a point where the gold literally does not matter, as both teams have reached that point of 6 stacked, and now the snipes are going and continuing. These Nature's Realms just off cooldown so quickly.
Rage this dragon buff though, came and went, no major ground gained from it. A little bit of poke on the tower, not much more though.
Not enough. This is a perfect hold now from AHQ. The chip damage will only go in favor of them as they're able to go back to the spawn and just refresh those health bars, whereas the longer this goes on for Alpha Red, they are sitting back more and more with battered health.
Towers does have incredibly good tower poke, if he can get in range.
That's
but
the big
he's
question.
Playing relatively far or relatively far back, and that's why.
Every single time the Hissy Fit goes down, but Hawk able to pick up a kill there onto Raz ST. Just gone. I blinked and I missed it.
Yeah, he is that powerful. That's what a late game Liliana will do, and that's kind of what I was talking about. AHQ, you've let them farm up. AHQ are now at a point where they will be able to one-shot your squishies.
So it's interesting because we talk about AHQ in the late game, how we don't think the comp is that great considering they have this Batman. Valheim is okay. It's really the Liliana, whereas the other side, we have
It is if you're playing 4v5, and that's what Towers is doing right now. He's playing so split from the rest of the team.
This is a tough situation. The Hissy Fit every single time is just going right on in. Sun is going to try and find a Death's Embrace. Not able to do so. The snipes are connecting. And I think it's this build that we're seeing now. It was great in the early game for Taos, as AHQ Rush is in a terrible position. Shadow there on the flank. Hold this point. Shadow is going to go down. Pop. But that is going to be the respawn. Whoa. He comes back in, will be able to make it happen in the back. First one is chasing down Chaser and is able to get the kill. Tao's surviving. No, I spoke too soon, falling as everyone is looking to respawn, come back into these fights. And once again, the Richter trying to execute onto the Liliana. Is he going to be able to do so? Yes, he does!
That's a major pickup. Now a complete team wipe, except for Sun. He'll come back again thanks to his Blade of Eternity,
and die again.
He too falls. Wave should be pushed through. That should be game.
That should be it if they can get the waves here in time.
15 seconds on Rush.
Everybody having these Blades of Eternity. Here I was talking about how having Taos with his auto attack builds, we're going to go on in. That's GG. There's no way that AHQ is going to respawn in time. That is it. The series is tied up 1-1. Alpha Red take the game.
An incredibly good performance by them. Managing to stabilize and outperform their opponents just by steady, it felt like, scaling. They said, okay, we'll take the early game, then we'll just fight you mid-late. They won the fight, they won the zone pressure, they won the game.
They were able to make it happen. Really, really solid job there from them. I have to say, I am super impressed by their adaptability in that game. I was going to criticize the LC build late because the snipes weren't as impactful. Early game, it was great because he had the tower push, but I felt like he almost should have transitioned his build, sold some items and rebought some that would have focused more on the snipe in the late game, because that way he could have pushed down more in these fights. The auto attacks really weren't doing much, because every time you try to get an auto attack range, there was a Hissy Fit on his face and he died. Just a thought.
The Hissy Fits were really good from J-Jack. They consistently zone back the pressure, particularly when you're relying on people like Taos to be able to hold, find damage. It's very hard for them to hold when there's a Hissy Fit on their face. And it enabled Hawk, who stood up again in the late game. HQ looked good when Hawk was involved.
First one in Shadow. You asked for the double melee assassin from Alpha Red.
And that's what won them the game.
That's what won them the game. No questions asked. Combined score of 12, 0, and 6 from those two players. What a stellar performance from both of them.
And it's because AHQ built so squishy. And AHQ do like this. AHQ always tend to draft on the squishier side, but I wouldn't have thought that they'd do it into a strong 1-2 like we saw.
I agree, yeah.
And what maybe, once again, maybe there was an answer if Rush goes violent. And
yes,
it's still hard then because
still
he needs to kite.
Yeah.
But if he's able to one-shot people on dive, that game is very interesting.
45% of his team's damage taken.
I'm not looking. Is it Hawk?
No, it's KSSA.
Oh. I thought we were talking about damage dealt.
No, damage taken.
Oh.
I just said damage taken.
Believe you. Hey, it's the 10th hour of the broadcast. Cut me some slack.
Fine, TJ. We've only been here for 12 hours.
Really? 12?
Yeah, we were here at 10 a.m.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, 10 hours live casting.
Yes. Still a good day. Hey, look, these games are literally the best Arena of Valor on Earth. $600,000 up for grabs. $250,000 for the first place team. And every single one of these squads has been battling it out for months to get here. And one of these teams at the end of this series, that dream is going to end. And if it's AHQ that falls, more than just a dream of this series, it could be retirement facing one of these players anyway.
Well, I know at AWC they were saying if they didn't win, the entire team was going to retire. Now it's just J-Jack explicitly saying he's going to retire, but I can't imagine this Korean roster exists without him.
Ouch. I mean, there's got to be another up-and-coming star that could try and...
They have Pew on their roster as a sub. They definitely do have depth in the Korean esports scene, but it has always been J-Jack that drives this roster.
Yeah. Well, for the sake of that particular squad, you got to hope they succeed, but for the sake of the story and the sake of the hometown crowd, you got to root for Alpha Red. Both of these squads absolutely deserve to advance. And no matter who wins out here in this set, we're going to have a great representation going forward in these games.
It's basically a BO3 now.
Yep.
And whoever wins these next few games, this next BO3, will continue. Which is heartbreaking for Alpha Red in particular, because they are... This is so unfair to them. They shouldn't have to play HQ in the loser's bracket.
That's rough.
But they're doing a really good job of it, bless them, especially with that last game. Sorry, was that too condescending?
A little southern.
Right. The number one thing they were able to do and change up was they had, across the entire series, a direct counter to the AHQ play style and comp. We've seen direct counters to AHQ's playstyle in, we're going to play super aggressive early. We saw a bit of that, definitely taking advantage of AHQ's somewhat lackluster openings, but it wasn't all about the early aggression. They didn't win mid-game dominantly like some teams that have taken games off of AHQ did. Instead, it was about countering the squishiness of AHQ.
Yeah, they bursted them, popped them like balloons, able to walk away most of the time unscathed, scot-free as it were. And now AHQ 1-1 in the set, and showing that they can bleed even in this series, showing that what happened to knock them down here to the loser's bracket was not a fluke. That while they are one of the top teams in the world, there are some points of weakness for them.
The number one thing it needs to... No, it's a fly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I distracted you.
I think you were the one who was distracted.
You know who's not distracted?
AHQ.
I should hope not. They need to turn things around, and the number one thing I think they can do for that is change up your draft. Don't play your standard style. It is obvious. Every team that's played AHQ so far knows exactly what they like to do.
Read them like a book.
Yeah.
We complimented the first day how amazing AHQ was, because they were able to convert these picture-perfect timings. And I was like, wow, that's great. They practice this. It's so great and studied, and it's perfectly executed. And now every other team's like, yeah, they do that every time. So now we're just going to punish them for it, because we know what they're doing.
And we've seen their weaknesses thoroughly exposed, which is interesting, because coming into this, we weren't sure they had weaknesses. Now, it's about early game. We're pretty sure that AHQ's early game is weak. Now it's about how squishy their comps tend to be. We're pretty sure that any burst damage characters do well into AHQ.
Oh, yeah. I mean, AHQ, they've learned how to juggle aggro to a point where, and you try to throw those burst damage characters at them, they're just able to work their way back to a point where people just don't die. They live with no HP, but they don't die, and that's crucial.
And that's infuriating. AHQ weren't able to pull that off last game, though. The double melee assassin was enough to burn through it.
Was indeed. As we're now seeing Elsu and Lindis finding themselves the first up on the ban pool here. No Elsu for you, says AHQ, denying this Ignis as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Richter as the final ban here for Alpha Red. I mean, we're going back to
normality
old school
established.
classics. Yes.
With that shift over to the drafting phase, it should be Valheim as the first pick. Probably Violet as the draft over for Alpha Red. I'd be amazed if it wasn't.
Raz is a potential here.
Yeah, probably Raz Violet. That would be my draft. Okay.
This is something specific if they draft this early. Something very specific.
Normally you stray away from a Chognar early because it's pretty easy to counter once you know they're running a Chognar.
Just draft a ton of damage, don't worry about CC.
But the fact is, this shouldn't be their pick this early on unless they're worried about the Chognar being taken away. Maybe they didn't ban Superman this time. Maybe they're worried that AHQ were going to go...
They can pick Superman. They don't feel comfortable picking Superman. And Raz Superman is a viable one too. There it is.
I was going to say, maybe they just don't feel comfortable drafting the Superman.
I don't feel like that's true. I feel like Shadow can definitely play Superman.
Sure. Well, now we'll get to see. First one. Locking him in for the team. You also already have the Raz locked in for NT to play the mid lane as.
So we now see the response from HQ Omen to counter the Superman. No questions there. And looking towards potentially a mid of their own, the Liliana is still available. That will leave them in a relatively even position here. Side of mid. Keep them pretty much in parity with Alpha Red. Oh!
Early game for AHQ.
Alright.
Valheim Omen and that's going to definitely spike around mid game.
Good pick potential.
They need, if they want this composition to work till late, I want them to draft something tanky in their final sideline slot and go for something... I don't know what they have in Hawk.
They have their two side lanes. So.
You're right. The tankiest thing they have is an Omen.
Yeah, and so they're not going to draft... This is as tanky as it's going to get?
That's kind of worrying for me.
That is a little bit worrying for me. Especially with Superman. I don't...
Well, especially after game one. Because literally what Alpha Red did was they punished, or game two rather, what Alpha Red did that last game was they punished the squishiness of HQ.
Yeah. I mean, they need a mid, and they need a jungle. So...
Hear me out. Chognar mid. Zephyr's jungle.
It would technically work.
Technically viable.
Technically viable.
Best kind of viable.
There you go.
The Alpha Red draft will come through. They're already looking for a little bit more tank to respond to the burst of damage that Malik will do well in either side lane.
I love the tankiness that Alpha Red is drafting here. I love the sustainability they can bring to the table. Decent amount of poke to and initiation when they need it. It's exactly what they need to look for. I'm liking Alpha Red's
well, they
draft
need
so
more
far.
burst.
They do need more burst, but they can draft more burst.
They don't have a Rector this time, so they need the Superman basically to carry the weight that the Rector was carrying in terms of bursting down front line. And you can see that AHQ are well aware of the weakness. They get rid of the Zill because that was the assassin that was causing so much trouble. That means this jungle, if you can't get the Zill, you need to get the Violet. And that actually works better into the scope because AHQ don't have nearly as much dive this time around.
I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a L'Oreal potentially coming out here into this draft. She does have the ability to kite around some of these frontliners a little
Not
bit
a
more.
L'Oreal fan. Even though Hawk is very, very good at the character, I don't think it's
played her
fundamentally
once,
superior.
it was sick. And he played her again and he got bodied. So I'm hoping for sick.
I'm trying not to be. Thanks. Violet ban, very smart from HQ. As I said, it's one of the few burst options available over to Alpha Red. They should be looking to... they can do a couple things here. They could double down, pull out a Kriknak here for first one, and he is very good at the character, so it absolutely would work. But they could also go the opposite way and look for sustained damage.
I'd actually rather they look towards the mid here and try to bait out the Alistair pickup from AHQ, and then counter pick at the end with...
Well, they've already got NT on the Raz.
No, I know, but hold off to try and bait, hold off the jungle assassin pick and then go for their support. Right. So in case AHQ picked up the Alistair to try and counter the Superman, they would have an option to then switch that into something like the Kriknak to try and go full dive on it. Instead, they do draft the Morin, who'll be sitting in the mid-range here, because Hawk and they still need a jungler here as well.
As a reminder, the reason the Morin worked the game he did was because he had double the gold of everyone else on the field.
Literally took double the gold for him to be viable.
I do not believe... Well, he wasn't just viable, he was broken.
Yes.
But I do not believe a Morin can consistently do that. And I do believe that it takes approximately that for Morin to succeed. So Alpha Red need to win the early farm game right now.
That's where they struggle, though. Alpha Red asking them to win the early game.
Well, against AHQ, both these teams kind of struggle with exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
I would actually favor Alpha Red.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I had a moment of backwards confusion. Sorry, the Xanis threw me for a loop. Hello, Pura. Welcome back.
AHQ, I think, win now because they got the Xanis. Hi, AHQ. You win now.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, actually, it depends on how aggressive Rush plays. But the Xanis scales relatively well for a melee assassin.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best scaling melee assassin in the jungle, other than Murad.
Zill.
Zill, still? Okay.
I like Zill. Zill won't be here. Instead, it's the Xanis. I think the other major thing is the Pyrrha, which is weird. Especially into the Xanis. Typically, you see...
I mean, it was insta-locked. Like, there was no hesitation on that. Clearly, they don't feel like it's a counter.
Yeah, clearly they think that the Pyrrha has the potential to, I guess, stun the Xanis on engage, and there is some potential for that. For a Sentry in particular is very good, but I think the squishy HP of the Pyrrha is dangerous. However, there isn't a strong engage tank on either side in that support role, so
that's true.
Annette and Pyrrha, nobody's really squishy there.
No, they both have enough survivability, sustainability, and utility to make it work pretty well for both of their respective squads. So we'll see which one is going to come out on top here. Game number 3, the deciding swing match. Whoever is the victor here will go up 2-1 in the series, meaning they are only 1 game away from advancing, and more importantly, 1 game away from dropping their opponent from the AIC, sending them home with money in their pocket, but not as much as they'd like.
10 hours in. The excitement's just getting started, Paul. You haven't seen anything yet.
I have not seen anything yet, TJ, but I'm oh so ready to see what these two teams bring out when everything is on the line.
He was holding back a yawn while he said that.
That was false. That was objectively incorrect.
Getting into game.
Holding back a sneeze.
Oh, all right. Alpha Red will push into the enemy jungle right off the bat using Chaos' A as a front line. The Pyrrha zone potential is good, especially early game, because it's very hard to shut down a Pyrrha. So you can just poke, heal up anything that gets sent your way.
Exactly, yeah. KSSA is totally fine doing that, being that scout, being that sentry. Because again, healing light is a skill that exists in this game, and it's good.
Very good.
Very good.
Hawk, J-Jack in mid lane do need to play very careful, and T will burst them down, given half an opportunity.
We're seeing the Morin farm. Sorry, instantly coming in, taking his wave, and getting right back into the jungle. Already, once again, we're seeing the power farm on the Morin coming into effect.
We doubted it. We said there's no way Alpha Red can get the Morin super farm.
I didn't say that.
I said that. Okay. Shouldn't attach you to my statements, I guess. But I do think that if the Morin can get that super farm, well, then they win. I just think the odds of that are relatively low.
I would agree. I think the odds of... it's tough to argue with what first one can do, though. I feel like that's...
Was it first one that did it, or... Was it first one that did it, or was it the team being able to enable him?
What? Yeah.
I think that you can make a strong case that the entire reason first one was able to succeed was because his team was so focused on power farming him.
Yes.
And you could see that it was definitely hurting the overall roster.
It definitely did. I mean, he literally... I mean, he was supposed to be the carry, and he was the carry in the most concrete MOBA sense of the term. He put on a big old dwarven backpack and put his entire team inside. And because of that, he was able to propel his team quite literally to victory.
Point of interest. Wouldn't dwarf backpacks be small?
Because he's tanky, and he's like an ant. He can carry like 8 times his own body weight.
Alright. Dwarves. Sure. I was just curious.
Don't worry about it.
Missile Dragon grabs Alpha Red. We'll be focusing on picking it up. KSSA on the zone alongside Taos. They do get it. First one. Having a good start to his power farm.
That's exactly what they're looking for here. HQ a little slow to respond to that, not really willing or opting to. They go into the late game. Of course, have that Xanis, and they have the Kali as well. The ultimate push shut down here. And they're looking pretty darn good themselves in this late game. As power farmed as first one is going to get, you can't deny how powerful a Kali can be.
Yeah. And if they can shut, if all the focus gets on first one, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll win, because then if they kill first one, Alpha Red don't have much.
A lot of eggs in one basket, put it mildly here.
One dwarven backpack.
One dwarven backpack, that's it. It's a lot of gems in the backpack.
Gems are not fragile.
Yeah, but
just rocks.
They can steal the backpack.
Shiny rock.
Big shiny. You could steal the backpack, though.
How did you want to steal eggs? HQ looking for mid lane pressure. Not too much. Just about continuing the focus on Hawk, who did have a disappointing series previously. And we've started to see the Hawk of old.
Yes, he is returning. Putting him on high impact heroes is kind of important. When you put him on things like, I don't know, things that don't really do a whole lot of utility. I mean, yeah, they still won the game with the Alistair, but he was so lackluster.
Yeah, they did win the game with the
They won in spite of him.
But they won in spite of him being underperforming and lost in spite of him doing well.
Yeah, that's weird. That's super strange.
Alpha Reds perhaps don't need to worry as much about Hawk as we would make it out to be. Good pressure does come through onto him in mid, but stay alive.
I guess it's just that, again, I said this before, but when he's playing well, he's all we can watch. He's just that good that when he plays well, you cannot, he's like a force. He's a presence on the board that you cannot deny. And when he's not, there's this absence that you feel watching these games.
Yeah, and he is definitely looking to get farmed up this game. Also, currently farming on the AHQ side, and someone neglected by us is Rush, playing the Xanath. He's just finished his Soul Reaver, and that'll mean he's beginning to get the capacity for his backline dive. Watch his burst. It's weird because it doesn't actually function like burst. People's HP bars just drop.
Yeah, they're just gone. He just does a lot of consistent, solid damage. The Abyssal Dragon is going to go in here, getting picked up once again by Alpha Red.
There's Rush.
Pays for with that life, and that is the perfect split there into the back of the Hurricane Wall. J-Jack maybe still up too far over, no able to figure himself to safety as NT escapes barely. KSSA falls, but the team has got the Dragon.
But that's kind of what I was saying. KSSA running the Pyrrha. I don't really like the idea of running Pyrrha into melee assassins, because if they get the jump on you, then the Pyrrha dies.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, you pop the Nature's Rally, pop the Nature's Sentry. Oh, first one. Well, okay.
Not the start you were looking for. AHQ might actually be able to get quite a lot out of this until NT shows up.
NT fully committing on that one. Rush going down. That was the key target they absolutely needed to execute.
That's the scary farm on both sides knocked down.
That was absolutely huge. That was perfectly chained with that auto. That was
massive.
massive.
Didn't need to happen either. AHQ had a lot of low HP players just lingering for some reason.
Yeah.
They weren't going to be able to push down the tower with the low HPs across the board, especially not with Rush, who doesn't especially have a lot of tower damage at this point anyway. So it was just strange that they had 3 people with quarter HP standing round NT waiting for him to pop off.
Well, that was the exact pop-off moment we were looking for there. He went all in on that, beautifully executed on his part. But it is down still 2 kills to 1. It was a slight recovery, but all in all, AHQ looking so good. We talked about the farm, we talked about the sitting back. AHQ is doing that so well. It's the only reason this gold lead isn't more exaggerated, because Alpha Red's gotten the first 2 Abyssal Dragons.
It doesn't matter when you're playing against AHQ. It does matter enough for a 1k gold lead. Half what ought to have been earned by the double Abyssal Dragon. AHQ now need to worry about this bot lane pressure, however, and first one's starting to come online. Oh my goodness!
Up in the top lane! NT going off with the help of his Superman. Shadow doing work. The bait and switch was oh so real, pushing to the bottom tower simultaneously. Yes, they lose a tower of their own, but that was a solid little skirmish.
You rotate 3 people over to defend the bot tower. 1 up top, and there's an easy response. HQ, with the perfect timing, will be able to trade tower for tower.
But now, once again, the first one has set himself up to just slaughter this Abyssal Dragon. As we're heading towards this 10-minute mark, we're now officially in the mid-game. He takes down before AHQ can even, like, turn ahead in that direction.
Watch out for that, by the way. First one, if he's able to scale up, I hear he's dangerous.
I've heard that. 4.7k, he's not insurmountably far ahead.
No, but this is the kind of the mid-game power spike, particularly with Cloud Sanctity complete. He's still got Rising Wind if he can build to Scorching Wind. That pretty much completes his build here and now.
Yeah, he's looking really darn solid. His auto attack speed gets very, very hard to deal with. Taos, KSSA with the healing light and the body blocks on that, splitting that up perfectly, meaning both players are in a great position. The way he's able to channel that back and forth while healing it simultaneously is huge.
Death's Embrace.
That's absolutely massive. And first one is just going to be forcing down this tower. But there's the counter initiation from Rush going in there as Superman falls. First one is now in a terrible position. Can he trade? No!
Is it worth it if he gets the tower for 2 deaths? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Particularly because first one needs to stay out ahead, and AHQ won't just rest at 2 kills. Don't want much more.
He actually could have gone, he could have opted for the kill there onto the Superman. He could have just backed up in the Death's Embrace and actually tried to get the kill itself rather than the tower there, which is traditionally not what you want to do, but might have actually been the call in that situation.
I just appreciated that after landing the Death's Embrace, Sun was repeatedly rebuffed from the tower by the Superman. It was kind of absurd.
It was pretty wild. Even while he's trapped inside of it, he's still just like pushing you around. No, leave my tower alone. Leave my tower alone.
They won't. AHQ finds 2 more. Mid lane goes their way. Continual presence across the map. Those 2 kills turn into much more.
You liked this draft from AHQ for good reason right now. You mentioned the scaling that they have at their disposal. They're hitting this mid-game spike, and they've now evened up and surpassed their opponents in terms of the gold. KSSA hasn't looked quite as solid here on this Pure. A bit of a questionable decision. First one as well, while finding great individual moments, has been paying for him. They've been playing a little bit too, I don't even want to say aggressively. He's just been willing to take trades that maybe he doesn't have to.
No. Particularly for first one, things are about to get dangerous as the Xanis completes the build. Rush doesn't typically play very aggressive, but if he decides to, things will get risky.
Things will get risky, but you gotta risk it for the biscuit here. And this is what we're looking to see as Alpha Red committing all into this Dwarven backpack. As they're once again looking towards another Abyssal Dragon here. Scouted out, AHQ is gonna pull that back on cooldown, making sure that first one's not able to go in and just grab it in an instant. However, the fight is breaking out here, potentially up top. First one is the target, the Hurricane, while the push back into the leash, and the shock not there in time as the ramp is coming on through. They're chipping through the HP bars. KSA is not able to pick it up as J-Jack is actually chasing him back. They want to get this. There's the pull from Sun, keeping it in range. Nicely done for AHQ.
A dominant fight to AHQ. That's exactly what they wanted, the perfect order of the fight. And now I'd look for a disengage from them. They'll get the mid lane tower, pick up the Abyssal, pick up the game.
That's what they're looking to do right here. Hawk is actually able to go in. That's kind of the benefit of this Kali here. The auto attacks actually do some work. They're pushing in. Shadow, the next target, taking all of his ethereal.
Rush!
Where'd he go?
Rush deleted him. He hit the backspace key on his existence.
He just went right on in, snapped the finger, and that's him gone. The rest of the team will follow, but only half.
Rush tries to do it again, this time slightly worse results. They do still get the tower, but the cleanup's there from Alpha Red.
Alpha Red able to hold on the high ground now, pushing them back out of the base, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, AHQ knocking down a high ground opening. Traditionally, this would mean AHQ have won the game. Alpha Red were not too badly behind.
They're only behind about 2K gold. Superman is looking in pretty good shape right now at 6.5K, 6.7K on the Raz, and 7.2, however. It's behind one other player on the board right now. Despite all the power farming in the world for the Dwarf, the Omen is still on ahead.
Chaser does that. Sun does it better. Sun constantly is able to power farm in the split lane in a way that even makes his fellow star on AHQ look a little bit bad at farming. Because Sun just gets so tanky.
Sun is like, and he's the quiet storm too. Like, he's not necessarily making the huge flashy plays, but he's the one just being consistently excellent.
Solar Flare.
Yes, that's it.
He's constantly able to get out ahead and then just utilize that. Here you can see while the fight's happening over in his jungle, he's spending the time making sure they have mid lane pressure.
Solid pickup there. They realized they could not contest that as 5 at the stage, so they want to just back themselves right back up. That was a nice little invade, though, there from Alpha Red, picking up a kill in the entire side of the jungle. The boot. Sun needs to be very cautious right there, though. He does, of course, have the mobility at his disposal. The Dark Slayer will be the next point of contention. 7 seconds left on J-Jack, which means that for the this little while here, Alpha Red will have an advantage. But again, Kali shutting down pushes since whenever she was released. I'm not sure.
Gonna get into when Kali was
since 2017.
I think. Anyway. Sun pressed in. They'll need to play kind of careful. Alpha Reds will want more pressure than ever. HQ are having to react somewhat defensively. The gold lead has been tied up, especially with those last Abyssals taken.
And Sun is now once again in full retreat. First one, though, he's so speedy. He's going to try and chase him down right now.
Mid lane rotate coming through. They might have just overextended because the rest of AHQ is now here.
They are here, but what can they do about it? Ethereal Pulse is going in, but the minions are there. KSSA is there to tank all this up. It's not nearly enough. Jack might have actually overextended right here on the back of the Nature's Rally. Oh, the Hurricane Wall, the dodge at the Magnetic Storm. That timing was absolutely flawless. A millisecond longer, and he would have been done.
HQ find full control, then retreat when things get dangerous. Sun, in the meantime, doesn't go back to base, instead farming up his full HP.
Exactly what he can do here.
The cooldown on that Ethereal Pulse is so short.
Oh, it is. That's what he's building towards, so it's kind of wild. Just keeps pumping that out.
Gives him free lane clear every single time.
Able to just power on through that at range with safeties. The Darkslayer is being started now for Alpha Red. Really no contention coming online here for AHQ. Actually, ooh, they didn't fully commit on it though. Interesting.
HQ calling their bluff, not bothering to fight them. And, well, it works out. They'll have pressure in the bot lane. And that Superman just has to cede ground to Sun and gets a free tower for his trouble.
We talked about the counter to the Superman, and it has to be that Omen. That Death's Embrace does so much work. We've seen it time and time again how well the Omens do up against that Superman.
Yeah, Shadow's a very good Superman, and that enables him to rebuff a lot of the pressure from the Omen. But if you take a straight-out fight and the Omen's able to force you to stand and defend something, you will always lose.
Well, not always, but most of the time you're definitely going to lose there. So Omen, of course, just has the kit to help deal with what Superman brings to the table. That Ethereal Pulse that was dealing with first one in a big way, forcing out that Essence of the Wind, and on the flank, rushes there. He's been kind of quiet so far this game, but he's looking to get real loud as things heat up.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rush do major burst damage on any character. That's not what he does, that's not his playstyle. He doesn't normally dive the backlines. Instead, he'll farm up as a backline damage dealer and typically play well from that. But if there was a character, oh my god, if there was a character onto whom he was going to do things, it would be that. Because the damage is real. Now they've got Darkslayer.
They're going in onto Sun, who's forced to flicker it off the back of the Death's Embrace, and going in way too far. His first one, the Healing Light, not nearly enough to keep him alive. As the retaliating counter kill is there, Sun does fall, but they get the crucial first one for his efforts.
And because first one is fallen, he may just be the first one of many to go down. Rush is rushing down the mid lane, and he's got KSSA and Tao's caught out.
Nicely done there from him, able to survive. However, we're Alpha Red only trading at 1-for-1. However, this is fully to the advantage of AHQ.
And he does with the flank. Watch out, see if he can find a key pick. If he does, there's an opportunity.
Shock goes in, looking to clear the minion wave. Rush in an instant there, but on the flank, NT is trying to get.
Oh my god! Where did he go? He came too close to Rush.
That was it. I mean, flew too close to the Sun right there, I guess. Wait, Sun's dead.
No, Sun wasn't there. It was just Rush. And he stepped right next to Rush, and Rush used two abilities on him, and he was gone.
Yeah. I have a big spear. Goodbye.
It's a medium-sized spear.
I mean, anyway.
You should have seen how confused Paul looked. It was some serious analysis.
Yeah, it's a decent. It's bigger than he is. Anyway, they're pushing it out onto the high ground here, and once again, Hawk is going to be able to go in. Is the angle not totally perfect to try and clear this out, but the reinitiation of the Taos once again. He just predicts the shock, and he just executes him off the back of this. KSSA is going to fall as well. We have 4 members still alive, 3 members still alive, as Alpha Red are doing a very good job of defending on the high ground here. Superman forcing them back, but that is still 2 high ground towers which have fallen.
Hey, Drake.
Hey, Drake. Oh, nice.
Welcome.
Welcome.
HQ have already left. We'll try and probably turn that into an Abyssal. I'd like them to do that, but I don't think they feel comfortable.
Yeah, I think they still have the debuff, so not optimal there by any stretch.
Nerves of steel.
Yeah. Sees that Abyssal Dragon walk. We've seen Abyssal Dragon do weird things.
The slightest bit worried.
No.
The rest of
HQ.
HQ.
He did cancel it.
We'll wait for the response. Yeah, it was just they decided they didn't need to reset Jack at all. He's probably full build at this point, or relatively close, so it's just about getting into the enemy core. The best way for them to ensure that happens is that Alpha Red don't get themselves an Abyssal Dragon, so they linger.
They do. Going back, this Abyssal Dragon is first one, however, he may have gone a little bit too far. Or J-Jack actually might have forced to burn out the Hurricane Wall defensively as Rush goes in, slamming it right on down. Can they make it more? Rush is now fully in retreat, as in the mid all the while. Omen is still pushing this in, but once again, all the pressure put on first one for his team, and then all the pressure put on by AHQ in return, identifying that he is that key target. He tried to do a little bit too much. He thought he was just a little bit stronger than he was.
You can't build an individual hero against a team as good as AHQ. They will tear him down.
Trying to put, again, all the hopes and dreams on him. You can't do that. I mean, on the flank, we do see Shadow looking to make something happen, but Sun, he's the perfect response to that.
Sun was doing such a good job this entire time as well, not lingering with the rest of the team, instead spending time pushing in the side waves, making sure there's pressure. Is Rush soloing Abyssal?
Yes. Yes, he is.
It's been there a while. I can only assume he is.
Yeah, that's wild. His team is able to get all 3 lanes of pressure. Wow. He's AHQ, you're so good.
And they'll use that Abyssal to reset more than anything. It gives them a momentary reprieve, they can pick up the jungle, and they can push through with waves.
Now all the members are going to have that full 6-buy option, as well as variable build or buy options for like Death Circle and stuff like that. As these fights go on, Blades of Eternity across the board. Only 1 right now currently online for Alpha Red. We're going to see 3 at this moment for AHQ.
I'm most excited to see it alongside Dark Blessing on Rush. You can just commit to fights and recommit and recommit.
It's a lot of commitment there. Yeah, it's a lot of commitment.
Luckily, AHQ can handle it. They're in it for the long haul.
They are indeed. And they're in it for this final high ground tower push. Alpha Red have been doing a fantastic job of holding, but the Kali is lining everything up, and first one's already forced right on back. The healing light is there. Already forced out. The high ground tower's in a rough spot. There's Rush on the flank. The commitment is there. And again, send a flank from Superman, trying to reset this fight, but it's not nearly enough. The Shades are trying to bring him down all through the while. 3 members of Alpha Red are just gone. Rush dropped on in from the side. He said hello, and then he said goodbye.
A double kill, maybe a triple kill to him at the end of the fight. It is only NC to hold. He'll do his best, but it's not enough as game number 3 goes to AHQ.
Nicely done there from them. They go up 2-1 in the set, meaning they are only 1 game away.
We're going all 5.
No. Are we though?
That's so genuine. We're going all 5, I'm 100% sure.
I mean, as much as I want to see us go to game number 5, it's been 10 hours.
Yep. We're at the 10 hour. I was rounding up early.
Okay.
But it has been 10 hours of us speaking now. Straight.
We've had 20 minutes of break.
Yeah. I was taking a break, sorry.
It's been great games, guys. Either way, we are so happy to be here bringing you the English language broadcast of the AIC. Though, to be fair, tomorrow might have already started now.
Day number 2, I believe, starts in another hour.
Okay.
Live on site.
Live on site.
We will, of course, be broadcasting it on the same time delay tomorrow, starting at noon Pacific. And that will be a significantly shorter day, so we just like to catch the final stage of the AIC. I can't recommend it enough. Before we get to that, though, we're deciding who's going to get to the final stage of the AIC right now.
The part's kind of important, too. This is the setup. This is the context.
Yeah. This is
Hawk, 5-0-11. Yes, that's what we wanted. That's what we needed to see from him.
19-8, the overall kill score line. Kind of unusual for AHQ, who, like you were talking about, tend to prefer these lower kill games. It doesn't come out here today because of Hawk, and I would like to say because of Rush, who, though he didn't get any kills, and though he really only participated in 2 team fights, literally did all the damage in those 2 team fights. Rush was amazed. His participation stat was really low, and he didn't participate in many team fights.
But when he did, oh boy. When he showed up, it was wild. Absolutely sick.
For us, not for...
Oh, less so for Alpha Red. I mean, AHQ was seeing red in some of these fights, and it showed.
Yeah, and I said earlier, I think we're only 5 games. The reason why is because this is twice now that AHQ have run the same draft. There is no way Alpha Red don't just go back to counter strategy. And I think there's no way AHQ change things up to contrast. I think AHQ are going to stick with what works.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, but I think at this point, Alpha Red's going to try and break it.
And they already have. They know how to deal with the squishy AHQ comp because that was what they did game number 2.
Yeah, but they didn't do it here.
No. They drafted kind of weird, to be honest. The Pura coming through raised some question marks. They don't really understand the Superman, to be honest. And that combination definitely undid them.
It was an interesting decision all around. And the Morin was good, but again, it's now one
I was looking for burst damage from their backline.
Yeah,
Morin
we didn't see
was
it.
not that.
Was not that at all. The Violet, I think, I mean, obviously it did get banned out, but they did have a chance to pick it up for themselves. I feel like not taking that opportunity was huge.
Knack would have been fine.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that flank.
Oh my god, this fight.
Rush literally is just one-shotting people, just hitting them over the head with a spear, and they're gone. Just wrecking face.
Wrecking their core.
Yeah, winning the game. This HQ's up 2-1. One game away. Visiting Alpha at home. The hometown crowd, which, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I feel like I was expecting more. Woohoo!
I think they're just not picking up on these mics.
That's true.
So we have the clean feed.
That's fair. Oh, right, that's absolutely why.
We had some screaming earlier, though.
Yeah, that was good. I was a fan of the screaming. The energy gets there.
That's getting out of context.
No, I'm a fan of the cheering.
Will
Sorry.
come through.
Come on.
That's going to be the first pick here for AHQ, as they want to go ahead and lock in the... I'm not really sure why Elsu's actually such a rush ban.
I have no idea why.
I was going to say they want to go ahead and lock in the counter to what they're running, but to be honest, they ran over the Elsu when they played it, so I'd think that AHQ weren't... I guess it's just because they can't play. So you ban it so that it's not let through against you, and then you have to seed it.
That's fair. I mean, because you have to counter draft around the Elsu. So rather than wasting all that time and energy, just ban them.
Sure. Ignis comes out for obvious reasons. We know that one. One of the most powerful mages in the game.
Yeah. No questions there. Valheim denied here as well.
Richter still on the cards.
Means Linda's first pick.
If it is banned out, then it will be Linda's first pick. If I am Alpha Red, I would actually mind if I let through the Richter in exchange for Linda's, because if they have even a chance of getting that Richter, then they guarantee themselves, I think, a win, because the Richter is the perfect answer to the squishier AHQ comp.
Yeah, I think I would have not banned the Richter. I would have banned something else there.
Yep.
And I would have let through both and then gotten one.
But Alpha Red do still get the double pick first pick.
Yeah, but there's a lot of good picks off the board right now. Raz is still available.
I like the Raz in their hands. I'd actually like to see them threaten jungle pretty early.
Yeah, the Violet would be towards what I look towards.
Well, they don't need to take Violet until, I would say, third pick here, because HQ...
You just said threaten the jungle early.
Yes. It's alright, I understand where the miscommunication happened. I wanted to see them draft a melee, because that could be taken away from them, and they absolutely need the assassination power into the AHQ comp. Again, they've seen AHQ do this twice now. Shut it down. Change it up. I would have liked to see the Raz come through over the Omen, but I think they're trying to preempt a Superman draft.
He looks as tired as I feel.
He looks as tired as you look.
Thanks.
No problem.
The rest of HQ, though, looking totally solid, looking ready to rock and roll. Game face is on.
Just like me.
Yes, just like TJ.
The Raz will come through. As predicted, I still don't really like the net here, but HQ keep getting away with this incredibly squishy composition. Alpha Red have only punished them for it once. And they won't get the opportunity to do it here. They'll get the Joker, though.
We've seen Jokers straight one-shot. The burst potential from a Alpha... Oh, no.
Yeah, this is going to be damage into damage. Probably squishy rosters from both sides. I think Alpha Red's more likely to get a tanky side lane as things are going, but it's going to be pretty burst damage focused from both sides.
Ouch. This is gonna be... This is like pop goes the squishy. This is the whole game. We literally are witnessing the potential for both sides to one-shot their opponents across the board here. I'm really looking towards this Joker. It's going to be very interesting. The canned laughter timed with anything else, or even just the rockets into the Death's Embrace.
Yeah, the rockets are the primary reason you go Joker here, because the extra poke means a lot. And people typically, like, there were people who were specifically drafting Pyrrha. I was talking to them, I was like, why are you drafting Pyrrha? Specifically because the other team's running Joker. And just the poke is so annoying.
We just saw Alpha Red run that Pyrrha and no success. CFHQ, they're not going to. What am I saying? They already have their Annette. But she also does have some healing built into her kit, so that's important to note.
Yep, that'll help somewhat with the constant spam coming through. Now they're worrying about what KSSA is going to run. They already have the Annette locked in. That was kind of our battleground focus. I'd expect this to be an Alice ban if they're genuinely worried about forcing him off of his mains. But I also wouldn't really like him to play Alice, because I, once again, do think they need a little bit of extra tank, so I'm not a big fan of the Alice as of late.
The Malik was a smart ban, because they flexed into that before with the squishy comp and Malik. And of course they do need another support. Ibeneth is also taken off the board, so of the tanky supports left available, there's not a whole lot. We have actually also seen Joker ran as a support.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm blanking, that probably is what it is.
Yeah.
Which makes it even odder that we did see that Ibeneth ban. Perhaps they were worried about side lane Ibeneth?
I think the Joker could still be running the side lane, but they would flex that if they need to. They can run this Joker as a support now that the Ibeneth was banned. I think the Ibeneth would have actually been the tanky support that they did need. Crest as well, though, would have been a good option, actually. Ooh,
but J-Jack loves himself some Crest.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, and it was real good. If they can run a Crest and a strong side laner, they have the Roxy, maybe potentially could be interesting. Now the Lubu, I like that more.
The potential of Lubu to dive will give them the potential to win lane versus a Superman.
So it's going to be side. It's actually not going to be J-Jack on that Crest. He's going to be running on that Annette. So it's going to be side lane Crest being run here. I would bet by Sun and Chaser. Oh,
it's so tanky.
Oh, it got real tanky at the end there.
Double tank frontline for HQ, completely upsetting my preordained order.
They looked like they're going to be going all the full squish again, but then they decided we don't want to do that. We want to have some health, which I can appreciate for sure.
Yeah, especially looking into the Alpha Red roster. That does mean Alpha Red need to make some hard choices now, because they don't have any sustained damage currently, nor any obvious slots for it. Their mid lane was pretty obviously to be a Liliana, but that actually doesn't look so sure now, because they need someone that can do sustained damage over time.
They absolutely do need that.
Mid lane Zill? No, they can't do that. Mid lane
Joker?
Sure.
Yeah, mid lane Joker. Jungle Zill, side lanes. Yeah, okay.
Most likely of the options.
I think that's the only way you could possibly
Then the Joker provides the sustained damage they were looking for. He'll scale well and be able to brawl in the fights.
Interesting composition now coming out from Alpha Red. This is potentially their last game here in the AIC. It all comes down to this. Can AHQ take them down 3-1, or will they rally, as you predicted, TJ, and take us all the way to the ace match in game number 5?
If you take AIC backwards, it's CIA. And the CIA are known for conspiracy theories. And my conspiracy theory is that we're going to game 5.
Wow, that stretch was as big as your wingspan.
You don't even have wings. I don't understand. HQ have the better draft on paper, but I do feel they've somewhat been figured out, and I do feel the burst damage will be leveraged correctly. I think the burst will get through to their backlines. I don't think the double tank they picked up is enough. I do think we're going all the way. I think this should be Alpha Red's game.
We're going to see. I am favoring the tankiness here that AHQ is bringing to the table. I think they might be able to close it out here, but I don't know. Both of these teams have shown so much potential, and neither one wants to go home. This is desperation mode coming in time all the way.
The lower bracket semi-finals continue. One team goes home, the elimination match has come down to this. AHQ 1 game away from victory.
1 game away. All of the fights, all the battles they've put in over the last few months, not even longer than that, all comes down to this. They need to close it out right here, and their day is done. They can look forward to tomorrow for their path of redemption. And Alpha Red, well, they'll just be watching from the stands.
That would be devastating for the home team here in Thailand. They presumably want to tie up the series.
To tie up the series, indeed.
Thanks. Glad you caught. HQ won the aggression early on. NT in the mid lane will be able to scale well into that. Because Joker mid lane works.
It actually does, yeah. It just lines up with the rocket. And is Chaser actually beating Taos as an Arduin right now?
Yeah, the Arduin will do well until the lifesteal comes online from Taos. Let's give that until like level 4 or 5. Then the Arduin is going to be in a race to out-tank the lifesteal, which sometimes goes his way, but it's negotiable.
Negotiable. I see how it is. It's like buying a new car. Buying a used car.
Yeah.
Better. Already in the mid lane, though, this Joker, they left him alone for like 5 seconds, and he did a quarter of the tower's health, so that's fun.
That's what NT will always do. The wave clear from the Joker is so fast, and
he's the auto attack
tower
damage.
Pressure is pretty big.
Yep, it's not too often you put these marksmen in the mid lane. Joker's one of the few heroes that makes it work because of his sort of balance with the magic damage. So I like this decision here from them. It's actually working really well so far to start this off.
God, large-scaled pressure.
Wow, it's already gone. The wave is gone. I blinked and you blink and you miss it. As now Sun is getting pushed back by Shadow. Oh no, Sun is cutting his wave so easily.
Yeah, but like, I don't think Sun's winning this exchange. I don't think he's losing, but you don't know what he's gaining.
I mean, he's meaning Superman doesn't push his wave out.
Sure, maybe, but it's
Now
temporary.
he has to back. What the heck?
Because he has to back because of all the damage he took.
Yeah. I don't
Now,
actually
the
understand.
Superman almost interrupted him, but we'll be able to find extra pressure.
So now he's forced back, and then Superman is able to do stuff elsewhere on the map. So yeah, that should just feel like a loss for him.
Well, probably won't be lane pressure. He'll be back before the wave is fully crashed, but I agree that it's optimistic. I think the actual answer is what's the worst that could happen? I'm crashed. That's the actual answer.
It is indeed Chaser committing a lot of resources down here to try and put some chip damage onto the Omen, but he burned a lot of cooldowns to do it.
Chaser will do very well if he can find burst damage, but he's not the player who needs to find the follow-up to his stuns, to his initiations. And that puts a lot of pressure on Rush. Now, Rush Hawk, very good at receiving that pressure. They definitely can scale well. Someone we haven't actually talked about yet this game, Zell, first one. This will be a primary focus for both teams. He's already at 1.7k. Watch for him to scale very, very quickly and try and get as much burst damage as possible onto J-Jack and Rush.
He's been very quiet so far this game because he's just been focused on farming, getting that gold into his pocket, building up these item lead for his team. We're dead even in terms of gold so far. We're actually seeing a team who can go even in farm against AHQ.
And there's no small feat. Cassis is currently poking and prodding, making sure the Still Dragon resets, but AHQ managed to steal it away.
That snipe coming in from NT actually helped him secure that pickup there. That was actually a crucial misstep. He thought he was trying to snipe it out, but in reality, I feel like that might have leashed in time.
Either way, it was going to be close, but they didn't take the gamble, and AHQ now walk away with first Abyssal Dragon. Very contested one, but it gives them the gold lead they were looking for despite being under-farmed.
Just a little bit of a gold lead there. Again, yeah, they are a little bit behind in farm due to the time they took to actually get it, but they recovered most of it in that position. Nice wind cuff coming through JJ. Oh, and he... Wow.
He's rude.
He's so rude.
Paul?
He's going to do it. Don't do it again. No, JJ, leave him be.
And he's there at his own.
And he is there. He's going to get that auto attack off. Just keeping up that pressure, putting in that poke. But so far, neither team winning any sort of massive advantage.
No. And that is the way it ought to be. Oh, Shadow.
Oh. It was optimistic.
Sun is forever an optimist, though. We talked about his out-of-lane pressure earlier. They've actually swapped, brought him down to bottom lane to play. We'll see if that works.
See if it will here, as the Hissy Fit is being pushed in now. As Rush pulling right on back, trying to do some of that initial chip damage on the tower. I'm just getting a touch, not too much, as both sides are playing excellent defense.
Both sides are playing excellent defense, but nothing more. No one going for a full team fight just yet, because there's no reason to. Risking anything over-aggressive is how Alpha Red or AHQ can lose this early game. I think the only real engagements we'll see are from crazy people like Sun, who continually presses into the enemy jungle.
I mean, he's crazy in a good way, though, TJ. He's crazy
He's the
good.
only player in the world that lives in the enemy jungle and makes it work to the degree that he does.
I mean, we saw a support play earlier. We saw Pro E.
Yeah, he's also on a Crash, to be fair.
To be fair. So the Crash feels like Crash's secondary job. His first job is to be a big shark. Second job is to be a metamorphosis. And his third job is to be annoying in the enemy team's jungle.
Sun is now picking up a golem for a steal, but much more... or sorry, an Abyssal Dragon. But much more... same thing.
Same thing.
Much more interestingly, he's been focusing a ton on cutting weight rather than just pressing for jungle camps like Pro E was doing. And I'm curious about the efficacy of that, or why it is the shifted priority, why the two focuses are different. And I think it's because of the comp they're playing into. It's more concerning that the Superman wins lane hard enough that they can leave, then that their jungle gets farmed up.
It's interesting variation on sort of the established stylistic choice.
Ooh. NT shifted up to the top lane because they want to give mid farm to Zill.
Oh, interesting.
It's really fun little mechanics.
I mean, again, they have the flexibility with how NT is running this right now, and now Zill is going in a great spot. The pull back there onto Rush. He's the target, instantly eliminated to start this off. Zill will trade his life for it, though. So each of the junglers going down, so a dead even trade.
That's always acceptable for AHQ if that happens, or for Alpha Red. If that happens every single time, they win every single fight. Because the bonus damage that first one does just needs to be enough to burn down the major source of damage over on AHQ.
That's really the key thing there. Again, the consistent long-term damage that Rush is going to be able to do in these fights contrasted somewhat to what first one's going to be doing. First one, once he burns his cooldowns, he's fine to die.
Yeah, and there are a couple of squishies he'd like to target, but if he's able to find any opening picks, if he's able to find any significant damage onto Rush, that's enough.
It is going to be, or hopefully will be, for Alpha Red if they continue to get these solid trades in these fights. Are seeing the defensive Alice play coming out now, but the Annette in response, the support's been oh so good. And Sun, he's going in sort of strangely committing onto this, walking into every ability that KSSA is throwing at him.
He's crashed.
He's crashed, that's fine. That's exactly.
Hawk will push in and scare Shadow back as well, spreading out for extra value, and that's what AHQ have been doing consistently in the enemy jungle. Alpha Red unable fairly consistently to properly respond.
Well, yeah, Alpha Red's been in a weird spot so far. Oh, Rush, do it! Oh.
He didn't, but he almost did.
I mean, that's the kind of committal that you want to see. A nice dodge there on the Metamorphosis. That's a full committal into this lane push across the board. We do have Chaser in a terrible position. Able to get himself out just barely, though. Taos is here. The shield is standing strong. He's actually able to keep the lane intact. Chaser, what a beast. He's defending his tower while his team takes it across the board and the Abyssal Dragon.
Very good micro play on that 1v1. If you didn't land the stun, the depth beacon guarantees the kill on Chaser. Very well played.
That was really, really solid. Now he's actually forced back his opponent here. Now he's going to reset as well in the mid. There's another solid pickup there from the Tornado. A first one, able to utilize that ult, finding out those, catching out those lone targets, and just simply executing Chaser. Wow. He got hit by a snipe, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe. Oh! Wrong bush.
Yeah.
Nearly. The presence in mid from first one is exactly what we've been looking for. He needs to consistently be able to dive into the enemy backlines, burn down an individual, and get out.
Yeah, that's really his job there. I mean, it's going in, burning down an individual. If he keeps his damage up, he's going to be doing a little bit more than that, but so far, so good in that regard. First one, level 13. Highest so far. Oh, actually, I should say, I was going to say highest, but no, Rush is already at 14 across the way.
That's why it's so important the first one's able to outscale him damage to HP. And theoretically, the melee assassin absolutely can. But it is a rough battle for him. Getting close to Rush is no easy feat, as demonstrated there.
Oh yeah, every time he tries to walk forward, they run into this situation, but this time they found Hawk and they took him down. The hissy fits in the back. Can the rest of the team convert as Taos is looking to go in?
Oh,
but Chaser is there.
stranded.
The strong, tanky front line. Taos is just able to walk away into the Gust Force. He still has enough HP to work with.
He was stranded in the middle of there. I really did think that was going to be Taos in a lot of trouble, but they stabilize.
They do indeed. As we're getting back, little pause coming in now. Maybe some potential technical problems coming on out there.
I've never seen someone scoot their chair as aggressively as Paul.
Look, I had to scoot. Look, so if the audiences know we cast standing up.
Right.
So every single time they come back, we have to like quickly grab our chairs and run back in because sitting for 11 hours is like, or 10 hours. I don't know how long we've been here. It's a long time.
10 hours and 20 minutes of casting.
Yeah.
11 hours and 20 minutes of being here.
2 more hours to that, but yeah.
Really?
We got here at 10 a.m.
That makes sense.
It does make sense. So anyway, they're hopping onto a quick pause right now. I'm sure we'll be fast forwarding on through that and getting back into the action really quickly here. It's what I'm looking forward to seeing Alpha Red continue to leverage this Zill the way they've been doing because it's been looking oh so good every single time they've gone in.
I don't think it's enough though, because the Zill alone is only viable against 2 or 3 members of the other team. Sure, you're shutting down Hawk, and we've consistently seen that, but Hawk is not everything there is to this roster. And the fact that they're just getting value, they're just getting damage onto Hawk isn't enough. It needs to be crucially Rush. If they don't shut down Rush, they don't win the game.
Yeah, and I believe we do have the pause resolved now, so we're going to be getting back into this game. And Rush, you mentioned, he is definitely this crucial target. You have to continually talk about him here. And he's just getting so far. He's already level 15 at this stage of the game.
And that's just an example of the AHQ power farm. They've done this to Rush many times over. It's a style that I kind of thought they'd grown out of. They've, as of later days, preferred to focus more on their overall macros, spreading out the damage a bit more evenly, even Hawk stepping up a little bit more, but here, when threatened, when driven to the edge of their new style, they've fallen back to what worked.
What got them this far in the first place. We saw what happened in the last game when Alpha Red went to power farm on through that Morin, putting all their eggs in that basket. It didn't work quite so well for them here. But the Lindis is a little bit more consistent. I think maybe just a little bit of a better hero currently in the meta. Better movement, better range, better utility with the vision
Doesn't
as
need
well.
as much gold.
Doesn't need as much gold. That's
Sure, he's the most farmed, but not by much. Actually, Chaser outfarmed.
Oh, wow, it's multiple people at farm.
Yeah,
both
side lanes, because AHQ's side lanes are nuts.
They are the best.
AHQ will take advantage of the rotate down. Alpha Red get the Abyssal. AHQ want to spend that time challenging for a Dark Slayer.
Looks like they'll be able to do so unless the collapse comes on in. Superman's going to look to try and do just that now. As the rest of the team is falling up, forcing them back off of that. Shadow might have gone a little bit too far, walking into the wrong location. The heal is being popped, but it's not enough to keep him alive. And on the back is some fantastic team play. AHQ were able to convert the kill. However, they cannot convert on that Dark Slayer.
Could have. Decided not to. Instead spreading out because the kill they found is more important than the Dark Slayer pickup in their minds.
In their minds, well, they didn't want to throw on that objective. That was really the key there. But Chaser can be the target and literally doesn't care. As first one pops, everything to go in on him there, but he is so tanky at this point. Ooh, that could have been rough. That wind cuff had connected.
His goal was to wind cuff the Alice into first one. Unable to quite make the connection, but you see the idea.
Get the picture.
The reason they see the Dark Slayer is because they think they can find more value without it. However, Rush might have just gotten in a lot of trouble.
He might have, but it was actually Superman who put his team in trouble as the Alice does go down. The Tornado's there on the flank. Omen's going to try and execute that. Tao's going in, not able to find Rush, just way too nimble, and now Tao's is very much overextend the Zill as well as put himself in a comparable position. And there's the Metamorphosis in the back. The flank is there, pushing the entire team together. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The ace from AHQ.
A complete team wipe. That might even be game Wave is a ways behind, but AHQ won't care at this point. They'll just burrow through this tower regardless.
The second the last minion gets there, they go on through.
Respawns.
Respawns are coming back in just a second. Do they have the minions to make this work? They're pushing it back into the core, but Rush is there. They have the minion. Can they do it? Yes, they do. AHQ are your victors. They are advancing on through, and Alpha Red does fall.
That was incredibly close, and it frankly could have gone either way.
One team fight is all it takes. Shadow way overextended looking for the pick. Alice followed right back in, tried to help him out, gave her
Shadow
life
was
for
like
it.
boosted in.
Yeah.
The Hurricane Wall nailed him just as he went for the engage, and he got shot into the enemy backline and said, oh, okay, I guess I'm here now. Decided to go for Rush and was so far overextended at that point, like you say, there was no hope for him to retreat. And they had the punish on his extension. Rush kiting perfectly, using those side bushes in the lane, not just to disengage from him, but also Towers who came through on the flank, because he gets the double disengage. Neither Towers nor Shadow finds the engage on him. Then he can rejoin the fight at his own leisure, chunk down the entire side in front of him.
Flanks on flanks on flanks. You saw the Omen come in on the flank. They were trying to make it happen. Both him and the Superman were in retreat, but then the crash from the very top, pushing them all back in together. The Metamorphosis finding all three. The perfect grouping, the perfect cluster. Absolutely phenomenal play.
AHQ stay alive in the tournament. The last tie team, the last home team hope, goes home.
Well, at least they don't have far to go.
Ouch. AHQ do have a tough road ahead of them, though.
They do indeed. I mean, they got to give all the props in the world first. As we say goodbye to Alpha Red, they put on such an amazing show. So many dynamic moments of brilliance from this team. But in the end, it wasn't quite enough. We see them here going over to shake hands. And actually, yeah, we're seeing this here. They're going over. Nicely done there from them. The players showing that respect, as they so clearly deserve. That's exactly what I want to see.
I think this leads to a... Okay. Sorry, Alpha Red. You had your moment. Bye. Now, let's talk top three. Team Flash currently sitting in the finals, awaiting the winner of J-Team versus AHQ. J-Team versus AHQ in and of itself is a rematch of the GCS finals. AHQ won that.
Yes.
So, logically, our final is going to be an AHQ Team Flash rematch.
Wow. That's going to be wild. That's actually going to be...
But I don't want to go that far because we can't predict that J-Team haven't pulled something else up. Because they did do very well throughout the stage. And remember, Bizarre Gaming won the RPL and Alpha Red took them down.
But then AHQ took them down.
It's all up in the air.
It is all up in the air. Any single one of these teams could make it work. But to that, you have to tune in. To see that, you have to tune in tomorrow. You can watch. Obviously, the live feed will be available overnight. You can watch on some of the other various channels. But you want to tune back in for the English language broadcast. We will be live at noon PST. Right here on this channel.
Same time, same place.
Yep, that's exactly it. For the grand finals, we're going to have the setup match for that. The final day of the season, AIC 2018 in Bangkok, Thailand. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, it does. It gets better tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying,
Because
TJ.
tomorrow is the grand finals. If you're going to watch one day of Arena of Valor all year, make it tomorrow.
Tell your family, tell your friends, make finger food.
Don't bug them if they don't want it.
Just
but
inform them that it's happening.
Be like, hey, Mom, just wanted to share something with you.
Yeah, you know this game I play on my phone all the time? Well, here are people fighting for $600,000 in prizing, $250,000 in first place, a beautiful trophy, and of course, bragging rights to go along with it. But with that, thank you all so much. It has been a glorious day of games. We will see you again tomorrow. Yeah, check your watch. Noon PST. My name is Inverum. That is TJ. We will see you tomorrow.